Chapter 1. The Ultimate Delivery System. Your order is about to time out. Please deliver it promptly. The emotionless voice emanated from the mobile phone. Xiaoshu let out a sigh, accelerating his electric bike with a firmer grip on the handlebars. Draped in a yellow robe, he maneuvered through the city. He was a member of the enigmatic organization of Huaxia, the delivery courier. As he hastened forward, a silver vehicle careened around the corner, hurtling directly toward him. "Damn it, reckless driver!" Xiaoshu cursed vehemently, desperately slamming the brakes. However, the vehicle approached too swiftly for him to react. Thud! The violent impact sent both him and the electric bike flying through the air. The delivery box was damaged, and its contents spilled onto the pavement. Xiaoshu skidded for over 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough! Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He felt as if his internal organs had sustained severe injuries. The Audi came to a stop, and a man and a woman emerged from the vehicle. The man alighted first, lighting a cigarette, while the woman stepped behind him, draping a coat over his shoulders. "I told you to drive carefully. Look, you've hit someone," she scolded. "So I have more money to lose." The woman frowned. "What does it matter? It's just a delivery guy. We can always pay a little compensation," the man replied, striding toward the injured courier. Upon seeing Xiaoshu's face, both of them froze momentarily and exclaimed in unison. "Xiaoshu, Liu Weizhi, ha, a spirit warrior delivering food. It's been circulating in class, and I thought it was a joke." Liu Weizhi laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with mockery and derision. Yet the woman appeared flustered and asked, "Will we get into trouble for hitting someone? You don't understand. This kid is the only individual in a century to be born without abilities after the awakening of spiritual energy. He was even taken by the National Laboratory for testing, and indeed, he has no powers. Besides, this kid's talent is rated F, and after 3 years of awakening, he's still just a lowly iron star." As Liu Weizhi spoke, the woman's panic transformed into disdain. With a condescending laugh, she remarked, "Ha! Even the old man guarding our building has abilities. A person without powers is exceedingly rare, truly one of a kind in the world. Ha!" Xiaoshu struggled to rise, a faint smile gracing his lips as he coughed. Cough, cough. Listening to two dogs bicker is far rarer than a powerless individual. Hearing this, Liu Weizhi's anger surged, and he delivered a powerful kick to Xiaoshu's abdomen. His awakened strength propelled Xiaoshu backward, causing him to bleed. "Considering we were once classmates, I intended to let you off easy, but you clearly don't know your place. You've dirted my car. How do you intend to compensate?" Xiaoshu laboriously sat up, wiping the blood from his mouth and leaning against the electric bike as he retorted, "If you're capable, go ahead and kill me. I'm curious if your family can afford the damages. Spit." He spat blood-stained saliva onto Liu Weizhi's pant leg. "You've sullied my car, and now my trousers. Do you have any idea how much this outfit costs? Can a mere delivery boy afford it?" With that, Liu Weizhi extinguished his cigarette on Xiaoshu and swung a fist at him. The tremendous force made Xiaoshu spew blood once more. Hot blood streamed down his delivery uniform. Suddenly, a female voice resonated within Xiaoshu's mind. Detected blood composition. Loading DNA data. Loading failed according to Agreement 1. Risk ignored. Forced installation initiated. Invincible Delivery System Installation successful. Due to system abnormalities, a compensation package is granted. Would you like to open the package? Xiaoshu. "If you don't open it, it will disappear." Xiaoshu. "Open. Open it quickly. Congratulations, you have obtained crispy chicken leg. *1. Crispy chicken leg, quality, purple effect. Consuming it enhances speed and explosive power by 300. Each consumption grants a permanent effect of 10. Upon seeing the effects, Xiaoshu concentrated, and a chicken leg materialized in his hand. All of this transpired in mere seconds, while to Liu Weizhi, it appeared as if Xiaoshu had pulled a chicken leg from thin air. "Really? Did I kick him so hard he's gone daft, picking up a chicken leg from the ground?" Liu Weizhi pondered. Struggling, Xiaoshu grasped the chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch! The crisp sound exploded in his mouth. Before he could savor the flavor, the chicken leg slid down his throat, leaving only a bone in his hand. At that moment, a surge of explosive power coursed through his entire being. Xiaoshu could feel the overwhelming strength pulsating within his muscles. In an instant, He sprang up from the ground like a fish leaping from water. Have you lost your mind? Liu Weizhi stepped forward, attempting to slap him. But as he swung, Xiaoshu deftly dodged. How dare you evade? Another slap followed, this time with greater force to ensure Xiaoshu couldn't escape. Yet Xiaoshu dodged once more. Just as he prepared to counterattack, a system notification sounded. System detected that the host possesses martial skills. System anomaly detected. Loading failed according to Agreement 3, martial art forcibly recorded. Rage was a very rudimentary martial skill, distinct from spiritual techniques. Xiaoshu had no innate powers. Martial skills were merely substitutes used by low-level awakened individuals and were ultimately of little significance. Rage, unfamiliar. LV2 each upgrade requires 1 skill point. During use, it continuously consumes spiritual energy, increases strength by 100, adds calmness, and restores vitality. Please utilize this skill, as the system will record further combat data. At that moment, Liu Weizhi seemed intent on employing his spiritual technique to retaliate. Xiaoshu seized the initiative, shouting, martial skill, rage. Each time he used rage, he would typically be bedridden for half a month. However, in this instance, it was paramount to strike first. Liu Weizhi sneered, extending his hand dismissively. So what if you use rage? I could. Emotional value from Liu Weizhi, 1,000. In a flash, Liu Weizhi's outstretched hand was bent backward by Xiaoshu. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed. Rage was deemed the most inferior martial skill, damaging the body while inducing mental agitation. Yet Xiaoshu remained eerily calm. Impossible! Aren't you just a lowly iron star? How could you possess such strength? Liu Weizhi shouted in disbelief. Xiaoshu ignored his words and delivered a punch to his abdomen. With the explosive power granted by the chicken leg in rage, this blow surpassed that of a strength-oriented, awakened individual. Stop hitting him. Stop it. If you continue, someone will die. Xiaoqing shouted, desperate to intervene. Liu Weizhi, panting heavily, protested. A powerless waste. Can't hurt me. Still being stubborn? Xiaoshu threw another punch. Enjoying being obstinate? Another punch followed. In 100,000 years, when archaeologists unearth your remains, your mouth will still be intact. Because it's too hard. Emotional value from Liu Weizhi, 300. Xiaoqing anxiously urged, stop. If you continue, I will call the police. Smack. Xiaoshu slapped Liu Weizhi hard, shouting fiercely, what did you say when he hit me? Get to the side and kneel. He's a 6-star iron, and I'm only a 1-star. What do you think the police will say? Emotional value from Xiaoqing, 300. For every star increase at the iron level, strength and speed surpass the average by 10 that under the disparity of 50% in strength. No one would believe that Xiaoshu could defeat the robust Liu Weizhi. Yielding to the might of her opponent, she could only kneel quietly behind him. Liu Weizhi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and hastily exclaimed, Xiaoshu, what did you call me? Xiaoshu responded with another punch to his forehead. From Liu Weizhi's emotional value 400. Brother Shu, please stop, I was wrong. He had grossly underestimated Xiaoshu. Had he employed his spiritual techniques from the very beginning, he would not have been reduced to such a state. Now, Liu Weizhi was covered in blood, unsure of how many substances he had spewed forth. If this continued, he feared he might lose his life. All right, I will cease. However, what about the electric bike, the meal bag, my delivery uniform, and the injuries I have sustained? How shall they be compensated? From Liu Weizhi's emotional value 100. Upon comparing the injuries on Xiaoshu with his own, Liu Weizhi was at a loss for tears. Severe injuries? Compensation? It seemed he himself had not been hurt at all. Chapter 2. This system has quite a few bugs. Are you injured? Liu Weizhi inquired, noticing Xiaoshu's appearance. In response, a torrent of blood erupted from Xiaoshu's body. Whether it was from abrasions or his nostrils, anywhere he had sustained injury was gushing blood. Some of it even splattered onto the woman nearby. Could it be the effect of that chicken leg? He thought. Powerful fountain effect, a must-have for you. Indeed, this wretched system. It had incessantly warned of bugs during installation. This was nothing like the protagonists in web novels. Where was my magnificent super system? Why was it like this? Seeing the volume of blood, Liu Weizhi shouted, you must have some divine ability to stop this. I will compensate. Is that not enough? Blushing, Xiaoshu replied. I can't stop it. This technique is currently in progress and cannot be halted. Enough with the idle chatter. Hurry and pay me. My outfit costs over 5,000. What kind of clothing is this? A dragon robe? Over 5,000? From Liu Weizhi's emotional value. 1,000. Despite his thoughts, he complied and paid. Xiaoshu continued. My electric bike is forged from steel produced in the spiritual realm, worth 20,000. Why not mention it's made from the cold iron of the western regions? From Liu Weizhi's emotional value. 1,000. My thermal box, a premium imported item, has been damaged by you. Compensate. After stating this, Xiaoshu raised 3 fingers. 30? Liu Weizhi asked. Xiaoshu shook his head. 300? 3,000? He continued to shake his head. Are you kidding me? For a mere box, you demand 30,000? Liu Weizhi exclaimed, preparing to protest. But Xiaoshu swiftly delivered a punch, bringing him back to compliance. From Liu Weizhi's emotional value. 1,000. Another transfer ensued, and as Liu Weizhi conducted it, Xiaoshu caught a glimpse of his balance. Balance. 85, 124, and for medical expenses, I won't ask for much, just 80,000. At this, Liu Weizhi spat blood 3 meters away. From Liu Weizhi's emotional value. 1,000. From Liu Weizhi's emotional value. 1,000. From Liu Weizhi. Xiaoshu felt an unexpected sense of generosity, leaving over 5,000 for such a scoundrel. Was he truly so moved? No need to be so emotional. Just send me a banner later, he thought. At that moment, Xiaoqing remarked, if you need this much, you might as well go rob someone. A crisp clap echoed. From Xiaoqing's emotional value. 500. Do you have a say here? What do you think I'm doing? I am indeed robbing. As Xiaoshu prepared to deliver another blow, Xiaoqing, almost pleading, interjected, though he is of the strength type, if you keep hitting him, he will eventually die. Have mercy, let us go. Xiaoshu weighed the pros and cons. If he were to kill Liu Weizhi here, he could invite a myriad of troubles. Moreover, he was uncertain if there were surveillance cameras nearby. Behave yourself at school, and call me Brother Tree obediently. Do you understand? Xiaoshu concluded, patting his shoulder. All right. Brother Tree, Liu Weizhi responded, picking up his phone to transfer the funds. He was reluctant to transfer the funds. Yet who could fathom the intentions of this formidable figure? With a hint of disdain, Xiaoqing assisted Liu Weizhi, limping into the vehicle. The car swayed and lurched, occasionally colliding with a barrier or two. Xiaoshu, brimming with delight, picked up his phone and gazed at the balance. Balance, 136,400. Balance, 10,000. Balance, 2,000. With each blink, the digits of the balance dwindled slightly. Large sum detected, automatically converted to wealth points. Stop. Quick, stop. That's my money. The joy was fleeting, as the funds were evaporating before they had even warmed. Wealth points can be directly transferred as balance. Upon realizing this, Xiaoshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Every 1,000 huaxia coins convert to 1 wealth point. Wealth points can be used to purchase previously utilized items. After the system notification concluded, a panel appeared before Xiaoshu. Crispy chicken leg, quality, purple consumption, 1 wealth point effect. Increases speed and explosiveness by 300 upon consumption. Each use grants a permanent effect of this item. After consumption, speed and explosiveness increase by 300. With a kick like a chicken and a punch like a golden arch, the chicken leg is the fighter among fried foods. Seeing the wealth points plummet from 136 to 135, he realized that 1 wealth point equated to 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan for a chicken leg. You are more greedy than I am. Return my money. No wonder the system had incessantly urged him to open the beginner's package. It was far from free. Xiaoshu felt tears welling up, watching his money flow like a fountain. How generous it was to offer him a chicken leg when it could have simply taken it away. Yet, no matter how he cried or shouted, the system remained unresponsive. Resigned, Xiaoshu turned his attention back to the panel, scrutinizing it closely, only to discover that his frenzy skill was indeed displayed there. Frenzy, unfamiliar, LV2. Each upgrade requires 1 skill point. During use, it continuously consumes spiritual energy, increasing strength by 100 and granting calmness, restoring health. Something was amiss. This effect was entirely contrary to his understanding. Frenzy was supposed to entail a loss of composure, continuously depleting health. Each use left him in excruciating pain, as if his body was falling apart. At that moment, Xiaoshu recalled the system's loading messages, which had repeatedly indicated errors. Could it be that the system was flawed? The earlier loading failures must have led to such a bizarre outcome. Subsequently, Xiaoshu glanced at the skill level of frenzy. How could he acquire skill points? Obtained through the conversion of emotional value. During conversion, negative emotions yield more skill points than positive emotions. Current skill points, 212, max it out. Give me a full capacity. The frenzy skill emitted a bright glow. He watched as 8 skill points vanished, elevating the level from 2 to a staggering 10, only to revert back to level 1. Frenzy, proficient, LV1, upgrading requires 10 skill points. Strength increased by 300. Activate frenzy and experience the transformation of your body. Not only has the sense of power intensified beyond previous levels, but it also now comes with a healing ability. Whereas the original frenzy caused increased bodily harm with greater proficiency, in his case, the situation is entirely reversed. Keep going, leveling up to 10, only to revert back to 1. Frenzy, Mastery, LV1, requires 100 skill points for upgrade, enhances strength by 500, continuously consumes spiritual energy, maintains health restoration, and adds calmness. With the remaining points barely sufficient for a single increment, Xiaoshu ceased allocating them. With a mighty shout, frenzy, crimson light coursed through his body, swiftly mending all injuries. The blood-spraying effect from the chicken leg was absorbed by this radiant crimson glow. Astonishingly, the skeletal damage sustained from the earlier car collision began to heal rapidly. The pain subsided quickly, and minor abrasions on his skin healed under the influence of the frenzy. A punch was thrown, creating a fierce gust of wind. Remarkably, such a significant enhancement consumed only a minuscule amount of spiritual energy. This suggests that he might even focus on learning martial techniques with side effects. Wouldn't he that lead to a rapid increase in strength? Elated, Xiaoshu propped the car upright. Though it had been struck, it was still operable. The vehicle was unharmed, and his skills had leveled up. On his way home, he rode while humming a tune, reveling in his triumph. At that moment, in a nearby building, a resident lamented, "When will the food delivery arrive?" Xiaoshu soon returned to his doorstep. While it was referred to as a doorstep, it was merely a roll-up door to the basement, hastily barricaded with a wall, topped with a security door. This was his home. After parking the bike, he quickly shed his blood-stained clothes, trying to cover himself modestly. Just as he retrieved his keys to unlock the door, a faint fragrance wafted into his senses. Upon opening the door, he found a young girl seated at the entrance, her delicate face etched with sorrow. "So you finally decided to come back." Her voice was gentle, yet carried an eerie undertone. This was his sister, Romingyao. Her eyelashes fluttered, though she was upset. Her beautiful face, puffed up in annoyance, appeared somewhat endearing. Chapter 3. The 5-gear electric fan. Gazing at his sister, Xiaoshu scratched his head. In truth, he was a transmigrator. Just 3 days prior, he was 25 years old in his past life, also named Xiaoshu. After the transition, he abruptly became an 18-year-old high school student. While regaining youth was undoubtedly a blessing, the family's dire financial situation was a grim reality. The two siblings shared no blood relation but had relied on each other since childhood. Not wanting to witness the young girl struggling alone, he resolved to take up food delivery. She stood up, scrutinizing him closely, only to discover the bloodstains covering him. "What have you been doing? How did you get so much blood? Come inside." Romingyao tugged him into the house. Despite being a basement, the cement floor and walls were meticulously maintained. Most areas were adorned with wallpaper, presenting an exceptionally tidy appearance. "Have you been fighting again?" Romingyao inquired as she rummaged through the medicine cabinet. "No, it's just ketchup." Xiaoshu scratched his head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the act of deceit. Romingyao playfully chided him. "You cannot deceive me with your lies. You always scratch your hair whenever you're not truthful. If we cannot become extraordinary beings, then let us focus on our studies and refrain from competing with others, shall we?" She took out a medical kit and gently lifted the hem of Xiaoshu's shirt. Her delicate, fair hand held a cotton swab, tenderly applying iodine to his skin. Xiaoshu sat on the chair, feeling somewhat strange. Romingyao forced herself to adopt a stern demeanor, playfully reprimanding him, which only added to her charm. The contrast was delightful. Considering her age, she was nearly 20. Since the age of 8, she had shouldered the responsibility of caring for the family, managing all household tasks from laundry and cooking to earning a living. She bore all these burdens alone. Her small hands were calloused, evoking a pang of sympathy in him. "Stop it. There's no injury. It's just ketchup," Xiaoshu awkwardly remarked. Romingyao wiped a bit more, realizing there was indeed no wound beneath the scab. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In any case, you are forbidden from delivering takeout in the future. Focus on your studies, she declared. But I must continue delivering. I can balance both studying and earning, Xiaoshu retorted, patting her head as she squatted in front of him, her height perfectly aligned with his reach. Rou Mingyao swatted his hand away, blushing as she exclaimed, "How unrefined. Just study well. All I want is for you to be happy." Upon hearing her words, Xiaoshu replied, "Actually, I have quite a bit of money." Rou Mingyao sensed something amiss. It was peculiar for him to claim wealth after only a few days of delivering food, a clear attempt to console himself. "Is your allowance running low? Let me go finish a job." No, I'll embark on an exploration into the spirit realm. I'll earn money and give you some pocket money right away." Xiaoshu interjected, "That is not what I meant. I genuinely have money, and I can contribute to the household." Before he could finish, Rou Mingyao interrupted him loudly. "Xiaoshu." Suddenly, her soft arms enveloped his head, and he heard her gentle voice by his side. "Just listen to your sister, okay?" Xiaoshu. He wanted to speak, but words eluded him. His entire face was enveloped, making even breathing a challenge. Her inky hair brushed against his neck, stirring his senses. "Do not overthink it. Tomorrow is your monthly physical exam. Take care of yourself, tonight. I will prepare a grand meal for you." With that, Rou Mingyao released her embrace and walked toward the kitchen. Xiaoshu let out a long sigh. It was truly not easy for her to support this family alone. The original owner had been a little ruffian, more interested in indulgence than anything else, always coveting Rou Mingyao's modest savings. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. Although he was cursing the original owner, it felt as though he was berating himself. With such a wonderful sister, what more could one desire? Yet, one thing puzzled Xiaoshu. Despite her being of golden caliber, why was the family still so impoverished? He stood up, preparing to clean himself. The basement was divided by makeshift walls of cement and bricks, with only the central load-bearing wall remaining intact. The bathroom lacks a showerhead. Typically, one must fill a bucket with water and then use a ladle to rinse off. Xiaoshu sat on a small stool in the restroom, awaiting the water to fill. As he sat there, boredom crept in, and he absent-mindedly licked his lips. He recalled the effects of a chicken leg, rumored to permanently enhance one's attributes. How could it be so fragrant? With a flicker of thought, a chicken leg materialized in his hand, and his wealth diminished by 1 point. A single bite? Yet that would surely cause him to bleed. Dismissing the concern, he took a hearty bite. The crispy skin, combined with the succulent juices of the chicken, danced in his mouth, awakening every taste bud, each one rejoicing on his tongue. Who could resist such exquisite flavor? As he consumed the chicken leg, Xiaoshu distinctly felt his explosive power being permanently augmented. After devouring one, he exchanged for another. Though his heart ached at the cost, he could genuinely sense his strength increasing. Suddenly, blood erupted from his body in a theatrical spray, as if from a horror film. Pain accompanied by a peculiar joy. 1 leg, 2, 3, 8. When the 10th chicken leg was consumed, his physical growth reached its zenith. That tripled explosive power transformed into a lasting enhancement. However, the blood-spurting effect escalated dramatically, with blood shooting 2 meters high. Yet he could not allow the blood to flow freely. Thus, Xiaoshu activated his Berserk mode. A crimson aura surged, replenishing his vitality through the reversed frenzy. Simultaneously, the Berserk technique desperately absorbed the excess blood energy. The side effect of blood loss seemed to vanish, as robust energy coursed throughout his body. Once his physique reached that stage, there were no adverse effects whatsoever. What a remarkable treasure, the super chicken leg. Should he share this delightful treasure with Rou Mingyao? As this thought crossed his mind, he momentarily envisioned a lovely young girl transformed into a sanguine fountain. Shaking his head, he dismissed this immature notion. What if he miscalculated and caused her to bleed out? After all, not everyone could withstand the blood-spurting effect. After bathing and tidying up the restroom, he hurriedly exited. During dinner, with a belly already filled with 10 chicken legs, Xiaoshu forced some rice down. After dinner, he returned to his room and laid down on the bed. It was, in truth, merely a makeshift platform constructed from cardboard, covered with a blanket. Xiaoshu retrieved his phone, which bore the scars of years, its screen marred by several spiderweb cracks. Despite the discomfort, it was still functional. Upon opening the phone, he navigated to his social media feed. His username ostentatiously simple, Brother Shu. This marked his first visit to the feed in 3 days. The past 2 days had been consumed by school and job hunting, leaving him little time to rest. His social media contained only a solitary post from the previous year. We are merely friends. Your lack of response is quite normal. I overstepped. Xiaoshu pondered deeply over the emotional state that prompted his original post, yet the recollection eluded him. Below, there was a reply from his sister, Xiaoshu. What's wrong? Xiaoshu responded, you'll understand when you reach my age. This reply nearly caused his phone to crash into his face. The phrase felt oddly familiar, yet he could not recall where he had previously encountered it. Embarrassed, he swiftly deleted the post and replaced it with a new one, a fulfilling day, accompanied by a meme of a facepalm crying emoji. This sparked a flurry of responses beneath his post. Jia.Sai exclaimed, Brother Shu, you're still the best. Lu Feng added, indeed, you single-handedly conquered the strength ability. Guan Nong inquired, is this for real? Lu Feng, share the resources. Lu Feng responded, Douyin, resource sharing. Xiaoshu's expression faltered as he quickly clicked on the shared content. The video was exceedingly blurry, seemingly filmed by someone crouching in the grass. It depicted him assaulting Liu Weizhi earlier that day. The video had garnered over 10,000 likes, with most comments from his classmates. After a brief perusal, Xiaoshu returned to his post, where the replies had swelled to 99. Guan Nong remarked, Liu Weizhi is done for with the monthly exam tomorrow. A curious netizen chimed in, how can Liu Weizhi not even defeat Xiaoshu? Liu Weizhi retorted, you. Xiaoshu shot back, Liu Weizhi. How do the nurses at the hospital look? From Liu Weizhi's negative emotional value, 1,000, an African youth quipped, haha. Another user added, how could they not be beautiful? Haha, shrimp and pork heart. From Liu Weizhi's negative emotional value, 1,000, his sister interjected, Xiaoshu. You really got into a fight. Xiaoshu quickly feigned sleep. Shutting off his phone, the system notifications buzzed incessantly in his ears as a multitude of emotional values accrued, both positive and negative, with Liu Weizhi contributing a significant portion. The following day, as Xiaoshu entered the classroom, several classmates approached him. Brother Shu, how did you manage that? A mere mortal overpowering a strength ability? Yes, Brother Shu. If you can do it without an ability, we want to try too. Xiaoshu glanced at them and boldly proclaimed, no questions. It's all about going berserk. If one time doesn't work, try twice. The group fell silent, not because berserk was particularly difficult to learn, but rather due to their fear of using it. The last student to employ berserk at school had stripped and danced in the cafeteria, resulting in social death. They were unwilling to become the next casualty of social embarrassment. Brother Shu is amazing, they admired, giving him a thumbs up before departing in boredom. From XXX's positive emotion, 100 humph. A talentless waste. Destined to rely solely on berserk for life, sneered a student from the front row. This individual was Zhao Yuza, who had always looked down upon Xiaoshu. In truth, it was not just him. The majority of the school held Xiaoshu in disdain. Xiaoshu shrugged and replied, oh, unlike you. With your gifted spiritual technique and ability to absorb spiritual cores. Zhao Yuza scoffed, of course, I will be a spiritual warrior in the future, while you will merely be a delivery person. After all, I, young Master Zhao, possess the wind element ability. Endowed with a talent for spiritual techniques that rivals a 5-speed electric fan, far superior to my delivery service. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Yuza fell silent, while the entire class was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. A 5-speed electric fan. Ha, that is utterly hilarious. It reminds me of a joke. My brother can handle a 5-speed electric fan, huh? Brother Shu has been quite the talker lately. Why didn't he ever tell jokes before? From Zhao Yuza's negative emotions 1,000. Clenching his fists, Zhao Yuza was about to confront Xiaoshu when the teacher entered the room. Instantly, the classroom fell silent. Today marks our monthly examination for the ability class, serving as the final assessment before the term ends. Those who fail to meet the standards may have to bid farewell to becoming spiritual warriors. As the teacher spoke, their gaze remained fixed on Xiaoshu. Those who do not qualify will be transferred to regular classes, although they will still be able to continue their studies. Their future prospects will not compare to that of spiritual warriors in society. At that moment, Liu Weizhi arrived late, his right hand wrapped in bandages. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm late. The homeroom teacher shot Liu Weizhi a look, urging him to take his seat promptly. Suddenly, Xiaoshu spoke up. I am truly moved that Liu has come to class despite his injuries. If I find out who caused his harm, I shall certainly reward him with a little red flower. Liu Weizhi coughed up a mouthful of blood. From Liu Weizhi's negative emotions 1,000. It was you who caused my injury. Wasn't he it? Chapter 4. I will no longer conceal my intentions. I reveal my cards. The monthly examination primarily consists of physical tests, and the ability class does not impose stringent requirements on academic scores. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, respect can be earned from others. Each student receives a number tag and prepares to queue in the gymnasium. Please line up in an orderly fashion, led by your homeroom teachers. After the announcement, the principal also arrived at the gymnasium. This spiritual martial class was established only in recent years, specifically designed to nurture promising warriors. Presently, various universities are gradually opening similar classes. However, the consumption of resources is immense. The annual expenditure for a single class amounts to over $1 million. There are only 5 spiritual martial classes in the entire school, and the principal holds great importance to them. A colossal piece of equipment graced the wall of the gymnasium. This device alone costs no less than $1 million and is used to assess the strength of the students. The announcement sounded. The examination begins. At this moment, Liu Weizhi stepped forward to address Xiaoshu. Yesterday, I was careless and did not unleash my spiritual technique. Today, I shall show you that a waste is ultimately a waste. After declaring this, he moved forward. Every awakened ability user can manifest their innate spiritual techniques and absorb spiritual cores to gain new techniques. Those with exceptional talents may even possess 2 or 3 innate spiritual techniques. In contrast, Xiaoshu is an anomaly, born without abilities or techniques. The release of spiritual techniques requires incantations, as verbal commands can expedite the invocation of spiritual energy. Liu Weizhi radiated an aura of spiritual energy and shouted, "Spiritual technique, power release." Suddenly, his shirt burst open and the bandages on his hands unraveled. A voice from the crowd exclaimed, "Wow, what a show-off." Liu Weizhi turned around and saw that it was Xiaoshu speaking. "What the heck? I'm a power type. The girls haven't even said a word. And here you are making a fuss." "No, go ahead and hit me. I'm just trying to lighten the mood," Xiaoshu replied cheekily. From Liu Weizhi's negative emotion, 500. If it weren't for the teacher's presence, he would have truly desired to punch Xiaoshu into oblivion. Spirit technique, power unleashed. Liu Weizhi shouted once more, preparing to strike again. "Be careful." Yet again, this punch was interrupted by Xiaoshu. "What are you doing?" Liu Weizhi exclaimed. "Oh dear." From Liu Weizhi's negative emotion, 1000. "Ahem. I merely wanted to remind you that your right hand is injured. You should use your left hand." Xiaoshu felt like an angel, so concerned for his classmate. I damn well know." Liu Weizhi lamented, on the verge of tears. This was already the second time he had activated his spirit technique. If he activated it once more, his energy would be depleted. "Brother Shu, I beg you. Let me finish this punch." Liu Weizhi nearly cried out. Seeing his state, Xiaoshu fell silent. Spirit technique, power unleashed. With a single blow, the numbers on the machine began to fluctuate wildly. 310 kilograms. Truly remarkable for a power type. It seems you've grown over these past few months. The principal applauded joyfully. 300 kilograms. That punch might just take half my life. As expected of Liu the young master, wealthy and powerful. Such strength surely makes you the strongest power type in the school. His classmates echoed, many of whom were Liu Weizhi's followers. Sigh, if I could use my right hand, it would be even higher. After saying this, Liu Weizhi shot a fierce glare at Xiaoshu. From Liu Weizhi's negative emotion, 1000, the second individual was Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu was a wind type, possessing a talent spirit technique capable of conjuring strong winds. He shouted loudly, "Spirit technique, wind, 5-speed electric fan." Xiaoshu quickly followed with a comment. Suddenly, the entire class fell silent, before erupting into raucous laughter. "You little rascal." From Xiaoshu's negative emotion, 1000. This kid was infuriating. He had been so quiet before, and now he was so talkative. The past Xiaoshu was like a soft persimmon, easily squeezed by anyone. Yet now he was so vocal. "Ahem, dear student. I kindly ask you to maintain silence during the examination." The principal, helpless, patted Xiaoshu on the shoulder. In response, Xiaoshu sighed, realizing he had no choice but to comply, lest he be expelled from the examination room. "I can't squander skill points like this, sigh." Xiaoshu stood before the machine, gathering his emotions before shouting, "Spirit technique, electric fan." Wait, I read it wrong. From Xiaoshu's negative emotion, 1000, once again. The class erupted into laughter. Yi Xiaoshu's antics had completely thrown Zhao Yuza off his game, nearly causing him to forget the name of his technique. Blushing, Zhao Yuza hurriedly activated his spirit technique. Spirit technique, wind howl. A violent gust of wind surged forth, striking the instrument and causing the dial to tremble. 104 kilograms. Excellent. Achieving such power with a group attack makes you an outstanding student. The principal applauded once more. After all the students had completed their tests, it was Yi Xiaoshu's turn. A classmate shouted, "Come on, tree brother, let us see how much you can lift. Last time, I remember you managed a full 20 kilograms. Any petite girl could easily lift 30 kilograms, right? Ha ha. I bet I could weigh over 100 pounds just by sitting on it. How absurd, haha." Yi Xiaoshu replied. "Is this how you underestimate me? Our entire class has faith in you, believing your abilities are lacking." Surrounding him were mocking voices, and at that moment, Liu Weizhi, intrigued, chimed in. "Yesterday, he ambushed me while I wasn't using my abilities. If he can surpass 100 kilograms today, I'll eat us upside down." Yi Xiaoshu calmly retorted, "If you want to reward yourself, don't use me as an excuse." With that, Yi Xiaoshu approached the testing machine, took a deep breath, and simply wished to deliver a punch relying solely on his strength. However, Zhao Yuza abruptly urged, "Tree brother, don't hold back, give it your all." Liu Weizhi echoed, "Yes, let the principal witness your full strength." They eagerly anticipated the spectacle, as this was the grand finale of each monthly exam, waiting to see Yi Xiaoshu embarrass himself. The principal, intrigued, remarked, "Student, why not try delivering a serious punch?" Hearing this, Yi Xiaoshu helplessly responded, "You really want me to take it seriously?" The principal nodded affirmatively, insisting, "Yes, strike with all your might." Yi Xiaoshu shrugged and, with a radiant smile, declared, "I intended to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but this has led to estrangement. I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table." Berserk. With a loud roar, crimson energy surged through his body. As he harnessed his punching power, he sensed a significant increase in his explosive strength. The chicken leg he consumed had granted him a permanent attribute boost. With 3 times the explosive power, coupled with an additional 500 strength from the Berserk state, a torrent of strength surged throughout him. His fist, driven by his core, concentrated all his power into a single point. A fierce gust of wind accompanied by a sonic boom erupted. Bang! The testing machine, firmly embedded in the wall, was launched into the air in an instant. The entire wall and ceiling ascended alongside the machine, a tremendous tremor prompting all the teachers outside the gym to rush in. The machine exploded midair with a thunderous bang. Eventually, it crashed down onto the playground. Everyone stood in stunned silence, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The classmates collectively exhaled. "Phew, that's about what 50% power would yield," Yi Xiaoshu remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 5. The strange remark. All eyes were fixed on the shattered ceiling, and countless words condensed into two. What? The entire roof and half a wall had been blown away. "Ahem, principal. You did tell me to exert my strength. I hope I'm not liable for damages?" The principal, nearly fuming with anger, exclaimed, "I instructed you to use your strength, not to demolish the gym." His beard bristled with fury. This punch had obliterated millions worth of equipment and resulted in the destruction of a sports facility. "You brat." The principal, despite his advanced age, relentlessly berated Yi Xiaoshu, and had it not been for the intervention of the homeroom teacher, he would have already taken action. After a few minutes, the principal's anger subsided, and with a bitter expression, he sighed, "Well, let us consider it settled. Remember to give this student a bottle of jade bone ointment before school ends. It is indeed a good thing for the academy to awaken a new power system." Just as the homeroom teacher was about to interject that he had not actually awakened, the principal declared, "It's decided. I must report this to the Education Bureau." With a grand gesture, he turned with authority. Unbeknownst to anyone, a painful mask concealed beneath his exterior was hidden from view. Clearing his throat, the principal said, "Ahem. Liu Weizhi, it seems you mentioned wanting to." Yi Xiaoshu interjected with a mischievous grin. His lofty ambitions had yet to materialize. Liu Weizhi's expression darkened, and he retorted fiercely, "You just wait. A worthless 1-star without any abilities. Once I advance to bronze, then silver, I'll be able to crush you with one hand." With that, he fled in disgrace. His words rang true. In terms of both abilities and cultivation talent, Yi Xiaoshu was indeed among the most incompetent in F-grade, which represented not merely a lack of talent, but an indication that he would forever be unable to progress in his cultivation. Moreover, Yi Xiaoshu was a waste who had yet to awaken any powers. The homeroom teacher, resigned, looked at Yi Xiaoshu and retrieved a bottle of jade bone ointment from his briefcase, offering it to him. Take this, it's a valuable item. Difficult to procure on the market. It can enhance muscle explosiveness, while simultaneously increasing bone density. Yi Xiaoshu accepted the bottle with a grin and tucked it into his pocket. Classmates, let us strive harder. Those who achieve first place in the upcoming assessments will receive rewards. After the teacher's words, the students were ignited with fervor. Their perception of Yi Xiaoshu shifted dramatically, evolving from disdain to fear. Is Brother Shu a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex? That punch didn't even faze him. One student exclaimed. A female classmate gazed at Yi Xiaoshu with admiration, shyly remarking, that punch was truly impressive. It struck right at my heart. If that punch truly hit your heart, you'd probably soar like a testing machine. The classmates roared with laughter. The monthly exam would take the highest scores from the strength, speed, and defense tests, which would then be combined as the final assessment score. Naturally, with Yi Xiaoshu already securing first place, he had nothing else to do and could head home. He pushed his electric bike to the school gate and inquired of the system, now that my money has transformed into wealth points, can I withdraw it? Yes. 1 wealth point converts to 500 currency units. How outrageous. You deduct half my money? Indeed, but the host can directly purchase items using wealth points. A fragrant crispy chicken leg only costs 1 wealth point. That is essentially $1,000. Yi Xiaoshu lamented, tears threatening to spill, as this conniving system seemed intent on skimming a little from him. For a miser like him, losing money felt worse than losing his life. After several minutes, Yi Xiaoshu finally emerged from his sorrow. He asked the system, even if I can exchange for chicken legs, I would eventually tire of them. Is there anything new available? Through the external delivery service, each order garners 5 wealth points, while every 5-star review grants 5 chances to enter a lottery, delivering a single meal. For 5,000 yuan, Yi Xiaoshu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even if he resold through the system, he would still pocket 2,500, which is a princely sum compared to the meager 5 yuan per order he received previously from other platforms. Let us go. I'll accept the order now. Just as Yi Xiaoshu reached for his phone, he heard the system's voice announce, your order has been accepted. He hadn't even taken out his phone yet, and he was already unaware of how the order was processed. May I inquire about the penalties for unsuccessful deliveries? He asked cautiously. A deduction of 50 wealth points. Came the reply. Damn it. Yi Xiaoshu cursed under his breath and promptly hopped on his electric scooter, racing towards the pickup location at breakneck speed. Order initiated. The Invincible Delivery System is here to safeguard your journey. In an instant, he instinctively knew where to collect the meal, a rather astonishing experience. Routes appeared vividly in his mind, eliminating the peril of navigating while driving. Soon, he retrieved the meal and headed towards the customer's residence. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the opulent, fully garden community. Yi Xiaoshu gazed at the grand villa district and the magnificent fountain in the center of the community, instantly recognizing that the residents here were anything but ordinary. Did he not recognize the vehicles? Various luxury cars were parked in front of the houses, drawing attention. Place the delivery here, and you may leave, a voice called from the left. It was a security guard. It is well known that security personnel and delivery workers often find themselves at odds. If this order did not reach the customer, he would incur a loss of 50 wealth points, a trivial sum of 50,000. Yi Xiaoshu forced a smile. Could you make an exception? I'll be in and out in a jiffy. We must ensure the safety of the residents. You cannot enter, replied the guard, rising to his feet. He gripped a steel baton, exuding an intimidating presence. In this day and age, security guards, though only 1-star rated, were often awakened with formidable strength. Yi Xiaoshu frowned, clutching the delivery in his hands. If you won't let me in, I'll have to force my way. The guard stood his ground, signaling his colleagues via radio, ready to act with his steel baton in hand. Yi Xiaoshu pointed behind the guard, exclaiming, Look, the property staff is arriving. The guard turned just in time to see Yi Xiaoshu vanish in a flash. Realizing he'd been outsmarted, the guard shouted, With your petty tricks? Our security team is far from limited to just myself. Yi Xiaoshu effortlessly scaled a 2-meter-high wall, thanks to the permanent speed boost from consuming a crispy chicken leg. He easily outpaced the guard. Glancing at the note attached to the delivery, he read, Remember to shout through the horn while delivering. Mom, don't be angry. Please give a 5-star review after completion. What a peculiar note. Several guards chased him from behind, but the distance between them grew rapidly. Is this fellow a beast? How can he run so fast? He must be an agile awakener. Catch up. In less than 2 minutes, Xiaoshu had the security guards completely befuddled. Employing his agility, he did not follow a straight path, but instead spiraled back and forth from the entrance to his target destination. Soon, he arrived at a standalone villa, which was secured by a password lock, operable only via an entry code or remote access from within. On the stone steps of the villa's lawn sat a loudspeaker. Xiaoshu felt a twinge of embarrassment as he glanced at the user notes. Surely, they don't expect me to shout? Nevertheless, in pursuit of 5 chances to win a prize, he resolved to give it a try. Xiaoshu grasped the loudspeaker and called out to the villa mom. I was wrong. When he received no response, he scrutinized the notes once more. It seemed he had shouted incorrectly, which was rather awkward. He then shouted again, Mom. Please don't be angry. At that moment, a window opened, and a pair of slippers flew out. An elderly woman leaned out and exclaimed, You telling my daughter to do this is futile. Xiaoshu swiftly dodged one slipper, but was unceremoniously struck by the other. With a resigned mutter, he said, Annie, I'm not your daughter. Chapter 6. 10 consecutive wins. The woman shot Xiaoshu a glare before shutting the window once more. Frustration welled within him as he realized the delivery could not be completed. This meant a loss of 50 points of wealth. Where could he voice such grievances? Should he leave the takeout at the door? No, that wouldn't he do. What if it counted as being late? Just then, a figure emerged from the corner. Xiaoshu initially thought it was another security guard and braced himself to flee. However, a woman stepped out with a smile. Clad in athletic wear that accentuated her alluring curves, her laughter as radiant as a blooming rose. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing, she exclaimed, covering her mouth as she spoke. Xiaoshu buried his face in his hands, mortified. No need to be so shy. I'm the one who placed the order. My name is Yin Jinghan, she said, extending her hand with a smile. Xiaoshu, he replied, shaking her hand in return. Yin Jinghan scrutinized his face curiously and asked, Are all delivery boys this handsome now? No, only I possess this devilishly charming aura, Xiaoshu remarked, brushing his hair back. Ha ha ha, you're quite bold. Come sit, Yin Jinghan said, settling onto the stone steps and patting the space beside her. Realizing she had no intention of letting him leave, Xiaoshu reluctantly took a seat at a distance. Why sit so far away? Come closer, Yin Jinghan beckoned, pulling him over with ease. A golden-level warrior, he was merely at the black iron stage, with a vast chasm separating him from the bronze and silver tiers. Such immense power would likely be unstoppable even if he were to unleash it. In this world, upon graduating from middle school, students were sponsored by the government for their awakening of supernatural abilities, with those in their 3rd year beginning to manifest such talents. At that time, they were around 16 or 17 years old, and the woman before him, barely in her 20s, exhibited remarkable prowess. Yin Jinghan took the takeout box from Xiaoshu, revealing an array of barbecued delights within. From the very beginning, she never believed that the delivery could be brought upstairs. So everything here consists of her favorite delicacies. She took out a skewer of meat and handed it to Xiaoshu. Here you go. My elders taught me not to consume anything from bad people. This remark rendered me speechless. It seemed that Yin Jinghan suddenly had a thought. A bad person, is it? Hee. With a slight tug on her zipper, she was eager to tease this innocent delivery boy. Hey, delivery boy. Xiaoshu turned around, feeling momentarily dazzled. All he could see was a blinding white. What has obscured my vision? Brown hair clung closely to her, and a unique fragrance wafted from her. Xiaoshu gently pushed off the ground with his foot, creating a distance of more than half a meter between them in an instant. Not particularly strong, but quite fast. I won't eat you, Yin Jinghan said with a playful smile. Xiaoshu, panting heavily, replied, Apologies, I have lost my worldly desires. Yin Jinghan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly returned to her smile. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Shall we add each other on WeChat? No, Xiaoshu replied. If we do, you'll just give me a 5-star review. Add. With the sound of a scan, it felt as though a devil's pact had been sealed. She's a succubus. Remember, 5 stars. After saying this, Xiaoshu fled in a frenzy. This was a golden-level warrior. If caught again, he would have no escape. Watching Xiaoshu's retreating figure, Yin Jinghan said with a smile, So adorable, the little virgin. Xiaoshu ran desperately to the entrance of the community, his face darkening. Damn it, my electric bike. Who could have imagined that while out for a wild adventure, his home would be robbed? It was likely taken by the group of security guards. Singing while enjoying hot pot, His electric bike was snatched by bandits. If he were to confront these guards, winning would land him in jail, and losing would send him to the hospital. In such a situation, the only option was to pay a fine and retrieve the bike. If he fought with the guards, it would lead to a heap of trouble. He had no time to engage in legal battles with them. However, the fines in such a community could easily reach thousands. It might be more prudent to buy another bike. Just as Xiaoshu was mired in his worries, the system's voice chimed in. You have received your first 5-star review. The system will undergo a free upgrade. Upgrade successful. You have been granted 10 additional lottery draws. A panel appeared before Xiaoshu. As he walked along the sidewalk, he perused the new offerings on the panel. In addition to store and upgrade, there were now 2 new features, lottery and equipment. Ignoring the lottery, Xiaoshu focused on the equipment. Cockroach brand electric bike, 100 wealth points. Ride it and experience the joy of speed. Ride it and feel the invincible vitality of a cockroach. Ride it, and you will be the brightest star on this street. Only 100 wealth points. Xiaoshu pondered. Is it possible? Is it genuinely possible? Spending 100,000 on an electric vehicle makes me feel like a fool. What a value. What nonsense. I only charge others 20 or 30,000. Yet here I am, faced with a direct price of 100,000. Items purchased from the system can be summoned freely. Even if I could summon them, they would still be electric vehicles. Bracing himself, Xiaoshu glanced at the other available items. They included a helmet, a delivery outfit, and a thermal box. The thermal box caught his attention. Cosmic thermal box, 500 wealth points. Of vast capacity, capable of containing a star. While it cannot store living beings, it possesses the ability to preserve time. This is indeed a remarkable item, stars. The closest star to Xiaoshu is the sun. If this system truly possesses such capabilities, being able to contain the sun within the thermal box, he could not help but question it. After all, this system is riddled with bugs and has been quite a con. Xiaoshu gazed at the 500 wealth points above, chuckling and shaking his head. This was beyond his current means. He shifted his focus to the lottery feature. The system had gifted him a round of 10 consecutive draws, along with the 5-star review from earlier. In total, he had 15 draws. Never mind, let us start with a single draw. He pressed the button, and blue light surged forth. Congratulations. You have obtained ordinary mineral water. A bottle of mineral water materialized in his hand. It was indeed just ordinary mineral water, lacking even a trademark. The entire bottle resembled the cheap water sold for $1 each. With a thirst for knowledge, Xiaoshu decided to taste it. After twisting off the blue cap and taking a sip, nothing happened. 5 minutes passed, still nothing transpired. Apart from a slightly sweet taste, it served no purpose. Frustrated, Xiaoshu slammed the bottle to the ground, exclaiming, "So it really is just ordinary mineral water." Store description page, ordinary mineral water, blue, 1 wealth point. You want 1,000 for this broken water? Isn't a chicken leg more enticing? He redirected his thoughts back to the lottery. Another draw, and the blue light flashed once more. Congratulations. You have obtained ordinary mineral water. I refuse to believe this. Congratulations. You have obtained ordinary mineral water. Congratulations. 5 consecutive draws yielded nothing but blue light, all mineral water. 5 bottles of mineral water stood neatly in front of Xiaoshu, as if they were mocking him. The unwitting fool. I refuse to believe this. 10 consecutive draws. He initiated the 10 draws. Miraculously, something worthwhile emerged. Golden light shimmered, revealing a treasure. Congratulations. You have obtained world-class culinary skills. Chapter 7. Fox Beast Girl, Who Can Resist? A flood of immense memories surged within him. Recipes from around the globe flooded his mind, various techniques etched into his very being. It was as if he had received enlightenment. In an instant, he mastered all culinary disciplines. Recipes from the West, the Central regions, and various Chinese cuisines seemed to form a muscle memory. At last, something useful had emerged. Xiaoshu remarked with a smile. Upon accessing the system's equipment, I reluctantly exchanged for the peculiar cockroach electric scooter. A quaint, brown vehicle materialized before me, indistinguishable from an ordinary electric bike. I mounted it and delivered several orders, encountering no significant changes. After completing my deliveries, I set my course for the local market. With this newfound skill, I felt compelled to showcase it before roaming Yao. Arriving at the market, I soon spotted a familiar face, Uncle Li, who ran a barbecue stall. I hurried over to greet him. Uncle Li, I called. Ah, little tree, just finished school? He replied with a smile as he approached. My, you've become quite considerate lately, even helping your sister with grocery shopping? Uncle Li had often lent assistance to the siblings, providing support in both their meals and living situation. Their monthly rent for the basement barely exceeded 200. In a sense, Uncle Li was akin to their landlord. No, I just bought a few things, experimenting a bit. I scratched my head sheepishly. Uncle Li patted my shoulder and said, you two have it tough. Next time, I'll prepare extra barbecue for you both. No need, I replied, but Uncle Li's hearty face beamed. Don't be so polite with me, little tree. After the merging of two lifetimes' memories, I became particularly sensitive to such warmth and kindness. Although guided by past experiences, I felt deeply moved. Thank you, Uncle Li, all right. I want to linger. My wife will start nagging me if I return late. After bidding farewell, I purchased some ribs and beef. With no refrigerator at home, I couldn't buy too much, lest it spoil. I also selected a few potatoes and cabbages that had a longer shelf life. After concluding my shopping, I rode the electric scooter back to my doorstep. As the system had indicated, the vehicle could indeed be summoned at any moment, alleviating the hassles of parking and charging. Before I could retrieve my keys, the door swung open. I'm back. Welcome home, came the gentle reply. In my memories, this exquisite face had never truly expressed anger towards me. Even if I had stolen from my sister, her only lament would be that I hadn't earned more. With a tender yet pitiable demeanor, Ro Mingyao noticed the bags of vegetables and meat in my hands. Where did this meat come from? She inquired, puzzled. As I had never possessed more than 100 yuan at any given time. I bought it, not like I could rob someone, I replied. Ro Mingyao pressed further. Where did you get the money? I twisted my ankle and sat by the roadside, and someone actually tossed 100 yuan my way. Negative emotional value from Ro Mingyao, 100. She continued her interrogation. Are you being cheeky again? Did you go back to delivering takeout? Yes, I did. To help with household expenses, I admitted, my cheeks slightly flushed. We locked eyes in silence for a moment. I felt a tinge of embarrassment. Despite Ro Mingyao's disapproval of my deliveries, I had gone anyway. Conversely, she felt a pang of guilt for never allowing her brother to enjoy a better life, and for him having to work to support the household. I broke the awkwardness with a smile, saying, you just stay put, and I'll cook something for you. Ro Mingyao looked at me quizzically. Cook? His younger brother had never set foot in the kitchen, let alone stir-frying. He could hardly distinguish between salt and sugar. Where did you learn to cook? Xiaoshu chose not to respond, striding directly into the kitchen. He took out the vegetables and meat, washed them thoroughly, and deftly retrieved the cutting board and knife. Picking up a cucumber from the washing basin, he placed it on the board. Taking a deep breath, the knife swiftly began its dance. The sound of chopping echoed rhythmically. Perfectly balanced in speed and strength, neither too fast nor too slow. In just 15 seconds, the cucumber was transformed into fine shreds. Xiaoshu. Ro Mingyao gazed at her brother, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Just a few days prior, he had woken up asking her who he was, insisting he needed to earn money. Now he was cooking. Could he truly still be Xiaoshu? Sis? His voice pulled Ro Mingyao back to reality, causing her to look at the boy she had grown up with, who now appeared somewhat handsome, holding a plate of cucumber shreds. The strands were arranged beautifully, resembling a masterful dish. Xiaoshu observed her dazed expression and chuckled. Hey, just something I whipped up. Have a little to tide you over. I'm not hungry. Let's eat together later, Ro Mingyao replied, extending her hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Then I shall get serious, Xiaoshu declared, turning to ignite the gas stove. With his left hand, he lifted the pan, and with his right, he wielded the spatula with grace. Ro Mingyao stood in awe. After years of cooking for her brother, she found herself outmatched. Each step of his culinary process was executed with confidence and poise, devoid of any fluster. While stir-frying and simmering dishes simultaneously, he even found moments to chop ingredients, reminiscent of a chef in a five-star hotel. As he busied himself in the kitchen, the meat in the pressure cooker was nearly done. Why are you still standing there? It's hot. Go sit down. Xiaoshu's voice broke her reverie, and she blushed as she hurried to take a seat at the dining table. The first dish was sweet and sour ribs, the second, twice-cooked pork, and the third, fish-flavored shredded pork. One exquisite dish after another graced the table, defying belief that they were prepared in under half an hour. Ro Mingyao picked up her bowl of rice and used her chopsticks to grasp the fish-flavored shredded pork. Each ingredient, be it wood ear mushrooms, carrots, or pork, was cut to a uniform size. While even machines may falter, Xiaoshu's hands were flawless, embodying the pinnacle of culinary skill. Xiaoshu, sitting across from her, reveled in her astonished expression. Go on, eating is the only way to truly appreciate it, he encouraged. Rou Mingyao quickly brought the food to her mouth, closing her eyes to savor the exquisite flavors. As Xiaoshu watched her, his smile transformed into astonishment. Rou Mingyao's long, black hair cascaded down to her waist, gradually shifting to a brilliant white from the roots, resembling freshly fallen snow. A pair of fox ears emerged from her hair, and a fluffy white tail peeked out from between the chair's slats, swaying playfully. This is so delicious, Rou Mingyao exclaimed, her face alight with happiness. As she was about to extol the virtues of Xiaoshu, she caught sight of her brother's peculiar gaze. Noticing Xiaoshu's unusual demeanor, Rou Mingyao curiously inquired, "What is the matter?" Xiaoshu extended a hand, pointing behind her. "Your tail." Upon hearing this, Rou Mingyao instantly panicked, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly turned to conceal her tail. However, such a sizable appendage could not be hidden by mere hands. Her two fluffy ears trembled incessantly, presenting a sight akin to an ethereal fairy. Xiaoshu felt as though his heart had been pierced. His sister, a beast girl, a white-haired fox. The elements were overwhelming, akin to being bombarded by a Gatling gun on his XP, with blue flames to boot. Who could withstand such a spectacle? Chapter 8. A twinge of jealousy feeling the intensity of his brother's fiery gaze. Rou Mingyao shyly remarked, "Stop staring. It looks quite ugly, doesn't it?" Ugly? Xiaoshu was perplexed. "Sister, it's not that I intended to hide it from you. I simply didn't wish for you to see me in such an unsightly state." After saying this, Rou Mingyao earnestly attempted to revert her beastly form. Yet her shyness thwarted her efforts. The more Xiaoshu listened, the more he sensed something amiss, and he exclaimed loudly, "Who said that? Who dares to speak such nonsense? I, Xiaoshu, adore beast girls. Oh no. I've let my guard down. Merely trying to comfort my sister, I inadvertently voiced my true feelings." A melodious laughter, akin to a tinkling bell, erupted from Rou Mingyao. She believed her brother was merely flattering her. In the past, she had faced remarks of being ugly and ominous due to her white fur. In this world, white foxes were regarded as ill omens. "Xiaoshu." Hearing Rou Mingyao's gentle voice, Xiaoshu steadied his emotions. "This is a tale from your childhood. I am but a child you found. We used to explore the mountains together, and during one of our adventures, I sustained grave injuries." As she recounted this, a tear slipped down Rou Mingyao's cheek. "You sacrificed your own abilities to save me. I owe you an apology, Xiaoshu." With that, the tear fell onto the dining table. Xiaoshu remained silent for a moment, desperately trying to recall the memory, but it eluded him. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What has passed is past. It doesn't concern me. Even without powers, I can thrive through martial skills." Just as Rou Mingyao was about to interject, but she was interrupted by Xiaoshu. "Let us eat first. I've prepared such a lavish feast. Surely you refuse to indulge?" Having experienced life in two worlds, Xiaoshu quickly pieced together the circumstances. In this world, those who lost their abilities were often viewed as disabled. Their parents, witnessing the loss of their own child's powers due to the found child, would undoubtedly have harsh words to say. Their attitude towards Rou Mingyao would likely have soured as well. It was inevitable that some unkind remarks would follow. Since then, Rou Mingyao had cared for Xiaoshu with profound guilt. She lifted her bowl, silently consuming her meal. "Cough, cough, sister?" Xiaoshu scratched his head, breaking the silence. Rou Mingyao was taken aback, her voice trembling as she inquired, "What is it?" Xiaoshu, feeling a twinge of guilt, asked hesitantly, "May I touch your tail?" Rou Mingyao wiped her tears and quickly shook her head, saying no. "It's too sensitive." With a mischievous grin, Xiaoshu thought, how could he resist the allure of the beast girl standing before him? With a swift burst of speed, he appeared behind her, just as he was about to reach out. However, Rou Mingyao's expression darkened. Xiaoshu, her voice was icy. Startled, Xiaoshu felt a powerful grip seize his hand midair. If she wouldn't let him touch it, then so be it. Before Xiaoshu could finish his thought, Rou Mingyao coldly remarked, "You smell delightful." Xiaoshu was stunned. He assumed he had provoked her ire by attempting to touch her tail, but it turned out to be the lingering fragrance from Yan Jing'an's perfume. Frustration surged within him, and he activated his combat skills, intending to escape swiftly. Yet, he was astounded to find that her delicate hands held him firmly, making it impossible to break free. Sensing the energy fluctuations within Rou Mingyao, he realized she was a golden-tier warrior. Most individuals with modest talents remain stagnant at the black iron level throughout their lives. But must it be this way? Everyone seemed to possess greater gifts than he did. Little tree, care to explain? Rong Mingyao smiled, though her grin was as fierce as a predator's. Women can change their expressions faster than one can turn the pages of a book. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiaoshu. Glancing at her face, he chuckled mischievously and replied, "Sister, are you feeling a bit jealous?" Rong Mingyao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she promptly released her grip on his arm. Observing her reaction, Xiaoshu quickly took a few bites of his meal and dashed towards his room. At the door of his room, he cheekily poked his head out, saying, "If you like me, just say it." With a blush, Rong Mingyao stood up, summoning several wisps of blue foxfire into existence. Xiaoshu hastily withdrew his head, taken aback by this startling facet of her. Nevertheless, the unfulfilled desire to touch her tail lingered in his mind. Living under the same roof, he was determined to find a way. Tomorrow was Saturday, he chuckled to himself. That night, he lay in bed, casually scrolling through social media before drifting off to sleep. The next day, being the weekend, and without an alarm set, Xiaoshu awoke much later than usual. Rising just before 10, groggily, he wandered into the living room and discovered a note. It read, "Sister will be on a business trip to the spirit realm for the next few days. Take this weekend to relax, and when I return, I will buy you some sneakers." Beneath the note lay 500 yuan. "But I don't even play basketball." Xiaoshu sighed in resignation. This had been his long-standing wish, having spent the year yearning for a pair of sneakers. Those expensive shoes, costing thousands, made him wonder what was so special about them. He opened his chat application and replied to Rong Mingyao, "Brother Tree, stay safe, sneakers are unnecessary. Brother Tree, a kiss and a hug will suffice." Before long, his phone chimed with a response, "Sister." "All right, sister." This little emoticon completely bewildered Xiaoshu, causing her to spew the cool water she had just sipped. Stretching lazily and donning her battle gear, she prepared to deliver takeout. Each order was worth 5 points of wealth, equating to a staggering sum of 5,000 yuan. Let the endeavor commence. Order initiated. The Invincible Delivery System is at your service. Upon stepping outside, she summoned her brown little vehicle and began accepting orders. She worked diligently from morning until afternoon, managing to complete over 30 deliveries, thanks to the impressive speed and endurance of her Cockroach brand electric bike. As evening approached, the demand for takeout surged. After accepting another order, Xiaoshu was taken aback upon arrival. Why were there so many delivery personnel, dressed in blue or yellow? The delivery workers anxiously awaited outside the restaurant. Gritting her teeth, Xiaoshu ventured inside, greeted by a cacophony of voices urging for prompt service. "Hurry up, boss. We're running out of time. If it's not ready, just let the customers cancel their orders. I have 3 more to deliver. Don't delay me." A dozen of her fellow delivery workers clamored within the establishment. The front desk attendant was drenched in sweat, clearly flustered. Not only the delivery staff, but even the dining patrons were impatiently urging for their meals. "Why is our food taking so long? It's been half an hour. If it's not here soon, just cancel it. What kind of dish is this? The meat isn't even cooked. Waiter, this restaurant is dreadful. I'll never dine here again." The establishment buzzed with the chaos of a bustling market. Xiaoshu tapped a delivery worker on the shoulder and inquired, "Brother, what is going on inside?" The worker turned to reply, "Look across the street. A new promotion has drawn quite a crowd. This restaurant is unusually busy today. Normally, they serve quickly, but I don't know why it's so slow today. I heard the head chef is absent, which is likely the cause." Xiaoshu nodded in understanding. "All right, I see. I'll go take a look." "You can't go in there." The worker extended his hand, intending to say more. But Xiaoshu had already darted through the throng with remarkable speed. Upon entering the kitchen, she was met with astonishment. Chapter 9. A display of skill. The kitchen housed only 2 or 3 individuals, likely apprentices judging by their clumsiness. The head chef, the backbone of any kitchen, was absent, leaving the apprentices in disarray. Even if they managed to prepare dishes, they fell short of the required standards. Numerous plates were returned and discarded, representing a significant waste. Xiaoshu glanced back outside. The crowd was overwhelming, and it would take time to retrieve any meals. "Can I cancel my order?" Canceling an order will deduct 50 wealth points. Additionally, no further orders can be accepted today. This predicament gave Xiaoshu a headache, but then a thought struck her. Don't I possess exceptional culinary skills? As she stepped into the kitchen, someone spotted her. What is a mere delivery girl doing here? Get out. With that, the individual brandished a kitchen knife, attempting to intimidate her. Xiaoshu had intended to remain inconspicuous, but the audacity of the person before her was simply intolerable. Was it you who initiated this arrogance? Subsequently, pointing at the cook, he declared, squirrel fish, sliced continuously at a 1 centimeter angle, ensuring the skin remains intact. Yet, your fish skin has torn, a failure. Your knife skills have marred the flesh, resulting in tiny bones, a failure. The oil should be heated to 7 or 8 tenths before introducing the fish, whereupon the surface should emit a faint wisp of smoke. However, you plunged the fish into oil that was barely at 50% heat. A failure among failures. At this moment, the apprentice brandished his knife and shouted at Xiaoshu. If you utter another word of nonsense, believe that I will end you. Say it again, get out. Xiaoshu disregarded him and pointed at others in the kitchen, stating, your knife skills are inadequate. Your tossing technique is abysmal. You cannot regulate the oil temperature. He then pointed again at the apprentice, saying, your intellect is questionable. From Dogshang's negative emotional value of 1,000, with your cooking, the guests would have long departed. At this rate, you might as well abandon this restaurant. You were bound to ruin it. Dogshang, enraged, contemplated striking Xiaoshu down, questioning how a mere delivery boy could be so insolent. Had he merely watched a couple of films to earn such audacity? He was poised to act when the kitchen knife froze midair. A middle-aged man entered the kitchen with a smile. Outside, the commotion had quieted, the previous clamor had dissipated. What transpired? I heard there was a scuffle inside. Is it truly that thrilling? Why not indulge in the spectacle? Most patrons and delivery boys congested the kitchen's entrance. Dogshang shouted, "Boss!" The middle-aged man, wielding a unique ability, halted the knife's descent. A metal manipulator, he could control the magnetism of metals over short distances. Young man, you may indulge in reckless eating, but your words must be measured. I have been listening from behind. It seems you possess culinary knowledge, the man remarked, narrowing his eyes at Xiaoshu. At 18, a prime age for schooling, it is rather improbable for a youth to possess advanced cooking skills. Likely, he had seen some videos and fancied himself an expert in the kitchen. The crowd began to murmur. Isn't he still in high school? He looks so frail. I doubt he can even lift a pot. Indeed, my child is of similar age and cannot differentiate between light and dark soy sauce. Cooking cannot be mastered merely by watching a few short videos. Do you think this is home cooking? The diners chimed in unison. Since the rise of food delivery services, the number of individuals who can cook has dwindled, particularly among the younger generation. Daily, they are exhausted from honing their abilities, leaving little energy for cooking. At this juncture, the restaurant owner spoke. I shall not make it difficult for you, young man. If you truly possess skill, then demonstrate it. And show us mere frogs in a well what you are capable of. If you lack the ability, apologize to everyone and depart. All eyes converged on Xiaoshu, like a spotlight illuminating him. In that moment, he felt a slight perspiration in his palms. Activating his frenzy, his mind cleared significantly. Xiaoshu softly replied, very well. I shall exhibit my skills for you. Standing before a commercial stove, Xiaoshu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. This industrial-grade stove was entirely distinct from a household gas cooker, being regulated by gas valves, knobs, and fan controls. Dogshang scoffed. I bet you can't even light it. Perhaps someone who had never stepped into a restaurant kitchen would struggle. However, for one who had mastered top-tier culinary skills, such mechanisms were second nature. With a gentle nudge of his foot, the gas began to flow steadily towards the stove. He ignited the burner with his left hand, while simultaneously manipulating the fan with his right thigh. In an instant, a plume of flame erupted, reminiscent of a windproof lighter's fire. This display captured the restaurant owner's full attention, prompting him to genuinely observe the young man before him. Having spent over 2 decades in the industry, the owner had developed ailments from his vigorous youth, which is why he sought out a chef rather than cooking himself. Different stoves were produced by various manufacturers, and even seasoned chefs needed a moment to familiarize themselves with each one. However, merely being able to ignite the flame was insufficient. What if it was mere luck? Xiaoshu cranked the heat to maximum, allowing the iron pot to reach a blistering temperature. At that moment, Dogshang approached the owner, inquiring curiously, what is this kid doing? The owner replied, he is cleaning the pot. Dogshang, perplexed, asked, isn't cleaning a pot done with a brush? Why use fire? The owner urged him to observe closely. The young man possessed considerable skill. Xiaoshu reached for a ladle. Hooking it onto the pot's handle, and evenly scorching the entire iron vessel. He then withdrew the iron ladle and splashed a spoonful of water onto the heated pot. The water hissed as steam erupted from the surface, producing a sharp sound. Dog Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched numerous black specks flake off the once dull iron pot. A true expert reveals their prowess with a single gesture. Many novices, when using a large iron pot, find their dishes marred by black spots, residue clinging to the pot that only heat can dislodge. No amount of scrubbing would suffice otherwise. Clearly, this was an experienced hand. The entire process unfolded seamlessly within a minute. Prepare the ingredients. Twice cooked pork. Xiaoshu bellowed, startling the mesmerized apprentices. Everyone froze, puzzled by his command. Did he expect them to chop as well? In a bustling kitchen, without clearly defined roles, chaos would ensue. I'll handle the chopping, the owner interjected. Despite his injuries from years in the trade, he could manage the chopping with ease. After washing his hands, he sliced the meat 3 times. Stop! Xiaoshu commanded sharply. What's wrong? The crowd was bewildered by his outcry. Your knife skills are subpar. You should just stand aside and watch. From Qian Sanjin's negative emotional value of 1,000, Qian Sanjin suppressed his urge to curse. He was eager to witness the knife skills of someone who deemed a seasoned chef's technique inadequate. Xiaoshu then took the knife and swiftly began to chop the meat with precision. The diners were astonished by the fluidity of his knife skills. How could this young man move so swiftly? It was akin to watching a television drama. Indeed, I have only witnessed such cutting techniques in cinematic portrayals. But truly, can such cuts be evenly executed? Some were in awe, others skeptical, while some had already taken out their phones to record the moment. In merely 10 seconds, a pound of pork belly was sliced to perfection. Xiaoshu set down his knife, and all the pieces of meat were neatly piled to one side. The cutting board quivered slightly, and the meat slices gathered together like blossoms. Each piece appeared as if it had been meticulously calculated by a machine. A true master. Chapter 10. Spicy noodle strips. Xiaoshu did not grant the onlookers a moment to recover from their astonishment. He poured oil into the pan, discarded the old oil, and introduced fresh oil along with the meat slices. His movements were devoid of any superfluous gestures. There are always individuals more skilled than oneself, and the world holds greater wonders. Qian Sanjin had ceased to comment. He considered himself a prodigy in the culinary realm. Having ascended to the position of head chef at the tender age of 20, and at 25, he became the executive chef of a grand restaurant. Had it not been for an injury sustained from overwork, he could have easily presided over state banquets at 30. Yet, in the presence of this young man's skills, he felt like a mere novice. Xiaoshu picked up a cloth, folded it deftly in one hand, and tossed the linen against the edge of the pot with precision. Every motion mirrored the standards taught in culinary school textbooks. At that moment, even a casual snapshot could serve as a new educational reference. Flames leapt from the iron wok, and under the influence of the fierce fire and various seasonings, a delightful aroma began to waft through the room. Many diners who had initially chosen to remain outside, uninterested in the commotion, were now drawn in by the enchanting scent. Who was cooking? It smelled divine. Several young ladies were already salivating. The fragrance of the dish was intoxicating, and the sight of a dedicated man was undeniably appealing to the women, especially one who possessed culinary skills. There was an old adage promoting the idea of marrying a chef. In less than 3 minutes, the first dish was ready to serve. Xiaoshu placed the dish in front of the boss with a smile, asking, "Would you care to give it a try?" Qian Sanjin picked up his chopsticks. He was aware of the young man's prowess, recognizing him as a true artisan. Yet, with the same ingredients and seasonings, one could not expect anything extraordinary. A dish might be delicious, but could it truly surpass expectations? However, the moment he tasted the twice-cooked pork, his expression changed dramatically. It was exquisite. He was a simple man, unrefined in his vocabulary, unable to articulate his thoughts. Yet he understood that this dish was flawless in terms of cooking, knife skills, and technique. When these elements converged, the resultant flavor was beyond description. "Let us try it too," others clamored. "It smells so good. Boss, don't just indulge yourself. Young man, quickly pass me the twice-cooked pork." Several voices called out, eager to crowd into the kitchen, though the entrance was too narrow for anyone to enter. Xiaoshu smiled, holding up the dish of twice-cooked pork, and asked, "Do you all wish to partake?" Everyone nodded eagerly. As the crowd gathered, their expressions darkened, filled with an overwhelming desire to confront Xiaoshu. "You refuse? And yet you dare to inquire. With a swift allocation of skill points, Xiaoshu cheerfully placed the twice-cooked pork into a disposable container. He then served a bowl of rice, stating, "I am but a humble delivery person. I must deliver the meal or risk receiving negative feedback from the customer." Upon hearing his words, Qian Sanjin grasped Xiaoshu's arm and urged, "Young man, with such talent, you ought not to continue delivering. Join me as the head chef. I shall offer you 30,000 a month. It's far more lucrative than delivering food." Xiaoshu flashed a grin and replied, "I have no interest in that. I simply enjoy delivering." The patrons crowded the entrance, yet this posed no challenge for him. With remarkable agility, Xiaoshu sprang over the threshold, gliding above the heads of the throng. In a flash, he mounted his bicycle and sped away, leaving behind a group of famished diners. "Boss, I too desire that twice-cooked pork. Indeed, I want a plate as well." Qian Sanjin stood in bewilderment, wishing to confront Xiaoshu. How could he entice these patrons only to vanish? There was no way he could replicate such a dish. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu was inundated with the sound of emotional values accumulating, with skill points soaring to 1,500. Elated, he pedaled away at a brisk 70 miles per hour, reveling in his sense of freedom. With the aid of his unique electric bike, he swiftly arrived at his destination. He knocked gently on the door, softly announcing, "Hello. Your delivery has arrived." The door swung open almost instantly, revealing a disheveled woman who snatched the food from him like a ravenous lion. She began to eat voraciously, exclaiming, "Oh, do you know how torturous my wait has been? Why was it delivered so slowly? It's so delicious." Seeing her pitiful state, Xiaoshu explained, "The restaurant was quite busy. It seems they were short-staffed. I prepared this dish myself, which caused the delay." The woman paused for a moment before looking up and asking, "You cooked this?" "Indeed, I did. Please remember to leave a 5-star review." Xiaoshu replied hastily before darting away. "Now delivery boys are moonlighting as chefs?" she mused. But the dish was indeed delectable. As Xiaoshu left the community, he drove home, feeling elated. He had earned 2 5-star reviews and accumulated 141 wealth points. His earnings for the day exceeded what he would have made by exploiting others. Having earned 14,000 in a single day, he pondered the discrepancy in his wealth points. "Why has my wealth value diminished?" "You have received some negative reviews, each deducting 3 wealth points." Upon hearing the system notification, Xiaoshu nodded. Most people would not leave reviews. However, some would arbitrarily give negative feedback, which was quite normal. Upon returning home, he took a refreshing shower. Xiaoshu sat on the bed, gazing at the system before him. Another opportunity for a tenfold draw awaited him. The last time, he ended up with a plethora of ordinary mineral water, utterly devoid of utility. He pondered the prospect of obtaining something worthwhile this time. With a flicker of intent, he initiated a single draw, hoping for a miracle. He pressed the button 3 times in rapid succession as it transformed into a cascade of azure light. "Congratulations. You have received ordinary mineral water, Xiaoshu." "Congratulations. You have received ordinary mineral water, Xiaoshu." "Congratulations. You have received ordinary mineral water, huh? System." Xiaoshu muttered under his breath, subsequently grouping the 7 draws together. By the 9th attempt, all he had acquired were more bottles of mineral water. But at the 10th draw, a resplendent violet glow reemerged, igniting a spark of hope within him. "Congratulations. You have received Shisue spicy strips." A pack of spicy strips materialized in Xiaoshu's hand, adorned in a black and red package, which even bore a list of ingredients: soybean flour, chili, sodium chloride, soybean oil, and so forth. On the reverse side, for bold characters proclaimed, "Shisue spicy strips." An additional line declared, "Super spicy, super delicious." Xiaoshu harbored serious doubts that this was anything other than an ordinary pack of spicy strips, aside from the name. Everything else seemed entirely identical. He turned his gaze to the shop's introduction page. Shisue spicy strips quality. Purple. 3 wealth points consuming alters one's physique and talents. Usage instructions. Must be consumed in full once opened. Even a single strip left uneaten will negate the effects. Is it truly that remarkable? Not a scam? Xiaoshu inquired skeptically. Not a scam, with the system's unwavering assurance. Xiaoshu felt reassured. He decided to trust the system for once. Upon opening the spicy strips, a tantalizing aroma instantly filled the room, stirring his appetite. Given that he had not dined that evening, he swiftly devoured all 10 strips. They were indeed delightful, evoking a nostalgic sense of childhood. Despite the system's tendency to be deceptive, Its offerings were undeniably delectable. Having consumed a single pack, he felt little effect. It was simply insufficient. Xiaoshu promptly exchanged for another pack. The allure of the spicy strips grew stronger with each bite. Upon reaching his 13th pack, he hastily stopped himself. Consuming more would render his efforts for the day futile. Observing the system, deducting a hefty 36 wealth points from him, Xiaoshu snapped back to reality and swiftly set the strips aside. In the next moment, his stomach began to feel decidedly amiss. Something was very wrong. Wasn't it promised that there would be no deception? A thunderous release erupted from beneath him, causing a substantial dent in the cardboard bed. Powerful effect. You deserve it, Xiaoshu Ming. To this damned system. Chapter 11. The myth of the toilet. The stench pervaded the room, prompting Xiaoshu to sprint toward the restroom in haste. Uft, uft. The rhythmic sounds echoed within the confines of the toilet. Wasn't it promised that there would be no scams? Xiaoshu clutched his abdomen, desperately expelling the impurities from his body. He wondered how, having consumed so little throughout the day, he could possibly produce such an abundance. A sensation of impurities coursed through his limbs and body, as an inexplicable force drew the blockages from his meridians into his digestive system, only to expel them forthwith in a most foul stench. Goodness, the odor was unbearable. Even though Xiaoshu attempted to mitigate the foulness by pinching his nose, the pungency was simply overwhelming. As the shackles that hindered his cultivation were finally dispelled, a vast torrent of spiritual energy surged into his being. Over the years, Xiaoshu had not neglected his training. Yet, regardless of his efforts, his cultivation level had stubbornly remained at the first star of black iron. However, today, he was destined to rectify all past regrets. His rank ascended dramatically from black iron to the 5th star. The consumption of those 10 packages of spicy strips brought forth not only this transformation, but also significantly accelerated the circulation of spiritual energy within him. Though classified as an F-grade talent, indicative of an inability to cultivate, he now found himself soaring to new heights, swiftly elevating to E, then D, and even reaching A. Yet, the ascent was far from over. His rank continued to climb. This entire process persisted for over an hour, leaving him in a state of utter exhaustion. How long will this last? Xiaoshu lamented. It was all rather peculiar. While others practiced cultivation through serene meditation and introspective quietude, he seemed to be experiencing an unusual and chaotic surge. A soft crack echoed within his bones as he officially stepped into the S-grade. Just as he believed his ascension had reached its zenith, considering that in all of China, S-grade talents were exceedingly rare, he was caught unawares by an even more potent wave of energy. These spicy strips were remarkably effective, were they to be sold in pharmacies. Their potency would far surpass that of any laxative. 2 hours later, a young man, his legs trembling and leaning against the wall, emerged slowly. He had achieved SSS-grade talent. No one would believe that a myth had been born within the confines of a restroom. The first SSS-grade genius in the world. That night, he accomplished nothing but the arduous task of cleaning up the disastrous restroom. It was quite the ordeal, having endured nearly 4 hours. Xiaoshu could only blame himself for consuming over 10 packages at once. Coupled with his initially poor talent, the cleansing process had expelled an enormous quantity of impurities. After an hour of tidying up and taking a shower, Xiaoshu sat on his bed, when suddenly, his phone, which had earlier fallen onto the mattress, began to emit a flurry of notifications. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a multitude of messages from his classmates. Guano Farmer, Brother Shu, you've become famous. Guano Farmer, video shared. The delivery guy is actually a hidden chef? Guano Farmer, your video has now skyrocketed to over 100,000 views. Curious. Xiaoshu clicked on the video, which depicted him cooking. Beneath it lay a plethora of comments. Netizen A, this must be fake. The restaurant is just promoting itself. Netizen B, I was there. I was that piece of meat. Netizen C, a guy who can cook. My ideal partner. Xiaoshu perused the comments left by netizens, finding them rather amusing, and he responded with a simple phrase, Brother Shu, offering a poor performance. This had a hint of pretentiousness, and it wasn't long before replies began to flood in. Netizen B, gotcha. Netizen G, Brother Shu, he's my classmate. It's him. Some individuals beneath the post hurled insults at Xiaoshu, while others lavished him with praise. Even some extreme girls commented, expressing their desires in a rather provocative manner. These remarks provided a vent for their pent-up emotions, and a surge of sentiment flooded the comments section. while each person might only gain a point or two. The collective power of the masses was formidable, instantly boosting his skill points to over 2,000. He opened his interface and directed his finger towards the Frenzy skill. Frenzy, Mastery, LV1, required skill points for each upgrade. 100 with over 2,000 skill points at his disposal, he immediately upgraded it to level 10. He was curious to discover if there were levels beyond Mastery. Frenzy, Perfection, LV1, required skill points for each upgrade. 1,000 strength increase. 800 continuous consumption of spiritual energy, ongoing restoration of physical health, additional calmness, Xiaoshu murmured to himself as he contemplated the required skill points. It seemed that upgrading was not feasible for the time being. He picked up his phone, closed the video, and casually opened the chat application. Bored, he scrolled down and soon stumbled upon something quite remarkable. Among his friends was someone named Swallow. In the past, Xiaoshu appeared to have sent thousands of messages to her. Driven by curiosity, he opened their chat history and casually scrolled upwards. Brother Shu, good morning. Brother Shu, it's noon, have you eaten? Brother Shu, it's evening now. It's cold. Take care of yourself. Brother Shu, morning. Brother Shu, could you please acknowledge me? Swallow, get lost. Brother Shu, hee, I know you have feelings for me. Xiaoshu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he read this segment. Wasn't this the very definition of a sycophant? He clicked on Swallow's profile picture to view her recent moments. Among them were a few selfies of a strikingly beautiful young girl, exuding an aura of innocence and charm, with a hint of allure as she lightly bit her cherry lips. As he examined her photos, Xiaoshu couldn't help but think how much more beautiful Mingyao was. With such a stunning beauty at home, how could he possibly be interested in this young girl? Reflecting on his memories, he began to understand. This girl named Swallow was indeed the belle of his school. He glanced at the last messages exchanged. Brother Shu, Swallow. Brother Shu, I actually like you. Swallow, stop daydreaming, I'm going to sleep. Brother Shu, Swallow, don't go, I like you. Brother Shu, Swallow, how can I live without you? Brother Shu, Swallow. The text above seemed to conjure vivid imagery, and Xiaoshu felt so awkward he nearly wished to retreat from the world. Truly pathetic. That day, Swallow's moments featured a screenshot of Xiaoshu's messages, with the title reading, Sycophants are truly bothersome. In the chat, there were numerous transfer records of 10 or 20 yuan, all sent by Xiaoshu to her. Ro Mingyao toiled tirelessly to earn money, while this rascal frivolously squandered it. Xiaoshu felt a wave of anger and threw his phone aside. Suddenly struck by a thought, he hurried to the coat rack and retrieved a bottle from his jacket, a bottle of jade bone ointment, which his homeroom teacher had given him the day before. Xiaoshu quickly searched for information about this item. Those fortunate enough to possess jade bone ointment were either wealthy scions or individuals who excelled academically. The small bottle in Xiaoshu's hand held a market value of over 100,000 yuan, something ordinary people could hardly afford. With just over 10,000 yuan, the siblings could sustain their frugal lifestyle for an entire year. Upon opening the cap, a fragrant aroma wafted out. He fetched a clean spoon from the kitchen, scooped out a small amount, and placed it on his leg. Aside from a slight chill, he felt nothing. According to online sources, jade bone ointment was said to enhance bone strength and potential. However, since the cleansing spicy strips had already purified his body of impurities, this ointment appeared to be of little use. Yet, it could certainly be sold for a handsome sum. Xiaoshu quickly stored the jade bone ointment away, feeling quite pleased as he prepared to lie down on the bed. However, as he reclined, the bed could no longer withstand the weight. With a resounding crash, it collapsed. My kidneys, Xiaoshu shouted. Who would have thought that a bed could collapse under such circumstances? Rubbing his aching lower back, he ventured into the living room, pondering where he might sleep. Suddenly, he recalled that he could sleep in Ro Mingyao's room. Stealthily, he tiptoed inside, feeling a twinge of guilt. This was his first time in a girl's room. As he opened the door, a delightful fragrance enveloped him, perhaps a special perfume or something else. It felt almost illicit as he slowly sat down on Ro Mingyao's bed. Thud! The entire bed collapsed with a thunderous noise. Xiaoshu was taken aback. To his astonishment, her bed was merely 2 cardboard boxes topped with a blanket. Did she not have any weight? Quickly, he stood up, attempting to restore the scene to its former state before scurrying away in embarrassment. Now, with the flow of spiritual energy accelerating, he could attempt to meditate instead of sleeping. However, this method of resting was indeed uncomfortable. Sitting cross-legged, he soon entered a state of deep meditation. The following day, Yi Xiaoshu opened his eyes. A night of cultivation had propelled him to a new level. The enhancement from his innate talent was truly astonishing. He lightly swung his fist, feeling the surging spiritual power coursing through his limbs. Now, with the ability to unleash a furious punch, he estimated he could halt a speeding truck with ease. After a simple breakfast, Yi Xiaoshu picked up his phone to call a furniture company. Hello, how may I assist you? I would like to order 2 sturdy beds. Do you require mattresses? Yes. The total comes to 2,880 yuan, payable upon delivery. How does that sound? Buy? He said through gritted teeth. Yi Xiaoshu is indeed a miser, almost weeping as he speaks. Sneaking into his sister's room was one thing, but he had also damaged her bed. If he did not promptly restore the scene of the crime, his conscience would not allow him peace. There is only 1 bed available for immediate delivery this afternoon. However, the second bed would take 3 days. Please, as soon as possible. Yi Xiaoshu sighed. He could manage without a bed in his own room. 1 would suffice. This was the most affordable furniture store he knew, and despite his urgency, he was reluctant to shop elsewhere. Feeling despondent, Yi Xiaoshu summoned his electric bike and rode off. I shall earn back the little money I lost, double the amount. After delivering a few orders, his phone rang. Hello? Guess who I am? Not guessing. I'll hang up. From Yin Jinghan, negative emotion value. 500. Just as he hung up, Yin Jinghan called again a few seconds later. It's me, Yin Jinghan. I don't know you. Hanging up. From Yin Jinghan, negative emotion value. 1,000. The phone rang yet again. I'll treat you to a meal. Are you coming? I'll come. Li Shu's barbecue stall, hurry. After saying that, the caller hung up, presumably quite upset. He had initially planned to deliver a few more orders. But someone was inviting him to dinner? Yi Xiaoshu was quite fond of free meals. He arrived at the barbecue stall in 5 minutes. Li Shu was busy with the grill and spotted Yi Xiaoshu arriving on his bike. Xiaoshu, what brings you here today? It was Li Shu, who often helped the siblings. This was a small stall run by Li Shu and his wife, familiar territory for Yi Xiaoshu since childhood. Heh, someone is treating me. At that moment, a strong force gripped Yi Xiaoshu from behind, tightening around his neck. Oh, so you dare to hang up on me. Quick, I can't breathe. Yi Xiaoshu gasped as Yin Jinghan finally released her hold. Cough, cough, you're bullying me with brute force, he exclaimed, clutching his throat. Yin Jinghan playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, if you're capable, why don't you use brute force against me? Seeing her fierce demeanor, Yi Xiaoshu clenched his fists inwardly. This woman was too intimidating, beyond the grasp of an ordinary person. Fuming, Yi Xiaoshu declared, damn it. I'm not waiting for you any longer. I'm leaving. Just as he was about to turn away, his phone chimed. Feishing payment received, 10,000 yuan. The motion to depart froze in place. One cannot afford to be at odds with money. What do you mean by giving me so much money? Are you plotting something? Yin Jinghan chuckled. No, it's just that I have a favor to ask. We can discuss it after dinner. Come, let us eat. Yi Xiaoshu promptly took a seat at the barbecue grill. It felt as though he was risking his life to accompany a vixen. So he quickly positioned himself at a distance from Yin Jinghan. You called me out just for barbecue? Yi Xiaoshu inquired. Yin Jinghan smiled gently and produced her phone, playing a video for him. It was a video of Yi Xiaoshu cooking, which had garnered over 100,000 views overnight. The internet is abuzz with chatter. I am eager to see how well you can cook. Yin Jinghan pointed at the barbecue grill. Here at Uncle Li's. The barbecue is not prepared for customers, but rather involves a simple initial processing that allows patrons to take charge of the cooking themselves, resembling a semi-self-service format. This arrangement not only simplifies matters, but also grants diners the joy of engaging in the culinary process. Upon hearing that she wanted him to labor, Yi Xiaoshu contemplated making a hasty retreat, but a delicate hand firmly grasped his clothing. Hey, where do you think you're going? That trick won't work on me twice. Hurry up and cook. I'll take care of the bill once we're done, Yin Jinghan said, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth, embodying an almost infatuated demeanor. With a sigh of resignation, Yi Xiaoshu settled into a chair, effortlessly igniting the fire to begin grilling. He had frequented this stall with his sister since childhood, and it had become second nature to him. At that moment, Uncle Li placed a handful of meat onto Yi Xiaoshu's grill. Xiaoshu, who is this girl? Uncle Li inquired, waggling his pinky finger, which in this city signifies a girlfriend. Not at all. Yi Xiaoshu's face flushed with indignation. Oh, look at you being shy with Uncle Li. Youth is truly a blessing, Uncle Li remarked, swaying away with a merry tune. Yi Xiaoshu, eager to explain, found that Uncle Li had already dismissed his words. Observing the annoyance on Yi Xiaoshu's face, Yin Jinghan couldn't resist teasing him further. It was rare to encounter a boy who was not only somewhat handsome, but also so naive. Leaning in slightly, Yin Jinghan playfully blew a breath against Yi Xiaoshu's ear. Ah! Yi Xiaoshu jumped in surprise, nearly toppling the grill. Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. Yin Jinghan doubled over in laughter. Fine, I want to argue with you, you enchantress. Yi Xiaoshu muttered as he returned to his seat, just as he was about to slide his chair across to face her. Yin Jinghan reached out and pulled it back. Don't worry, I'm not teasing you anymore. With a grimace, Yi Xiaoshu focused intently on grilling. He was naive about matters of the heart. In his previous life, he had remained a perpetual bachelor. Not only had he never dated, but he had never even held the hand of a girl his age. After a while, Yi Xiaoshu asked, how does someone who can afford to live in a high-end neighborhood enjoy barbecue? Yin Jinghan replied, what is wrong with that? The combination of beer and skewers is far more delightful than steak and red wine. Yi Xiaoshu pressed on, so, you invited me just to eat barbecue? Pretty much, and to have a heart-to-heart, as I don't have many friends, Yin Jinghan said, her previously lively expression dimming slightly. Yi Xiaoshu offered her a skewer, which she accepted and immediately bit into, wincing from the heat as she chewed. You're quite attractive. You must have no shortage of admirers, Yi Xiaoshu remarked, causing Yin Jinghan to choke slightly. Cough, cough, cough. Observing her struggle, Yi Xiaoshu retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his system space and handed it to her. After sipping the water, she finally regained her composure. Did you just say I'm good-looking? Are you interested in my sister? Yin Jinghan teased with a smile. Yi Xiaoshu chose not to respond, returning to his grilling. Meanwhile, Yin Jinghan silently watched him, admiring his profile and the earnest expression in his sweat-drenched eyes. Unconsciously, a slight blush crept onto her cheeks, perhaps due to the heat of the stove. Yin Jinghan spoke up. Do you recall the last note? Of course, I remember. That note earned me a slap from your mother, Yi Xiaoshu replied. A peal of laughter erupted from her, only to be swiftly replaced by a calm demeanor as she continued. My parents have arranged a marriage for me with a wealthy heir. Yi Xiaoshu inquired. Aren't you also a wealthy heir? Yin Jinghan shook her head, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she replied, it's not the same, even among the affluent. There are distinctions. My father's company has come under scrutiny. They have threatened him, stating that if I do not marry into their family, the pressure will persist. Yi Xiaoshu asked, isn't that a positive thing? It aligns social standings. Alas, the suitor is a notorious playboy. I suspect that after he lavishes my father with money, he will discard me. Yin Jinghan sighed, picking up a skewer from Yi Xiaoshu's grill, attempting to transform her sorrow into appetite. What is the name of this playboy? Upon hearing Yi Xiaoshu's question, Yin Jinghan responded, Wu Yifan. Chapter 13. Do you know my name? Why does that name sound familiar? Yi Xiaoshu pondered while grilling. It was too recognizable. However, it was not his concern. He and Yin Jinghan were merely strangers crossing paths, and Yi Xiaoshu had no desire to invite trouble. At that moment, several girls dining nearby noticed the two of them and pulled out their phones to take pictures. Look, that girl is decked out in designer brands. I may not discern designer from non-designer, but the aroma wafting from their table is overwhelmingly delectable. ISNT that. The delivery guy who has recently gained fame on Douyin? The girls exclaimed, glancing at Yi Xiaoshu in his distinctive yellow attire, surprised. To gain attention, they began recording videos. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoshu lamented, Sister, could you leave some for me? Ever since he began grilling, every skewer he perfected was swiftly snatched away. This is hardly my fault. Who told you to make it so delicious? Yin Jinghan chuckled. After indulging for about half an hour, she patted her slightly swollen belly and declared, Ah, I'm full now. Thank you, young man. It seems your skewers have taken on an entirely different flavor under your skilled hands. Yi Xiaoshu glanced at her, observing the towering pile of skewers she had devoured, then at her enviable figure. It was evident that her nutrition had been well distributed. Please refrain from looking at me that way. I will ask the owner to prepare a few more skewers for you while I settle the bill. Hee. That mineral water of yours is quite refreshing. Could you spare me a few bottles? Yi Xiaoshu, speechless, casually handed her several bottles. Even mineral water was subject to her whims. But considering the generous tip of 10,000 yuan, he decided not to be overly meticulous. Before leaving, Yin Jinghan produced a photograph and said, This is the matter I mentioned earlier. This is my sister. It seems she attends the same school as you. Yi Xiaoshu peered at the photograph, his gaze momentarily frozen. The person in the picture was none other than the campus beauty he had previously admired. Yanzi. To my surprise, we share the same surname, Yan, and it turns out we are sisters. She continued, our sisterly bond is rather frail. If you happen to encounter her, please take care of her. I shall take my leave now. Yan Jinghan proceeded to settle the bill, leaving Yi Xiaoshu in a state of bewilderment. How small the world is. Half an hour later, after Yi Xiaoshu had satisfied his hunger and thirst, he was just about to depart when a loud voice erupted. You dare to look down on me? A bald man, bare-chested and clutching a bottle of liquor, fixed his gaze menacingly on Uncle Li. Surrounding this bald figure were a few ruffians, with the one in the center smoking a cigarette, a tiger tattoo adorning his arm. Clearly the leader among them. Today, my brother has graciously chosen to dine in this shabby establishment. Do you still want to haggle over the price? With that, the bald man raised the bottle and smashed it violently onto the table. Uncle Li, trembling, replied, it's a small business. We only make 50 cents from 10 skewers of meat. His legs quaked uncontrollably. At that moment, the leader interjected, just give him a lesson. Don't kill the guy. The bald man grinned and lifted the bottle again, ready to bring it down onto Uncle Li's head. Suddenly, a hand halted the bottle midair. Yi Xiaoshu, smiling, grasped the bottle firmly. No matter how the bald man struggled, he could not pry it away. You're courting death, aren't you? Looking for trouble? Yi Xiaoshu replied with a grin. Not at all, I wouldn't dare. Here, take 500 yuan and spare this couple. He then placed the bottle down and laid 5 banknotes on the table. At this moment, Uncle Li tugged at Yi Xiaoshu's collar and whispered, just let it go. Yi Xiaoshu, earning a living delivering food is not easy. It's only a beating for this old body. Take your money back. Yi Xiaoshu responded, it's nothing. Just a bit of cash. Some must be saved, some must be spent. Although I have a penchant for money, Uncle Li is far more valuable than this 500. 500? That's just enough to shoo away a beggar. Brothers, let us get him. In an instant, the group sprang up, some grabbing stools, others seizing bottles. These were men of the underworld, and they sensed that Yi Xiaoshu might be an easy target. They aimed to extract every last bit of money from him. A stool was hurled towards Yi Xiaoshu. The wooden seat collided with his head, shattering into splinters upon impact. Hearing the commotion, all the diners scattered in panic, with a few reckless souls crouching in the corners to steal glances. Yi Xiaoshu, unfazed and unscathed, merely brushed off the wood shavings from his attire. No longer wearing a smile, he coldly declared, do you refuse my courtesy? You want to fight instead? He unleashed his fury. With a single punch, he sent one of the ruffians flying 3 meters back, crashing against the wall. The struck thug spat blood, having been hit with only 30% of Yi Xiaoshu's strength. Had he exerted his full power, he might have killed him with a single blow. Fear not. This kid is just a blacksmith. There are so many of us, let us take him down. The bald man shouted, seizing a beer bottle, preparing to strike Yi Xiaoshu. Yi Xiaoshu merely sidestepped slightly, evading the strike. The bald man, puzzled, presumed it was mere luck. After all, the lad had failed to dodge the previous blow from the bench. Little did he know, Yi Xiaoshu had not even attempted to evade. Absorbing the impact of the bench constituted justifiable defense. Yi Xiaoshu retaliated, seizing the bald man and hurling him towards the gang leader. A few more punches followed. In less than 5 seconds, 2 more individuals lay sprawled on the ground. The remaining lackeys, even with their awakened abilities, were unable to land a hit on Yi Xiaoshu. With an everlasting enhancement of speed, he moved with the agility of an eel gliding through water. In terms of swiftness, Yi Xiaoshu had already overwhelmed this group. He effortlessly grasped 2 assailants, crashing their foreheads together, resulting in a shower of broken teeth. A final punch dispatched the last lackey. At this moment, the gang leader, adorned with a tiger tattoo, found himself pinned beneath the bald man. Yi Xiaoshu reached for the opponent's collar, inquiring, have you ever shown me any respect? I have. From Wang Biao, negative emotion value 500. Do you know my name? Yi Xiaoshu pressed. What is it? I don't even know. Yi Xiaoshu delivered a resounding slap. Smack. From Wang Biao, negative emotion value 1000. I really want to know your name too. Wang Biao protested. It's Brother Shu. Ah, Brother Shu. Wang Biao quickly nodded in agreement. Do you know who oversees this territory? Yi Xiaoshu asked again. I don't know. Yi Xiaoshu struck again. Smack. From Wang Biao, negative emotion value 1000. I truly have no idea. Wang Biao exclaimed in desperation. This territory is under my protection. Wang Biao quickly nodded. I know. It's under Brother Shu's protection. Knowing that, you still dare to act recklessly? Before he could finish, Yi Xiaoshu delivered yet another slap. Smack. From Wang Biao, negative emotion value 1000, do not push your luck. Wang Biao shouted vehemently, observing his defiance. Yi Xiaoshu casually kicked the bald man aside and seized Wang Biao by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Wang Biao panicked, astonished by the unexpected strength of this young man. He quickly cowered. I'm sorry. Brother Yi. I mean Brother Shu. Yi Xiaoshu released him. Wang Biao gasped for air, clutching his throat with all his might. Yi Xiaoshu fetched a chair and addressed Uncle Li. Uncle, please take a seat and watch me handle these ruffians. Uncle Li, trembling with fear, nodded. The boy he had watched grow up suddenly appeared immensely formidable today. Chapter 14, World-Class Charisma Xiaoshu. That's enough. Uncle Li extended his hand, attempting to counsel Yi Xiaoshu. It's all right, Uncle Li. These fellows won't relent until they hit a wall. Yi Xiaoshu turned and shouted. All right, you lot, stop playing dead. Stand up. Upon seeing no one rise, he casually picked up a brick from the ground and exerted a slight force. With a resounding crack, the brick shattered into countless fragments and dust. Rise, or you shall become as lifeless as this brick. Upon hearing this, several ruffians immediately sprang to their feet. Some clutched their stomachs, others had lost teeth from previous altercations, and a few were being supported by their companions. Yi Xiaoshu cleared his throat and remarked, After all, I am not a devil. Pay up, and I shall let you go. Turning to Uncle Li, Yi Xiaoshu inquired. Uncle Li, how much do you think we should charge for this table and chairs, as well as those customers who did not settle their bills? Uncle Li, looking somewhat embarrassed, responded, It shouldn't be too much, perhaps 6. Yi Xiaoshu interjected, 60,000, do you hear me? Uncle Li, feeling a bit helpless, had not anticipated the boy's adeptness at negotiation. Previously, he had merely trailed behind Roming Yao like a shadow, but now he was capable of standing on his own. This shabby table and chairs were hardly worth 600, let alone 6,000. You want us to pay 60,000? Do you have any objections? Yi Xiaoshu queried coldly. The group immediately straightened up, shoulders raised in submission. One by one, they began to pull out their wallets, revealing an array of gold chains and watches. This is all we have. Yi Xiaoshu accepted their offerings, which, when pieced together, amounted to perhaps just over 30,000. They were mere street thugs. If they truly had wealth, they wouldn't be mingling in such circles. Very well, I shall let you go today. Be gone, he concluded, delivering a swift kick to Wang Biao. The group fled in disarray. Uncle Li, seated on a chair, felt a sense of relief as he grasped Yi Xiaoshu's sleeve. Xiaoshu, won't this bring trouble your way? Fear not. If they have grievances, they will come looking for me, Yi Xiaoshu assured him. Uncle Li, with a serious tone, replied, It's precisely because I fear for you. The latter part of his sentence caught in his throat. Before him stood a young man who had matured, possessing the capability to resolve issues. Yi Xiaoshu smiled as he handed the assorted items to Uncle Li. This is all I have. Don't dismiss it as little. Take it. I shan't accept it. You and your sister have it tougher. Take it home, Uncle Li insisted. If you persist in this politeness, I shall be quite displeased. Yi Xiaoshu countered firmly. Seeing his determination, Uncle Li relented. After tidying up the aftermath, as night fell, Yi Xiaoshu rode his electric scooter home. That evening, atop a towering skyscraper, Wu Yifan embraced a woman while watching videos on his phone. The footage depicted Yi Xiaoshu and Yin Jinghan sharing laughter and meals, their intimacy igniting a furious rage within him. Cracks appeared on the phone screen as he gripped it tightly, veins bulging on his forearm. Dare to touch my woman. Find out who he is. The woman in his arms nodded and exited the office. Wu Yifan coldly declared, delivering takeout, are we? You're asking for trouble. At Yi Xiaoshu's home, he opened an app to check his delivery orders, surprisingly finding several 5-star reviews. It seemed the speed of his cockroach-branded electric scooter, coupled with his own swiftness, had allowed him to earn an impressive 25% commission. His hands tingled slightly, a sensation reminiscent of his previous life, where he could never manage to save a single lottery chance while gaming. With a swift click of the 10 consecutive draws, a purple glow emerged. Congratulations. You have received crispy chicken leg. Congratulations. You have received 9 bottles of regular mineral water. Yi Xiaoshu sighed, feeling disheartened. Is it possible to obtain duplicates from the purple glow? He glanced helplessly at the 9 bottles of water and the chicken leg in his hand, hastily storing them in the system space. This was indeed disappointing. It seemed that not every 10 draws guaranteed a new item. Could it be that I was merely lucky before? Yi Xiaoshu decided to try another round of 10 draws. This time, he received a pack of spicy strips and 9 bottles of mineral water. I certainly do not need 9 bottles of water to enjoy a single pack of spicy strips. Xiaoshu lamented, eyeing the last 5 individual draws. Just as his finger hovered over the button, a brilliant golden light erupted. He had hit the jackpot. Congratulations. You have received world-class charisma. Staring at this enigmatic item, Xiaoshu opened the shop interface within the panel. To his dismay, there was no description of the item. The previous world-class culinary skills also failed to appear in the shop interface. This suggested that golden items would not be available in the system shop. Confusion washed over him as he examined the world-class charisma. He retrieved a mirror from the cabinet, scrutinizing his reflection, yet he saw no change whatsoever. He looked just as he always had. However, this system was quite frustrating. Could it be that the effect had not been applied? Xiaoshu clicked a few more times, only to receive more mineral water. Just as he was feeling dejected, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, a dark-skinned delivery man spoke. "Hello, we are here to deliver the furniture." "All right, please come in," Xiaoshu replied. This was the bed he had ordered during the day. "Do you need us to assemble it for you?" No, that won't be necessary. You may leave." He hastily paid and ushered them away. The second bed would not arrive for several days. This bed was definitely meant for roaming Yao's room. He could not allow them to enter his sister's space. Xiaoshu pondered the delivery men's reactions. The world-class charisma had evidently not activated. Truly a frustrating system. An hour passed, and Xiaoshu managed to assemble the bed. Unfortunately, the bed's edges and legs were visible, no matter how he tried to conceal them. Never mind, he thought. Roaming Yao would only say a couple of things at most. A series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Negative emotion value from Wu Yi Fun, 1,000. Negative emotion value from Wu Yi Fun, 1,000 from. For some unknown reason, someone continuously triggered emotion values in his ear. He chose to disregard it. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoshu carefully closed his room door and returned to his own chamber to meditate. The following day, Xiaoshu arrived at school early once again. A few boys who had also arrived early gathered around him. "Brother Shu, have you gotten yourself a girlfriend? It seems you're dating a big star. You look so good. I'm utterly envious." Xiaoshu was completely bewildered, unable to comprehend what they were saying, his face a canvas of confusion. "Stop pretending. Look." A male classmate took out his phone, revealing a video of himself dining with Yin Jinghan, which had gone viral online. It was rumored that this woman was the fiancée of the heir to the Wu group. "You're doomed," someone remarked. Xiaoshu shrugged in response. "What does it have to do with me? It's just a meal." As the group chatted, time swiftly passed. When the teacher entered the classroom, all students fell silent and returned to their seats. Following the monthly examination, they were to face the impending final exams. In a month's time, you will embark on your first exploration of the spirit domain. Such explorations inevitably involve life and death crises. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is the time to leave this class. No one responded. Those who had gained entry into the spirit martial class were already mentally prepared. "Very well, allow me to introduce your new teacher." Curiosity erupted among the students, speculating about the new instructor. Surely it can't be a beautiful woman. "Haha, a pretty teacher," a male classmate chuckled. "I think it could be a handsome guy," another girl chimed in. Amid the clamor, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding thud. A tall soldier strode in. "Silence. All stand," he bellowed, and the students seemed to rise involuntarily. This soldier was clearly not to be trifled with. "Attention. From today onwards, I am your acting homeroom teacher. You may call me Zhang Jin or Captain Zhang." Chapter 15. 1,000 yuan for a bottle of mineral water. Everyone put on this wristband. After finishing his command, Zhang Jin produced a large box. The black wristbands inside were quickly distributed. Each student donned one. This is a spirit sealing bracelet. Once you wear it, you will be unable to utilize any spirit techniques. From now on, while on school grounds, you are required to wear this bracelet. Do you understand? "Yes." The entire class responded loudly. "Haven't eaten yet?" Louder. "Yes. We haven't eaten." The abruptness of those words echoed harshly in the classroom. The speaker was none other than Xiaoshu. "Do you enjoy challenging me? Turn right and walk 5 kilometers. Xiaoshu muttered softly, sigh. "Weren't you the one asking if we had eaten?" Ignoring the instructor's commands could result in expulsion from the spirit martial class. Even someone like Liu Weizhi, the wealthy heir, had to obey. Without the spirit martial class, one would have to transfer to a regular class, where they hadn't engaged with advanced mathematics and sciences since their first year. If sent back, competing with ordinary students would be impossible. Xiaoshu, resigned, headed to the playground to begin running. As he started, several girls noticed him. "Look at that boy running. He's so handsome." "Indeed, but I had no idea there was such a handsome boy at our school. He seems even more attractive than a celebrity. I have to get his contact information." "You can't go. I'll go first." More and more girls began to gather as they watched Xiaoshu run, unwittingly forming a crowd outside the playground. Several instructors from the spirit martial class had just brought their students down and immediately wore expressions of confusion. What could possibly cause such a gathering of girls at the playground? At that moment, Xiaoshu also felt the countless gazes directed towards him. Turning his head, he was astonished to see that an innumerable number of girls had congregated at the edge of the playground, with a few even venturing onto the track. "All right, those who need to attend class should go now. Do not delay the training of the spirit martial class here," one of the instructors announced. Hearing this, the girls, somewhat disheartened, began to withdraw from the playground. Xiaoshu swiftly realized the cause. It was the effect of his overwhelming charm. Fortunately, this charm did not extend to the same sex. Otherwise, his backdoor would be in jeopardy. "Alas, this damned charm of mine, which I have no place to put." At this moment, Liu Weizhi, feeling somewhat displeased, remarked, "What has happened to Xiaoshu lately? Why is he so popular among the girls?" Zhang Jin extended his hand and shouted at Liu Weizhi, "You, run 5 kilometers alongside that person." From Liu Weiji's negative emotions, 1,000, merely murmuring under his breath. He did not expect to be overheard, deepening his resentment towards Xiaoshu. Noticing Liu Weizhi running as well, Xiaoshu hurriedly caught up, teasingly saying, "Liu de Xiao, what a coincidence that we're running together." From Liu Weiji's negative emotions, 500, mind your own business, run your own race, Liu Weizhi retorted, growing more irritated at Xiaoshu's flamboyant demeanor. 10 minutes later, the entire spirit martial class was summoned to the playground to run together. Zhang Jin, standing on the platform, bellowed, "This is to train your physical endurance. In the future, when you enter the spirit domain, every additional kilometer you can run increases your chances of survival." The students sighed as they jogged along. Zhao Yuza, feeling particularly weak, began to gasp for breath after barely running 100 meters. If only I could use my spirit ability, I could easily run 10 kilometers. He possessed a wind-type ability that could propel him forward. Yet the existence of the spirit suppression ring rendered him incapable of utilizing his powers. At this moment, other spirit martial classes began to emerge from their classrooms. All spirit martial classes were required to train their physical endurance. Several instructors stood on the flag-raising platform, observing the 5 spirit martial classes as they ran. One instructor inquired, "Zhang, do you think any of these students show promise?" Zhang Jin glanced over the students and shook his head. Due to their reliance on supernatural abilities, many students had neglected their physical training. Quite a number had already begun to tire and slack off. However, at this moment, Zhang Jin's attention was drawn to Xiaoshu. This young man was distinctly different from the others. He showed no signs of fatigue and was running exceptionally fast. "What is this lad's name?" Zhang Jin asked, pointing at Xiaoshu. An instructor pulled out a roster, flipped through it, and then handed it over. "Xiaoshu, a non-ability user, talent grade F." Zhang Jin sighed softly. What a promising candidate. It's a pity his talent is lacking. Nonetheless, he could be considered for recruitment into the army for further refinement. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu remained oblivious to the attention he was garnering from the instructors, focused solely on his own running. After a while, feeling somewhat thirsty, he retrieved a bottle of ordinary mineral water from the system and began to drink. These are all prizes from a lottery. It's a shame not to drink them. As the spring water slid down, I felt an extraordinary sensation. The fatigue I had previously experienced vanished in an instant. Could this water possess restorative properties? Xiaoshu pondered and took another sip. It was not merely revitalizing my stamina. It also replenished my minuscule spiritual energy to its full capacity. This is indeed a remarkable elixir, devoid of any side effects. It appears that the blue items have no adverse effects and do not yield permanent attribute growth. In contrast, the purple items may have side effects but bestow lasting attributes. Upon grasping this, Xiaoshu swiftly stowed the spring water away. This is a treasure, worth 1,000 yuan per bottle. After regaining my strength, I resumed my sprint with renewed vigor. I quickly distanced myself from the main group, completing a lap around the playground and even catching up to the rear. At the back of the group, I noticed several exhausted boys and girls struggling to keep pace, including Xiao Yuza. With a playful smile, I approached him. Xiao, are you tired? Your 5-speed fan isn't working too well, is it? From Xiao Yuza's negative emotion, 1000 you. You damn. Get lost. He was breathless and could hardly respond to Xiaoshu. Brother Xiao, let me tell you, this physical training counts towards our final grade. Conveniently, I have the spiritual water from Tianquan Mountain with me. Drinking it can restore vitality, prolong life, and cure all ailments. Xiao Yuza struggled to reply, You're just bragging, talking nonsense. I'm not kidding. Xiaoshu insisted, retrieving the spring water from the system. Xiaoshu cleverly disguised it as if it were pulled from his pocket. After twisting off the cap, he poured a little of the water onto the bottle cap and directly offered it to Xiao Yuza. What? What are you feeding me? Xiao Yuza wanted to spit it out, but once it touched his lips, it slid down effortlessly. Hey, not tired anymore. He finally realized he could speak complete sentences again. Xiaoshu grinned. Impressive, isn't it? Impressive. How much for this bottle? I'll buy it. I wouldn't ask for much, just 10,000 yuan per bottle. Xiao Yuza's face darkened instantly. Although his family had some wealth, 10,000 was still a month's allowance for him. Can't you make it cheaper? All right, 995 per bottle. From Xiao Yuza's negative emotion, 1,000 goodness, you're only dropping it by 50 cents, huh? Chapter 16. What's so good about delivering takeout? This water is the spiritual essence from Tianquan Mountain, guarded by countless spirit beasts. Each year, the number of fatalities while collecting water from Tianquan Mountain reaches into the thousands. Xiaoshu spoke convincingly, weaving a tale of deception. Buy it or not. Just this one bottle. If you don't want it, I'll find someone else. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuza quickly replied, I'll buy it. I'll transfer the money right now. He discreetly took out his phone and hastily transferred 10,000 to Xiaoshu. Seeing the funds arrive, Xiaoshu beamed with delight. Here you go. Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you to visit again. After handing him the water, Xiaoshu pulled out another bottle from his pocket. From Xiao Yuza's negative emotion value 1,000. Did you just say it's only one bottle? Xiaoshu ignored him and quickly moved on to the next customer, a great source of grievance. A bottle of mineral water purchased for 1,000 was sold for 10 times the price. As he approached the next person, he immediately began his marketing spiel. Miss, I have the ethereal water from Tianquan Mountain. Before he could finish, the girl turned around. Her delicate face was glistening with sweat. It was Yin Qianqian, the girl with the online nickname Swallow in Yi Xiaoshu's phone. Yi Xiaoshu. Gazing at the handsome boy before her, Yin Qianqian felt a wave of astonishment. The one she once looked down upon as a sycophant. How had he become so handsome? Yi Xiaoshu also felt a bit awkward. What difference did it make how good-looking a green tea bitch was if she considered herself a sycophant? He handed her a bottle of mineral water and swiftly ran off in search of the next customer. The bottle still held Yi Xiaoshu's warmth. Could it be that he still harbored feelings for me? Yin Qianqian pondered while holding the bottle. It felt strange that the sycophant she once despised had suddenly transformed into someone so attractive. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoshu was simply fulfilling a request from Yin Jinghan to look after her. Giving her a bottle of water was quite generous, considering it cost 1,000. After a while, Yi Xiaoshu ran over to Liu Weizhi and quickly asked, Young Master Liu, feeling tired? Are you experiencing soreness in your back and legs? Fatigue in your limbs, as if your body has been drained? You need this bottle of ethereal water from Tianquan Mountain. From Liu Weizhi's negative emotion value 1,000. Get lost. Liu Weizhi had much better physical stamina than Xiao Yuza, being a strength-type supernatural being. He regularly engaged in physical training. Come, try it, it's a good thing. 1 sip refreshes the mind. 2 sips banish fatigue. 3 sips grant eternal youth. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Weizhi was somewhat swayed by Yi Xiaoshu's words. This kid was truly eloquent. Liu Weizhi scrutinized Yi Xiaoshu for a moment and said, You take a sip first. Seeing his hesitation, Yi Xiaoshu poured a little into his mouth, avoiding the bottle's opening. No worries, you can trust my character. From Liu Weizhi's negative emotion value 1,000. If you can trust him, then there's a ghost. Nevertheless, as Yi Xiaoshu had said, this kid seemed to be sprinting full throttle, talking while running, appearing never to tire. Could this water truly be that miraculous? Liu Weizhi inquired, How much? Not 998. Not 888. Just 998, and it's yours to take home. From Liu Weizhi's negative emotion value 500, after transferring the money. He snatched the water from Yi Xiaoshu's hands and took a sip. As soon as he swallowed, his eyes brightened. It truly was a remarkable product, just as he claimed. The fatigue in his body vanished completely. How many bottles of this water do you have? Whatever quantity you desire, I can provide, Xiaoshu replied with a smile. Naturally. I have as many as you need. 1 point of wealth translates to 1,000 in hand. A quick turnaround could yield 10,000. With a profit margin of 90%, even Mr. Crab couldn't compete with Xiaoshu's integrity. Start me off with 10 bottles. You got it. On the podium, Zhang Jin fixated his gaze on Xiaoshu, observing him as he persistently marketed his bottled water to the exhausted students trailing behind. With a grim expression, Zhang Jin brandished a loudspeaker and proclaimed, Xiaoshu, add another 5 kilometers. If you can't finish, don't even think about lunch. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshu promptly stowed away his water bottles and began to run earnestly. While his pace was commendable under casual circumstances, once he unleashed his full potential, he surpassed even the swiftest sprinters. Yet, this was not a mere 100-meter dash. It was a grueling 5-kilometer run. Zhang Jin was taken aback and urgently inquired, is this lad truly devoid of special abilities? Indeed, without any special powers, a nearby instructor replied. Yet he runs faster than even those with agility-enhancing abilities. Before long, Xiaoshu completed the 5 kilometers and resumed his entrepreneurial endeavors. By the end of the morning's physical training, he had earned over 200,000. Those who could enter the spirit martial class were either exceptionally gifted or affluent. Rarely did one encounter an anomaly like Xiaoshu, as most were well off. This income could easily equate to a day's worth of food delivery. During the lunch break, Zhang Jin summoned Xiaoshu. His classmates lay exhausted on the grass of the playground, resembling lifeless zombies. In the office, Xiaoshu cautiously settled onto the sofa, across from the imposing Zhang Jin. He anticipated punishment for his bottled water sales. While he could endure personal consequences, he fervently hoped his meager earnings would remain untouched. Xiaoshu, present. Have you ever considered enlisting in the military? This unexpected question left Xiaoshu bewildered. He had anticipated a reprimand, not such an inquiry. He hesitantly replied, enlist. Can one deliver food in the military? Absolutely not. Can I sell bottled water and make some money? Absolutely not. Zhang Jin's frustration boiled over. He could scarcely comprehend Xiaoshu's words. There are allowances that would suffice for you and your sister's living expenses. Clearly, Zhang Jin had researched Xiaoshu's background. It was notably unblemished. He lived with an unrelated sister, while both parents, being military personnel, were currently missing. Xiaoshu waved his hand dismissively, stating, not interested. I prefer to remain a student. As long as I can deliver food, I'm satisfied. This remark sent Zhang Jin into a fit of exasperation. Are you out of your mind? You refuse a position within the system just to deliver food? What is so appealing about that? Xiaoshu shrugged and replied, well, I just like it. There's money to be made. Zhang Jin nearly choked in disbelief, utterly exasperated by the young man's perspective. Fine, you may leave. Zhang Jin was done with this infuriating youth, who seemed utterly consumed by thoughts of money. The lunchtime was specifically allocated for students to eat, lasting 2 hours. Classes resumed promptly at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. However, Zhang Jin insisted that, regardless of the circumstances, the students must resolve their meals within half an hour before resuming training. The students lined up, with 5 classes forming 5 distinct formations. On the flag-raising platform, Zhang Jin shouted through a megaphone, let the strength training commence. The body is the foundation of a spiritual warrior. Each individual, even those devoid of extraordinary abilities, can engage in combat with their physical prowess. With a robust physique, one can surpass the average person. Xiaoshu, step forward. Xiaoshu, puzzled yet compliant, emerged from the ranks. This student was devoid of any special powers. After the morning's training, I deemed him capable of representing your physical strength levels. Upon concluding his statement, Zhang Jin descended from the platform. Let him strike me a blow. I will demonstrate to you how fragile your bodies are compared to that of a soldier. Chapter 17. The unattainable forever disturbs while other classes may remain unaware. The students of Class 2 were acutely conscious of the fact that the punch delivered by this slight figure could rival the impact of a freight truck. Liu Weizhi shouted, no, Commander, you won't withstand it. Other students echoed their concerns loudly. Commander, a single blow from him could be fatal. Indeed, you cannot endure the force of Xiaoshu's punch. Zhang Jin furrowed his brow and barked, silence. He is merely a high school student, and you underestimate me, Zhang Jin. Yi Xiaoshu, strike with all your might, and do not hold back. The students' reactions only served to infuriate Zhang Jin. How formidable could a mere powerless youth be? Even with martial skills? Could a single punch incapacitate a silver-level spiritual warrior? Students from other classes, curious about why Class 2 was so adamantly opposing, had only heard rumors within the school. There was a student who had reportedly destroyed a force measurement device. However, it was merely the most basic of measuring instruments. If it was broken, so be it. Aside from Class 2, no one deemed this incident significant. Yet, the students of Class 2 knew full well how terrifying this individual was, a veritable humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yi Xiaoshu scratched his head and said ahem. Chief Commander, this seems inappropriate. Zhang Jin immediately bristled, exclaiming, why does Class 2 behave like a bunch of cowards? It's just a punch, stop being so timid. The girls in Class 2 had already shut their eyes, while Liu Weizhi sighed softly, choosing not to say anything further. The entire Class 2 seemed ready to offer incense to Zhang Jin. Should I really strike? Yi Xiaoshu inquired cautiously. Strike, or shall we find someone else? Zhang Jin was growing increasingly impatient. Why was this boy so hesitant? Although he concealed his true strength with a spiritual energy suppression device, a silver-level warrior could easily handle these black iron novices. Strike. Do not fear. Spiritual technique, metallization. Zhang Jin roared, his bronze-hued body instantaneously gleaming with a metallic sheen. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xiaoshu felt somewhat reassured and prepared to deliver a gentle punch, merely to make a point. At that moment, Zhao Yuza suddenly interjected, Yi Xiaoshu, do not employ martial techniques. I do not wish for our class to be without a training commander. Zhang Jin's expression darkened. Listening to Class 2, it seemed they believed that a silver-level spiritual warrior could not compare to a mere black iron novice. Strike. With all your strength, unleash every ounce of power you possess. If you don't put in enough effort, I shall make you run 10 kilometers. Yi Xiaoshu observed the instructor's unwavering confidence and contemplated the situation. After all, the other party possessed silver-level prowess. Receiving a punch should pose no significant problem. Martial technique, Berserk. Yi Xiaoshu bellowed, channeling all his strength into his right fist. He stepped forward with his left foot, allowing his entire body to propel his arm, delivering his strongest blow. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. A crimson glow danced around Yi Xiaoshu's fist. In the next instant, a powerful gust of wind, accompanied by a sonic boom, surged forth. Zhang Jin suddenly sensed something amiss. Years of battlefield experience had imbued him with a primal awareness of impending doom. He regretted. Why had he concealed his strength from the outset? This overwhelming sense of crisis ignited the activation of all his spiritual techniques in that moment. Spiritual technique, metal shield. Spiritual technique, body enhancement. Martial technique, iron will. A shield materialized abruptly, bracing against Yi Xiaoshu's fist. Yet, upon mere contact, the shield disintegrated into dust. Soon after, the formidable force crashed into Zhang Jin's body. The arena fell silent. Zhang Jin was silent. Yi Xiaoshu was silent. To preserve the instructor's dignity, Zhang Jin's legs trembled slightly, though no one could perceive it. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "You are free to train." He then turned and strode purposefully into the distance. His departing figure was undeniably striking. Soon, he vanished from the student's sight. At that moment, several instructors approached. "Captain Zhang, what happened? Your face looks as if you've bitten into wasabi." "I can't. Internal injuries." "Quickly, take me to the infirmary." With that, Zhang Jin collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the students whispered among themselves. "Did you see the commandant's expression just now?" "No, I didn't." That punch from Yi Xiaoshu turned his face purple. "So that dashing boy is named Yi Xiaoshu?" Amidst the chatter, Zhao Yuza scoffed. "The commandant is still the commandant. Yi Xiaoshu merely possesses great strength, which the commandant managed to withstand. Besides, in actual combat, others can easily use ranged skills to pull you away." Yi Xiaoshu shot him a glance and retorted, "Indeed, when I get around to thrashing you, you might as well be a fan blowing cool air my way." From Zhao Yuza's negative emotion value, 1,000, Yi Xiaoshu was puzzled. Believing that the punch he had unleashed with all his might should have been more impactful, he shrugged it off, coming to terms with the reality that there was a significant disparity in their realms of power. Once Zhang Jin departed, the students enjoyed the afternoon freely before eventually heading home. As Yi Xiaoshu wheeled his electric bike to the school gate, he was intercepted. Before him stood the school beauty. "Yin Qianqian." "Miss, If you have something to say, please wait until tomorrow, Xiaoshu replied dismissively, eager to deliver his food order. A missed delivery meant a loss of 5,000 yuan. Xiaoshu, what you said earlier. I agreed. I said nothing, miss. Please let me go. Yin Qianqian refused to relent, placing a hand on his electric bike to block his path. You did say it. I still have the chat records. I promised to be your girl. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaoshu suddenly fled. We shall discuss it another day. In a flash, he ran away. As for the electric bike, he could summon and retrieve it at will. Noticing that there was hardly anyone around except Yin Qianqian, he promptly took it away. Yin Qianqian stomped her foot in frustration. Yet, as she gazed at Xiaoshu's retreating figure, her cheeks flushed slightly with a smile. The unattainable always stirs restlessness. It is precisely because it remains out of reach that it becomes all the more precious. Humph, I refuse to believe that my charm cannot captivate you. She yearned for this boy to fall for her once more, unaware that the boy before her was no longer the timid and humble Xiaoshu of yore. He held no interest in her whatsoever. After running for a while, Xiaoshu, seeing no one around, summoned his electric bike. At that moment, he found himself targeted by a group of people. That kid over there is Xiaoshu, a strong young man wearing sunglasses declared. Wang Biao wiped the sweat from his flabby body and asserted, Brother Zhang, it's absolutely true. He was beating me while repeatedly saying his name was Xiaoshu. The young man in sunglasses waved his hand, addressing everyone behind him, prepare to take action. The original order from Mr. Wu was to capture him alive. Those who dare to touch his woman will not meet a good end. After it's done, each person will receive 100,000. Any objections? All the lackeys, armed with iron tools, shouted in unison, no objections. Wang Biao quietly inquired, Brother, what benefits will you gain? Martial arts, the young man replied. Brother Wu has promised to provide me with the best martial arts available. Xiaoshu mounted his electric bike and activated the system to accept an order. The Invincible Delivery System is at your service. As soon as he started the bike, several motorcycles encircled him. Their intentions were clearly malicious. Xiaoshu glanced at the group and swiftly turned his electric bike in another direction. Wang Biao bellowed, the kid thinks he can escape. Not a chance. Chapter 18. The desert butcher Wang Biao was about to pursue when the young man in sunglasses gestured for him to hold back. No need to rush. I know this kid is not easy to deal with. We have people lying in wait over there. Wang Biao was taken aback. They typically did not operate with such organization. Street thugs would simply gather a large group, fight if they could, and run if they couldn't. The young man, named Zhang Kuang, was the sole heir of the underground organization in Guanghai. Having grown up in such an environment, he possessed a far broader perspective than these street ruffians. As Xiaoshu rode his electric bike, he noticed that his pursuers had not followed. There were only two possibilities. Either they were wary of something ahead, or there was an ambush waiting for him. Xiaoshu exerted all his strength to accelerate. Clever enough, but unfortunately, it won't work against me. Suddenly, Xiaoshu's cockroach brand electric bike surged forward, becoming a mere shadow under the twilight. The few individuals preparing to intercept him were momentarily stunned. Is this really an electric bike? Whose electric bike can reach 200 miles per hour? Xiaoshu, observing their bewildered expressions, mockingly extended his middle finger and taunted, enjoy the exhaust, losers. Xiaoshu, what a troublesome fellow. I must take him down. How infuriating. A few individuals accelerated, pushing their motorcycles to the utmost speed. As Xiaoshu traversed several intersections, he encountered groups of people stationed there. Each time he saw a new batch, he was met with mockery and an onslaught of skill points. These individuals were strategically positioned at every intersection from the school to the outskirts. Some followed closely behind Xiaoshu, while others blocked the way, deliberately guiding him away from the bustling city towards the suburbs, facilitating their attack. A few riders pursued him on their motorcycles. Xiaoshu had already cranked the speed to its maximum, yet being an electric vehicle, it was limited to a mere 200 at best. Formidable compared to standard electric bikes, but still no match for motorcycles. The arrogant Zhang Kuang removed his sunglasses and addressed Xiaoshu. Get off your bike, and I won't harm you. I'll safely escort you to young Master Wu. You might endure less suffering. Xiaoshu pondered for a moment. Just a few days prior, someone had been incessantly transmitting negative emotions into his mind. Young Master Wu. Wu Yifan? What grudge could he possibly have against me? With a furrowed brow, Xiaoshu replied, what if I refuse? Then you shall inevitably endure some pain. Boys, attack. Upon hearing Zhang Kuang's command, Wang Biao was the first to strike. Armed with nunchaku, he drove while preparing to assault Xiaoshu. As the motorcycle collided with the electric bike, Wang Biao felt an immense force surge through him, propelling him away. What just happened? Everyone froze, witnessing Wang Biao collide with Xiaoshu. Yet Xiaoshu's electric bike remained unscathed, while Wang Biao was sent flying. Protocol 2 activated. Protocol 2? Xiaoshu was equally perplexed. System tasked to protect the host during the mission, he felt a surge of gratitude. The system, at long last, had proven itself reliable, not letting him down for once. Wealth value deducted proportionally based on the host's injuries. Wealth value. 2. I take back what I just said. Get lost, unreliable system. Xiaoshu had not sustained any injuries. The electric bike had merely brushed against Wang Biao. Yet, a hefty 2,000 was deducted. What kind of repair service charges that much? This wretched system can demand it. Wang Biao's driving skills were utterly lacking. Just watch me. Another thug wielding a chain lunged at Xiaoshu, executing the same actions and following the same script. At the instant the thug attacked, he was similarly propelled away by an overwhelming force. Several others, undeterred, launched simultaneous assaults on Xiaoshu, only to meet the same fate. The greater the force used, the stronger the rebound. Zhang Kuang shouted, "This kid is peculiar. Let us hold off on attacking for now. That electric bike must be a spiritual technique or a magical artifact. We'll wait until his spiritual energy is depleted before we strike." Following Zhang Kuang's words, everyone ceased their attacks and trailed behind Xiaoshu. For 20 minutes, the pursuit continued, leaving behind the clamor of the bustling city and merging onto the highway. Now it was Xiaoshu's turn to feel the weight of anxiety. If the delivery exceeded the designated time, the invincibility period would inevitably come to an end. Faced with such a multitude of martial artists, even with his strength, he could not guarantee an easy confrontation. How much time do I have left? You have 2 minutes remaining. You are about to exceed the time limit. Damn it. Never mind. Xiaoshu abruptly halted the vehicle and leaped out. Standing tall upon the concrete, his aura surged as the crimson light flickered around him, signaling the activation of his Berserk mode. Since failing to deliver the food had become a certainty, he would embrace the battle. A dozen motorcycles circled around Xiaoshu. Zhang Kuang, spotting Xiaoshu exit the vehicle, shouted, "His magical artifact has lost its effect. Attack." The group aimed their motorcycles directly at Xiaoshu and charged forward. Crash! With a powerful punch, Xiaoshu sent one motorcycle flying. Then he swiftly maneuvered to the side of another bike, delivering a kick that sent it careening into yet another motorcycle. Utilizing his 2 minutes of invincibility, Xiaoshu dispatched several opponents with ease. Holy cow, this guy is incredibly fierce. 1 punch per person. Don't be afraid. A few thugs attempted to flee but were effortlessly lifted by Xiaoshu with one hand. Stand down, he declared, you cannot stop me. Yet, no one heeded his words, for their reinforcements were already en route. Soon, a truck came to a halt on the highway, and individuals began to descend. Prepared for a brawl, the invincibility period was drawing to a close. Observing the increasingly dire situation, Xiaoshu ceased holding back. He positioned his hands before his chin, assuming the most orthodox boxing stance. Zhang Kuang, witnessing Xiaoshu's unwavering demeanor, stepped to the forefront of the crowd. You are a man, and at your age, most would already be kneeling in despair. I, Zhang Kuang, admire your courage. I will not trouble you further. Let us duel. If you best me, I shall let you go. Xiaoshu scoffed. Regardless of whether I can defeat you, there's no escape for me today. If a fight is what you seek, then bring it on. He retrieved a chicken leg from the system and devoured it, his powerful bite even shattering the bone. The effects of the permanent enhancement combined with that of the consumable surged within him, granting him nearly tenfold explosive power coursing through his muscles. Suddenly, Xiaoshu transformed into a streak of red light, charging toward Zhang Kuang with a fist raised. Boom! Just before Xiaoshu's blow landed, Zhang Kuang activated his beast transformation. His skin, akin to chainmail, dispersed the force of the attack. The punch failed to inflict significant damage, as Zhang Kuang had transformed into a creature resembling an alligator. Complete with sunglasses, Xiaoshu nearly had his eyes pop out in shock. Holy smokes, a desert butcher? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Kuang drew a curved blade, wielding a 1-meter-long combat knife with ease. Indeed, he was the desert butcher. Xiaoshu exclaimed in astonishment. However, Zhang Kuang remained oblivious to Xiaoshu's words, as this world had no alliances. Spirit skill, ultimate domination. Several subordinates, upon witnessing Zhang Kuang employ a mystical technique, hastily retreated to the sidelines. The elder brother had become serious. This young man was no ordinary individual. It was the first time I had seen the elder brother utilize his innate mystical abilities. Despite being only at the silver tier, once he activated his gifted technique, he could contend with those at the golden level. Remarkable. As time progressed, the crocodile's body gradually swelled. A tremendous aura of power enveloped Zhang Kuang. His eyes radiated a crimson glow, as if he had entered a state of frenzy. In an instant, a colossal blade descended fiercely upon Xiaoshu. Such a grand and sweeping maneuver was executed with astonishing speed. Even though Xiaoshu had attempted to hasten his escape, he barely managed to evade the strike. The mystical technique, Tyrant's Frenzied Strike. The blade approached at an extraordinarily unconventional angle, seemingly defying the laws of physics. As it spun laterally, a nearby motorcycle was instantly cleaved in two. Xiaoshu raised his arm in a desperate attempt to block the blow, but it was a mere struggle. Blood oozed from his arm. It was only due to the enhancement from his frenzied state that his arm remained intact. Otherwise, it would have surely been severed. In retaliation, Xiaoshu swung a fist with all his might against Zhang Kuang's crocodilian hide. However, it was utterly futile. That hide was akin to chainmail, effectively dissipating the force of his blow. Infuriated by the counterattack, Zhang Kuang's blades surged forward once more. This young man was doomed. He was as good as dead. Wait, let us intercept the elder brother and prevent him from killing this lad. Xiaoshu, observing the blade's trajectory, felt a surprising clarity in his mind. This lucid sensation was a result of his frenzied transformation. As he assessed the blade's path, he mustered every ounce of spiritual energy within him. Detection of host utilizing martial arts. Protocol 3 activated. Entry of technique. Tai Chi Chuan. Though he was merely at the iron tier, the spiritual energy he could wield was exceedingly limited. His palm was but a hair's breadth from the blade. Zhang Kuang, noticing Xiaoshu, felt his speed suddenly decelerate, creating a stark contrast to his previous momentum. Realizing something was amiss, he was unable to withdraw his strike. At that moment, the spiritual energy merely tugged at the blade, altering its trajectory. With intent and focus, he harnessed the energy within him. The blade shifted direction, its force dissipating elsewhere. When the blade struck the concrete floor, it created a substantial gash. All the ruffians stood frozen in disbelief. They could not comprehend the sorcery unfolding before them, exclaiming, "What is happening with that lad? Why has his movement slowed down? What kind of technique is that?" Chapter 19. Tai Chi Chuan in his past life. He had encountered Tai Chi Chuan solely through wellness literature and had observed elderly gentlemen practicing it in the park, occasionally mimicking their movements. In the face of mortal peril moments ago, he had unwittingly employed it. Though he only knew a few rudimentary forms, he could not claim to practice authentic Tai Chi. Yet, astonishingly, it had now been recorded as a skill by the system. Tai Chi Chuan, unfamiliar, LV1, points required for upgrade, 100 maxed out. Ding, 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 ding. The system's notification chimes resonated incessantly. The myriad knowledge of Tai Chi, its methodologies, and the muscle memory cultivated over years now converged within Xiaoshu's body. Tai Chi, Mastery, LV3, required skill points for upgrade, 10,000. The Tai Chi, enhanced by the system, transcended the mere health practice Xiaoshu had learned in his previous life. It now embodied a formidable power that could harness spiritual energy to subdue adversaries. What has come over this lad? His aura feels peculiar. Though merely of black iron rank, such an aura should still seem insignificant. By the way, why are those two not moving? Zhang Kuang retrieved the blade from the ground, his gaze fixed on Xiaoshu. Despite his current state of fury, he could distinctly sense his opponent's vulnerabilities. Attacking based on the enemy's weaknesses had always rendered his foes wounded. Yet at this moment, Xiaoshu exhibited no weaknesses. In this world, Tai Chi was non-existent, and no one could discern the style of Xiaoshu. This was the essence of Tai Chi. When one remains still, the other remains still. After completing his statement, Xiaoshu inhaled deeply. Observing Xiaoshu's prolonged stillness, Zhang Kuang initiated the assault. When one stirs, the other must move first. Yet Xiaoshu's speed was swifter, and in an instant, his hand was pressed against Zhang Kuang's crocodilian arm. Once the center line was breached, no amount of strength could be wielded. Zhang Kuang immediately sensed his inability to exert force and switched to his left hand, preparing to deliver a fierce blow to Xiaoshu. However, that punch ultimately missed as Xiaoshu vanished. To onlookers, it appeared as though Xiaoshu danced in evasive maneuvers beside Zhang Kuang. Yet in Zhang Kuang's perception, he could never catch sight of Xiaoshu, as he consistently occupied Zhang Kuang's blind spot. Tai Chi's technique grasped the sparrow's tail. Subsequently, Zhang Kuang was struck by an overwhelming force and found himself toppled. He was left bewildered, completely unaware of the technique Xiaoshu had employed, ending up in a rather undignified manner. Struggling to rise, Zhang Kuang found that the duration of his innate spiritual skill had also elapsed. Armed with his blade, he charged at Xiaoshu. However, his speed was now far diminished compared to before. Tai Chi's cloud hands. The spiritual energy surged forth, intertwining with the blade's force and redirecting it elsewhere. At this juncture, Zhang Kuang had lost control over the force. With a bellow, Zhang Kuang roared, releasing his grip on the blade. If he could not control it, he would simply discard it. Subsequently, his claw lunged toward Xiaoshu. Before the strike could land, Xiaoshu seemed to possess foreknowledge of the impending action. Each strike was anticipated, and the claw was swiftly intercepted before being twisted outward. This was the principle of Tai Chi, the division of yin and yang. It was not solely a method of employing softness to conquer hardness. It also included decisive and overwhelming offensive techniques. This punch, akin to a meteor hammer, intercepted the crocodilian claw's assault with one hand, while the other, like a mighty hammer, struck forcefully at Zhang Kuang's crocodile head. With a resounding thud, the entire concrete floor fractured around Zhang Kuang, as if a colossal lead ball had crashed into the ground. Even though the crocodilian hide could disperse some of the force, under the weight of this punch, it still yielded, clearly sustaining considerable internal injury. Xiaoshu turned around and addressed the crowd, exclaiming loudly, "Is there anyone else? I am ready to take on 10. At this proclamation, the small-time thugs trembled in fear. Taking on 10, even if they banded together, they might not stand a chance against Zhang Kuang. After all, Xiaoshu had effortlessly dispatched their leader with just 2 moves. Who could possibly contend with him? Was this fellow made of black iron? The thugs scattered in panic, contributing a significant amount of emotional value. Their fear of Xiaoshu transformed into skill points. Xiaoshu paid them no heed, instead taking a bottle of mineral water and drinking deeply. At this moment, Zhang Kuang had reverted from his beastly form, lying in ragged clothes on the concrete floor. Xiaoshu then rummaged through Zhang Kuang's pockets and pulled out a mobile phone, noticing it required a fingerprint to unlock. He seized Zhang Kuang's hand and unlocked it. As he scrolled through the chat history, he came across messages from Wu Zong. "I have found information on Xiaoshu. I didn't expect this kid to have such a beautiful sister. Bring him over with broken limbs. I want his sister begging me in bed. Let him dare to touch my woman. Hee hee." Zhang Kuang replied, "This is the last time I help you. After this, my Zhang family will no longer assist you." Xiaoshu's veins bulged as he read the content on the screen, and he crushed the phone in his hand. Anyone was fair game. But they dared not touch Romangyao. How dare they set their sights on her? Wu Yifan, just wait. After the ordeal, Xiaoshu had intended to deliver a few more takeout orders, but the system had ceased assigning him deliveries. It seemed that as long as he had not completed an order, he could not accept new ones for the day. With nothing left to occupy his time, Xiaoshu quickly returned home. Once inside, he sorrowfully changed out of his clothes, which amounted to just 2 jackets, both of which were takeout uniforms. Now, only one remained. Xiaoshu removed his clothing and resignedly headed for the shower. After bathing, he returned to his room and checked his phone, where several messages awaited him. Yinzi, 99. Xiaoshu sighed, troubled by this persistent girl. He contemplated deleting her from his contacts but decided against it. After all, he owed it to Yin Jingen's sister to be considerate. Perhaps it was best not to delete her after all. Suddenly regretting accepting Yin Jingen's transfer, he ignored her for the moment and noticed his sister had also sent him a message. "Sister, Xiaoshu, how have you been these past few days?" "Sister, I will be back soon after I finish my work." Xiaoshu smiled as he read her messages and responded, "I'm doing well, take care." Meanwhile, Ro Mingyao felt her phone vibrate. She had long since marked Xiaoshu as someone she particularly cared for. Picking up her phone, she beamed at his reply. Just then, a girl suddenly popped up beside her, grinning and asking, "Is it your brother again?" "Yes," Ro Mingyao replied. "You've been checking your phone dozens of times today." "Just waiting for your brother's reply." "You must really like him. You little brother complex. Ro Mingyao's face flushed at the comment. Hey, give it here. The girl snatched the phone and initiated a video call. I must see just how handsome your brother is, to have captured Mingyao's affection so completely. Ro Mingyao struggled to seize the phone, but alas, she could not reach it. At that moment, Xiaoshu answered the call. Sister? The striking features of the boy left the girl utterly mesmerized. Such charm is likely unparalleled even by some international celebrities. Seizing the opportunity while the girl was entranced, Ro Mingyao swiftly took the phone. When she gazed at her brother, she too was taken aback. Xiaoshu, please turn off the beauty filter. I haven't activated it. You know my old phone is barely functional. Just managing to open the camera is a feat. Ro Mingyao watched her brother on the video call, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly ended the call. Xiaoshu indeed looked quite dashing. How did he become so handsome? Utterly charming. Hee. Sister Mingyao. The girl giggled as she sidled up to Ro Mingyao. What do you want? I'm not giving you my phone. I don't want the phone. Could you possibly introduce me to your brother? Dream on. After Ro Mingyao spoke, she quickly tucked the phone into her pocket. Xiaoshu was perplexed, unsure of what antics his sister was up to. However, seeing her face brightened his mood considerably. In the middle of the night, Zhang Kuang rose from his hospital bed, his body adorned with various monitoring devices, muttering to himself, Tai Chi. Tai Chi cloud hands. Tai Chi fist. He was a master. A middle-aged man approached anxiously, concern etched on his face. Son, are you all right? Do you remember who I am? Zhang Kuang looked bewildered, uncertain of his father's condition. Dad, what is wrong with you? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes filled with tears. It's good that you're fine. Good that you're fine. Tell me, who did this to you? I'll send someone to. Zhang Kuang raised his hand to stop his father, quickly saying, I want to be discharged. I need to find that person. He is a master. Dad, have you heard of Tai Chi? The man shook his head, indicating his ignorance. It's a formidable martial art. Xiaoshu. Brother Yi. I want to become his disciple. I want him to be my elder brother. As Zhang Kuang spoke, he dashed towards the hospital exit. Brother Yi. I'm coming. The doctor beside the middle-aged man sighed and shook his head, stating, it seems the head injury is still quite severe. I recommend increasing the medication dosage. Chapter 20. Every gain comes with a loss. At the break of dawn, Xiaoshu slung his backpack over his shoulder, preparing to summon his electric bike. Suddenly, a robust young man clad in a hospital gown came sprinting towards him. Brother Yi, wait. Xiaoshu squinted, astonished. Is that Zhang Kuang? Zhang Kuang suddenly dropped to one knee, sliding for over 3 meters before tightly grasping Xiaoshu's leg and shouting, Brother Yi. Xiaoshu frowned, saying, I am not your brother. You've mistaken the person. Zhang Kuang fervently shook his head. No, Xiaoshu, from now on, you are my brother. Can you teach me that? Tai Chi fist? Xiaoshu observed his comical demeanor and chuckled. There's no time. I must attend school. I'll accompany you. Just give the word. And I would brave any peril. Zhang Kuang nearly shouted in response. Having been captivated by countless martial arts films since childhood, he had longed to master such skills. However, the martial arts available in the market were merely deceptive. The truly exceptional techniques had long been monopolized by affluent families. Individuals like him, entrenched in the underworld, would never have access to formidable martial arts. The emergence of Xiaoshu marked a turning point. As for Wu Yifun's people, let us discuss that once you gain admission to our school, Xiaoshu remarked, turning away. Could you please let go of my leg? All right. Subsequently, Xiaoshu rode off on his electric scooter. Zhang Kuang hurried back to the hospital, calling out loudly to his father, Dad, I want to go to school. His father, moved to tears, replied, Son, after all these years of advising you, you finally agree. Now, which school do you wish to attend? Lingwu High School. Very well. After a brief phone call, Zhang Kuang reunited with his father. Once he changed into appropriate attire, they proceeded to Lingwu High School, the very institution attended by Xiaoshu. Admission required an examination. At that moment, Zhang Kuang sat in a chair, struggling with a mathematics problem. This is too difficult. I must learn martial arts from Brother Yi. If pushed to my limits, I can achieve anything. Half an hour later, he submitted his math paper. It became evident that even when pressured, one might still falter at mathematics. 2 hours later, the entrance examinations concluded. Ha ha ha, my dear son, how did you fare? Zhang Kuang proudly proclaimed, 30 points. No doubt, you are my splendid son. The entrance examination for Lingwu High School was merely a formality. While the ordinary classes had high academic standards, the Lingwu class was different. At merely 19 years of age, with his silver-tier prowess. Zhang Kuang's admission to the Lingwu class was exceedingly easy. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoshu was in the classroom, where Zhang Jin was imparting knowledge about the spirit domain to the students. In the early days of national conflict, it was referred to as the secret realm, later renamed the spirit domain. The spirit domain refers to the spatial rifts that form on planets. Within these rifts dwell countless fantastical creatures, each possessing a core known as the spirit core within their minds. Your mission to the spirit domain is to personally acquire a spirit core. Only by absorbing it can you advance to the bronze level. At that moment, Zhang Jin's lecture was interrupted by the homeroom teacher, who whispered something discreetly. Ahem. Pardon the interruption. We have a new student joining us. Please come in and introduce yourself. As the homeroom teacher finished speaking, the robust figure of Zhang Kuang strode confidently into the room. Hello everyone. I am Zhang Kuang, 19 years old, Zhang for arrogance, and Kuang for fury. Yi Xiaoshu is my elder brother, and I look forward to your guidance. The classmates were momentarily at a loss for words, their eyes wide with astonishment. Such a robust figure, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches. Is this truly a 19-year-old? Moreover, this individual astonishingly holds a silver rank. His overwhelming presence nearly rendered the bronze-ranked students breathless. Very well, since this new classmate has officially joined Class 2, he must also partake in physical training. Upon concluding his statement, Zhang Kuang handed over a restriction ring. The moment he donned the ring, his formidable aura diminished significantly, allowing his classmates a moment to breathe. He then directly approached Yi Xiaoshu. Excuse me, I would like to sit here. Could you please move to another spot? The boy, too intimidated to resist, quickly fled. Sitting beside Yi Xiaoshu, Zhang Kuang grinned and whispered, Brother, I've made it in. Sigh. Let us focus on the lesson for now. We can discuss matters after class, Yi Xiaoshu replied, feeling a headache coming on. He had casually mentioned it, not expecting Zhang Kuang to actually succeed. To aspire is one thing. The whims of the affluent seem to come with both gains and losses. With wealth acquired, worries dissipate. Throughout the day, Zhang Kuang persistently followed Yi Xiaoshu. During class, brother, teach me martial skills. I will offer my entire fortune. At mealtime, brother, teach me martial skills. I shall present all my treasured possessions to you. Even during restroom breaks, brother, teach me martial skills, I beseech you. After school, as he delivered takeout, Zhang Kuang rode his motorcycle closely behind. Enough. Yi Xiaoshu felt utterly exasperated. Were this a beautiful maiden, it might be different. But being trailed by such a burly man was simply unpleasant. Zhang Kuang excitedly inquired, Brother, do you consent? Yi Xiaoshu, in resignation, replied, Consent to what? Why should I trust you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuang immediately knelt, pointing skyward and exclaiming, I swear upon my cultivation, if I, Zhang Kuang, betray my brother, may my meridians sever and my life end. Such a vow, once uttered, would have irreversible consequences for one's cultivation if broken. Typically, an ordinary person would not casually make such a solemn oath. It is akin to relinquishing one's future into another's hands. Yet, Zhang Kuang was different. He was a martial enthusiast. While somewhat impulsive, he was not foolish. With such an ally, the plans ahead would undoubtedly benefit. Yi Xiaoshu spoke in a grave tone. I will teach you, but this location is unsuitable. Let us find a more tranquil place. Zhang Kuang laughed heartily. Then, brother, would you honor me by visiting my home? After a moment's consideration, Yi Xiaoshu nodded. With that, Zhang Kuang led him back to his residence. Zhang Kuang's home was situated on a hillside, where bodyguards were stationed along the path, greeting him loudly. Welcome, young Master Zhang. Observing the grandeur of the estate, Yi Xiaoshu couldn't help but ask, Zhang Kuang, what business does your family actually engage in? Zhang Kuang waved his hand dismissively. Just some underground enterprises that are beneath your notice. With that, they proceeded to the specially designed sports arena within Zhang Kuang's home. Each section was partitioned and filled with an array of fitness equipment, which explained the impressive musculature of Zhang Kuang. Standing upon the platform, he declared, Brother Yi, shall we begin? Chapter 21. Progress in the Art of Defense. Yi Xiaoshu nodded. The two exchanged a courteous bow before swiftly engaging in combat. As anticipated, Zhang Kuang faced yet another dismal defeat, without resorting to beast transformation, and Yi Xiaoshu not invoking his berserk state. It was merely through the practice of Tai Chi that he brought Zhang Kuang to the ground. The disparity in physical prowess was simply insurmountable. By the way, Brother Yi, how is it that you are so remarkably swift? Zhang Kuang inquired. It is a natural gift. Xiaoshu replied, casting a glance at Zhang Kuang. After a day of interaction, he had gleaned some understanding of his character, a martial enthusiast steeped in the ways of the underworld, who had sworn oaths that warranted a degree of trust. Having an insider to retaliate against someone like Wu Yifan could prove advantageous. If Zhang Kuang proved trustworthy, further rewards could be negotiated. I can teach you, but it will require a trade of benefits. You must assist me in a certain task, Xiaoshu stated earnestly. A man's word is his bond. Once spoken, it cannot be retracted. If Brother Yi commands me to act like a dog, I shall bark forthwith. Woof woof, Zhang Kuang exclaimed enthusiastically. Xiaoshu scratched his head and quickly interjected, there is no need to act like a dog. Have you heard of Tai Chi? Upon realizing that Xiaoshu was about to commence his teaching, Zhang Kuang perked up, eager to listen attentively. He had only heard of it through his brother and had never encountered it elsewhere. Xiaoshu became convinced of his earlier thoughts. Tai Chi did not exist in this world. Tai Chi is a martial art conceptualized around the principles of yin and yang. Its myriad techniques emphasize the idea of overcoming rigidity with flexibility, and its focus is not on aggression. You may not be suited for it, he proclaimed. Hearing this, Zhang Kuang's expression dimmed considerably. However, you may learn a single technique, which will suffice. Zhang Kuang, brimming with excitement, shouted, is it that move? Progress in the art of defense. Xiaoshu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is the one. Before we begin, I have a few questions to ascertain your willingness to comply. Zhang Kuang fervently nodded, exclaiming, brother, please ask. I will do whatever it takes. Xiaoshu inquired, why is Wu Yifan targeting me? Zhang Kuang replied, it is said that brother has entangled himself with his woman, prompting him to enlist our kind from the underworld to deal with you. Xiaoshu, perplexed, reflected that he had engaged in no such dalliance. After much contemplation, the only woman that came to mind was Yin Jinghan. Ah, it truly is this enchantress causing trouble. A beautiful calamity. Xiaoshu mused, then continued, why would one choose to work for such a person? Scratching his head, Zhang Kuang responded, in the realm of the underworld, one is often compelled by circumstance. Where there is light, there are shadows. My father left behind significant debts in this world. Had it not been for the Wu family's support, the Zhang family would not be thriving as we are. However, that will be the last time. We cannot remain perpetually reliant on the Wu family. Xiaoshu smiled and asked, if I were to send you against Wu Yifan, would you go? Zhang Kuang, slightly abashed by the suggestion, replied, I would, but I must speak candidly, brother. He has numerous elite warriors on his side. My solitary venture against the Wu family would be akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Xiaoshu chuckled in response. Your perspective is too narrow. You must broaden your horizons. It is not necessary to seek revenge on a physical level. A psychological reprisal suffices. You can send me the detailed information about Wu Yifan and his company through your connections. Zhang Kuang, perplexed, wondered what a high school student like Xiaoshu could achieve with such information. What purpose could it serve? Xiaoshu replied, currently, the enemy lurks in the shadows while I stand in the light, making it exceedingly troublesome to deal with them. But what if the situation were to reverse? Zhang Kuang lamented. Even with some materials, it would not shake the foundation of the Wu family conglomerate. Xiaoshu chuckled softly. All you need to do is obtain the information for me. Without further ado, he continued, now I shall teach you the essentials of Tai Chi. Attempt to strike me first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuang prepared to throw a punch. However, a hand intercepted his fist, and with a force akin to cannon fire, a blow landed heavily upon Zhang Kuang's body. Coughing, he remarked, the integration of offense and defense is indeed formidable. Tai Chi embodies this duality, emphasizing counterattacks. What if I were to strike first? Xiaoshu responded, that too is simple, just reverse it. Initiate with an attack, then deflect your opponent's arm with your hand, rendering them incapable of offense in a matter of moments. And then, Zhang Kuang exclaimed with excitement, then I can unleash my spiritual technique. Precisely, Xiaoshu nodded. With Zhang Kuang's formidable prowess, he could sufficiently incapacitate an adversary. A single sweep of his battle blade could cleave a motorcycle in twain. This knowledge, accumulated over millennia in China, was nothing short of astonishing. After 3 hours of practice, Xiaoshu imparted the mantra to Zhang Kuang and returned home. The efficacy of the training would ultimately depend on Zhang Kuang's comprehension. The following day, Zhang Kuang arrived early at the Wu family conglomerate. With his status, entering and exiting the corporate building was remarkably convenient. The Wu family had maintained a long-standing partnership with the Zhang family. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Wu Yifun's most competent aide had already been swayed by Xiaoshu. The Zhang family had once been a crucial part of the security for the Wu family tower, possessing access to control a portion of the surveillance cameras. He disabled several critical cameras and stealthily infiltrated various departments, finance, human resources, and marketing, extracting a selection of documents. Despite Wu's status as a major internet enterprise, a significant portion of crucial documents remained in paper form. He was unsure what was valuable and what was not, but he gathered a variety of materials nonetheless. The hour was still early, and with few personnel present, no one noticed Zhang Kuang's actions. Furthermore, with such a stringent surveillance system, the employees of the conglomerate were incredulous that a thief could abscond with anything. After completing his tasks, he departed the Wu family conglomerate and made his way to school. After a day of training, upon the end of classes, Zhang Kuang presented the documents to Xiaoshu. Receiving the files, Xiaoshu patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. Do not act rashly. Feign ignorance and ensure my personal vendetta does not entangle your family." Zhang Kuang smiled and replied, "It is not because you taught me martial arts that I have distanced myself from the Wu family. Rather, the Zhang family has long harbored intentions of departure. The family as well. The rise of the Zhang family does not depend on the Wu surname. As the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. There will always be a way. Brother, you need not bear such a heavy psychological burden." Xiaoshu nodded. If it were indeed due to his actions that the Zhang family fell into decline, he would lend a hand. With so many treasures in his possession, even a single item could create a sensation in the market. However, revealing items that could permanently enhance one's status in the market requires utmost caution. Chapter 22. Before the storm. Upon returning home, he stacked the entire Wu Group's documents on the table. The battered wooden table, used for many years, now bore invaluable business documents. Xiaoshu contemplated the files before him. They contained numerous reports detailing the profits generated by the Wu Group's gray industries, such as coercive sales and wage arrears. Although these matters had some impact on the Wu Group, its foundation was indeed difficult to shake. The Wu Group encompassed sectors such as gaming, telecommunications, and the internet. Its interests could potentially entangle a significant portion of enterprises. Yet, Xiaoshu was only dealing with Wu Yifan. These materials were sufficient. However, relying solely on these paper documents would not suffice. An insider was necessary. With this thought, Xiaoshu picked up his phone and called Yin Jinghan. The call connected almost instantly. "Xiaoga? Missed me?" Xiaoshu replied with exasperation, "Be serious. I have news. I can deal with Wu Yifan. Not only can I prevent your marriage to him, but I can also help restore your father's business." Yin Jinghan asked in surprise, "Really? Come to my house at 48 Changnan Street, basement. How bold of you, wanting me to come to your place. Is it easier for a man and woman to work together?" Xiaoshu was speechless and promptly hung up. Negative emotional value from Yin Jinghan. 100. He switched to sending a message. "Brother Shu, bring your laptop and USB drive. Cultivated mature lady. Got it. What an odd username." 30 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Xiaoshu peered through the peephole and confirmed it was Yin Jinghan before opening the door. The moment the door swung open, Yin Jinghan was taken aback. "How have you become so handsome?" she exclaimed. "Hee, come take a photo with me. Have you recently used some skincare products?" After being pulled into a photo, Xiaoshu helplessly remarked, "Look at my family's conditions. Do I look like someone who can afford skincare?" Yin Jinghan scrutinized the basement. A damp atmosphere wafted towards her nostrils, tinged with a hint of smoke. The entire basement was dim, barely illuminated by sunlight. "I don't believe you're out of money," Yin Jinghan declared. "Shu, you wouldn't understand. Wealth should not be flaunted." Xiaoshu, the miser, quickly ushered her inside to avoid any news being overheard by neighbors. As soon as Yin Jinghan entered, she saw the table covered in A4 papers. "Is this the Wu Group's documents? Where did you get them?" Xiaoshu gritted his teeth and replied, "Isn't it all because of you? I regret it. I'll return the 100,000 to you. I don't want to be entangled with anyone named Wu." Now is not the time to reveal the hidden threat posed by Zhang Kuang. He organized the documents in order and said, "Look at the itinerary. On Friday evening, which is the day after tomorrow, Wu Yifan will hold a press conference. That will be the perfect opportunity for revenge." Yin Jinghan gazed at the documents, touched, and asked, "Is this all for me?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoshu nearly choked with exasperation and shouted, "I am doing these things because of you. It's because I had barbecue with you that this scoundrel has targeted me. Ha ha. Yin Jinghan burst into laughter, her delicate face slightly flushed. Moreover, you mentioned that your father was threatened by the Wu group. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yin Jinghan smiled at Xiaoshu, watching him fervently explain. She understood that the boy before her was not acting solely for her benefit, yet she felt a flicker of gratitude. Thank you, Xiaoshu, she said, leaning forward to plant a kiss on his forehead. What are you doing? I'm discussing something important. Xiaoshu exclaimed, horrified. Oh no, I've lost my innocence. He rubbed the kiss mark on his forehead, thinking that if his sister found out, his plans would be in jeopardy. Beast girls are justice. Yin Jinghan watched Xiaoshu's bashful, adorable demeanor and couldn't help but smile widely. Xiaoshu shot her a glare and said seriously, all right, back to business. This press conference requires your presence. Me? Yin Jinghan was puzzled, not believing she could contribute anything in a business battle. Wu Yifan likes you. And that's where we can leverage our advantage. Xiaoshu produced a pack of spicy essence sticks. Add this to your dinner. At the press conference, you will witness a grand performance. Not only will we ensure Wu Yifan faces defeat in business, but we will also bring about his social demise. Spicy essence sticks, 3 wealth points. Consuming it alters one's constitution and talent. Usage instructions must be consumed in one sitting after opening, otherwise, the cleansing effect will be lost. Xiaoshu was determined that his opponent should not benefit from the cleansing effects without cost. He opened the package, took 1 stick, and consumed it. With a body free of impurities, he had no issue eating the stick. What is this stick for? It acts as a purgative, 100 times more potent than regular laxatives, I can attest. Xiaoshu recalled the pain of that fateful night. Wu Yifan is a silver-level warrior. Will this even work? You will find out soon enough, he replied, handing her the stick. Yin Jinghan hesitated, having just seen him eat one. Xiaoshu opened the laptop she had brought and input all the incriminating evidence from the documents into the computer. He ultimately compiled it into a PowerPoint presentation and copied it onto a USB drive. The bait was set. Now they awaited the big fish to bite. Later that evening, after finishing her meal, Yin Jinghan took her leave. Once Xiaoshu finally ushered away this revered figure, he rushed to the bathroom, scrubbing his forehead anxiously. Oh, my pristine reputation. I am no longer pure. As he spoke, he fiercely seized a steel wool pad from the side, preparing to execute a daring idea. The following day, upon arriving at school, Xiaoshu handed a USB drive to Zhang Kuang. Help me with one last task. Taking the USB drive. Zhang Kuang furrowed his brow and replied, What do you mean, brother? Whatever you ask of me, I, Zhang Kuang, shall not hesitate. Xiaoshu patted him on the shoulder and said, Good, that's all I need to hear. The two chatted for a while until Zhang Jin entered the classroom, marking the beginning of a day filled with training. All the traps had been meticulously set. They were merely awaiting Wu Yifan to step into them. If one did not strike decisively, such individuals would only continue to bully without remorse. It is either to erupt in silence or to perish in silence. On Friday evening at the Wu Group building, countless vehicles congested the roads below, creating an impenetrable blockade. Journalists hastily alighted from their cars, eager to secure a prime position. Today marked the launch of the Wu family's eldest heir's inaugural product. Securing exclusive information would guarantee them a spot on the news headlines. Amidst the bustling crowd stood a young man clad in a delivery uniform, starkly contrasting with the throng. He wore a faint smile, his eyes akin to a lion awakening. No one was aware that a venomous strike had been aimed squarely at the Wu Group, orchestrated by none other than an 18-year-old student. Meanwhile, atop the building, Wu Yifan had just awakened from his slumber. He had been quite exhausted these past few days due to the peculiar disappearance of several documents across various departments. Coincidentally, the surveillance cameras had malfunctioned during the time the documents went missing. Nevertheless, through the diligent efforts of each department, the files had been recovered. After a restful sleep in preparation for the evening's press conference, he was confident that once the event concluded, the shares of the Wu Group would rise several percentage points. At that moment, no one would be able to shake his standing. Wu Yifan stood beside his bed, laughing heartily, as if the entire city under the night sky belonged to him. His stomach growled, having not eaten for several hours. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Yin Jinghan, adorned in a striking red gown that accentuated her perfect curves. A hint of subtle makeup further emphasized her beauty. Come and have something to eat, she said, pointing to the tray in her hands with a sweet smile. Chapter 23. Social Death Henin. You finally wish to be with me. Wu Yifan exclaimed, immediately reaching out. Slap. Yin Jinghan brushed his hand away, feeling disgusted. Wu Yifan, a mere silver, found himself powerless against her golden allure. He was nothing but trash who couldn't resist being handsy with women. The contrast with that boy was stark, though she felt repulsed. Yin Jinghan did not show it. Let us not talk for now, let us eat something. You look like you haven't eaten all day, she said with a forced smile, placing a Wellington steak from the tray onto the table. The Wellington preparation involved wrapping the steak in mushroom sauce, encasing it in puff pastry, and baking it to perfection. The spicy strips are nestled within the layer of mushroom sauce. Did you make this yourself? Wu Yifan inquired, his voice tinged with surprise. Yin Jinghan nodded in affirmation, which brought immense joy to Wu Yifan. Yi Xiaoshu is merely a delivery boy, a commoner. He cannot possibly rival me. Wu Yifan cautiously scrutinized the steak on the table, carefully slicing it in half with his knife and fork. His trust in Yin Jinghan was not absolute, prompting his meticulous approach. He brought the dish closer, inhaling gently to ensure there were no unpleasant odors. However, he was not overly concerned. Ordinary poison posed no threat to a spirit warrior, and potent toxins typically emitted a distinct scent. With this in mind, Wu Yifan eagerly began to eat. Perhaps due to his ravenous hunger, the Wellington steak tasted exceptionally delightful. The mushroom sauce, enveloped beneath the pastry, seemed to contain a unique ingredient that elevated the entire flavor profile of the steak. Observing Wu Yifan in a daze, Yin Jinghan asked, "Is there something wrong with the taste?" Wu Yifan quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "It's exquisite. Once my press conference concludes, I shall marry you." At this proclamation, Yin Jinghan nearly retched. If she were to glance at Wu Yifan's phone now, it would likely be filled with flirty messages from other girls, perhaps even some compromising photos. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wishing you success," she said, suppressing her disdain, before turning to depart. Watching her retreating figure, Wu Yifan muttered fervently, "You wretched woman, you will ultimately submit to me. Once I achieve success, you will be left pleading at my feet." He chuckled inwardly, envisioning how the prolonged suppression of the Yin family had finally brought Yin Jinghan to her knees. After satiating his hunger, Wu Yifan rose, donning his most dashing suit, and ascended in the elevator. Meanwhile, a multitude of reporters awaited eagerly in the venue, their impatience tempered by their willingness to wait. Zhang Kuang appeared backstage, evading the cameras. Having grown up in the underworld, he was adept at counter-surveillance. He swiftly disconnected the USB drive from the backstage screen and replaced it with the one provided by Xiaoshu. The projector's display flickered momentarily, but few noticed the change. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Kuang hurriedly exited. The assistant noticed Wu Yifan had descended from the building and called out loudly, "The press conference is about to begin. Please welcome the eldest son of the Wu family, Wu Yifan." The crowd erupted in applause, some cheering enthusiastically. Firecrackers sounded, releasing a cascade of confetti and streamers. In that moment, Wu Yifan felt like the protagonist of the world. Yi Xiaoshu, seated in a distant corner, had already changed into a different outfit, remaining unnoticed by anyone. The live broadcast commenced. The lighting crew prepared, and the arena dimmed, leaving a single beam of white light illuminating Wu Yifan. Tonight, countless media outlets focused their attention on this grand event. Days ago, whispers began circulating that tonight would herald the unveiling of a groundbreaking achievement by the Wu Group. Countless technology enthusiasts grasped their smartphones, eagerly tuned into the live broadcast. Stepping forward, he proclaimed to the gathered crowd, "This marks the dawn of a new era, an era of digitization." Yet, before he could continue, Wu Yifan experienced an unsettling sensation in his abdomen, a relentless surge of discomfort. However, in such a grand setting, how could he allow a mere indiscretion to tarnish his illustrious image? As the reporters exchanged puzzled glances, Wu Yifan pressed on, "After the diligent efforts of my project team, we have finally completed this epic-making product." With a flourish, he gestured towards the screen, advancing the presentation with a remote control. "Behold, this is the fruit of our labor." His finger pointed at the grand display, leaving the journalists utterly astonished. The slide boldly proclaimed, "Wu Group owes employees their hard-earned wages," followed by an array of financial statements, each meticulously detailed. The reporters immediately sensed the unfolding scandal, hastily retrieving their cameras to capture the moment. Wu Yifan bewildered. wondered why the journalists were already snapping photos before the official announcement had even commenced. Dazed by the flashing lights, he turned to look at the screen, only to be met with a barrage of shocking revelations. The slides unveiled one scandal after another. Wu Yifan engages in unethical practices with newcomers. Wu Group's monopoly strategy document. Confusion washed over him. He could not fathom the origins of these titles. Yet, the financial data presented were unmistakably stolen company records. The journalists were in a frenzy. The magnitude of this revelation overwhelming. In the background, sensing the turmoil, the team hastily shut down the display, leaving Wu Yifan on stage in disarray. As the lights of the venue illuminated, the incessant click of cameras resonated, mingling with a cacophony of mocking cheers. Scanning the room, he felt the weight of a chilling gaze fixed upon him, a realization dawning that he had unknowingly crossed someone formidable. Wu Yifan's negative emotion level, 1000. Every action had been meticulously concealed, executed with audacious flair, leaving no trace of evidence. What could Wu Yifan do but seethe with impotent rage? Suddenly, a sharp sensation gripped him once more. He had been holding it in since the beginning, but he could no longer contain it. With a resounding blast, a noxious cloud erupted from behind him, creating a crater on the floor. The stench permeated the air, first assaulting the front row of reporters, some already gagging in response. The horror. I can't take it. Someone tell my family. Please. Wake up. Don't collapse here. The odor was so potent it could rival tear gas on a battlefield. Everyone retreated 20 meters away from Wu Yifan. Suddenly, another wave of discomfort surged. Since it has already been released, why not let another one go? Wu Yifan did not hold back and unleashed it directly. However, when the stomach aches, no fart is innocent. A torrent of dark yellow matter erupted forth, akin to a detonated grenade. Wu Yifan had successfully succumbed to social death. Chapter 24. Some live while others have perished quickly. Evacuate. A toxic gas bomb has been released. Someone has unleashed poison. The reporters surged forth, prioritizing their survival over profit. Naturally, a few journalists remained, not out of dedication, but because some had already met their demise. It was overwhelmingly pungent, more outrageous than an exploded cesspool. Those who missed the conference could only watch from outside, yet upon witnessing the crowd rush out, they yearned to slip inside, eager to be the first to report on the event. However, the throng acted like a wall, with those inside desperate to exit while those outside scrambled to enter. Don't block the way. Hurry. Ugh, please don't vomit. Cover your nose. Blocking your nose will eliminate the stench. Good grief. Covering the nose is futile. It burns the eyes. Due to the high concentration of foul air, the venue's exhaust system activated, releasing a chilling breeze. The crowd outside caught a whiff of the potent toxic gas. A reporter exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. Xiaoshu observed the chaotic scene from a distance. Alas, such profound sinfulness. With that thought, he departed, only to be bombarded by a flurry of emotional points. Given the crowd size, he amassed over 6,000 skill points. After a while, the three reconvened. This is hilarious. I can't believe there is so much juicy gossip. Yan Jinghan laughed. Zhang Kuang, somewhat exasperated, replied, Brother, why didn't you tell me there would be a grand finale? It stinks to high heaven. But it was indeed spectacular. Xiaoshu chuckled. It's all thanks to your assistance. Let us introduce ourselves. This is Yan Jinghan, Yan Jinghan interjected, girlfriend. Hello, sister-in-law. As soon as Zhang Kuang finished speaking, Xiaoshu playfully struck him on the head. Just a friend. Don't listen to her nonsense. Zhang Kuang protested, feeling wronged. Why don't you hit her? I didn't do anything wrong. This is Zhang Kuang, a brother I've recently met. Xiaoshu is my elder brother. Zhang Kuang said while cradling his head. Xiaoshu looked at the two and said earnestly, from today onward, your families are likely to become targets of the Wu Group. We cannot simply stand by while you are oppressed. Coincidentally, I'm short on funds, so I plan to partner with you to sell goods. Yan Jinghan inquired. What will we sell? Mineral water, he replied. An awkward silence enveloped the trio, until Zhang Kuang broke it. Brother, the beverage market is already saturated. The endeavor of establishing a bottled water brand has become exceedingly arduous. As Xiaoshu listened to his words, he shook his head and conjured a bottle of mineral water from thin air. Let's sell this. The two of them were instantly intrigued. They recognized Xiaoshu's water, which not only restored stamina, but also replenished spiritual energy to its fullest. By the way, I've never asked you, Brother Yi, where does your mineral water come from? Yi Xiaoshu shrugged and casually fabricated a lie. It's summoned through my awakened food-related ability. Although his fib was somewhat clumsy, it was plausible nonetheless. Yin Jinghan remained perplexed and inquired further. But summoning requires spiritual power, right? With your black iron level, how many bottles can you summon in a day? Yi Xiaoshu scratched his head and explained, summoning doesn't require spiritual power, it requires money. 1,000 yuan per bottle, unlimited summoning. Zhang Kuang and Yin Jinghan were skeptical, thinking it was utter nonsense. Nevertheless, they believed Yi Xiaoshu could acquire abundant spiritual mineral water. You needn't inquire about the source. I can supply you. You two can partner to sell the water. 1 bottle for 10,000, and you'll make a fortune. This spiritual water is equivalent to an arsenal for spiritual warriors, and selling it would pose no challenge. Zhang Kuang nodded and proposed, let's split it 70-30. Yi Xiaoshu concurred, content with his 30%. Zhang Kuang shook his head and quickly countered, no, we take 30, you take 70. Yin Jinghan, observing the two negotiating, couldn't help but smile widely and added, selling isn't done this way. This spiritual water needs to be diluted. As long as it works, it can be sold as a lower-end product. 10,000 per bottle is reasonable. However, this pure essence should be marketed as a premium product for wealthier clients, starting at 1 million per bottle, and offered in limited quantities. It must be perceived as exceptionally rare to fetch a high price. Upon hearing Yin Jinghan's words, Yi Xiaoshu extended his thumb in admiration. I thought I was a shrewd businessman, but you outshine me. Yi Xiaoshu, lacking experience as a merchant, found himself outmatched in commercial acumen by Yin Jinghan, who grew up in a family of merchants. So it's settled then. Come to my house tomorrow to collect the goods. There will be as much as you need. Yi Xiaoshu concluded. Following this, Zhang Kuang clasped his hands together and exclaimed, thank you, brother. In the future, I, Zhang Kuang, will be at your service. He understood the nature of this deal, practically a surefire profit. No such product existed in the market, and the wealth it could bring to the Zhang family far surpassed that of any gray industry. After finishing his statement, Zhang Kuang rode off on his motorcycle to prepare for the collection and factory site selection. Yin Jinghan approached Yi Xiaoshu, her crimson dress resembling a blooming rose. Delicately, she draped her slender fingers over his shoulder and whispered in his ear, how can I repay you for helping me, dear brother? Yi Xiaoshu quickly stepped back, scratching his head and stammering, no need for repayment. With a virtuous wife at home, this is quite inappropriate. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his racing heart. A virtuous wife? She was utterly unconvinced, having previously visited Yi Xiaoshu's home, where only he resided. Just as Yin Jinghan was about to take a step closer to embrace him, Yi Xiaoshu suddenly crouched down and hastily fled. We'll discuss it tomorrow. I just remembered that I have ribs simmering at home. I must take my leave. Watching his retreating figure, Yin Jinghan murmured with a smile, is there such a thing as a virtuous wife? Upon returning home, Yi Xiaoshu picked up his phone, which immediately flooded with multiple notifications of trending headlines. Shocking. A sensational scandal involving the Wu Group. The young heir of the Wu Group publicly spews filth. A multitude of comments poured in beneath the headlines, with public sentiment overwhelmingly condemning the Wu Group's actions and mocking Wu Yifan for his public display of toxic gas. Yi Xiaoshu chuckled softly as he heard several notifications chime in his ear. Negative emotions from Wu Yifan, 1,000. Negative emotions from Wu Yifan, 1,000. Negative emotions from Wu Yifan, 1,000. Chapter 25. The campus belle becomes a sycophant. Yi Xiaoshu was not intimidated by his threats. With this explosive revelation, the Wu Group would inevitably face scrutiny and would be unable to make any significant moves for quite some time, especially since no evidence remained. What could Wu Yifan possibly use to retaliate? Yi Xiaoshu dismissed the news and opened his messaging app. Numerous classmates had forwarded him messages regarding the incident at the Wu Group. However, one person stood out. Yinzi, 99, is this girl still not giving up? Yi Xiaoshu helplessly opened the chat interface. Yinzi, I've already shown my interest. Are you still ignoring me? Yi Xiaoshu nearly dropped his phone in disbelief. He surmised that Yinzi had likely concocted a heart-wrenching narrative in her mind. He had never responded to her messages. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to reply. It seemed inappropriate to keep her hanging. Shu Gu, we are not suited for each other. Shu Gu, please seek someone else. Suddenly, a flurry of notifications sounded. Yinzi, you finally acknowledged me. Yinzi, you still have feelings for me. Yinzi, can we start as friends? Yi Xiaoshu was rendered speechless. What a dramatic twist. Those words were all too familiar. He had once expressed something similar to her in the past. He hastily replied, "Shu Gu, there is no possibility for us. Shu Gu, don't cling to one tree. Seek someone else. Shu Gu, we can be friends, though?" Another immediate response followed. "Yinzi, great. From now on, I'll bring you breakfast. Girl, you're the campus belle. Could you not have some dignity?" If her admirers were to witness this, he feared he might be dragged to the stake. Alas, my wretched charm. Turning off his phone, Xiaoshu sat in his room in meditation. It had now been a week of this practice. Due to his talent reaching SSS rank, his absorption of spiritual energy was remarkably swift. He had now attained the rank of Black Iron 9 stars. With the absorption of a spiritual skill, he could ascend to bronze level. Yet, the thought of absorbing a spiritual skill left him somewhat troubled. In the past, Rou Mingyao had brought home several spirit cores. Even if these cores were absorbed by Xiaoshu, they could not transform into spirit techniques. They merely offered a slight enhancement to his cultivation. Perhaps it was due to the absence of extraordinary abilities. As Xiaoshu pondered this, he rummaged through the cabinet and unearthed a dust-covered spirit core. This bronze-tier spirit core had been issued by the school when he enrolled in the spirit martial class, and nearly every student possessed one. Holding the core in his hand, he felt a gentle warmth emanating from it, akin to a beautifully carved gem with exquisitely smooth facets. A faint green luminescence glimmered from within. As Xiaoshu attempted to sense it, he discerned the presence of spirit techniques inside, their latent power flickering under the influence of spiritual energy. With the core resting in his palm, he endeavored to absorb its energy. His own spiritual essence converged from his dantian to his hand. And the moment he made contact with the core, it was as if a famished tiger had pounced, instantaneously siphoning the core's spiritual energy. Xiaoshu faintly sensed that he was on the verge of manifesting a spirit technique. Yet, that sensation flickered momentarily before being wholly consumed by his internal energy. The spirit core in his hand disintegrated into ash. No, Xiaoshu realized. He could indeed generate a spirit technique, but the power contained within this particular core was insufficient. Just as he contemplated this, the sound of a key entering the lock echoed from the front door. Realizing Rou Mingyao had returned, Xiaoshu hurried to the living room to greet her. As the door swung open, she collapsed, her body marred by injuries. "Sister," he exclaimed, rushing to catch her frail form. "Xiaoshu, I'm back," Rou Mingyao managed to utter, and upon seeing him, she finally relaxed. A few gemstones fell from her grasp, scattering across the floor with a clattering sound. Xiaoshu, feeling a surge of urgency, quickly entered a state of calm after a moment of panic. He secured the door and gently carried Rou Mingyao to her room, laying her on the bed. After a brief examination, he found no severe injuries. Yet she was breathing heavily, her body radiating heat. In a flurry, Xiaoshu grabbed his phone to call for emergency assistance, but the call could not connect. "Hello, the number you dialed is unavailable," came the automated response. "Damn it," he cursed, turning his attention back to Rou Mingyao's wounds, which appeared to be merely superficial. Suddenly, he recalled that during his online research, he had discovered that Yugu Gao was effective in treating surface injuries and aiding in fracture recovery. He swiftly returned to his room to fetch the Yugu Gao and dashed back to her side. Gently, he removed her outer garments and evenly applied the ointment to her wounds. "Sister, please be all right," he implored, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from his storage space and carefully administering it to her. He encouraged her to drink as much as she could, knowing that even a little would help restore her strength and aid in her healing. Xiaoshu busied himself, changing her clothes and tending to her injuries, working tirelessly until the early hours of the morning, when Rou Mingyao's breathing finally began to stabilize. As her body temperature gradually returned to normal, Xiaoshu found solace in the recovery of a seasoned martial artist who possesses a recovery capacity several times that of an ordinary person. It was at this moment that he finally relaxed and soon drifted into slumber. The night enveloped the world in tranquility, interrupted only by the gentle drip of water from the kitchen. Rou Mingyao opened her eyes, her memory only extending to the moment she arrived home. Now, she found herself in bed, astonished by the sight before her. Her original bed, which required spiritual energy to lie upon, had been replaced by a soft iron bed with a comfortable mattress. Observing the bandages wrapped around her body and the change of attire, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Upon inspecting her undergarments and finding them untouched, she exhaled a sigh of relief. She recalled, in her dreams, her brother grasping her hand, weeping as he tended to her wounds. Spotting a small bottle on the bedside, she picked it up in astonishment. Jade bone ointment? She gasped, realizing its market value exceeded hundreds of thousands. How had Xiaoshu acquired such a precious remedy? What a waste to use it for mere healing. Gently stroking her brother's hair, she felt a pang of affection. Why was he sitting on the floor when he could lie down comfortably? With a tender heart, Ruo Mingyao transformed, using her tail to lift Xiaoshu and gently place him on the bed. They lay together, and as she gazed at his face, she found herself entranced. After a few days apart, he had become so remarkably handsome. Unconsciously, she drifted off to sleep while admiring him. Chapter 26. Embraces and kisses. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight filtered through the cracks of the basement. Xiaoshu, a restless sleeper, found himself in a peculiar dream, a feast of fluffy white buns. Just as he took a bite, a voice echoed in his ears. Suddenly, the bun sprouted legs and scurried away. Alarmed, Xiaoshu opened his eyes to the scene before him, his face flushing as he leapt from the bed and hurried out of Ruo Mingyao's room, intent on preparing breakfast to mask his earlier embarrassment. While cooking, he noticed several crystalline objects scattered on the floor. Picking them up, he examined them closely. These were spirit cores? Sensing their energy, he discerned that most were of silver grade, with one or two being of golden grade. Silver grade spirit cores could fetch upwards of 100,000, while golden ones reached into the millions. The enticing aroma of the dishes roused Ruo Mingyao, who emerged from her room. It smells delightful. You woke up so early, Xiaoshu, she remarked, oblivious to her earlier misdeeds. Xiaoshu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The food will be ready shortly. You should wash up first, sister. All right, she replied. As they sat down to eat, their eyes met, and Xiaoshu ventured, Sister, you encountered danger during the exploration of the spirit realm, didn't you? Yes, Ruo Mingyao affirmed, not deceiving her brother. The golden core is valued at millions. Are we truly so destitute that we must barter our lives for money? Ruo Mingyao took a bite of her dish, then set down her chopsticks, saying, When my parents retired, my father received a substantial pension. Upon receiving this windfall, he quickly fell in with a group of dubious friends. Tragically, this fortune was squandered on gambling, leaving him in considerable debt. Subsequently, my parents vanished without a trace. At this moment, Ruo Mingyao appeared remarkably serene, picking up her chopsticks once more to continue her meal. She had grown accustomed to this grim reality and had resisted it in the past, yet to what avail? Ever since, she had been the sole financial support for the household. How much do we owe? Xiaoshu inquired softly. Focus on your studies. How much do we owe? Xiaoshu raised his voice. Startled, Ruo Mingyao responded with a slight tremor in her voice. After all these years, we still owe over 20 million. Xiaoshu contemplated for a moment before producing a piece of paper, asking, Could you write down the contact information and phone number of the creditors? Xiaoshu, you cannot afford to provoke them. It's best to let this go, Ruo Mingyao cautioned. Before she could finish speaking, Xiaoshu transferred 1 million to her. Xiaoshu, where did you acquire such a sum? I earned it honestly, he replied earnestly. This money is just an advance. I merely wish to understand the situation. Ruo Mingyao nodded, her delicate handwriting gracing the paper. She remained oblivious to the fierce determination in Xiaoshu's gaze, which burned with an intensity that seemed capable of tearing a person apart. After she finished writing, she handed the note to him. Xiaoshu, Ruo Mingyao began. Xiaoshu had just tucked the note into his pocket when he felt a gentle warmth brush against his cheek. Soft, jade-like lips pecked his face. Here's your reward. A kiss and a hug, Ruo Mingyao said with a smile. Her laughter was truly sweet, as gentle as flowing water. Had she ever uttered such words? A kiss and a hug. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted them. Xiaoshu quickly donned his jacket, laughing shyly as he fled. As the door clicked shut, silence enveloped the room once more. Still shy, Ruo Mingyao murmured with a smile. That child who had once followed her had now grown wings of his own. Xiaoshu opened the door to find Zhang Kuang waiting outside. They stepped outside, and Xiaoshu pulled out his phone to review their chat history. Saturday, Tree Brother. Be careful. Sneakers are a no-go. Tree Brother. A kiss and a hug will suffice. Sister. Okay, sister. Quickly delete those records. It was indeed something he had said. Zhang Kuang observed Xiaoshu's flushed face and asked, Brother, what's wrong? Why is your face like that? Sunburn, he replied. Even the sun can't cause such a reaction. It was the sun. Where did the sun come from? This early? Ask me again, and I'll hit you. Negative emotional value from Zhang Kuang. 1,000. Understanding the cue, Zhang Kuang wisely refrained from further inquiries and pointed towards several large trucks parked outside. Sister Yin expressed the need for 3 boxes of mineral water. After some calculations, it was determined that a single truck could accommodate over 9,000 bottles. Hence, 3 trucks would amount to 27,000 bottles. Xiaoshu questioned, such a large quantity. Can you two manage to sell it? How many small shops would that require? Zhang Kuang, upon hearing Xiaoshu's words, chuckled. It was amusing to hear such sentiments from someone so stoic and formidable. Yet, it was understandable, for Xiaoshu was merely an ordinary person, unversed in the ways of commerce. Sister Yin remarked that this quantity was still insufficient. Once the factory is operational, you will personally oversee the inventory, she assured. Afterward, Zhang Kuang pulled out his phone and transferred a sum to Xiaoshu. Balance automatically converted to wealth value. Current wealth value. 54,216. Staring at the figure, Xiaoshu was taken aback. Was this a generous 500,000? Did one need to be so affluent? Does the wealthy lady still require a leg ornament? Zhang Kuang inquired. As for the goods, there is no shortage. Xiaoshu replied with a grin. With a swift motion, countless bottles of mineral water materialized out of thin air, each one summoned and neatly placed into the truck. In less than 20 minutes, all 3 vehicles were filled to the brim. Zhang Kuang stood astonished, having encountered food-related abilities before, yet never one so potent. I shall take the trucks now, he declared. Sister Yin informed him, you will receive your share within 2 weeks. Please do not rush off. Xiaoshu halted him, retrieving a slip of paper from his pocket. Please look into this company for me. Zhang Kuang glanced at the note and momentarily froze. Brother, this is our family's arch-nemesis. He exclaimed. Are we planning to confront them? Xiaoshu shook his head, whispering, let us not act hastily and alert them. I need to devise a strategy first. Very well, brother, just give the word, and I will lead my men into battle. Zhang Kuang proclaimed as he climbed into the vehicle. Drive carefully. Xiaoshu waved him off, mindful of the money at stake. Regaining his composure, Xiaoshu peered through the door's crack. He observed Ro Mingyao seated, her legs swaying gently. Her hair had inexplicably turned white, and her tail flicked playfully behind the chair. She was stuffing her mouth with scrambled eggs mixed with chives, with every bite. Her sensitive ears quivered. In the absence of outsiders, she appeared remarkably endearing. As Xiaoshu entered, Ro Mingyao immediately tucked away her tail and sat upright. I saw everything outside. No need to pretend, she stated. Negative emotional value from Ro Mingyao. 1000, Chapter 27. Wealth can move mountains. Seeing is believing. After all, is it not your cooking that is delightful, Xiaoshu? Ro Mingyao surrendered, relaxing her demeanor and gently swaying her foxtail. Xiaoshu was taken aback by this adorable side of his typically graceful sister. He stealthily crept behind Ro Mingyao, eager to give her tail a good fondle. He had long been envious of that fluffy, white appendage. As he reached out, the tail instinctively flicked to the side. Do not touch. It's quite sensitive. Once you can surpass me, dear brother, I shall grant you the privilege, Ro Mingyao shyly declared, unaware of her brother's sudden fascination with tails. It is settled then. Xiaoshu replied with a smile. Though she bore injuries that rendered her unable to engage in combat at the moment, she vowed to practice diligently once she healed. Sister's venture into the spirit domain is not solely for monetary gain. It is also for your cultivation, which must not be neglected. As she spoke, she produced the largest spirit core from her bosom and handed it to him. Upon examining it, Xiaoshu was astounded. A golden-grade spirit core. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within, he quickly grasped it and began to absorb its essence. The previous lower-grade cores had failed to yield skills due to their meager life force, but perhaps this golden core would succeed. Seated cross-legged, he gathered spiritual energy into his hands. Even the formidable golden-grade spirit core was rendered as vulnerable as a tender morsel when confronted with Xiaoshu's energy. In an instant, the power within the core was consumed, elevating his level to black iron 10. However, the spiritual technique, like before, flickered within him and left no trace. It appears this method is still ineffective, Xiaoshu mused, turning to Ro Mingyao, who stood with her mouth slightly agape, a grain of rice still clinging to her lips. Her expression one of astonishment. The golden-grade spirit core, absorbed in an instant? In a swift motion, Ro Mingyao positioned herself beside Xiaoshu, seizing his wrist. He awkwardly coughed, ahem. Sister, isn't this a tad too close? Silence, she commanded, her gentle warmth enveloping him, carrying the fragrance reminiscent of gardenias. Akin to a delicate shampoo scent, Ro Mingyao meticulously examined his body using her spiritual energy, finding all 720 meridians unobstructed. SSS-grade talent. Words escaped her. Only 10 individuals in the world possessed such talent. The existence of a 3S grade was unheard of, let alone a 2S grade. No wonder he absorbed the golden grade spirit core with such swiftness. What is happening, Xiaoshu? I distinctly remember, your talent was F grade. Xiaoshu, overwhelmed, could only emit muffled sounds, his face buried beneath a soft, bun-like embrace. Ro Mingyao quickly released him, exclaiming, I nearly suffocated. With a flushed countenance, Xiaoshu gasped. It's this thing. He then produced a peculiar item from his pocket, claiming, this spicy strip transformed my talent to SSS grade. Her gaze fixed on him. Ro Mingyao sensed sincerity. If he were deceiving her, he would have fidgeted with his hair. Curious, she opened the spicy strip, and upon tearing the packaging, an aromatic blend of spices and sesame oil filled the air, penetrating her senses. The enticing aroma wafting through the air was simply irresistible, stirring one's appetite to the point of temptation. The system's creation promised an exquisite taste, albeit with a hint of trepidation. Xiaoshu initially believed her curiosity about the cleansing spicy strips was harmless and refrained from intervening. However, in the next moment, she found herself savoring one. Sister, you shouldn't eat that. Xiaoshu attempted to intervene, yet her hand lingered in midair. After all, it was meant to enhance one's innate abilities. Having consumed one, she thought, it was done. Whether she finished it or not, the system's effects would still manifest. Before long, an entire pack of spicy strips had vanished into Ro Mingyao's stomach. Had they always been this delectable? Lost in the taste, Ro Mingyao eventually turned to Xiaoshu. A hint of embarrassment on her face, only to find her brother staring blankly. Xiaoshu, why are you in a daze? She inquired. Ahem, it's nothing. Just finish it. That S when it becomes effective. It's not in vain. Xiaoshu's words left Ro Mingyao puzzled, yet she opted not to question further. Accustomed as she was to her brother's peculiar remarks. Still feeling peckish, she resumed her meal. Moments later, she sensed a slight discomfort in her stomach, which she quickly suppressed. Her tail clung tightly to the chair. Sister, does your stomach hurt? Xiaoshu asked, feeling a twinge of guilt. Ro Mingyao cleared her throat and maintained her demure demeanor. No, it's fine. After a while, however, she found herself anxiously clenching her legs, her entire being squirming. Xiaoshu covered her face, unable to bear what was about to unfold. Oh, the sin is profound. So profound. Sister, if you need to go to the restroom, just go, Xiaoshu said, her heart racing. Ro Mingyao quickly shook her head. Sister is fine. Sister, pfft. The awkwardness was palpable. The scene turned truly uncomfortable. Ro Mingyao's face flushed crimson, wishing fervently to dig a hole and bury herself. How could she have let that happen in front of her brother? She took a deep breath, attempting to mask the earlier embarrassment. Sister, if nothing is wrong, I'll head out to deliver takeout. Xiaoshu hurriedly donned her clothes and made a swift exit, not out of disdain for Ro Mingyao, but out of fear of knowing too much, afraid of being silenced. I'm off now. Sister, don't go wandering outside. Take care of your health. As soon as Xiaoshu stepped out, she received a notification. Negative emotional value from Ro Mingyao, 1000. Negative emotional value from Ro Mingyao, 1000. Climbing onto her electric bike, she took a moment to calm her racing heart, reflecting on how endearing her sister had appeared. To maintain her adult facade, Ro Mingyao had sealed away most of her emotions from a young age. The clothes she desired, the toys she yearned for, and the snacks she craved were all sacrificed for Xiaoshu. Beneath her gentle and virtuous exterior lay the bitterness of her sacrifices. Starting up her bike, she soon embarked on another day of delivering takeout, having become quite adept at the routine after a week of experience. He was even capable of managing several deliveries simultaneously. After completing over 10 orders, Xiaoshu dismounted his vehicle and paused to rest by the bridge. The gentle breeze from the bridge caressed his face. It was midday. Although summer, this refreshing wind alleviated the beads of sweat on his brow and eased some of his fatigue. Often, he found himself gazing at the rushing waters below. This stream originated from a waterfall, a man-made marvel designed to attract tourists to Guanghai City, serving as a popular spot for visitors to check in. The city's waterfall is renowned as a remarkable artificial spectacle. Above the waterfall, there were artificial rock formations, painstakingly transported by heavy machinery. These stones were meticulously selected and arranged by designers, resulting in a visually pleasing composition. As Xiaoshu enjoyed the breeze, he observed the construction site atop the waterfall. In this world, everyone possessed unique abilities, yet most awakened powers were rather feeble. At the site, some individuals used their innate skills to excavate holes, while others summoned blades to refine the stone structures. Even the most ordinary power users could manage to move a few extra bricks. Those lacking talent were destined to remain at the black iron level, akin to the common populace. They toiled diligently for their families, embodying simplicity and hard work. After watching for a while, Xiaoshu grew weary and turned his gaze towards the throng of people by the riverbank. A surge of curiosity washed over him. Why were there so many people gathered? Typically, he could hardly see anyone from this vantage point. Compelled by his inquisitiveness, he rode his electric scooter towards the crowd. There seemed to be an unfolding drama. How could he, as an onlooker, resist the excitement? Approaching the gathering, he faintly discerned a dark shape in the water. It was a child. "Let go of me. I need to save him," a burly man shouted, attempting to leap into the water, but was halted by a woman. "No. What if something happens? There are elders and children at home. If you get hurt, how will I manage?" Several men, eager to assist, were restrained by their relatives. "Have you called the police?" Xiaoshu inquired. "By the time the fire department arrives, the children will be long gone," came the reply. "Indeed. I heard the main road is currently congested." Listening to their conversation, Xiaoshu asked, "Aren't you going to use your abilities to save him?" An elderly man in the crowd shouted, "How could we not have tried? How powerful do you think innate skills are? Young man, why don't you demonstrate your powers?" The most capable among them were merely at the bronze level. One's innate talent determined their potential. The individuals present were not significantly different from the ordinary folk in Xiaoshu's previous world. He shook his head, indicating he had no solutions either. He would not engage in endeavors without reward. Just then, an elderly man in a robe cried out, "I beg you, please help us. If someone is willing to assist, I will offer 30,000 as a reward." Upon hearing this, Xiaoshu immediately removed his shirt, preparing to rescue the child. Having just shed his clothes, Xiaoshu was intercepted by a young man. "Brother, please do not act recklessly. Haven't you seen the news? Those who dare to act heroically often meet their demise. Think it through." Xiaoshu cast a glance at him and replied, "Perhaps you are right, but who can turn their back on money? Wealth can move mountains." With that, he plunged into the water. At the very moment he dove in, another person leapt from the shore. The current was fierce, crashing against Xiaoshu. Struggling, he opened his eyes to see the direction of the child. The water stung his eyes painfully. He sank to the bottom, preparing to rescue the child. Meanwhile, a wooden stake was rushing down the tumultuous stream. Unbeknownst to him, it was about to strike his head. That kid is doomed. Alas, to die while trying to do a good deed is such a pity. "Hey, did you see? Someone just jumped in again." Just as the wooden stake was about to smash into Xiaoshu, a voice boomed, "Spirit technique, metallization." Xiaoshu was momentarily taken aback by the sound. The one wielding this technique was Zhang Jin. With a resounding crack, the wooden stake was torn in two by an arm as solid as iron. The metallic sheen glimmered on the water's surface. "Don't just stand there. Hurry and save him," Zhang Jin shouted. Xiaoshu quickly swam towards the child. The current was overwhelmingly strong, and despite his desperate efforts, he could only advance slowly. A minute passed. His fingers began to feel cold, and his strength waned. Just as Xiaoshu reached for a bottle of water, the current swept it away, denying him the chance to drink. Zhang Jin was struggling to catch up, but it was futile. The child's body density differed from that of an adult, and the water was pushing the child in the opposite direction. Martial technique, frenzy. With frenzy activated, Xiaoshu's power surged. A mighty palm strike sent a massive column of water spraying like an explosion. With each strike, he propelled himself closer to the child. "Look at that kid. He's using so much strength. So impressive. Quick, record this. Is this really a delivery guy?" A minute later, bolstered by the strength from frenzy, Xiaoshu swiftly reached the child. Suddenly, a rock plummeted from the waterfall above. Gasps echoed among the onlookers. It was a decorative mountain still under construction. Though merely a facade, it was made of Real stone. A boulder of that size would surely spell doom. Xiaoshu grasped the child, preparing to escape. However, in the water, one often struggles desperately, exhausting all strength. Even when saved, they might inadvertently pull their rescuer down as well. The child, in a fit of panic, disrupted Yi Xiaoshu's balance, causing him to tumble into the water. This was not solid ground. Maintaining balance in the water proved to be quite a challenge. Some individuals have closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Others have taken out their phones, ready to capture this gruesome moment. Zhang Jin, perspiration beading on his forehead, shouts loudly, "Kid, stay alive." Yi Xiaoshu, wide-eyed in the water, realizes that if the stone falls, his demise is inevitable. In this critical moment, the dual energies of yin and yang balance within his body. Everything appears to slow down. Yi Xiaoshu steadies his spirit, the ethereal energy within him flowing continuously and abundantly. In an instant, it erupts. Tai Chi cloud hands. The colossal rock hovers above Yi Xiaoshu's head. With a single move, he presses his palm against the massive stone. The tremor from this moment of exertion achieves the effect of moving 1,000 pounds with just 4 ounces. The boulder abruptly changes trajectory, crashing towards Yi Xiaoshu's side. Boom. Water splashes up to 3 meters high, and Yi Xiaoshu's hand is lacerated, blood oozing from the impact. With a sigh of relief, he pants, "You've got some strength, kid." With that, Yi Xiaoshu lifts the child, revealing her to be a little girl. Had it not been for her, he would not have had to confront the stone head-on. The crowd, astonished, cheers. "Did you see that? It's martial arts. True martial arts." Could this young man be a scion of an ancient martial family come to experience life? Could he really be just a delivery boy? From the crowd. Positive emotional value 1,000. Yi Xiaoshu swims to the shore, handing the child over to the crowd. Some professionals have begun examining her condition. Several men pull Yi Xiaoshu and Zhang Jin up. "Young man, your hand is bleeding. Are you all right?" Indeed, a stone of that size must have broken something. Yi Xiaoshu casually shakes his hand. "I'm fine. My physique is robust. With the help of my frenzy state, this injury will heal swiftly." A true hero. Heroes have always emerged from youth. Ha ha ha. They praise him, while an elderly man in a long robe produces 30,000 yuan and asks, "Young man, what is your name?" Yi Xiaoshu glances at Zhang Jin and loudly declares, "I am Zhang Jin." He swiftly grabs the 30,000 and makes a hasty exit. "You rascal. Using my name?" Zhang Jin's veins bulge as he watches Yi Xiaoshu flee, intending to pursue him, but the crowd envelopes him. After all, he too had gone down to save someone, thus regarded as one of the heroes, embraced by the crowd. Yi Xiaoshu, uninterested in the commotion, continues his delivery tasks. After a few orders, feeling a pang of hunger, he decides it's time to return home and prepare a meal. He heads to the market, buys some groceries, and returns home. Taking out his keys, he opens the door. "Sis, I'm back," Yi Xiaoshu calls out, but receives no response. The air is heavy with the scent of air freshener, a strong mint and lemon aroma that stings the senses. "Sis?" Yi Xiaoshu notices the television is on. A dazed Ro Mingyao sits on the sofa, hugging her legs. The sofa is riddled with holes, several springs protruding from the artificial leather. Ro Mingyao appears like a downtrodden young bride, curled up in the corner. Yi Xiaoshu awkwardly scratches his head and changes his clothes after stepping into his room. The damp takeout uniform hung on the chair. Subsequently, Yi Xiaoshu stealthily made her way towards the sofa. Upon nearing her, she softly inquired, "Sister, are you all right?" However, Ruo Mingyao paid her no heed, fixated instead on the television with a vacant gaze. "Ignored, are we? If so, I shall abandon my principles. Without your attention, I might just go hungry," Yi Xiaoshu declared, giving a slight tug at the bag of food. Ruo Mingyao's eyelashes fluttered, yet she remained silent. The bag of spicy snacks indeed held an overwhelming allure for a delicate fairy. "If you choose to ignore me, these dishes will remain uneaten." Braised pork, sweet and sour fish, oil-braised eggplant, chives stir-fried with eggs. She named each dish, yet Ruo Mingyao continued to disregard her. However, her betraying saliva revealed her true desires, tears unbidden trailing from the corner of her mouth. As a gold-level warrior, her daily nutritional needs were considerable. Not only was Ruo Mingyao insatiable, but Yin Jinghan also had a hearty appetite. "Hee, let us see how long you can remain obstinate," Yi Xiaoshu murmured softly as she proceeded to prepare dinner. To mask the enticing aroma of her cooking, Ruo Mingyao turned the television volume up, attempting to drown out the enticing scent with sound. An urgent news bulletin interrupted the broadcast. Today, beneath the bridge, a young girl fell into the water. The rescuer was a gentleman who wished to remain anonymous. "Sir, may I ask why you jumped into the water to save her?" The scene shifted to Zhang Jin, as microphones nearly invaded his personal space. It wasn't me who saved her, it was Yi. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the reporters. Look at this selfless act. This is a true unsung hero, proclaimed a journalist. The camera then panned to the crowd of onlookers. Now, let us hear from the public. An elderly man stepped forward, saying, I know, that fellow has incredible strength. He smashed a boulder with a single blow. Another young man chimed in. I saw him glide across the water effortlessly. He lifted that child with one hand. Xiaoshu watched the television interview, utterly speechless. What nonsense. Smash a boulder? Just moving it would have broken my hand. If it weren't for the healing powers of my rage, I would probably still be in the hospital. And what is this gliding across the water nonsense? I swam over. The reporter continued. Do you know the name of the rescuer? I only remember he mentioned 2 words. I think it was Zhang Jin. The camera returned to Zhang Jin, now unable to clarify the situation. The reporter pressed on. Your name is Zhang Jin, correct? Zhang Jin exploded in fury, shouting yes. I am Zhang Jin, but the one who saved her is Xiaoshu. Damn it. Xiaoshu, I'll make you pay. From Zhang Jin's Negative Emotional Value, 1000, Chapter 29. The world's top hacker Xiaoshu laughed heartily, finding amusement in Zhang Jin's constipated expression. At that moment, a soft voice drifted from the sofa. Xiaoshu. Though gentle, the tone carried an unmistakable aura of menace. Did you jump in to save someone? Ro Mingyao exclaimed, striding purposefully towards Xiaoshu. No. No. Isn't it Zhang Jinxiu who has saved them? Xiaoshu scratched his head in confusion. As Ro Mingyao approached, he shut his eyes, knowing she was a golden-level warrior. What could he do in defiance? The worst that could happen was just a beating. Suddenly, he felt a soft and warm sensation enveloping his upper body. Ro Mingyao had embraced him. Xiaoshu, why would you undertake such a perilous act? In my world, you are all that remains. If something were to happen to you. Her voice trailed off, and Xiaoshu felt a warm tear fall onto the back of his head. He could not bear to see a woman cry, and quickly reassured her. It won't happen again, it won't happen again. Please don't cry. The child, after receiving professional artificial respiration, was sent to the hospital and, fortunately, nothing serious occurred. Zhang Jinxiu was quite displeased. He was not one to seek praise and followed to the hospital with a furrowed brow. Upon discovering the child resting in a hospital bed, tended to by doctors and nurses, he finally felt at ease. Just then, the ward door swung open, and 5 or 6 individuals entered. The first was an elderly man, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, yet radiating vitality. Upon entering, he shouted, "My precious granddaughter." Following him were a couple, both shedding tears. Zhang Jinxiu inquired, "You must be the child's parents?" They replied in unison, "Yes, we are." "You are nothing." The elder scolded. "The Nie family cannot even keep track of one little child. Does this girl go wherever she pleases? Dismiss that housekeeper. A bunch of good-for-nothings." The old man berated, and the others dared not respond. He then turned to Zhang Jinxiu with a friendly demeanor, saying, "You saved my precious granddaughter, didn't you? Whatever you desire, feel free to ask. The Nie family will fulfill your wishes." Zhang Jinxiu quickly shook his head, firmly stating, "It was not me who saved her, but a young man named Xiaoshu. He is at Lingwu High School." The elder patted Zhang Jinxiu's shoulder, insisting, "No, even if it wasn't you still deserve credit." With that, one of the group stepped forward, placing a bag on the ground and opening it to reveal a dazzling array of red banknotes. There were at least 1,000,000. Zhang Jinxiu smiled wryly, saying, "I cannot accept this. I am a soldier." Hearing this, the elder was even more delighted. "Ha ha ha, soldiers are wonderful. My Nyahanhai also comes from a military background. Regardless, I will send you a banner of appreciation." Zhang Jinxiu waved his hand, saying, "That is unnecessary. You should give this money to Xiaoshu instead. That lad loves money." At this moment, the husband from the couple spoke up, asking, "Where is that brave Xiaoshu now?" Zhang Jinxiu replied, "He is studying at Lingwu High School. If you wish to express your gratitude, wait until school resumes on Monday." "All right. Fine," the husband responded. A few individuals exchanged a few words. The doctor reassured that the child was not in serious danger, allowing Nyahanhai to finally calm his nerves. Regardless, he insisted on treating Zhang Jin to a few drinks. Zhang Jin, citing military training as an excuse, declined and took his leave. At Xiaoshu's residence, Ro Mingyao and Xiaoshu were having dinner. In an effort to make amends, Xiaoshu prepared an exquisite feast. She had developed a habit of revealing her playful side during meals, swaying her tail while eating, as if enticing Xiaoshu, elusive yet tantalizingly present. Focus on your meal and refrain from wandering eyes, Ro Mingyao admonished, adopting a mature demeanor. After indulging in the delectable dishes, her mood improved significantly, and she was at least willing to converse. Xiaoshu, feeling a bit awkward, directed his gaze toward the television, which was currently broadcasting news. A group of superhumans had illegally crossed the border, prompting a warning to residents in the Guanghai region to refrain from venturing outside at night. The area had bolstered its armed forces, urging citizens to remain calm and trust in the authorities. Xiaoshu, uninterested in such reports, changed the channel to Animal Planet. It was autumn, the season of animal mating. Female foxes. From Ro Mingyao's negative emotions, 1000, changed the channel. He exclaimed, switching to a pet segment. If you have a furry pet at home, you must gently brush it every day. From Ro Mingyao's negative emotions, 1000. Ultimately, Xiaoshu turned off the television, sensing an odd tension in the air as Ro Mingyao continued to gaze at him intently. It's the television speaking, not me, he protested, quickly taking a few bites of food before retreating to his room, as the atmosphere had grown exceedingly awkward. Upon entering his room, he discovered that his bed had been assembled, evidently delivered that day. Xiaoshu sat on the bed, relishing its comforting bounce. He called forth the system panel. Lottery. Current lottery attempts. 130. After ordering takeout for so many days, he had unknowingly amassed quite a number of lottery attempts. Let's draw. Xiaoshu pressed the lottery button, initiating 10 consecutive draws. Surely, one of them would yield a purple glow. Congratulations. You have won. Ordinary mineral water X9. Congratulations. You have won. Spicy snack X1. Xiaoshu was speechless, repeatedly clicking for more draws. Congratulations. You have won. Ordinary mineral water X9. Congratulations. You have won. Crispy chicken leg X1. As he reached the final draw of the 10, a golden light emerged, indicating something valuable had appeared. Congratulations. You have won. World-class hacker a hacker? Xiaoshu murmured, his mind racing with confusion. Just then, a vast amount of knowledge was almost forcefully implanted into his consciousness. He was suddenly endowed with an abundance of programming expertise, with various software vulnerabilities vividly presenting themselves before him. This hacking ability would prove invaluable for the challenges ahead, though he lamented that he only possessed an outdated phone. Otherwise, the urge to give it a try is overwhelming. Xiaoshu suppressed the excitement bubbling within him and took out his phone. He glanced at today's messages. Yinzi, 99. This girl remains as persistent as ever. It is quite absurd that her message count consistently hits 99 each day. Xiaoshu chose not to open her message and noticed that Zhang Kuang had sent him a message, prompting him to click on it quickly. Zhang Kuang, I have sent you the details regarding the trustworthy lending. Shu Ge, do you know where I can acquire martial arts techniques with significant side effects? Shu Ge, something akin to frenzy. Ding dong. A response arrived swiftly. Zhang Kuang, regarding the side effects. Zhang Kuang, the Nie family should have some. Zhang Kuang, however, the Nie family is notoriously exclusive. Zhang Kuang, they are not the sort of people I could meet. Xiaoshu nodded and subsequently replied. Shu Ge, I understand. After that, Xiaoshu closed the chat. He yearned to obtain some new martial arts techniques, particularly those with maximized side effects. The greater the side effects, the better the enhancement effects. Calming his emotions, Xiaoshu accepted the document sent to him. Trustworthy Lending, a subsidiary of the Wu Group. Xiaoshu furrowed his brow upon seeing this. The Wu Group again, how are they everywhere? This subsidiary is operated by a former underground organization, which, while dispensing high-interest loans, employs violent collection methods. In modern society, the notion of debt repayment by offspring is non-existent. Therefore, the debts borne by the siblings are merely fabricated by the other's words. Armed with several gold-level martial artists, they frequently threaten debtors into signing various inequitable contracts. Furthermore, this company has had conflicts with the Zhang family, leading to frequent violent confrontations between the two factions. The Wu Group is quite cunning, always preferring to pit its subordinate departments against one another to solidify its own position. Is this not akin to breeding poison? In the past, you might have flaunted your power, but now, let me, Xiaoshu, demonstrate my terrifying prowess. Chapter 30. Even delivery workers can eradicate viruses the next day. Xiaoshu rose early and rode his electric bike towards the internet cafe. Within 10 minutes, he arrived at the nearest internet cafe to his home, the corner internet cafe. The number of internet cafes in the city has dwindled significantly. They either adopt a high-end model to become internet lounges, charging over 10 yuan an hour, or they simply shut down. In this age, most households can afford their own computers, and few are inclined to visit internet cafes anymore. A middle-aged man sat in a rocking chair inside, gripping a bottle of Liu Weizhi and drinking it distractedly. His hair, seemingly neglected for many days, was coated in ash. Xiaoshu inquired, "You must be the owner." The middle-aged man did not respond, appearing indifferent to everything around him. Xiaoshu pressed on. "How much is it per hour?" The owner pointed to the machines behind him and said, "They are all infected with viruses. Even the recovery software is ineffective. If you can eliminate the virus, you can play as you wish." Xiaoshu then realized the situation. No wonder there was such a crowd outside watching. It turned out the place was infected. Xiaoshu chuckled and said, "Boss, I have a modicum of skill. Let me give it a try." The boss waved him off, retorting, "You're not the only one with tricks up your sleeve. If you think you can handle it, then step in and give it a go." Xiaoshu, upon hearing this, maneuvered through the crowd and sat before the computer. As soon as he powered it on, a barrage of pop-up windows flooded the desktop. The mouse, when moved, left behind a trail of ghostly images. Turning back, Xiaoshu inquired, "Have you tried reinstalling the system?" The boss gestured dismissively, saying, "Tried it. It's futile." Xiaoshu attempted to drag the mouse and create a text document, but as soon as it was generated, it was immediately obscured by the deluge of pop-ups, leaving him no time even for the most fundamental operations. With a disdainful smile, Xiaoshu directly accessed the firewall. At that moment, the crowd erupted with exclamations. "Oh, is my seventh brother really unable to handle this? This virus is too formidable. Is it any wonder? My tablet has also fallen victim to this virus." Seventh brother, cigarette in hand, gazed helplessly at the incessant pop-ups on the machine. To date, every conceivable method had been attempted. This was unlike any ordinary virus. Reinstalling the system or replacing hardware proved ineffectual. They were just a step away from smashing the computer. The hacker was conducting a relentless, 24-hour assault on the internet cafe. Seventh brother called out, "Boss, have you offended someone?" The boss remained silent, merely indicating towards a newly opened internet cafe across the street. Business rivalry. At that moment, a few individuals noticed Xiaoshu. In the midst of this viral chaos, no one dared to touch the machines. After all, if something went awry, they would have to bear the cost. Yet, Xiaoshu was diligently engaged in his task. Seventh brother, intrigued, approached and stood behind him to observe. The crowd, drawn by seventh brother, gathered around Xiaoshu. Some were smoking, casually flicking ashes. Xiaoshu, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Please refrain from smoking near me. This is my only jacket. If you burn a hole in it, you'll be the one to pay." The smokers instantly bristled. "What is the big deal about a mere delivery boy? I have plenty of money. Do you think I care about your delivery uniform? Instead of doing your job properly, you're here posturing. Can you outdo seventh brother?" Seventh brother remained silent, merely observing Xiaoshu's actions. Though not swift, his movements were meticulous. Each command mirrored his own precisely. Yet seventh brother knew that once they reached the antivirus stage, the virus would launch a fierce counterattack. Xiaoshu performed a simple repair on the firewall, drastically reducing the number of pop-ups. Seventh brother spoke up, "Kid, this alone is insufficient. It merely buys time against the virus. If you mess up and fry the motherboard, the boss will hold you accountable." Xiaoshu confidently replied, "Delaying it will suffice." The earlier methodical pace was merely an appetizer. In an instant, Xiaoshu created a new document. His fingers danced across the keyboard with such speed that they appeared as mere blurs, like a tempest. At that moment, the entire internet cafe fell silent. The cacophony ceased, leaving only the rhythmic tapping of Xiaoshu's keyboard. Onlookers, unfamiliar with the intricacies, only perceived his rapidity, mistaking it for chaos. Who possesses such astonishing typing speed? An insider could discern the nuances, and at this moment, Seven Brother was utterly astounded. Code is not merely a series of characters, it requires logic. One must think as if solving a mathematical equation, for hasty writing can easily lead to bugs. Yet, Xiaoshu's speed of coding was nothing short of remarkable, allowing him even the leisure to jot down comments. Why would one annotate their own code? Xiaoshu, however, paid no mind to such trivialities, for everything, including comments, was deeply etched in his mind. He simply transcribed it all in a rush. "If this lad could fix computers, I would reward him 2,000 yuan, remarked a smoker. Really? Yi Xiaoshu inquired. Absolutely. Upon completing his work, he swiftly saved the document using a shortcut and altered the file extension. With a click, as the Enter key rebounded, countless files sprang to life, commencing a comprehensive scan and repair. It was done. The spectators were incredulous. Such a scene was something they had only witnessed in films. Is it not customary for ordinary individuals to contemplate each step while coding? What they were unaware of was that the youth before them required no contemplation of the process at all. Just as everyone was intently observing Yi Xiaoshu, suddenly, one computer lit up, followed by another. Soon, every computer in the internet cafe illuminated, all autonomously initiating the repair of vulnerabilities and virus eradication. A few who possessed some programming knowledge were rendered speechless, particularly Seven Brother. Achieving the feat of coding while hacking into the mainframe to activate all computers was beyond the capability of anyone present. Who are you? Seven Brother stammered in awe. I remain unchanged in name and title, the delivery boy. From Lucci's negative emotional value, 1,000 at this moment. The individual who had earlier promised to pay was preparing to flee amidst the chaos. Yi Xiaoshu seized him and declared, You said 2,000 yuan, not a penny less. The man trembled, attempting to escape Yi Xiaoshu's grip, but to no avail, and pleaded, Your Excellency, I was merely rambling. Allow me to apologize. Yi Xiaoshu narrowed his eyes and responded, You did not say that earlier. The man sighed, saying, I am truly sorry. I spoke without thinking. My balance is barely over 20. With that, he slapped himself. Realizing his plight, Yi Xiaoshu chose to release him, for in this era, there were many boastful individuals. He was not particularly concerned about this one. As the man felt the grip loosen, he swiftly fled. Seven Brother approached Yi Xiaoshu, offering him a cigarette, and said, Cough. Young man, might you teach me a few tricks? Yi Xiaoshu quickly shook his head in refusal. Not teaching. Seven Brother rummaged through his belongings, producing a large gold chain, and proposed, Teach me a few tricks, and I shall give you this ancestral gold chain. Upon observing the chain, adorned with 2 strands of hair and emanating a rather unpleasant odor, Yi Xiaoshu promptly shooed him away. Seventh Brother, feeling somewhat disheartened, dispersed along with the crowd. At that moment, the boss was the most elated. The delivery man had swiftly resolved the issues plaguing the entire internet cafe, and the boss hurriedly set aside his beer, taking a seat at the network administrator's station, grinning at Yi Xiaoshu. Truly, he was a veritable god of fortune. Chapter 31. Leverage with the problem now rectified. The boss was generous, immediately crediting Yi Xiaoshu's machine with 1,000 yuan, accompanied by a note, Enjoy your time, and do visit often. Yi Xiaoshu smiled faintly upon reading it, and proceeded to engage in hacking. Hacking is divided into 2 realms, the red domain and the blue domain. The red domain encompasses offensive capabilities such as invasion, decryption, and virus deployment, while the blue domain focuses on defense, patching vulnerabilities, counter-tracking, and virus elimination. Yi Xiaoshu had just showcased his skills in the blue domain, yet the abilities bestowed upon him by the system extended far beyond that. He severed the boss's control over the host machine and, with a few keystrokes, effortlessly located the IP address of the Integrity Lending Company. Observing the robustness of their firewall, Yi Xiaoshu could not help but marvel. The Wu Group was indeed a formidable player in the internet arena. Even a company like Integrity Lending, known for its aggressive debt collection tactics, exhibited such a keen awareness of cybersecurity. These protective measures were undoubtedly the handiwork of the Wu Group. However, under Yi Xiaoshu's prowess in the red domain, such defenses were but a trifling challenge. Utilizing several virtual IPs as springboards, he directly infiltrated the backend data of the target. Secrets appeared before him with alarming transparency, unbeknownst to those at Integrity Lending. With merely a machine in the internet cafe, Yi Xiaoshu accomplished a transfer of control that would baffle anyone. After all, the Wu Group was a titan of the internet industry. Through the backend, he glimpsed his family's debts, clearly delineated in a contract that spanned over 10 pages, laden with more than 100 stipulations. It resembled nothing less than a servitude contract. Clause 54 stipulated, in the event of the debtor's demise, the debt shall be inherited by the first-ranking heir. This very clause had burdened Ro Mingyao tirelessly until now. How infuriating! Such an utterly inequitable agreement. His parents had left behind no inheritance whatsoever, so where was the notion of inheritance to arise from? Without hesitation, Yi Xiaoshu deleted this debt from the database, while perusing other documents from the company. As he scrolled, A familiar name caught his eye, Wu Yifun's email address. With a smirk, Xiaoshu crafted an intrusion program under the guise of integrity lending and dispatched a malicious email. Wu Group, building Wu Yifun, stood at the window, lost in thought as he gazed upon the city. Just 2 nights prior, he had basked in glory, on the cusp of becoming the pillar of the Wu family. Once he completed the forthcoming press conference, he would be the man standing atop this city. Yet now, he felt like a mere jest. Arrogance. Yin Jinghan. Xiaoshu, may you all meet a wretched fate. He had spent an entire day gathering various pieces of evidence, yet it proved utterly futile. The camera failed to capture the moment. Even the USB drive was stealthily removed by an insider among the staff. He could not fathom the enigmatic allure that Xiaoshu possessed, which could incite someone as audacious as Zhang Kuang to turn against him. Zhang Kuang was fervently obsessed with ancient martial arts. What could possibly compel him to serve Xiaoshu? Merely based on the fact that Xiaoshu hailed from a humble background, how could he impart martial skills to Zhang Kuang? Such thoughts perplexed him. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone rang. For the past 2 days, he had refrained from checking his phone, as the world outside had turned to mockery. He had set his phone to do not disturb, allowing only the most trusted confidants to break through the silence. Clinging to a thread of hope, Wu Yifun unlocked his phone to find an email from a lending institution. A flicker of joy ignited within him. The sole leverage Xiaoshu had against him was his debt. He and his sister had a substantial sum owed to their own subsidiary. Given Xiaoshu's capabilities, it was inconceivable that he could be aware of this trump card. This debt of 20 million alone was enough to keep Xiaoshu in a position of submission. He opened the email, only to discover it was entirely blank. A vacant email? Wu Yifun was puzzled. He couldn't comprehend why one of his subordinates would send such a message. Just as he contemplated dismissing it, his phone froze. Not only did it freeze, but it also began to heat up. How could this cutting-edge smartphone possibly malfunction in such a manner? After a minute, the phone finally regained its responsiveness. But on Xiaoshu's end, the screen was inundated with unsightly images, all of various girls that Wu Yifun had threatened to photograph. Not only did it contain an album, but all of his chat records had also been copied by Xiaoshu. Observing the images, Xiaoshu scoffed. This Wu Yifun. So insignificant, like a toothpick. After transferring all of it to his phone, he formatted the entire computer. Xiaoshu sighed in relief, then rose to his feet. Undoubtedly, he was a top-tier hacker. Any firewall was utterly ineffective against him. As Xiaoshu exited the internet cafe, he heard the owner exclaim, "Welcome to visit again." He waved his hand dismissively, likely never to return. If the need arose, he would procure his own computer, which perhaps illustrated the decline of internet cafes. At that moment, his phone rang again. The caller was Yin Jinghan. "Yi, my dear." Her alluring voice resonated from the other end, sending shivers down Xiaoshu's spine. "Speak properly, or I shall hang up," he replied. From Yin Jinghan, negative emotion value, 1000. Do not hang up. The arrangements at the company are nearly complete. As the chairman, you must come and take a look. Chairman, Xiaoshu responded helplessly. Send me the address. I shall head over immediately. All right then, Yin Jinghan replied before disconnecting. The address was sent via a messaging app. Xiaoshu hopped onto his electric bike and sped towards the company. 20 minutes later, Xiaoshu gazed at the towering buildings, retracting his vehicle back into the system. Although this edifice could not rival the grandeur of the Wu Group, it undoubtedly represented a considerable investment. Xiaoshu mused, recalling that this site had previously belonged to a real estate company. Had it not been abruptly acquired by Yin Jinghan, this woman certainly acted with remarkable swiftness. While he was aware of her prowess as a golden-level warrior, he had not anticipated her decisiveness in the realm of business. At least, Xiaoshu felt incapable of such formidable efficiency. The complexities of operational permits and the like were entirely foreign to him. He admired her silently as he entered the corporate building. Chapter 32. I can both eat and sleep at that moment. A message arrived from Yin Jinghan. Cultivated mature lady, please wait for me in the lobby. Cultivated mature lady, I am still occupied. Xiaoshu responded, Tree brother, understood. He glanced around the lobby, bustling with activity. It hardly seemed like a space that could be organized in just a day or two. Selecting a random spot, he settled down. Perhaps due to the recent establishment of the company, he noticed numerous individuals seeking employment. After a while, feeling a tad bored, Xiaoshu took out his phone. In the distance, a woman in a suit was massaging her temples, appearing quite fatigued. She remarked, the overall quality of this batch of applicants is lacking. Another suited woman replied, "It cannot be helped. The company is in the midst of a transformation and must first hire a few individuals to fill positions. We will gradually adjust the job structure over time." This building had once been the domain of Yan Jing'an's father, originally engaged in real estate. However, it had suffered due to industry pressures, leading to a fractured financial chain and imminent bankruptcy. Suddenly, the boss's daughter took the reins of the company, restoring order and even clearing all debts from the previous quarter. Such decisive action was nothing short of extraordinary. However, it was rumored that a mysterious chairman was orchestrating these developments from behind the scenes. The woman rubbed her temples and sighed, "Let us take a break, and then check on the applicants." The girl beside her responded, "All right, I'll go check on those in line over there and verify their identities." As the company was just beginning its transformation, it was in urgent need of talent. Consequently, recruitment standards had been relaxed, allowing many individuals to queue in the lobby without having submitted online resumes. The girl approached the front, confirming identities one by one. Before long, she reached Xiaoshu. In a soft voice, she requested, "Please present your identification." Xiaoshu, initially believing she was not addressing him, continued to engage with his phone. "Please present your identification." Xiaoshu raised his head, pointing at himself in confusion. "Are you speaking to me?" Guchan clenched her fists, feeling a surge of irritation. "Aren't you here to apply? Who else could it be?" "Yes, please show your identification." Upon hearing her words, Xiaoshu, still puzzled, retrieved his ID and handed it to her. He wished to avoid any complications and complied with the company's regulations. Guchan gazed at his date of birth and remarked, "You are merely 18, still a high school student, I presume." "A high school student has come here?" Xiaoshu, puzzled, responded. "What is so inappropriate about a high school student being here? This is hardly a place of indulgence." Guchan returned the identification card to Xiaoshu and walked back to the woman in the suit. She inquired of the woman, "Sister Su, are they accepting applications from everyone now? I just saw a boy in a delivery uniform, just freshly of age." She replied with a hint of exasperation, "Indeed. They are looking for anyone. If the qualifications are lacking, they can be placed in the processing plant." Xiaoshu observed their conversation and glanced around at the other job seekers. Are they considering me as an applicant? How is it that I can't find peace anywhere?" With a sigh, Xiaoshu shifted to another spot and busied himself with his phone. A man in a blue delivery uniform sat beside him. Feeling somewhat bored, he pulled out a pack of cigarettes and, as he was about to light one, offered Xiaoshu a cigarette. "Young man, you're so young and already delivering takeout?" Xiaoshu chuckled and waved his hand. "I don't smoke. My family is struggling, so I'm helping out." The man was about to light his cigarette when he noticed a no smoking sign, quietly tucking the cigarette back into the pack. He lightly brushed his nicotine-stained fingers across his nose, seeking to lessen his dependency on smoke. Everyone has it tough. Alas, it's hard to make a living delivering takeout these days. I have a wife and kids at home. I must work harder. Xiaoshu put down his phone and asked the bearded delivery man, "Have you considered changing careers?" The man chuckled amiably, replying, "I can only come here to look for work. I've heard this company offers decent pay, so here I am." "You're next. Go on in," he said, gesturing toward a distant room. Xiaoshu smiled and replied, "Sir, I'm not here to apply." At that moment, a loud voice boomed from the room, "Next." The volume nearly deafened Xiaoshu. Irritated, he muttered, "Seriously? They really think I'm here to apply?" He resigned himself, thinking it might as well serve to alleviate his boredom, and walked toward the Human Resources Department. Upon entering the room, he found himself facing Guchan and Shi. The impeccably dressed Shi invited, "Please take a seat." Xiaoshu, with a resigned nod, sat down in the chair opposite them. Guchan then asked, "What is your name?" Xiaoshu, puzzled, responded, "I haven't called anyone." Guchan's negative emotional value, 1,000. The person before her, clad in a delivery uniform, lacked even a resume. It was bewildering to fathom what position he might be applying for. In times past, such a candidate wouldn't have even passed the first round of scrutiny. Guchan raised her voice, "I asked for your name. Did you not just look at my ID?" Guchan's negative emotional value, 1,000. What is wrong with this girl? Can't she ask a question without losing her composure? She's just racking up emotional value. Guchan took a deep breath, calming her emotions before asking once more, "Very well. May I inquire about your place of birth?" Xiaoshu replied, "The hospital." From Guchan's negative emotional value, 1,000. "Ah, the birthplace. The registered residence. Who inquires about where you were born?" Gu Chan stood up, nearly hurling the documents at Xiaoshu, but was restrained by Su Shi. Stay calm, Xiao Chan. Remain composed. Only then did Gu Chan manage to regain her composure and asked again, do you possess any special talents? Xiaoshu glanced down at his groin and promptly suppressed the urge to speak. Is that even appropriate to mention? Never mind, better left unsaid. He then recalled something and smiled, saying, I have an exceptional ability to sleep. From Gu Chan's negative emotional value, 1,000. Gu Chan struggled to contain her impulse to strike him and shouted, I meant a skill that you excel at. Xiaoshu suddenly understood. Oh, you should have phrased it that way from the start. I would have responded accordingly. Upon hearing this, Gu Chan eagerly awaited Xiaoshu's response. I can both eat and sleep. From Gu Chan's negative emotional value, 1,000. From Gu Chan's negative emotional value, 1,000. From Gu Chan's negative emotional value, 1,000. This fellow is insufferably infuriating. Sister Su, don't hold me back. I must teach him a lesson. Chapter 33. Turning the tables, Su Shi quickly restrained Gu Chan, softly saying, Xiao Chan, please calm down. I understand you haven't slept all night and are exhausted. However, we represent the company. We must maintain our composure. With some persuasion, Gu Chan settled down, her breath gradually steadying as she sat calmly in her chair. She had endured a sleepless night, laboring tirelessly for a day and night in pursuit of the company's five-fold overtime pay. Encountering such an exasperating individual as Xiaoshu inevitably led to a loss of emotional control. Once composed, Gu Chan quietly inquired, why should we hire you? Xiaoshu responded, because you are actively recruiting. Su Shi frowned, stating, that answer is unacceptable. Xiaoshu waved his hand, saying, wait a moment, let me pose a question. Why should I accept this position? Gu Chan exclaimed, what? This question left the already sleep-deprived Gu Chan in a state of mild distress. Before she could gather her wits, Xiaoshu immediately followed up. Why is this position vacant? Did someone resign? Why did they leave? Shouldn't I, as a candidate, be informed of the circumstances? Gu Chan was taken aback by this relentless barrage of inquiries, as it was the first time anyone had questioned her in such a manner over the past 2 days. She dazedly peered at the materials in her hands. This is not indicated, Xiaoshu exclaimed. Aren't you going to provide some clarification? Gu Chan, ruffling her hair, replied, I apologize. Xiaoshu retorted, is merely saying sorry sufficient? Hurry and pack your things to go home. Gu Chan, her voice trembling, stammered, I will be more attentive next time. Xiaoshu asserted, work is not a trivial matter. Carelessness is unacceptable. No more next time, just leave. Gu Chan felt somewhat wronged and hurriedly left with the materials in hand, leaving Su Shi in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Xiaoshu rose and took a seat beside Su Shi. You, she stammered, casting a glance at Xiaoshu. So, it seems you've taken the lead now? Xiaoshu ignored her and called out to the outside. Next, please. Su Shi observed the boy beside her, not noticing how handsome he was from afar. How could she get closer to take a better look? So strikingly handsome. Perhaps it was due to exhaustion or some other reason. But she unknowingly succumbed to Xiaoshu's charm, forgetting that this was an interview setting. In reality, it was the manifestation of world-class allure. Half an hour later, Yan Jinghan had been searching the hall for quite some time without spotting Xiaoshu. Wasn't he supposed to be waiting outside? Where had he gone? Just as she voiced her thoughts, a familiar voice came from the interview room. Next, was that Xiaoshu's voice? Yan Jinghan hurried over. Upon peeking inside, she was taken aback. It wasn't just her. Su Shi and a middle-aged man were equally stunned. How could this delivery boy have become an interviewer? Only Xiaoshu sat in the chair, coolly asking, what benefits can you bring to the company? Are you still in character? Yan Jinghan awkwardly interjected, ahem, brother Yi. Stop joking. Only then did Xiaoshu rise from his chair and pat the middle-aged man's shoulder, saying, I have high hopes for you. Good luck. I must take my leave. The middle-aged man could only stare in silence. Yan Jinghan, covering her head, introduced, this is Xiaoshu, the chairman of Lingquan Mineral Water Company, Limited. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Gu Chan widened her eyes, staring at the delivery boy. He was actually the chairman? Xiaoshu sheepishly murmured. I wasn't aware. When did I become the chairman? Yan Jinghan chuckled. Don't worry about it. As long as the money keeps coming in each quarter, that's what matters. Who would turn down money? Xiaoshu raised his hand and addressed the crowd. Let us keep it low-key. Please, continue with your tasks. The delivery man was dumbfounded. Realizing he had just been sitting beside such a notable figure, Delivering was merely a hobby. Running a company was the real endeavor. This gentleman seems promising. Perhaps he could offer a decent salary if performance improves. With that, Xiaoshu turned and followed Yin Jinghan into the elevator without looking back. The man watched his departing figure, speechless. Inside the elevator, Xiaoshu glanced at Yin Jinghan and noticed her dark circles. It seemed she hadn't slept the entire night. He remarked, although I mentioned starting a company to sell mineral water, there's no need to rush, is there? Yin Jinghan sighed softly and replied, it's all a coincidence. This company has a lot of debt, and all the shareholders have fled. If I give up on it now, it will be difficult to make a comeback in the future. Thankfully, your mineral water has helped. I found some buyers and cleared the company's debts. 70% of the shares have now been transferred to your name. This company represents the culmination of Yin Jinghan's father's efforts, and she is reluctant to relinquish it so easily. Xiaoshu pondered for a moment, bewildered, and inquired, is all this truly sufficient to warrant such exhaustion? Yin Jinghan shook her head and responded, it is not merely this. Recently, our company's servers have been persistently targeted by hackers. I suspect it is the work of Wu Yifan. At that moment, the elevator chimed, announcing their arrival at the 12th floor. As the door slid open, they stepped out. The 12th floor, being the top level, is also the heart of the company. A glance around revealed that every individual at their workstation was fervently typing away on their keyboards. Xiaoshu spoke up, I have a slight understanding of network hacking. Yin Jinghan waved her hand dismissively, remarking, but how old are you? The programmers here are all at least in their 30s. Even if you had started programming in your cradle, you would not compare to these seasoned veterans. Although Xiaoshu had achieved many miracles, Yin Jinghan was far from convinced of his programming skills. Hearing this, Xiaoshu chuckled, I possess a modicum of knowledge. In truth, his understanding was a tad more profound than that. Chapter 34, A Benefactor Without Funds? Several programmers exclaimed, Boss, I can barely hold on. I don't know where the vulnerability lies, but we are under constant intrusion. 2 computers have already begun to smoke. They had been working overtime for an extended period, yet the prevailing issue remained unresolved. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaoshu observed quietly from the side. Yin Jinghan shouted, shut down the power first. We must physically halt the intrusion. Copy the core files. Format everything else. We cannot allow others to easily acquire our company's data. Employee records, financial reports, personal user information. Any leak could severely cripple this fledgling company. She was equally fatigued, having worked without proper rest since Friday night through to Sunday morning. No way, boss. The database has only been set up for a day. The losses incurred from a forced shutdown or deletion. Upon hearing the programmer's words, Yin Jinghan sighed, her voice trembling as she insisted, delete it. We can always borrow money, but if the data is leaked, we will never recover. Despair washed over her. The Wu Group remained the formidable Wu Group, ruthless and unmatched. As long as they traversed the path of the internet, they would inevitably have to yield to the Wu family. She felt utterly drained, helplessly watching her father's hard-won legacy crumble before her eyes, along with the consequences of Xiaoshu's efforts. Closing her eyes, she longed to succumb to slumber. The pain from her high heels digging into her feet jolted her back to reality. Just as the situation appeared dire, a warm hand gently patted her back. A soft voice reached her ears, do not fear, I am here. After speaking, Xiaoshu released his hand and strode towards the programmers. Yin Jinghan asked, can you manage this? She sighed, well, let us treat this dead horse as a live one. Even though Yin Jinghan harbored doubts regarding Xiaoshu's capabilities, she felt compelled to give him a chance. The programmer turned around to face the 18-year-old youth, aware that no one believed he could remedy this chaotic situation. Xiaoshu requested, could you please make way for me? The programmer firmly refused, asserting, no, a professional must oversee this matter. Are you prepared to take responsibility if something goes awry? Upon hearing this, Xiaoshu glanced back at Yin Jinghan and replied coldly, I shall take responsibility, for I am the chairman of this company. The programmer scrutinized Xiaoshu, and upon seeing Yin Jinghan nodding gently behind him, he reluctantly vacated his seat. He too was eager to witness the prowess of this enigmatic chairman he had never encountered before. As Xiaoshu settled into the chair, he gazed at the code on the screen with a look of despondency. What are you doing? Why did you delete all my code? Hurry and restore it. Oh Hongxin shouted desperately, having spent an entire night crafting that work. Less talk, more observation, Xiaoshu retorted disdainfully. The sound of rapid typing resonated throughout the workspace. The seasoned programmers understood that such speed often indicated random keystrokes. Yet when they glimpsed Yi Xiaoshu's screen, their attention became utterly captivated. Oh Hongxin, observing the screen, found himself unconsciously taking notes. This is a treasure. How many years would it take to master such coding? He mused, a genius. Yan Jinghan, puzzled, approached to inquire, what is Yi Xiaoshu writing? Why are you all gathering around? Oh Hongxin replied, boss, you wouldn't understand. The techniques he employs are worth their weight in gold in our hacker community. Moreover, he is even writing annotations. Everyone diligently took notes, with those lacking pens resorting to their phones to document the knowledge being imparted. Such teachings were non-existent in the dark web, yet here was Yi Xiaoshu, conducting a live masterclass. Each line of code was accompanied by annotations. 3 minutes later, a decisive click echoed as the enter key was pressed, and all computers returned to normalcy. This was already the second attempt at coding that day, with his speed steadily increasing. Shaking his hands, Yi Xiaoshu exhaled deeply, done. I have fortified all the computer's firewalls and crafted a small antivirus program. By the way, why are you all kneeling? Yi Xiaoshu observed the group of programmers, each kneeling silently with paper and pen in hand, recording every detail. Mom, why are they kneeling to watch the expert? This is the god of coding. Yan Jinghan chuckled awkwardly. They admire you, I suppose. But will there truly be no more issues? Yi Xiaoshu confidently replied, the firewall is now secure. Even supercomputers cannot breach it. Moreover, it possesses special functionalities. At that moment, the computer screen suddenly flickered with a crimson light. An automated voice announced, warning, firewall under attack. Automatically querying attack IP. IP address successfully acquired. Everyone, including Yan Jinghan, was utterly astounded. Although she was not well versed in computer-related matters, she understood the difficulty of obtaining an enemy's IP address. Hackers, prior to launching an attack, prepare countless deceptive IPs. Each time one attempts to query the opponent's IP, they only encounter these false targets. Finding the genuine source is exceedingly challenging. Yet, Yi Xiaoshu's firewall effortlessly accomplished this task. Now, there was a lead. The IP address resided within the Wu group's internal network. Yi Xiaoshu nonchalantly remarked. Oh Hongxin, trembling softly, inquired, Master, may I ask your name? Yi Xiaoshu. Oh Hongxin exclaimed, Tree God, Tree God. Everyone joined in the fervent cheer, Tree God. It was utterly embarrassing. Yi Xiaoshu felt awkward and took a step back. Meanwhile, the crowd knelt and fervently approached him, resembling zealous devotees. Yi Xiaoshu retreated several steps until he stood beside Yan Jinghan. She grasped his shoulder and whispered in his ear, without you, I wouldn't know what to do. Thank you, Yi Xiaoshu. Subsequently, her soft lips brushed against his cheek. Yi Xiaoshu exclaimed, what are you doing again? Why do you always like to kiss randomly? Yan Jinghan laughed heartily, gently patting his shoulder before addressing everyone. We have now secured evidence of the Wu group's cyber attack. They are committing a crime. If we take this to court, we could at least secure 50 million. This achievement is not solely mine. It is the result of everyone's hard work. At the end of the month, everyone will receive a bonus of 100,000. The crowd erupted in cheers. Some embraced one another, and papers and notes were tossed into the air. Upon hearing about the monetary reward, Yi Xiaoshu perked up, saying, what about me? I am a significant contributor. Yan Jinghan cast a sidelong glance, feigning ignorance of his words. Yi Xiaoshu, incensed, retorted, why am I not receiving any money? Why am I being denied my due? What is the point of this directorship? Chapter 35. The Clam and the Heron Struggle. Yan Jinghan smiled as she took Yi Xiaoshu's hand, leading him toward the office. Employees speculated about their relationship. Yet the pairing of the chairman and the boss was indeed a match made in heaven, so they paid it little mind and continued to cheer. Inside the office, Yan Jinghan closed the door, and the noise diminished significantly. Yi Xiaoshu surveyed the office, which, though not exceedingly large, had a commanding presence. In the center stood a grand black wooden desk, measuring 2 meters in length, more than sufficient for work or even for a nap. It exuded an air of sophistication. Against the wall was a bookshelf, though it was devoid of any books. On the left side of the table stands a half-height blue and white porcelain vase, adorned with several artificial red peonies. Yi Xiaoshu could not help but exclaim, quite impressive. Yan Jinghan, with a beaming smile, inquired, do you like it? This is your office. Yi Xiaoshu replied, unfortunately, I do not visit often. I still have school and delivery work to attend to. Yan Jinghan, puzzled, asked, why are you so insistent on doing deliveries? You are now the chairman of a company. Xiaoshu hastily concocted an excuse. I suffer from a peculiar affliction that I would perish if I do not deliver. Let us not change the subject. Do I not receive any monetary rewards? Yin Jinghan chuckled. But you are the chairman. Isn't it normal to provide benefits to employees? When does an employee pay the chairman? Xiaoshu, displeased, retorted loudly, no way. A deal is a deal. I want my money. Yin Jinghan leaned closer to Xiaoshu, her alluring figure pressing against him as she wrapped her arms around his. In a soft voice, she said, the company is in its initial phase and needs this capital to grow. I cannot give you any at this moment. But if you truly desire it, I could offer myself to you. Feeling the warmth of her embrace, Xiaoshu gulped hard, abruptly withdrawing his hand and stammering. I don't want that. I almost lost control just now. Yin Jinghan, not only possessing beauty that could eclipse the moon, also had a figure that was irresistibly enticing. How could a young man like Xiaoshu possibly maintain composure in her presence? He took a deep breath to steady himself and earnestly said, all right, no more teasing. Let us discuss serious matters. Yin Jinghan, sensing the lack of amusement, replied, okay, let us talk about business. She pulled a whiteboard from the corner and briefly outlined the general direction of the company's operations. First, the spring water summoned by Xiaoshu would serve as the raw material. The Zhang family would handle the processing of these materials, while Yin Jinghan would oversee sales. The primary product would be the high-end raw water, each bottle fetching a staggering price of 1 million. Xiaoshu gazed at the sample Yin Jinghan presented, encased in a milky white glass bottle reminiscent of mutton fat jade. With a mere change of exterior, it could command such an exorbitant price. Furthermore, only 3 bottles would be sold each quarter, and they would be auctioned. Through this method, Yin Jinghan successfully secured the company's initial operating funds. The second product would be the diluted spring water, which also possesses the ability to restore spiritual energy and vitality, diluted at a ratio of 1 to 10. Consequently, a bottle of raw water could be sold for approximately 100,000. Although he had heard her preliminary plans the previous Friday, he was astonished at how swiftly they had materialized. With products aimed at the affluent, it was only natural to develop options for those of lesser means. Thus, the 100-fold diluted spiritual spring water came into being. A bottle priced at 100 yuan is barely within the reach of the average individual. There remains one final product, which is simply the most ordinary of waters, yet branded as Lingshan mineral water, enabling it to compete with standard mineral waters for market presence. Yin Jinghan pointed to the whiteboard, stating, this ordinary mineral water is the company's flagship product. Should you ever be absent from Guanghai, the company will continue to operate seamlessly. Xiaoshu found himself at a loss for words. It was astonishing how Yin Jinghan could elevate something as mundane as bottled water. If such ingenuity could be applied to chicken legs or spicy strips, the possibilities were endless. He quickly shook his head, dismissing those thoughts. Such items, capable of permanently enhancing attributes, must not be carelessly released into the market. With a smile, Xiaoshu remarked, feel free to handle it as you wish. If you need mineral water, just come to me. Wu Yifan has bullied you so severely. I must retaliate, mustn't I? Upon hearing this, Yin Jinghan perked up and asked, may I observe the process? Of course, Xiaoshu replied, dragging the laptop from his desk closer. The computer was equipped with top-tier specifications, likely valued at 70 to 80,000 yuan. After experiencing the swift operation of the device, he fortified the firewall to ensure that no one could access his computer's information. Subsequently, he imported all photos and chat records from his phone to the computer. Yin Jinghan gazed at the unsightly images and suggestive conversations, shivers running down her spine. If she were to fall into the clutches of such a man, it would surely not end well. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiaoshu had compelled Wu Yifan to embarrass himself, thereby averting any potential advances. Where did you acquire these photos? Yin Jinghan inquired. Xiaoshu chuckled. Those in the know understand. He possessed control over the integrity lending platform, a powerful tool capable of facilitating numerous actions, such as internal strife. Xiaoshu first utilized the back-end of integrity lending to send a message to all members. Integrity lending has been fully entrusted to the Zhang family. Wu Yifan, the Zhang family, and the lending company were all principal components of the Wu Group. This shift created a clear imbalance. What on earth is happening with the Wu Group? A golden-level warrior exclaimed. Check the messages on your phones. Within a minute, chaos erupted throughout the company. Damn, that scoundrel Wu Yifan is up to no good. We toil tirelessly for him while he conspires against us. One of the senior golden warriors spoke up. Let us not panic. First, let us call President Wu to inquire about the situation. With that, a golden warrior made the call. The number you have dialed is unavailable. Of course it's unreachable, for all messages had already been intercepted by Xiaoshu. At the same time, the individual who dialed received a notification. President Wu has responded. Everyone gathered to view the messages that had been sent. You are no longer of use to the Wu group. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Wu Yifan. Damn it. Do they truly believe we are easy to bully? We demand an explanation. Brothers, let us go? At that moment, Wu Yifan's phone suddenly emitted a sound. Upon glancing at the screen, he was taken aback. The message had come from the official account of Honest Lending, featuring photos from his own phone. They had been heavily encrypted, and he could not fathom how they had been leaked to Honest Lending. Following was a chilling message. You were warned not to give your brothers a raise. These photos have been posted online. Prepare for social death. Furious, Wu Yifan hurled his phone to the ground and spat. So everyone has betrayed me, huh? Come on, let us fight. Chapter 36. I don't ask for much. Just a small goal, haha. Xiaoshu, you are simply a genius. Yan Jinghan exclaimed, laughing heartily. Xiaoshu shrugged and replied, you don't understand. This is called a win-win. Win-win? Yan Jinghan inquired. A win-win means I win twice, Xiaoshu explained. Yan Jinghan burst into laughter again. Ha, you and your win-win. Within half an hour, the two factions clashed. Initially, the warriors from Honest Lending gained the upper hand. However, reinforcements from the Wu group soon arrived, leading to a fierce and indecisive battle. Negative emotion value from Duan Yun, 1,000. Negative emotion value from Injuanxia, 1,000. Negative emotion value from Duan Yun, 1,000 from. As these individuals fought, their negative emotions surged around Xiaoshu. The influx of emotion values only ceased at 4 in the afternoon, after a grueling 3-hour brawl. All of the elite warriors from Honest Lending were arrested for instigating trouble, while the Wu group suffered significant losses. The 2 stone lions at their entrance were shattered, and the glass doors were shattered due to the aftermath of the conflict, resulting in injuries to several employees. This only compounded the troubles for the already beleaguered Wu group. When the clamorous struggle ensued, the fishermen reaped the benefits. As the time arrived, Xiaoshu turned to Yan Jinghan and said, I believe it is time to strike a significant blow. Yan Jinghan nodded enthusiastically. Now was the opportune moment, as the Wu group lay vulnerable. Taking advantage of their misfortune, they would seize the opportunity. Xiaoshu dialed a number. He had long since obtained Wu Yifan's phone number through hacking. Soon, the call connected. Wu Yifan's voice came through the line. Hello, who are you? I don't have time to talk. I am the familiar nightmare you know all too well. Xiaoshu replied. Upon hearing this, Wu Yifan froze, rooted to the spot. The 3 words echoed in his mind, yet he could hardly believe it. Xiaoshu. Ha ha ha, perhaps you should guess for yourself. Xiaoshu refrained from confirming directly. However, it is evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that the caller is undoubtedly Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu, I currently possess evidence implicating your Wu group in employing hackers. Would you prefer to settle this privately or publicly? Wu Yifan clenched his fists, realizing the gravity of his predicament. He felt akin to a jester, a mere plaything in Xiaoshu's hands. At merely 18, how could he wield such power? Wu Yifan had no time for speculation. For Xiaoshu's call was a final ultimatum. Furious, Wu Yifan gritted his teeth and said, let's settle this privately. How much do you want? Upon hearing his question, Xiaoshu was uncertain of the sum to demand, so he casually suggested, I won't ask for much, just a modest target, 100 million. Yan Jinghan was taken aback, exclaiming, you truly dare to ask for that amount? Wu Yifan shouted vehemently, impossible. Lingquan Company isn't worth 100 million. Are you attempting to extort me? Xiaoshu smirked. I believe the public deserves to see those photographs of yours. That little bird is indeed quite unimpressive. I have gained some insight. Furious, Wu Yifan bellowed, Xiaoshu, do not overstep your bounds. Xiaoshu dismissively replied, 100 million, and I shall keep your secret. I swear it. Now, you can negotiate the rest with the company's lawyers. I grant you only 1 night. With that, he hung up the phone. Yan Jinghan inquired, can he agree to this? The Wu group is not solely under Wu Yifan's control. How can he possibly produce such a sum? Xiaoshu remained composed. Rest assured, I am fully aware of his financial resources. Arrange for the lawyer to liaise with him. The Wu group's current liquidity is no different from my own wallet. Once the arrangements were made, Xiaoshu, finding the hour late, departed from the company. Meanwhile, Wu Yifan sat slumped in his chair, his demeanor vacant and hollow. He could not fathom where he had gone wrong to end up in this predicament. He did possess 100 million, but that was the startup capital granted by his family. Without this sum, he could never establish independence and would remain forever reliant on his clan. Wu Yifan felt a swell of indignation. He made a call, transferring 100 million through his lawyer to Lingquan Mineral Water Company. Xiaoshu, you have forced my hand. Wu Yifan rose and headed toward the elevator. As he entered, time ticked by slowly until he reached the mid-level floor. This level was markedly different, with most furnishings crafted from wood, including the floor and various pieces of furniture, exuding an air of antiquity. In the center of this floor sat an elderly man, clad in a long robe, immaculate and devoid of any visible movement, seemingly devoid of breath. Were it not for the vitality evident in his visage, one might have mistaken him for a corpse. Wu Yifan approached and, with a sudden thud, knelt before him. I beseech the Wu family's ancestor to intervene and assist your grandson. The old man's tightly shut eyes opened slightly, casting a glance at Wu Yifan. Slowly he uttered, "Do you know that each descendant of the Wu family only has one opportunity to request my assistance? Are you certain you wish to use it now?" Noticing Wu Yifan's silence, which seemed to imply consent, he inquired, "And who is that person?" Wu Yifan, bracing himself against the ground, gritted his teeth and declared, Xiaoshu. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu, riding his electric scooter, suddenly sneezed. He was uncertain whether it was the chill of the evening breeze or the speed of his ride that caused it. Arriving at his doorstep, he parked the scooter and unlocked the door. "I'm back," he announced. "Welcome home." A gentle voice resonated within. Ro Mingyao, somewhat irked, said, "Come, dear brother. I've prepared a meal for you. I had no idea where you had been all day. You didn't even return for lunch. Hurry and take off your coat." She had been waiting for him in the living room. The warmth of home and the aroma of the meal enveloped him. Xiaoshu replied with a smile, "Today, I settled our family's debts. Soon, we shall no longer reside in this basement." As Ro Mingyao took his coat, she froze in disbelief. "Did I hear you correctly? The debts are cleared? That amounts to over 20 million. She exclaimed in astonishment. "Xiaoshu, you cannot be deceiving me." "I assure you, I am not." Xiaoshu shrugged. "If you don't believe me, check for yourself." Ro Mingyao retrieved her phone, opened the credit loan app, and was astonished to discover their family's debts had been entirely wiped clean. Staring at the phone and then at Xiaoshu, she remained rooted to the spot. "Stop dawdling. It's time to eat," he urged, unable to contain a hearty laugh at his sister's stunned expression. After dinner, with the new week approaching and school awaiting him, he completed his evening routine and retired early. The next day, having resolved the debt issue, he felt lighthearted. After having outsmarted Wu Yifan once more, he sat in class with a refreshing spirit, casually crossing his legs. His classmates gradually filled the room. After a week of training, they had witnessed the fearsome nature of their instructor, Zhang Jin, aside from the peculiar duo of Xiaoshu and Zhang Quan. Xiaoshu seemed to possess boundless stamina. His running speed was astonishing, as if no sport could hinder him. As for Zhang Quan, he was indeed a silver-level athlete, with formidable physical prowess. Being a young master, his family had transformed an entire basement into a training facility, rendering such levels of training mere child's play. As the classmates lamented their struggles, Zhang Jin entered the classroom, and an immediate hush fell over the room. Anyone daring to speak would soon face the consequences of his iron fist. Upon seeing Xiaoshu reclining casually, Zhang Jin's annoyance flared. Not only had he saved someone without following up, but now his achievements were being attributed to another? Am I truly such a person? The sight of his arrogance ignites a fire within me. Zhang Jin bellows, "Xiaoshu, your posture is improper. Run 5 kilometers as punishment." Xiaoshu, upon hearing this, chuckles and promptly responds, "Yes." He is not one to remain idle. Enduring a punishment of 5 kilometers has become part of his daily routine. Although the physical training comes easily to him, it has also led to significant enhancements in his physical prowess. For instance, his ability to amplify his strength has surged to 8-fold. If one's original strength is minimal, even an 8-fold increase would seem modest. However, through rigorous training, Xiaoshu's innate strength has already surpassed that of the average person. As he dashes across the playground, a group of girls, all ardent admirers, has gathered outside. They have come to witness him daily as he faces his punishments. The president of this fan club is none other than Yin Qianqian. Upon spotting Xiaoshu, They brandish their placards and chant, Xiaoshu. Our love for you is as swift as a flying arrow. Our affection is akin to fine-aged wine. You are the great tree, and we are the leaves. Good heavens, are you all rehearsing this for the weekend? A wave of goosebumps sweeps over Xiaoshu, who is eager to complete this 5-kilometer run with haste. The situation feels exceedingly awkward. After their enthusiastic slogans, the fan club members begin to exchange tales of their ailments. At this moment, one girl quietly produces an empty mineral water bottle, stating, "This was the bottle that Senior Yi drank from last week. I managed to snag it before he tossed it into the trash. I'm selling it now for a mere 2,000 yuan. She brandishes her phone, showcasing a photograph of Xiaoshu discarding the bottle. I'll offer 3,000. I'll bid 3,005. Yin Qianqian exclaims, with the photo included. I'll go 5,000. A bottle once used by Xiaoshu. Isn't that akin to an indirect kiss? Hee hee. With a lovesick grin. Yin Qianqian swiftly snatches the bottle and nonchalantly tucks it into her bag. Just as their transaction concludes, Zhang Jin and several instructors descend from the teaching building with the students. Yin Qianqian hurriedly rejoins her group. Standing atop the flag-raising platform, Zhang Jin booms. Today marks the moment to assess your training results from the past week. If your performance meets the standards, you shall be rewarded with 3 days of vacation. Upon hearing this, the students erupt in excitement. The weekends vanish too swiftly. The foot pain from last week's training has yet to subside. And here we are again on a Monday. With the prospect of a holiday, everyone is invigorated. Little do they know the standards Zhang Jin has set. When the test commences, confusion reigns. Zhang Jin bellows from the stage, "All personnel, right turn. Prepare for a 5-kilometer run in 23 minutes. Go. 5 kilometers in 23 minutes? Isn't that a military standard? We are still students, after all, though we possess extraordinary abilities. Our lack of physical exercise and reliance on these powers have left us woefully unprepared. Each one of us hangs our heads in despair. Oh, the days when I was a soldier. Carrying a weight while running 5 kilometers is a breeze for me. Let's get moving swiftly." No one dares to disregard Zhang Jin's words. Yet, it is indeed exhausting, and many students still feel the soreness in their muscles. Liu Weizhi hurriedly reached Xiaoshu's side and said, "Hey, bro." Xiaoshu replied, "Spit it out quickly. Do you have any of that mineral water left? I could use 2 bottles. I'll pay 20,000 per bottle." Xiaoshu retorted, "Not for sale, it's out of stock." The truth is, he was not out of stock. As long as one had wealth points, one could infinitely withdraw items from the system space. The reason for not selling was that the spiritual spring mineral water was still in its infancy. He couldn't recklessly sell goods here, especially considering that a bottle of the raw essence could fetch millions. Liu Weizhi despaired. How could he survive without the mineral water? "Bro, sell me a bottle, please. Don't be so stingy." At that moment, Xiaoshu strolled by, holding a delicate bottle. "Look at what I have, you 2 bumpkins. Spiritual spring mineral water. A high-end product priced at tens of thousands per bottle." Xiaoshu said disdainfully, his words laced with superiority. Xiaoshu recognized the bottle immediately. "Goodness, isn't that something my company sells? Such a rapid turnover." Seeing this, Liu Weizhi hurried to Xiaoshu's side and asked, "Where did you buy that, brother?" "I want one too." Xiaoshu smiled smugly and replied, "I have a 1 yuan voucher. With this, you can purchase it at any outlet. It's a limited offer. And I spent a fortune to obtain the purchasing rights." He then handed over a crumpled voucher. "What? 100,000 worth of goods can be saved by just 1 yuan? Xiaoshu, you certainly know how to live." Xiaoshu scoffed. Xiaoshu sneered. "Let me tell you, the Spiritual Spring Mineral Water Company is a large enterprise. A poor kid like you will probably never get to drink it in your lifetime." Zhang Kuang, who had been trailing behind Xiaoshu, grew increasingly displeased with Xiaoshu. He shouted loudly, "My brother is the..." Xiaoshu quickly covered his mouth, chuckling, "No, that is not true." Then, he whispered to Zhang Kuang, "You fool, do you not understand the principle of keeping wealth under wraps?" Zhang Kuang shook his head, completely oblivious. Having grown up with a silver spoon, he could not comprehend such principles. "Forget it, you wouldn't understand," Xiaoshu sighed. At that moment, Zhang Jin observed Xiaoshu's playful demeanor and grew increasingly irritated. This kid not only had a mischievous streak, but also exceptional physical abilities. He was clever. Yet the more Zhang Jin looked at him, the more infuriating he became. Zhang Jin shouted, "Xiaoshu, you are not like the others. Including the 5 kilometers you were penalized for this morning, that makes a total of 10 kilometers. Complete it within 5 minutes." Yi Xiaoshu was left stunned by this proclamation. 5 minutes, for 10 kilometers? Nearby, an instructor remarked, though he is physically capable, he is still just a child. Is running like this not going to ruin him? Zhang Jin shook his head, saying, you do not understand this kid. He still has hidden talents. On that day, he witnessed Yi Xiaoshu effortlessly move a massive boulder. This was not a feat that an ordinary black iron-level individual could accomplish. He pondered just how much latent power this young man possessed. Chapter 38. Confronting the Wu family. Zhang Kuang inquired, brother, can you complete this 10-kilometer run? Quite simply. Yi Xiaoshu replied. He glanced at Captain Zhang Jin and said, Captain Zhang, I am willing to run, but any resultant damages will be your responsibility. Zhang Jin, perplexed and uncertain of Yi Xiaoshu's intent, retorted loudly, just run. Enough of the nonsense. As soon as he uttered those words, regret washed over him. The last time Yi Xiaoshu had spoken so boldly, he had received a crushing blow. Even with all his skills unleashed, he had barely withstood it. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiaoshu shouted, frenzy. This technique not only augmented the strength of his arms, but enhanced his entire physique. His calf muscles swelled slightly due to the frenzy, glowing with a red radiance. With a single stride, the ground trembled beneath him. With all his might concentrated in his feet, Yi Xiaoshu surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, leaving a large crater on the field. Zhang Jin was left in despair. Realizing that this young man had indeed been holding back, and now his monthly allowance was in jeopardy, the students ran, feeling the weight of their bodies. Yet none dared to stop. Any pause would result in countless feet trampling upon them. At that moment, a gust of red wind swept by, bringing a refreshing sensation. That wind was Yi Xiaoshu. How astonishingly swift. Yi Xiaoshu sprinted with all his energy, even pausing to munch on a chicken leg mid-run. His speed was beyond comprehension. All that could be seen was a streak of red light racing along the track. Zhang Kuang chuckled, no doubt, he is my leader. When I faced him one-on-one, I could hardly discern his speed. Liu Weizhi, astonished by Zhang Kuang's words, asked, you fought this monster? Zhang Kuang nodded. Not only did I fight him, but I nearly defeated him. If Yi Xiaoshu didn't employ Tai Chi, he would have little chance against me. Subsequently, Zhang Kuang refocused on his running. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of his leader. Yi Xiaoshu completed the 10 kilometers. Though no one truly knew how many laps he had run, his speed was simply unfathomable. Breathing heavily, he pulled out a bottle of mineral water. And with just a couple of sips, his stamina was restored to its peak. Zhang Jin, exasperated, shouted, Yi Xiaoshu has finished. I urge the rest of you to keep pushing. The students, feeling helpless, could only lament, he is cheating. Why is the suppression ring ineffective against him? After another 5 minutes, Zhang Kuang also completed the run. Approaching Yi Xiaoshu, he offered, well done, Zhang Kuang. Your physical fitness is impressive. Zhang Kuang, feeling a bit bashful, replied, unfortunately, I am not as formidable as my leader. After completing their run, Yi Xiaoshu and Zhang Kuang were granted a 3-day holiday. Zhang Kuang inquired, brother, what shall we do next? Yi Xiaoshu beckoned him closer and whispered a few words into his ear. Zhang Kuang's eyes widened in surprise. Brother, is this really advisable? What benefit does this bring you? Yi Xiaoshu urged him, do not concern yourself. Causing trouble is the greatest advantage. Confused, Zhang Kuang retrieved a rocking chair from the equipment room and relocated it outside to the playground. He then inexplicably procured a large sunshade. Yi Xiaoshu reclined in the rocking chair, feeling utterly comfortable. As he swayed gently, students observed the scene. Suddenly, numerous system notifications echoed in his ears as he noted his skill points soaring. Yi Xiaoshu felt a surge of delight. This is exhilarating. Zhang Kuang, puzzled, asked, brother, are you not afraid of getting beaten? Yi Xiaoshu waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. They cannot defeat me. His arrogance was palpable, and many felt inclined to retaliate. But they refrained, knowing Yi Xiaoshu was Zhang Kuang's elder brother. Stop dawdling, quickly fetch something. Yi Xiaoshu commanded. With a sigh, Zhang Kuang dashed outside the school. With the approved holiday, they were free to come and go as they pleased. 3 minutes later, he returned with a chilled watermelon. The classmate shouted, Yi Xiaoshu, this is excessive. You brought that while we're training? And it's chilled too. Zhang Kuang stood awkwardly beside Yi Xiaoshu. Shall we share? Yi Xiaoshu offered half of the watermelon, but Zhang Kuang quickly shook his head. No, I fear I might get beaten. Being attentive, Zhang Kuang had not forgotten to bring a spoon along with the watermelon. Indeed, eating watermelon with a spoon was the most delightful way. While indulging, he waved to his classmates. It's incredibly sweet, Everyone, hurry and finish your run so we can all enjoy it together. As the skill points surged once more, reaching over 50,000, Xiaoshu gleefully opened his system panel. Madness, perfect, LV1. Each upgrade requires 1,000 skill point strength increased by 800 upgrade. Ding 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 ding, madness, refined, LV1. Each upgrade requires 10,000 skill point strength increased by 1,000 continuous consumption of spiritual energy, continual restoration of physical health, added calmness. Xiaoshu beamed at the enhancement of his madness skill. He eagerly tested it out, feeling the intensified crimson aura enveloping him, and his strength had notably increased. It seemed he was destined to venture further down the path of the Berserker. He subsequently closed the skill panel. Xiaoshu gazed upon his classmates as though they were mere sheep. Their emotional values were being exploited, akin to a flock being sheared for wool. It's not my fault. It's merely a matter of the system, Xiaoshu reassured himself. With a chilled watermelon resting on his lap, he took a steel spoon and scooped out a piece, savoring its sweetness as the juice filled his mouth. Observing Xiaoshu relish his treat, tears of emotion welled in the corners of his classmates' eyes. Those were not mere droplets of saliva, but tears. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone rang, and Xiaoshu retrieved it to find a message from his sister. Xiaoshu, your sister is in my hands. If you wish for her safety, come alone to the Wu Group building. Xiaoshu's eyes widened at the message from Fei Mingyao. Wu Yifan, a persistent source of annoyance, truly believed he could manipulate Xiaoshu. Zhang Kuang suddenly felt an ominous aura manifest behind him. Turning around, he witnessed a formidable pressure emanating from Xiaoshu. Alarmed by this transformation, he inquired, "Brother, what's wrong?" Xiaoshu rose, replying coldly, "Stay here. I need to deal with a fly." Zhang Kuang, puzzled, asked, "A fly? Has someone provoked you?" Xiaoshu's chilling response was, "Someone has overstepped their bounds. Today, I will confront the Wu family." Chapter 39. Do not blame me for lacking martial virtue. Xiaoshu stood up, intending to leave the school with Zhang Kuang. Noticing Xiaoshu's unusual demeanor, Zhang Jin hurried after him, asking, "Xiaoshu, where are you going?" As a soldier, he quickly discerned something was amiss in Xiaoshu's eyes. A typically cheerful youth exuding such fierce intensity must have encountered trouble. "I'm going home." "You can't leave now," Zhang Jin insisted, grasping Xiaoshu firmly. He had previously investigated Xiaoshu's recent activities and discovered his entanglement with the Wu Group. This incident had to be linked to them. Xiaoshu bellowed, "Don't stop me." The surge of power unleashed by his rage sent Zhang Jin staggering back. This kid has grown even stronger. Disregarding Zhang Jin, Xiaoshu calmly proceeded toward the school entrance. Zhang Jin, shaking his head helplessly, retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. "Hello. Please connect me to the Dragon team." A moment later, a voice came through. "Boss, what is happening? We just gave you a break to relax at school. And you're missing us already?" Zhang Jin replied with composure. "Have the brothers in the Dragon team keep an eye on a student named Xiaoshu from Lingwu High School. He is likely about to do something foolish. Please monitor him." Zhang Jin may not have been the best teacher, but he was undoubtedly a commendable instructor. He did not wish to see such a promising student fall into peril. "All right, are we scouting for another potential talent? Looks like the boss is off to recruit again." With that, the call ended. Zhang Jin smiled and shook his head, returning to the flag-raising platform to continue training the students. After 20 minutes, several ceremonial vehicles appeared at the school entrance. From the foremost vehicle emerged an elderly gentleman, his face beaming as he presented a ceremonial banner. This man was none other than Yahanhai. The banner bore the inscription, "Young Hero Xiaoshu." These individuals were the grateful parents of the child Xiaoshu had rescued. Upon witnessing such a grand spectacle, the principal hurriedly emerged from his office to extend a warm welcome. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Isn't this the head of the Nye family? My apologies for not greeting you properly." Noticing the banner in Yahanhai's hands, he quickly deduced that they had come in search of Xiaoshu. Zhang Jin, sensing the commotion, also made his way to the school gate. Yahanhai boomed with vigor. "I am here today to find my little benefactor. I have seen the video, and this young man is indeed remarkable. I simply must see him in person." Just then, a little girl dashed out from behind Yahanhai, exclaiming, "That handsome big brother. He saved me." This girl was the very child Xiaoshu had rescued from drowning. The principal, filled with excitement, urged, "Quickly, fetch Xiaoshu. He is the one who knows him, the boy who punched a hole in the gymnasium." The arrival of the Nie family felt as though the god of fortune had graced them, and the school's facilities could surely be renovated. Just as the principal's mind raced with visions of grandeur, Zhang Jin shattered his fantasies, remarking, "That rascal left not long ago, and you all have arrived right on cue." Nie Hanhai promptly inquired, "Where has the little benefactor gone?" Zhang Jin shrugged, replying, "I'm not certain. However, I suspect he may have gone to the Wu group." Wu Yifan, having learned of Yi Xiaoshu's home address through dubious means, discovered that he was not at home. Instead of encountering Yi Xiaoshu, he came across Rou Mingyao. To his surprise, Rou Mingyao possessed golden-level prowess. It was only due to the intervention of the Wu family's elder that she was captured and taken back to the Wu group. As Wu Yifan gazed upon Rou Mingyao's beauty, he prepared to make his move, only to be halted by the elder. "Great-grandfather, why can't I touch this girl? Just looking at her drives me wild." The elder rebuked, "You have become too accustomed to your whims. With your yuan-yang dissipating, you have made no progress in your cultivation. At your age, I had already reached the golden level." Upon finishing his words, the elder conjured a protective barrier that isolated Rou Mingyao, rendering her utterly immobile, not even able to utter a word. The elder's strength was astonishingly at the diamond level. Wu Yifan, leering at the restrained Rou Mingyao, declared, "Once I eliminate Yi Xiaoshu, you." The elder interjected, "I will only agree to incapacitate Yi Xiaoshu, rendering him incapable of further cultivation. I will not assist you in murder." With that, the elder resumed his meditative posture. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoshu sat inside a vehicle, driven by Zhang Kuang. Their route from the school to the Wu group conveniently passed by Lingquan Company. Upon receiving word, Yin Jinghan also joined them in the car. Yi Xiaoshu was fervently typing away at his laptop, writing code. "Brother, charging in head-on seems unwise," he remarked. "Most of my team is comprised of novices." Zhang Kuang admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. While continuing to type, Yi Xiaoshu replied, "There's no need. I can handle it alone. Especially you, Yin Jinghan. I only asked you to bring my computer down. Why did you come along as well?" Yin Jinghan gazed at him and replied earnestly, "I fear for your safety. If anything happens to you, the company cannot continue to operate." Yi Xiaoshu chose not to respond, focusing entirely on his coding. After 3 minutes, he exhaled in relief. He had successfully infiltrated the entire Wu group's surveillance system. As he examined each camera feed, he quickly located the floor where Rou Mingyao was situated. Seeing that his sister bore no injuries, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yin Jinghan, observing the screen, gasped, "That's Wu Haochu, the ancestral figure of the Wu family. He is a diamond-level powerhouse." Yi Xiaoshu resolutely stated, "Regardless of his rank, that is my sister, my only family. Even if it costs me my life, I will save her." Yin Jinghan felt a twinge of envy, admiring Rou Mingyao for having such an exceptional brother willing to sacrifice everything for her. At that moment, Yi Xiaoshu inquired, "Why are there so many bizarre devices in the Wu family's security system? So many firearms. This is illegal." After saying this, he implanted several viruses into the security system and effortlessly took control of the entire building's defenses. To his astonishment, there were automatic rifles, machine guns, and even defensive robots. Yi Xiaoshu's eyes glinted with ferocity as he declared, "No harm shall come to my family. You acted unjustly first, so do not blame me for abandoning chivalry." With that, he pressed the enter key. Countless guide robots within the building emitted red lights. These robots, typically used for navigation and known for their friendly greetings, were now armed with machine guns, receiving orders to advance towards Wu Yifan's floor. Employees were gripped with terror, fleeing the Wu group building in a panicked tide. Chapter 40. In youth, wielding a bamboo sword, leaving no trace in the fields, the robots simultaneously sounded alarms. "Warning. Known danger detected. Warning. Known danger detected. Target, Wu Yifan." These robots, developed by the Wu family for major disasters, were now turned against their own kin. Wu Yifan, hearing the commotion, inquired in confusion, "What is that sound?" At that moment, from the ceiling of the floor, a compartment opened, revealing a machine gun that suddenly opened fire on Wu Yifan. The rapid gunfire filled the air. Wu Haochu reacted swiftly, deploying a barrier to shield himself from the barrage. However, despite his quick response, a bullet managed to pierce through Wu Yifan's calf. The excruciating pain compelled him to cry out, "My leg. Great-grandfather, I've been shot." Observing his disgraceful great-grandson, Wu Haochu waved his hand. A barrier, resembling a bandage, enveloped Wu Yifan's calf, staunching the flow of blood. Wu Haochu's extraordinary ability was the barrier, a colorless, transparent substance that grew increasingly resilient as his level ascended. After a century of cultivation, his mastery over the barrier had become exceedingly refined. Just as Wu Yifan breathed a sigh of relief, the elevator doors abruptly swung open. Countless robots surged forth, each wielding a machine gun, their barrels ominously trained on Wu Yifan. Terrified, his legs trembled, and he shouted desperately, "Great-grandfather, save me." Wu Haochu bellowed. Spirit technique, isolation. Countless bullets were unleashed, shell casings flying in every direction. The robots continued their systematic assault, with the front line immediately swapping out for fresh ammunition once depleted. However, as the bullets approached Wu Haochu, they all came to a sudden halt, suspended in midair. Spirit technique, force reflection. With the activation of the second technique, the bullets abruptly reversed direction, ricocheting back towards the robots. The sound of consecutive explosions echoed, destroying not just the robots, but also the finances of the Wu Corporation. Each robot cost a minimum of 500,000 to produce. And Wu Haochu had just decimated a significant portion of the company's security. Wu Yifan shouted, "Great-grandfather, be gentle. That's all money." Wu Haochu shot a stern glance at his unworthy great-grandson, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, how is it that the eldest of the Wu family is such a disappointment? Meanwhile, Xiaoshu, having infiltrated the security system, was not idle. He took a moment to peruse the Wu Corporation's database. At this juncture, the Wu Corporation held no secrets before him. Subsequently, Xiaoshu input a series of codes, retrieving a document and presenting it to Yin Jinghan. "If something happens to me, initiate this code. As for Zhang Kuang, just take Sister Yin and leave. Do you understand?" Yin Jinghan shook her head, gripping Xiaoshu's hand tightly. Unwilling to let him depart, Zhang Kuang remained silent, seated quietly. Xiaoshu silently commanded, "System, accept the order. The ultimate delivery system is here to safeguard you." Estimated time, 20 minutes. Suddenly, as Yin Jinghan held on to Xiaoshu's hand, an unseen force struck her aside. The formidable figure of Xiaoshu radiated an unfathomable aura. "Do not worry, I will return shortly," he assured, before shutting the car door. Yin Jinghan glanced anxiously at the screen, where the surveillance camera revealed Xiaoshu's silhouette. The Wu Corporation building was nearly deserted, save for a dozen gold-ranked warriors who had already laid in wait on the first floor. "You must be Xiaoshu," one of them taunted. "As a mere black iron, you should kneel and beg for mercy. We might just spare you a few blows." Xiaoshu bellowed, "Enough with the nonsense." Martial technique, frenzy. He stuffed a chicken leg into his mouth, and an overwhelming surge of explosive power coursed through his body. Like a crimson streak of light, Xiaoshu charged towards a golden tier warrior. The enhancement brought by frenzy amplified his strength tenfold. The force exerted is reciprocal. Each strike inflicted damage upon his own body. However, with the invincibility mode activated, Xiaoshu not only remained unscathed, but also transferred this formidable force onto his adversary. With a single punch, the compounded weight landed mercilessly upon the golden warrior. The opponent, caught off guard, was sent reeling backward. The tremendous impact caused him to collide with the railing, which splintered apart, sending numerous iron rods crashing to the ground. Clutching his abdomen, the golden warrior felt blood seep from the corner of his mouth. Negative emotion value from Shifeng, 1,000. Current skill points, 7012, just enough to fully upgrade the already enhanced Tai Chi Fist. Xiaoshu swiftly summoned the system panel and maxed out the Tai Chi Fist. Ding 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 ding. Tai Chi Fist upgrade. Tai Chi Fist, perfect, LV1. The essence of Tai Chi was unlocked, as torrents of profound knowledge flooded his mind, adding more depth to the foundation of Tai Chi Fist. Xiaoshu casually picked up the scattered iron rods from the ground, and suddenly, the skill panel transformed. Tai Chi 13 Spears, perfect, LV1. Tai Chi encompasses more than just the Tai Chi Fist. The myriad martial arts can also embody the principles of yin and yang. Suddenly, a golden tier warrior behind Xiaoshu launched a surprise attack. The Tai Chi Spear technique. Fierce line turns back. A spear struck the warrior's chest, reverberating with tremendous force. Without the invincibility mode activated, Xiaoshu would have been unable to withstand this recoil. But the circumstances were different now. A single thrust proved ineffective, so he unleashed a second strike. Azure Dragon emerges from water, a series of consecutive thrusts. The once silver iron rod was now stained with blood. Overcome by excruciating pain, the warrior lost consciousness. The iron rod, bent from the force of impact, twisted into an L shape. With a casual flick, Xiaoshu snapped off a branch from a nearby ornamental tree. The skill panel shifted once more. Tai Chi sword technique. Perfect. LV1. The golden warrior was instantly enraged. You look down on me, don't you? Using a mere twig to confront me? Xiaoshu scoffed. In my youth, I wielded a bamboo sword, leaving no trace in the vegetable fields for 10 miles. The golden warrior, fuming, retorted, so you're calling me a cabbage, huh? Spirit technique. Ice spike. 3 ice spikes coalesced out of thin air, hurtling towards Xiaoshu. He deftly dodged 2 of the ice projectiles, then swiftly unleashed 3 sword strikes. Each blow targeted the weakest points of the ice spikes. Crack. The warrior could hardly believe that a mere branch could shatter a technique born of his spirit energy. As Xiaoshu charged ahead, he suddenly sank at the waist. The force surged from his waist, through his shoulders, down to his arms, and culminated at his wrists. Sword break. A sword struck the warrior's forehead, aiming directly for the vital point. The branch, unable to withstand the force, shattered, along with the splintering of the branch. The warrior's nerves also succumbed. His brain suffered a severe blow, plunging him into a state of dizziness. Xiaoshu gazed at the remaining golden tier warriors and bellowed. What are you all doing standing around? Charge together. Everyone was taken aback. Was this a black iron tier? How could one so formidable be of such a low rank? The warriors exclaimed, how brazen he is. Even if he is strong, he's still merely black iron. His body holds little spiritual energy. Drain him of his power. It was evident that, despite being a golden tier warrior, they quickly discerned Xiaoshu's weakness, his dwindling spiritual energy. At that moment, a golden tier warrior lunged forward, restraining Xiaoshu. You won't be able to wield your weapon. Let's see how you attack. With that, the warrior unleashed a punch, employing the Tai Chi opening and closing technique. As both palms extended, Xiaoshu exhaled gently, using tremendous force to lift the warrior as if he were a mere chick, casually tossing him in a direction. The warrior landed some distance away, shouting, don't let this brat get close. Seeing this, several warriors hastily initiated their attacks. As golden tier warriors, they possessed some ranged offensive capabilities. Each radiated distinct glimmers, and after the flashes subsided, they unleashed their spiritual techniques in unison. Mountain Shatter Strike, Fire Whirl Shield, Radiant Wood Spike, Iron Shield. These techniques were released in a coordinated manner, indicating prior collaboration. Each technique complemented the others as they surged toward Xiaoshu. Upon contact, the clash between flames and frost erupted with a tremendous explosion, casting a thick cloud of dust. According to Protocol 2, the host will absorb damage. Cost: 124 wealth points. Even at the pinnacle of golden tier power, this strike could have proven fatal. Yet, as the dust settled, everyone was astonished to see Xiaoshu calmly sipping on mineral water. No one knew from where the water had appeared. With a single step, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, engaging in fierce combat with the golden warriors. 10 minutes later, the warriors lay sprawled across the ground, none able to rise again. Yan Jinghan observed Xiaoshu on the screen, resembling a war god. He concealed such formidable strength. Zhang Kuang silently remarked, I can't let my brother take all the hits. I must join in to assist. He then descended from the vehicle, striding toward the building, with Yan Jinghan quietly trailing behind. At that moment, Xiaoshu brushed off the dust from his attire, preparing to head to the elevator when several individuals emerged from the corridor. Standing on the second floor, they looked down upon Xiaoshu. All present were high-ranking members of the Wu group, belonging to the Wu family. Wu Haochu stood at the center, supporting Roaming Yao with a barrier. A young man from the Wu family assisted Wu Yifan, who was drenched in sweat from the pain, having been shot in the leg, rendering him unable to stand independently. Wu Haochu addressed the assembly. You are Xiaoshu, correct? Regardless of your cultivation. To achieve such a significant victory over a golden warrior at such a tender age is commendable. Xiaoshu lifted his gaze and spotted his sister, relieved to see that she appeared unharmed. Extending a hand towards Wu Haochu, he declared, Old man, if you possess true skill, step down and spar with me. What merit is there in threatening my family? You are nothing but trash. Wu Haochu, feeling the weight of a negative emotional value of 1,000, responded sternly, You may forfeit your abilities, and I shall release your sister. From this moment forth, there will be no enmity between us. What say you? Xiaoshu, with a hint of disdain, retorted, I possess no abilities. How can I forfeit what I do not have? Wu Haochu was taken aback, having never encountered someone without abilities in all his years. You old fool know nothing. Xiaoshu shrugged, eliciting another wave of negativity from Wu Haochu. Enraged, Wu Haochu's veins bulged as he had never before witnessed such reckless audacity. With a swift motion, he shattered the second layer of glass and descended from the second floor. Rou Mingyao following closely behind. Wu Haochu spoke slowly. Considering your youth, I shall grant you some leniency. I advise you to tread carefully. Xiaoshu dismissed him with a glance, declaring, Wu Haochu, I shall withstand 3 of your strikes. If I succeed, you will release my sister. Should I fail? Do as you please. Hearing this, Wu Yifan nearly laughed aloud, incredulous at the audacity of this mere ant attempting to shake a great tree. Very well. I accept your challenge, Wu Haochu replied, gathering his energy, exuding an imposing presence. In an instant, Xiaoshu appeared before Wu Haochu, delivering a resounding slap. The crisp sound silenced the room, leaving everyone in bewilderment as they questioned Xiaoshu's intentions. At that moment, Zhang Kuang and Yin Jinghan entered the Wu Group building. Witnessing the scene unfold, Wu Haochu was taken aback, realizing this youth was unpredictable. Xiaoshu shouted, Old man, if you are to strike, do so quickly, do not dawdle. With only 2 minutes remaining, he could not allow the old man to indulge in theatrics. Wu Haochu retorted, You, and unleashed his technique, Shattered Void. In an instant, the space surrounding Xiaoshu appeared to freeze, filled with a transparent substance. Suddenly, it shattered as if the very fabric of space were glass. This move, a signature technique of Wu Haochu, was nearly guaranteed to be lethal to anyone below diamond rank. In a fit of anger, an overwhelming power was unleashed. Rou Mingyao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She was rendered helpless, forced to witness her brother's impending demise. That was a spiritual technique wielded by a diamond-level master. No matter how extraordinary Xiaoshu was, he could not withstand such a force. Yet, the unfolding events contradicted everyone's expectations. According to Agreement 2, damage will be mitigated for the host. Consumption, 524 wealth points. The system's voice echoed as he stood unscathed. Xiaoshu merely adjusted his ear and impatiently remarked, Could you hurry up, old man? I'm pressed for time. Ineffective? How could such a terrifying attack fail against Xiaoshu? Was this young man truly so extraordinary? Wu Haochu, in disbelief, unleashed another shattering blow. The very fabric of space trembled, sending vibrations through the entire building. Yet, Xiaoshu remained unfazed, as if nothing had occurred. According to Agreement 2, damage will be mitigated for the host. Your wealth points have been nearly exhausted. Current wealth points, 112. Abruptly, the system's voice fell silent. Was the invincibility over? Had he truly run out of money? The millions he possessed vanished in an instant? Realizing his folly, Xiaoshu became flustered, though he did not outwardly show it, his palms merely glistening with perspiration, as he pondered his next move to deceive the old man. A formidable aura surged from outside the Wu Group. A thunderous voice boomed, Who dares to harm our benefactor from the Nie family? The speaker was none other than Nie Hanhai, the head of the Nie family. Chapter 42. Even the smallest figures can bring you down, Wu Haochu. You old fool. What kind of skill is it to bully the younger generation? Nie Hanhai struck with force, conjuring a colossal wave of water from thin air, surging violently toward Wu Haochu. A mere barrier would be insufficient to withstand it. Both were diamond-level warriors. However, Nie Hanhai was at the pinnacle, diamond 9 stars, while Wu Haochu was merely at 3 stars. The disparity in power was evident, and Wu Haochu ceased to conceal his abilities, pouring all his strength into a counterattack. He immediately employed the spiritual technique, power reflection. With his focus entirely on the approaching wave, the energy sustaining Rou Mingyao dissipated, causing her to plummet freely through the air. Xiaoshu dashed forward in an instant, reaching her side and gently lifting her into his arms. Blushing, Rou Mingyao softly protested, Xiaoshu, I can walk on my own. No need for a princess carry. After all, she was a gold-level warrior. This height would not be fatal. Yet, as she gazed into Xiaoshu's eyes, she found them markedly different from usual, serious, handsome, and grave. He was genuinely angered. The playful, laughter-loving boy now bore only the fire of wrath directed at the Wu family. Rou Mingyao's heart raced as she thought, I never realized how much Xiaoshu cared for me. The residual shockwaves from the battle of diamond-level masters reverberated through the hall. It was not safe to linger here. Xiaoshu planted his foot firmly on the ground, propelling himself toward the tumultuous confrontation ahead. Wu Yifan was in a state of agitation. His only bargaining chip had vanished. That woman, the one he could have obtained so easily. A cooked duck had flown away just like that. Wu Yifan shouted, "Great-grandfather, the person has been rescued." Upon hearing his great-grandson's words, Wu Haochu, if not for the need to maintain his dignified demeanor, would have cursed. Did he not see the formidable figure with a diamond 9-star power? Can I contend with that? Wu Yifan's shout momentarily distracted the battle. Seizing the opportunity, Niahanhai delivered a powerful punch toward Wu Haochu, bellowing, "You old fool, dare to fight me and lose focus? Do you truly consider me an easy target?" Wu Haochu endured the blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained his garments. Niahanhai was a water element ability user, with every skill he absorbed geared towards lethal force. In contrast, Wu Haochu's abilities lacked versatility and could only absorb defensive techniques. The outcome of their confrontation was evident at a glance. Moreover, having just unleashed 2 powerful skills, Wu Haochu was left with barely half of his spiritual energy. Realizing the dire situation, he hastily shouted, "This is a matter between the Wu family and Xiaoshu. What does it have to do with you?" Niahanhai extended his hand and slapped Wu Haochu, reprimanding, "This is the benefactor who saved my granddaughter. How can it not concern me?" Wu Haochu felt a surge of negative emotions. All eyes were on the Wu family's patriarch, who had just been struck again, torn between laughter and restraint. How was it that the head of the Nie family behaved similarly to Xiaoshu, so prone to resorting to violence? Unable to contain his frustration, Wu Haochu's spiritual energy surged, and he shouted, "Spiritual technique, shatter the void." The space suddenly coalesced before erupting in a cacophony of destruction. Just when he believed he could severely wound Niahanhai, he realized that all he had shattered was a water clone of his opponent. As the space fractured, water splashed everywhere. "Old fool, dare to use spiritual techniques against me? When I employed my skills, you were still in your mother's womb." He countered with, "Spiritual technique, tsunami." The disparity in their spiritual energy was monumental. A colossal wave of energy surged toward the Wu family, shattering the glass of the entire building. The rushing water poured in through the broken windows, targeting only the Wu family while avoiding Xiaoshu and his companions. At that moment, a few individuals from the Nie family entered the Wu family building. A young girl emerged, calling out, "Grandfather, cease this at once. Continuing will only lead to an even worse outcome." All gazes turned to the girl, who appeared to be around 17 or 18, with striking azure eyes. Her body was just beginning to mature, and her slight curves were evident. Her light blue hair cascaded down her back. The delicate features of her face bore no expression. She was Niahanhai's eldest granddaughter, Niecholing. She knew that every time her grandfather engaged in a fight, it ultimately led to a malfunction in the city's drainage system. Niahanhai chuckled awkwardly and halted his assault. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The Wu family was not faring any better. Wu Haochu panted heavily. Having narrowly escaped death moments ago, a head of white hair was thoroughly drenched, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught of Niahanhai's techniques. The situation for the others from the Wu family was even more dire. Who could endure the repercussions of a diamond-level powerhouse's spiritual techniques? At that moment, a little girl, who had been hiding beside Niecholing, dashed out. She barely reached Niecholing's waist and ran over to Xiaoshu, tugging at his pant leg with delight, exclaiming, "It's my big brother who saved me." The innocent laughter of the little girl resonated. Xiaoshu, holding on to Rou Mingyao and unable to free his hands, merely smiled in response. "You certainly have some strength. You nearly pulled me into the water back there." Rou Mingyao shyly tugged at Xiaoshu's shirt, whispering, "Xiaoshu, please put me down. So many people are watching." How could Xiaoshu agree? Such a rare opportunity for intimate contact was not something he would relinquish easily. Yin Jinghan, observing nearby, felt a pang of envy. She envied Rou Mingyao for having such an outstanding brother and for receiving Xiaoshu's affection. With a faint sigh, she thought about Rou Mingyao's delicate features. Xiaoshu's sister, indeed, surpasses me in beauty. At that moment, members of the Wu family shouted from the platform, "You must compensate for the losses inflicted upon the Wu Corporation. Moreover, you must publicly apologize. You trespassed and damaged our finances. I will report you." Just as Niahanhai was about to take action to silence them with his might, Yi Xiaoshu swiftly interposed himself in front of Nie Hanhai, cradling Rou Mengyao as he vehemently rebuked a group of well-dressed beasts pretending to be innocent, using military arms, executing data attacks, kidnapping, extortion. Each of these charges could lead to your complete downfall. Several members of the Wu family clenched their fists, itching to strike Yi Xiaoshu. Yet the presence of a diamond-level powerhouse beside him rendered them hesitant. Yi Xiaoshu shifted his tone, stating sternly, "Moreover, it appears your database is not very secure. It might just be harboring a few viruses. I warn you, even if I, Yi Xiaoshu, am but a minor figure, I could easily bring ruin upon your Wu family." A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The expressions of the Wu family members shifted from disdain to shock, and finally to panic, especially Wu Yifan, who still bore a bullet in his calf, a testament to Yi Xiaoshu's handiwork. In Chapter 43, all are foxes of 1,000 years, Rou Mengyao, nestled in Yi Xiaoshu's embrace, felt the most profound impact from his presence. She was closest to him and was astounded by his newfound prowess. First, he had manipulated the Wu family's security system. Then he had decisively defeated numerous golden-level warriors, and now he stood firm against a diamond-level powerhouse, threatening an entire conglomerate single-handedly. These occurrences shattered her perception of reality. Was this truly her brother? Her body trembled slightly. Feeling a slight tremor from Rou Mengyao's body, Yi Xiaoshu smiled at her. Observing his gentle yet handsome smile, Rou Mengyao felt a sense of relief. Although he had grown stronger, he remained the same Yi Xiaoshu. None of the higher-ups from the Wu family dared to respond to Yi Xiaoshu, fearful that a moment of displeasure might provoke him into action. Nie Hanhai, gazing at the youth, was reminded of his own youthful days, powerful, confident, arrogant, and proud. He patted Yi Xiaoshu on the shoulder and laughed. "Ha, brother Yi, you possess the charm of my youth. Leave this group to us, Nie family, to handle. Let us go enjoy a drink." Upon hearing the prospect of a complimentary lunch, Yi Xiaoshu replied with a smile, "Brother Nie, let us go." The faces of all the Nie family members darkened at this exchange, as Yi Xiaoshu had instantly elevated their relationship to that of brothers. The aftermath was entrusted to the younger generation of the Nie family. While Yi Xiaoshu walked alongside Nie Hanhai chuckled, "I've never seen that old rascal look so defeated." Yi Xiaoshu responded, "That old man lacks skill. He cannot compare to your formidable prowess, brother Nie." Nie Hanhai narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Yi Xiaoshu. Other than some torn clothing, the young man bore no injuries, remarkable for someone of the black iron level facing off against a diamond level without a scratch. This lad's strength is commendable. Yi Xiaoshu also examined Nie Hanhai, noting his peak diamond level strength and water-based abilities, capable of using seawater for attacks, a second awakening of his powers. The two exchanged a glance and shared an awkward laugh. Ha ha. At this moment, Rou Mengyao remained in Yi Xiaoshu's embrace. Resembling a small fox alongside an old fox, had they found kin in one another? Yi Xiaoshu cleared his throat and inquired, "I've heard that the Nie family possesses quite a few formidable martial arts techniques. Might I have the honor of perusing some?" Nie Hanhai waved his hand dismissively. "They are merely inconsequential, eclectic skills. Unlike you, brother Yi, who is well-versed in a myriad of arts. I even hope you could impart some knowledge to my granddaughter." The two engaged in a playful spar, each attempting to glean insights into the other's martial arts. Together, they were astute, each possessing 800 shrewd thoughts. While the naive Rou Mengyao remained blissfully unaware of the underlying meanings in their words. As they conversed, they soon arrived at a grand restaurant. After placing their orders, the younger Nie family members had also wrapped up their affairs and joined them at the restaurant. As they prepared to dine, Yi Xiaoshu reluctantly set Rou Mengyao down, lamenting, "Alas, we could only embrace for a brief moment." Among those present, only Nie Hanhai and Yi Xiaoshu engaged in conversation, while no one else dared to speak freely. With the head of the Nie family in attendance, who would dare to act recklessly? Zhang Kuang silently devoured his meal. Upon seeing Yin Jinghan, Rou Mengyao felt a flicker of confusion, but soon recognized the familiar fragrance. The very scent she had noticed on Yi Xiaoshu came from this woman. A palpable tension began to brew between the two women. Zhang Kuang, seated in the middle, continued to eat, not daring to utter a word. Nie Hanhai smiled as he poured wine for Yi Xiaoshu, saying, "Young brother Yi, I have heard that you have become a chairman at such a tender age. The water we have tasted is indeed remarkable. In the future, could you grant our Nie family the priority for purchasing?" Yi Xiaoshu quickly shook his head, replying, "Brother Nie, you are treating me with wine. I cannot accept such generosity. If you wish for the spiritual water, it is merely a matter of a few words. After speaking, Xiaoshu retrieved bottled water from his system space, neatly arranging it on the table. These were all obtained during a lottery, and each bottle was worth millions. How could Xiaoshu summon such wealth with a mere gesture? The Nye family members held their breath, fearful that he might reclaim it. Brother, drink to your heart's content. If it is not enough, come to my company to get more, Xiaoshu added, winking playfully. Both were seasoned individuals, accustomed to the games of wit. Nyehanhai, understanding the implication behind the wink, awkwardly remarked, I have little to offer you, dear brother. What do you think of my granddaughter? Is she not lovely? With her graceful appearance, could we not consider a match? They both laughed heartily, yet simultaneously felt a firm grip on their thighs. Xiaoshu was pinched by Ruan Mengyao, while Nyehanhai was pinched by Nye Chioling. Although they both feigned composure, beads of sweat trickled down their brows. Nye Chioling had never scrutinized Xiaoshu closely before. Upon doing so now, she was astonished to find him extraordinarily handsome. Not only was he striking, but there was also an undeniable charm that captivated her. Staring for too long felt like falling into a trap. Xiaoshu awkwardly said, Brother, there is no need for that. I merely wish to observe martial skills. You may keep the water. Just tell me, is that acceptable? Nyehanhai grasped Xiaoshu's hand, insisting, after all, I, Nyehanhai, have shielded you from a disaster. You must teach our Nye family martial arts. That is the way. The two struck a deal, laughing heartily, each secretly scheming not to concede too much. They decided to act as if nothing had occurred and continued their feast. An hour later, having eaten and drunk their fill, Xiaoshu sent Yin Jinghan on her way, gesturing to the laptop in her hands. You carry the information on the Wu family group. It contains details on their recently developed products and some small enterprises that have crossed the line. Unleash your business acumen. We must undermine the Wu family group from a commercial standpoint and absorb all their assets. Yin Jinghan understood Xiaoshu's intentions. Despite his previous fury, he had not entirely obliterated the Wu family group. His goal was to ensure that Lingquan Company completely devoured them, maximizing their gains. Destruction was merely the prelude. Consumption was the main course. The young man's strategic depth astonished Yin Jinghan. Perhaps from the very beginning, Xiaoshu had envisioned this step. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, what if the Wu family group resists? Xiaoshu's expression darkened as he coldly replied, should they dare to resist? Their actions can easily be used against them. Moreover, I have embedded a virus within the database. As long as they retain their wits, they will not dare to act recklessly. Yin Jinghan nodded and said, all right, you are the chairman. Your word is final. She then waved to hail a taxi and departed. Before leaving, she cast a glance at Ro Mengyao, as if she had resolved something significant. Her silhouette as she departed exuded an air of increased pride. From that moment onward, Lingquan Company gradually assimilated the Wu group, leading to the investigation of the Wu family, while Wu Yifan faced a 6-year probation. Wu Haoqiu, due to violent resistance to law enforcement, received a life sentence. The Wu family had become a mere shadow of its former self. Before bidding farewell to Zhang Kuang, Xiaoshu packed several chicken legs and handed them to him. The 10th chicken leg is the limit. Any more would be pointless, though they are undeniably delicious. When the craving strikes, Brother Guan demands, 1,000 yuan each, huh? From Zhang Kuang's negative emotional value, 500 despite having issued a strict order forbidding him from leaving the vehicle, he still came to assist. Xiaoshu felt that this fellow was trustworthy. Zhang Kuang, feeling somewhat bashful, remarked, I haven't done anything, yet I still receive a reward. Thank you, big brother. I will certainly train diligently to be of help. After sending Zhang Kuang off, Xiaoshu returned to Ro Mengyao's side. He extended his arms and said, Sister, come here. Ro Mengyao, blushing, playfully tapped Xiaoshu on the head, shyly asking, what are you saying? Where did you learn that? Xiaoshu covered his head, feeling exasperated. Alas, it seems I cannot be too hasty. 2 minutes later, the siblings boarded the Nye family's vehicle. Chapter 44, The Demonic Disintegration. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Nye family estate. Located in the suburbs, the expansive manor comprised the Nye family's holdings, including farms and ranches that had achieved self-sufficiency. Upon entering, the estate was divided into educational and living areas. From birth, the children of the Nye family received specialized education. At that moment, Xiaoshu observed several supernatural beings engaged in training. They were solely employing martial techniques for combat, neglecting the cultivation of spiritual skills. Curious, Xiaoshu inquired, Brother Nia, do the younger generation of your family solely practice martial skills? Nia Hanhai replied, indeed, the younger members of the Nia family currently only absorb augmentation-type spiritual skills. Spiritual skills are entirely focused on enhancing the body, while martial skills are used for combat. The primary advantage of this approach is the ability to confront foes beyond one's rank. Unfortunately, there are not many proficient martial techniques available. The stronger one becomes, the fewer martial skills can be utilized. For someone of Nia Hanhai's caliber, martial techniques are less effective than spiritual skills. Then what is the purpose of learning them? Xiaoshu pondered. Leading Xiaoshu onward, Nia Hanhai soon arrived at a warehouse. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a dazzling array of books, all meticulously encapsulated to prevent aging. Are these all martial techniques? Xiaoshu asked in astonishment. Nia Hanhai nodded. Excitedly, Xiaoshu began to peruse the volumes, overwhelmed by the variety of martial techniques. After examining them closely, he found nothing suitable for himself. Most of the martial techniques were inferior to Tai Chi, rendering them a waste of skill points. A few enhancement techniques consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy with subpar results. They were even less effective than the less reputable techniques like frenzy. Xiaoshu picked up a book and inquired, Brother Nia, do you have any martial arts techniques with side effects here? This question left Nia Hanhai momentarily perplexed. Techniques with side effects had been eradicated long ago, back in the last century. Nowadays, the only subpar martial arts could be found at street stalls. Feeling awkward, Nia Hanhai replied, Ahem. I do not deal in inferior techniques here. After pondering for a moment, a thought suddenly struck him. I recall seeing something earlier. I used it to prop up a table leg. Upon saying this, Nia Hanhai retrieved a tattered book from the corner of the table. The book was moldy, with the majority of its yellowed pages turned black, and it had been split in half. Only a fragment remained. Disdainfully, Nia Hanhai handed a corner of it to Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu carefully accepted it and began to read intently. The characters were archaic, seemingly penned during the resurgence of spiritual energy a century ago. Opening the front page, he found 4 prominent characters inscribed, Heavenly Demon Disintegration. Xiaoshu fell silent. The Legend of the Sword Heroes of Mount Shu. This title sounded exceedingly familiar. Did the name of this technique have to be so formidable? He had encountered this title in martial arts novels from his previous life. Out of curiosity, Xiaoshu flipped through the aged pages. As he turned the first page, it disintegrated into ash. Remarkable, it had even been burned. The fact that this book had survived until now was no small feat. The first page explicitly stated the nature of the technique. This martial art could unleash the latent potential within the human body, significantly enhancing one's power. Yet it would severely diminish bodily functions post-use, potentially leading to death. Such audacity. Unfortunately, only half a page remained, abruptly halting after the word death. The second page contained just a single sentence in the upper half, a technique employed to achieve mutual destruction with an enemy. After casually flipping through a few more pages, the system's voice resonated. Detected host learning a martial art. According to Protocol 3, entering system. A minute later, a new skill appeared on the panel. Heavenly Demon Disintegration, unfamiliar, LV1 skill points required for upgrade, 10,000. Grants an elevation of 1 major realm upon use, doubling spiritual energy intensity for a brief duration. Capable of healing meridian damage while continuously augmenting cultivation. Success. Xiaoshu grinned widely. Nia Hanhai quickly interjected, such things are best left unexamined. Not only is it an evil technique, but it is also a fragment. If one were to practice it, falling into madness would be a minor issue. It could easily lead to death. It is best not to even glance at it. Xiaoshu returned the book, remarking, this technique is indeed tyrannical. It is beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Nia Hanhai accepted the book and promptly reduced it to dust. He had previously forgotten to dispose of it. Now that he had seen it, it was best to destroy it. Such a book should not be carelessly left in the library. If a younger member of the Nia family were to discover it, it could spell disaster. Xiaoshu continued to browse for a while longer, but found no preferable martial arts techniques, as the selection remained limited. Brother Nia, there seems to be nothing of value here. Negative emotional value from Nia Hanhai, 1,000. This is the culmination of his lifelong collection. Yet it is dismissed so casually by Xiaoshu. Containing his anger, Nia Hanhai wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, do not be hasty, young brother Yi. While you may not be interested, Your sister is utterly captivated. Xiaoshu noticed that Rou Mingyao was engrossed in a peculiar book. Her face flushed as she read intently. Upon glimpsing the title, The Harmonious Embrace of the Jade Maiden, Xiaoshu rushed over and snatched the book from her hands. How could she be allowed to peruse such material? A dual cultivation technique? He glanced at it, confirming it was indeed a martial art, albeit with an overly extravagant array of postures and forms. Detected host. Stop. There is no need for further recording. Ahem. Agreement 3 terminated. Rou Mingyao, her cheeks still rosy, turned away as if nothing had transpired. It was surprising that this old gentleman Niahanhai possessed such techniques. Surely, he would not lead the innocent youth astray? He certainly did not wish for his naive sister to have her eyes sullied by such content. Indeed, Rou Mingyao retained a certain charming innocence. After concluding this little farce, Xiaoshu presented the Tai Chi cultivation mantra to Niahanhai. Upon seeing the mantra, Niahanhai was filled with exhilaration. This was a martial art accessible even to someone of his caliber. The mantra was derived from the Tai Chi practiced in his previous life for the sake of health. The extent of its understanding would depend solely on Niahanhai himself. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Niahanhai had someone escort Xiaoshu away. Before departing, Rou Mingyao discreetly whispered something to Niahanhai, and, unbeknownst to Xiaoshu, she managed to keep the book. In the car on the way back, Xiaoshu's phone suddenly chimed with a message from Niahanhai. Niahanhai, I must express my gratitude once more, young brother Yi. Niahanhai, this gift seems rather weighty. Niahanhai, in the near future, I will arrange for someone to purchase a new house for you. Niahanhai, I hope you will not decline, young brother Yi. Xiaoshu smiled knowingly. This old man certainly knew how to take action. Truly worthy of being the head of the family, his considerations were so comprehensive. After replying to Niahanhai, he received a message from Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin, you little rascal. Zhang Jin, come to the school office tomorrow. Xiaoshu sighed. Hadn't they agreed on a 3-day holiday? Was he already reneging on that? Xiaoshu replied, Brother Shu, you do not keep your word. Brother Shu, just like that, my 3-day holiday is gone. Brother Shu, Brother Zhang, you are quite unprincipled. Negative emotional value from Zhang Jin. 1000, Chapter 45. What incredible talent this boy possesses. Zhang Jin felt a wave of frustration wash over him upon reading Xiaoshu's reply. Why did this boy have to dramatize everything? Just then, a voice crackled through Zhang Jin's earpiece. This kid is impressive. He has secured both diamond and gold. Can the dragon team accommodate such a formidable presence? Zhang Jin calmly responded. This lad has some tricks up his sleeve. I intend to question him thoroughly tomorrow. Preserve those surveillance recordings. Bring a few members of the dragon team with you. The other party replied, Understood. Xiaoshu returned home, gazing at the damaged door, momentarily at a loss for words. These intruders had brutally smashed the doorknob and forcefully entered to abduct Rou Mingyao. After securing the door, he barricaded it with a chair. It seemed that the prospect of moving was now urgent. He prepared a lavish dinner for Rou Mingyao, and after their meal, they each retreated to their respective rooms. Xiaoshu was filled with excitement. Sitting on his bed, he attempted to practice the technique he had learned that day. He softly intoned, martial art, heavenly demon disintegration. Instantly, his internal spiritual energy was depleted, leaving him utterly drained. Hastily, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water and exerted every ounce of strength to drink from it. Despite consuming an entire bottle, his spiritual energy barely replenished. Just as he regained a modicum of energy, it was swiftly siphoned away again. The energy within him was forcibly compressed, causing his presence to surge to the bronze level. However, this was merely a fleeting enhancement. The little energy he managed to restore was rapidly extracted by the technique. Were an ordinary person subjected to such depletion, their meridians would likely shatter. Fortunately, heavenly demon disintegration could continuously mend the body's meridians. Xiaoshu promptly ceased the technique, feeling a slight relief. Even with the reversal of adverse effects, he still required a significant amount of spiritual energy. Clearly, it was not feasible at present. After being drained of his energy, Xiaoshu felt his eyelids grow heavy and succumbed to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment he initiated heavenly demon disintegration, a vortex of spiritual energy had formed in his hand, greedily absorbing the energies of the world around him. The following day, Xiaoshu did not awaken at his usual early hour, managing to rise only around 10 in the morning. The use of heavenly demon disintegration was temporarily out of reach, as his overall energy reserves seemed too meager. Reckless application could indeed lead to dire consequences. He would have to await an upgrade of this skill to discern its effect. At that moment, he suddenly recalled that Zhang Jin had sought him for something important. Quickly, he dressed and departed. Upon stepping outside, he noticed a skilled member of the Nie family concealed in the shadows. Most of the Nie family were water element ability users, their presence quite subtle. They had been dispatched to protect Romingyao. With this reassurance, he mounted his electric bike and headed to school. 20 minutes later, upon arriving at school, he spotted Zhang Jin waiting at the entrance, drenched in sweat, an indication that he had been waiting for quite some time. Xiaoshu approached on his bike, feeling somewhat awkward. Quietly, he pushed the bike behind Zhang Jin. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings and dared not speak, fearing further offense to Zhang Jin. Seizing an opportune moment while Zhang Jin was distracted, he retracted the bike into the system. They walked to the office door, with Zhang Jin entering first and Xiaoshu closely following behind. Suddenly, two figures sprang from a concealed corner of the room, each gripping Xiaoshu tightly. He shouted, "It's an ambush! Martial art! Frenzy!" With a mighty roar, he struggled with all his might. However, these two hulking men held him fast as if he were caught in a vice, remaining unyielding. "Instructor Zhang, save me." As Zhang Jin turned back, he couldn't help but smile at the sight of Xiaoshu struggling. It was a rare pleasure to witness this young lad in distress. "Fear not. These are all my people," Zhang Jin declared, waving his hand as three individuals emerged from the shadows. A total of 5 men were concealed within this modest office. Astonishingly, without a whisper of movement, Xiaoshu glanced around and discerned that everyone present was of silver rank. Although he had faced golden and even diamond ranks before, it was always thanks to the invincibility granted by his system. Currently, his own strength barely allowed him to contend with silver ranks. The sudden appearance of so many individuals indeed made him uneasy, especially since his balance was in the negative, rendering the invincible feature of his system inaccessible. Goodness, this fellow possesses remarkable strength. What has he been nourished on since childhood? Chuckled 2 burly men. Subsequently, a girl who had remained silent in the corner briskly stepped forward. Retrieving a small box from her pocket, she produced a syringe and plunged it into Xiaoshu. "Wow, Instructor Zhang, save me. She's draining my blood." From Zhang Jin's negative emotional value, 1,000 silence, you rascal. It won't cost you your life. After this, I'll give you 2,000 yuan. As soon as Zhang Jin uttered these words, Xiaoshu fell silent. Nothing seemed effective against him except money. After all, cash was the most potent motivator. The girl withdrew the syringe after extracting blood and then fetched a device from behind the desk, depositing the blood into it. As the blood coursed through a transparent beaker, it reacted with the liquid inside. Moments later, she exclaimed, "This talent. Captain Zhang, it's quite extraordinary." While speaking, she handed the report to Zhang Jin. As Zhang Jin perused the report, his expression shifted dramatically. He seized Xiaoshu's wrist, channeling his energy to scrutinize him closely. "Incredible. This is impossible. An SSS-level cultivation talent." Upon uttering these words, everyone was struck dumb. How could there be an SSS-level talent in this world? Was Xiaoshu some kind of monster? Not even human? Zhang Jin murmured to himself, no powers, yet proficient in martial arts, with an SSS-level talent. Truly a marvel. I begin to wonder if you're even from this world. Xiaoshu felt a jolt of alarm. Could his identity as a traveler be exposed? Zhang Jin waved his hand, and the 2 burly men released Xiaoshu. He stretched his limbs and asked in confusion, "Did you summon me just to draw blood?" Zhang Jin shook his head and replied, "I called you here to invite you to join us. We are the 4th supernatural group of Huaxia, known as the Dragon Team." Xiaoshu was taken aback and inquired, "Dragon Team? Is that truly the name? Who came up with it? It can't be that cliché." He then burst into laughter. "Huh? The last time I heard that name was many years ago." From Zhang Jin's negative emotional value, 1,000. From Zhang Jin's negative emotional value, 1,000 from. Seeing the veins bulging on Zhang Jin's forehead, Xiaoshu realized that this rather juvenile name was undoubtedly tied to him. Xiaoshu quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Ahem, Dragon Team. How magnificent. Such an impressive name, and the one who coined it must be equally dashing." The others looked at Xiaoshu's quick-witted remarks and chuckled in amusement. This lad certainly possesses some charm. Zhang Jin, furrowing his brow, inquired, "Enough banter, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to join the Dragon Team? We hail from Special Forces, and I must inform you that joining us guarantees a monthly salary of 50,000. Yi Xiaoshu shook his head, replying, I want to go? I have no desire to join. I only wish for my sister and me to live well. This marked Zhang Jin's second invitation to Yi Xiaoshu. The first time, Yi Xiaoshu had evaded the offer with a flimsy excuse about insufficient funds. This time, it appeared that Zhang Jin was earnest. Yi Xiaoshu was not jesting. He genuinely did not wish to join the dragon team. Firstly, Ruo Mingyao would never consent, and secondly, joining would diminish the time he could spend with his family. Observing Yi Xiaoshu's firm refusal, Zhang Jin confidently produced a report, stating, unauthorized attacks on other companies' networks constitute cybercrime. There is a significant crater on the Guohai Expressway. Using force to damage public property, among other things. You've committed quite a few infractions. Do you think it's merely happenstance that someone is cleaning up after you? Yi Xiaoshu fell silent. Indeed, he had been responsible for those incidents. However, they were all acts of legitimate self-defense and hardly amounted to true criminality. Zhang Jin was attempting to coerce him. Do as you wish. I will not join the dragon team. When it comes to throwing a tantrum, none can rival me. Yi Xiaoshu. Zhang Jin, feeling exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. If you don't want to join, that is your choice. Many would envy your opportunity. However, should you reconsider, the dragon team will remain open to you. Yi Xiaoshu stuck out his tongue and dashed away, leaving only the echo of his words in the corridor. Even if you beg, I want to go. The young woman from the dragon team curiously asked, Captain Zhang, why do you hold this lad in such high regard? Though his talent is extraordinary, his disposition. Zhang Jin replied earnestly, this lad has ambition. When everyone else hesitated beneath the bridge, he was the first to charge forward, faster than even I. As Yi Xiaoshu sprinted from the campus, he suddenly recalled that Captain Zhang had yet to pay him the 2,000 yuan. However, returning now, he feared he might face a beating. Alas, the 2,000 yuan, like a cooked duck flying away. Just as he halted, his phone rang. It was a call from Nie Hanhai. Hello. Yet. The voice on the other end was not Nie Hanhai's, but a melodious female voice. Yi Xiaoshu immediately recognized it as Nie Hanhai's granddaughter, Nie Qiuling. What brings you here? My grandfather mentioned he would find a new place for you and your sister. After the two agreed on a meeting place, they hung up the phone. Yi Xiaoshu was intrigued. Did Nie Hanhai possess such remarkable efficiency? Upon exiting the school gates, Yi Xiaoshu swiftly rode his electric bike to the designated location. Spotting him, Nie Qiuling gently waved, her light blue hair dancing in the breeze, dazzling under the sun's rays. Yi Xiaoshu approached and, after dismounting, inquired, is this how all Watershi Yinug operate? That driving almost blinded me. From Nie Qiuling's negative emotional value, Yi Xiaoshu pondered, why is it only 1 point of negative emotional value? He scrutinized Nie Qiuling's delicate visage. Her porcelain-like face, as ethereal as flowing water, bore no trace of emotion, resembling an ice-cold beauty. Upon deeper reflection, he realized he had seldom witnessed any expression from her. She extended a hand, saying, Hello, I am Nie Qiuling. Yi Xiaoshu grasped her outstretched hand, feeling as if he were holding a pool of water, soft and cool. The sensation was delightful, prompting him to squeeze her hand a couple more times. From Nie Qiuling's positive emotional value, 100, what was happening? This was one of the rare instances when Yi Xiaoshu received a positive emotional response. Could it be that this girl harbored feelings for him? He raised his gaze to meet hers, only to find her fair face devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It seemed likely that the system was in error. Yi Xiaoshu withdrew his hand. The two stood before the Bailon Security Company. Adjacent to the security firm was an imposing villa. Nie Qiuling, with her immaculate fingers, pointed towards the grand estate, stating, This is the house my grandfather wishes to present to you. She continued, the security company beside it is part of our Nie family's enterprises, ensuring the safety of you and your family. After speaking, Nie Qiuling retrieved the property deed and keys from her bag and handed them to Yi Xiaoshu. In astonishment, Yi Xiaoshu exclaimed, just like that? Your Nie family is incredibly generous. The villa was indeed magnificent, featuring a garden and a swimming pool, and was divided into 2 stories with numerous rooms. Nie Qiuling, maintaining her stoic demeanor, replied, It's not without conditions. Our Nie family seeks a share of 5 in your Lingquan company. Yi Xiaoshu nodded in agreement, deeming this request quite reasonable, perhaps even modest. The company was still in its infancy, with a minimal market value. He held 70 of the shares, and relinquishing a portion seemed inconsequential. Exchanging shares for the safety of his family constituted a fair transaction. Moreover, With the Nie family's investment, Lingquan Company would benefit from the support of a prominent family. After all, any threat to Lingquan Company would essentially equate to a threat against the Nie family's interests, alleviating Xiaoshu from having to intervene directly, as the Nie family would handle any ensuing matters. At that moment, Nie Qiuling added, "There is a second condition. I will reside in your home as your servant." Xiaoshu fell silent. What was the Nie family scheming? Why the urgency to send their granddaughter over? Xiaoshu felt a headache coming on. Having envisioned a blissful world for just him and his sister, only to suddenly find a third party intruding. Xiaoshu cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Ahem. Let's discuss this matter. Have you eaten? Shall we grab a bite to eat?" Nie Qiuling replied nonchalantly, "Anything is fine." From Nie Qiuling's affection level, 300 conveniently. There was a fast food restaurant nearby, so Xiaoshu opted for hamburgers and fried chicken. The two settled at a window-side table, and before long, their meals arrived. The dishes were served separately. Xiaoshu unwrapped a hamburger and began to eat. Nie Qiuling, however, did not partake, merely sipping on her cola while fixating her gaze intently on Xiaoshu. From Nie Qiuling's affection level, 500. Go ahead and eat. You have your own. Our meals are the same, Xiaoshu said, feeling increasingly uneasy under her scrutiny. Only then did Nie Qiuling divert her gaze elsewhere. She opened her fries, picked one up, dipped it in ketchup, and extended it towards Xiaoshu's mouth. Open wide, she instructed. Xiaoshu was bewildered, wondering why this woman was acting so strangely. What was her intention? Did she think the ketchup was poisonous? Suddenly, Xiaoshu recalled Yin Jinghan, who was dissatisfied with her arranged marriage and unwilling to marry someone she did not like. It was likely that Nie Hanhai had sent his granddaughter over for the same reason. Old Nie, this matter cannot be rushed. Xiaoshu thought as he hastily shook his head. You can eat your own. There's no need to feed me. With a blank expression, Nie Qiuling took a bite of her fry. Then, she unexpectedly stood up, leaned over the table, and took a bite out of Xiaoshu's hamburger. She then elegantly sat back down, gently wiping the sauce from the corner of her mouth with a napkin. Xiaoshu was left dumbfounded. What happened to my hamburger? It was so large, and now there's a huge bite taken out of it. What is this girl thinking? With a sense of helplessness, Xiaoshu took out his phone and messaged Nie Hanhai. Brother Shu, old Nie, what's going on? I truly do not need you to send your granddaughter over. Is this some sort of arranged marriage? After a moment, Nie Hanhai replied. Nie Hanhai, what are you talking about, Yi? I only mentioned wanting 5 of your company's shares. I did not say anything beyond that. A while later, Nie Hanhai sent another message. Nie Hanhai, I suspect that Qiuling is tired of staying at the Nie household. She wishes to go out for a change. During this period, I would appreciate your care for her, Brother Yi. Both remained silent, with only Nie Qiuling quietly chewing on her hamburger. Goodness, the second request was set by Qiuling herself. How can you, as her grandfather, show no concern for her at all? Xiaoshu awkwardly remarked. Miss, I just spoke with your grandfather. He did not mention anything about you coming to be our servant. The eldest daughter of the Nie family, serving as a maid for a mere commoner like me? Surely, your grandfather would come after me with a knife for that. Upon hearing Xiaoshu's words, Nie Qiuling responded flatly. Grandfather does not use a knife. He uses a trident. Her face remained devoid of expression as she spoke. Xiaoshu was left speechless. Had it not been for their previous handshake, Xiaoshu might have suspected that the girl was a robot. Hey miss, he began, but was promptly interrupted by Nie Qiuling. I pay a monthly rent of 100,000. Xiaoshu, a wealthy woman. Must you be so affluent? Chapter 47, Delivering Takeout to School? This statement left Xiaoshu, who was contemplating a refusal, momentarily speechless. He took out his phone once more and sent a message to Ro Mingyao. Brother Shu, sister, I have acquired a new house. Brother Shu, the location is excellent, safe, and the environment is quite pleasant. Brother Shu, however, to secure this house, I need a long-term tenant. Ding. The reply came almost instantaneously. Sister, that's fine. I trust your judgment. Brother Shu. Reluctantly, Xiaoshu pocketed his phone. Ro Mingyao had always respected his opinions. He gazed at Nie Qiuling's lovely visage and sighed softly. Allowing her to move in would undoubtedly yield benefits without any drawbacks. With the esteemed status of being the eldest daughter of the Nie family, no one would dare to infringe upon his household. If any incidents similar to previous intrusions occurred, the Nie family would be the first to intervene. Moreover, this girl was willing to act as a maid and contribute rent. Ro Mingyao would have someone to care for her daily needs, and her delicate hands would suffer less wear. This presented an irresistible opportunity for Xiaoshu. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem, very well. I consent." From Nie Qiuling, favorability points 1,000. After their meal, Nie Qiuling took Xiaoshu on a tour of the house. The first floor featured 6 rooms, in addition to a sauna, 2 bathrooms, and 2 separate kitchens, one for Western cuisine and desserts, the other for Chinese stir-frying. The second floor boasted a spacious bathroom and a gym. The array of facilities left Xiaoshu somewhat dazzled. Most of the equipment he had never even seen before. Once the tour concluded, Nie Qiuling stood still and suddenly inquired, "Which room do you wish to occupy?" Xiaoshu surveyed the surroundings and replied, "The room on the first floor. It's closer to the bathroom." He preferred not to have to traverse a long distance in the middle of the night, despite the bathroom's occasional odors. However, the ventilation in the house was exceptionally well designed, ensuring that such scents would hardly reach the rooms. Nie Qiuling immediately pointed to the room adjacent to Xiaoshu's and declared, "Then I will choose this one." Xiaoshu quickly countered, "You should stay on the second floor. It's more suitable for young ladies." Nie Qiuling replied flatly, "The room on the second floor is too large. I am not accustomed to it." Xiaoshu scrutinized her face closely. There was no hint of embarrassment in her expression, which suggested a lie. With such a vast family enterprise, which of the younger generation would have a small room, especially the eldest daughter of the Nie family? Her room would undoubtedly be extravagantly luxurious. Xiaoshu chose not to argue further and left the villa. Nie Qiuling headed directly to his home, intending to assist with the move, while Xiaoshu set off to deliver takeout. "Currently, my financial situation remains in the negative. I must first earn a profit before anything else." Xiaoshu mounted his bicycle and activated the system. System, accept order. Invincible Delivery System at your service. In 3 minutes, he collected the meal and pedaled towards the customer's location. However, the delivery address left Xiaoshu feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lingwu High School. How is it possible for students to order takeout during class hours? Even more so, it was his own school. Xiaoshu navigated the familiar path and soon arrived at the designated spot. Following the remarks, he found himself at the fence outside the playground. The person who placed the order was Ms. Yan. Suddenly, Xiaoshu felt a pang of unease. Yan Qianqian was equally taken aback. Not expecting Xiaoshu to be the one delivering her order, Xiaoshu awkwardly greeted her. "Hello, here is your takeout." Yan Qianqian cheerfully exclaimed, "You actually delivered my food. You must have feelings for me, Xiaoshu." Xiaoshu hastily shook his head in denial. "No, I'm just an anonymous delivery guy." Glancing at the towering fence, he inquired with some confusion, "Given its height, if I toss the meal over, it might spill everywhere. Should I deliver it through the front gate?" Yan Qianqian quickly shook her head. "No, the school prohibits students from ordering takeout. If you deliver it there, I won't be able to eat it. How about this? You feed me instead." Xiaoshu promptly refused. "Forget it. I'll just leave the meal here. You can pick it up whenever you have time." Yan Qianqian called out loudly, "Come back. Feed me, and I'll give you a 5-star review." Hearing this, Xiaoshu perked up. Who would refuse a good review? He opened the meal package to reveal stinky tofu, sour plum soup, and a sesame ball. Holding the stinky tofu with chopsticks, he maneuvered it through the fence's opening. This stinky tofu was indeed authentic. It had quite the pungent aroma. Ugh! Yan Qianqian slightly parted her lips and devoured the tofu from Xiaoshu's chopsticks, then closed her eyes in blissful enjoyment. As the school beauty, wasn't she worried that her classmates would be repulsed by her eating stinky tofu? Xiaoshu queried. Yan Qianqian replied calmly, "It's fine. I'll rinse my mouth and chew gum afterward. Hurry up and feed me. I'm hungry." Xiaoshu, feeling helpless, picked up another piece and handed it over. In less than 5 minutes, the entire box of stinky tofu was consumed. Xiaoshu picked up the cup of sour plum soup, inserted a straw, and extended it through the gap in the fence. Her fair face leaned in, her lips clasping the straw while her gaze remained fixed on Xiaoshu's face, as if this scene had transpired before. At that moment, Yan Qianqian spoke again. "I want to eat the sesame ball, but it's too large. It won't fit through, unless I flatten it." Xiaoshu took the sesame ball and said, "I'll flatten it and pass it through. Let us see if that works." "All right." Just as Xiaoshu handed the flattened sesame ball, she promptly devoured it in one bite. This scene was witnessed by several students passing by. The whispers among the onlookers hinted at a connection between Yan Qianqian and the delivery man, with some sharp-eyed individuals recognizing Xiaoshu and discreetly capturing photographs to post online. 3 minutes later, Yan Qianqian, that should suffice. 3 minutes is ample time for me to consume 10 rice dumplings, Xiaoshu declared, retracting his fingers and wiping the saliva from his hands with a tissue. Yin Qianqian, with a hint of reluctance, remarked, "Indeed, your deliveries are the most delectable." Her words sent shivers down Xiaoshu's spine, prompting him to hastily depart on his bicycle, adding as he left, "Don't forget to give a 5-star rating." After completing several deliveries, Xiaoshu amassed enough 5-star reviews. Stowing away his electric bike, he strolled along the street, preparing to engage in some lottery draws when an overwhelming force surged from behind. "Move aside." Xiaoshu was shoved aside. The strength behind the push was at least of golden caliber. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a small girl, approximately 1.5 meters tall, clad in a black puff skirt with white stockings adorning her feet. Her golden hair danced with her movements, and her delicate face appeared slightly pale. As she ran, she resembled a sprite flitting through a field of wheat. A foreigner? Or merely a little girl? Golden caliber? Just as Xiaoshu pondered, several individuals pursued her from behind. "Kid, don't block the way. Get out of the way, bystanders." Xiaoshu quickly moved aside, knowing this did not concern him. He preferred to avoid any entanglement. It would surely lead to trouble. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a crimson liquid on the ground. Blood? It appeared to belong to the little girl. Chapter 48. Mandala. Elena. Xiaoshu observed the individuals chasing after the girl, feeling a twinge of curiosity, but ultimately choosing not to involve himself. Instead of returning to the street, he leaned against a nearby tree, summoning the system panel to prepare for a lottery draw. A series of 10 draws yielded the same old items: bottled water, chicken legs, and spicy strips. "System, do you not have anything new?" Just as he voiced his frustration, a beam of black light illuminated before him. "Congratulations. You have obtained friendship gloves." A pair of pure white gloves materialized on his hands. Xiaoshu gazed at the peculiar black item, puzzled, and accessed the shop interface to inspect its effects. Friendship gloves, 1 wealth value quality. Black. Wearing these gloves allows you to seek true friendship. Wearing these gloves enables you to enjoy a genuine life. Wearing these gloves grants you the chance to meet your destined partner. The system's description left Xiaoshu bewildered. What did gloves have to do with such matters? After all, it was a new item, and not of purple quality, so he assumed it bore no adverse effects. Thus, he donned them with ease. The silk-like texture felt pleasant and remarkably breathable, almost indistinguishable from not wearing anything at all. At that moment, the tree he leaned against trembled violently without warning. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the branches. Just as Xiaoshu looked up to investigate the commotion, he spotted the little girl from earlier. How was she inside the tree? In a moment of bewilderment, their hands seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, tightly entwined. "Let go of me. Do you dare to threaten my life?" Negative emotional value from Elena, 1,000. Xiaoshu hastily attempted to release his grip, but their hands felt as if they were glued together, utterly impossible to separate. "You refuse to let go, do you?" Elena shouted in frustration. Panic-stricken, Xiaoshu raised his voice. "Wait. Don't be hasty. If you dare to move against me, I'll scream for help. I'll summon those who were chasing you." It was only then that Elena calmed down, but in the next instant, she coughed, blood spilling from her lips. Although she tried to cover it with her left hand, some still escaped, staining her pale face with a vivid crimson, giving her an alluring yet haunting appearance. Xiaoshu intended to assist her, but suddenly noticed a red tattoo on her neck. Mandala flower. He recalled having seen a report on television about an overseas group of supernatural beings illegally entering the country. Could this pertain to the young girl before him? Elena glared at Xiaoshu. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes. Come with me. I shall take you to a place." With the system's invincibility rendered useless, Xiaoshu had spent an entire day delivering takeout, barely managing to accumulate a modest wealth value. If he were to endure a beating, his wealth would plummet to zero, leading to his immediate demise. Elena dragged Xiaoshu down a narrow alleyway, the dimly lit path twisting and turning, a haven for rats and cockroaches. After a convoluted journey, they arrived at a locale adorned with pink neon lights. In this obscure corner, several women beckoned to Xiaoshu as they passed. Elena offered him no chance to respond, forcibly pulling him into a small establishment. Xiaoshu cast a quick glance at the sign, "Pink Memories." The proprietor was a middle-aged man who appraised Xiaoshu and remarked, 31 days for 2. "How many days do you require?" Despite the pain, Elena slammed her hand on the table and declared, "Whatever you wish, just get us a room, quickly." As her hand left the table, the proprietor noticed the several bright red bills laid out before him. So eager are we? Youthful desires burn brightly, he mused, pointing to a room and handing over a key card. Elena anxiously pulled Xiaoshu into the room. Meanwhile, the individuals who had been pursuing Elena realized they had lost track of her and quickly reported via radio, "We have lost the target." The other party possesses a teleportation ability, making pursuit exceedingly difficult. At that moment, a voice crackled through the radio. "Mandala is cunning. You cannot catch her with mere pursuit. However, the bullet I fired was specially crafted. Pay close attention to your surroundings and report any developments to the Dragon Team." Zhang Jin stood alongside a young man atop a rooftop. They belonged to the Dragon Team, a unit dedicated to combating supernatural crimes. The members of the Dragon Team had gathered not merely to observe Xiaoshu, but to unearth the terrifying organization lurking within Guanghai. Zhang Jin leaned against the railing and inquired, "How can it be that even with the specially crafted anti-spiritual metal armor-piercing bullets, Mandala is still able to utilize spiritual techniques? Once anti-spiritual metal comes into contact with a spiritual warrior, their techniques should become ineffective. A spiritual warrior devoid of techniques is merely an ordinary person with superior physical attributes." Upon hearing this, the young man raised his sniper rifle, promptly opened the magazine, and inspected it closely. Subsequently, he awkwardly remarked, "Ha ha ha, Captain Zhang. It seems I've mistakenly loaded the wrong magazine. This is an aphrodisiac bullet, specifically designed for capturing spiritual beasts." Captain Zhang approached and promptly delivered a light smack to his head, sternly admonishing, "Be more meticulous in your work. Consider this a warning. Your bonus for this month is halved." In a small inn, Elena sat on the bed, her complexion flushed and breath quickened, golden hair stained with crimson blood. Xiaoshu stood beside her, holding her hand. If he could run away, he would have done so at that moment. Yet their hands were clasped together more tightly than superglue. While their hands could shift positions or postures, they remained inexorably linked. A voice like the sound of bells rang out. "Hurry, help me untie this." Elena pointed at the ropes on her skirt. Xiaoshu awkwardly replied, "I don't know how." Elena retorted, "Then just tear it off." He hesitated. "Isn't that inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Hurry up. I'm much older than you. I'm already 25 this year. I'm not embarrassed, so why should you be?" Elena urged. With her encouragement, Xiaoshu finally relaxed and, with a firm grip, tore away the ropes entangled behind her. The design of her attire was peculiar, resembling laces twisted at the back. As the skirt fell away, the sight of her snow-white skin dazzled Xiaoshu's eyes. "You, help me take the bullet out." Elena pointed to her small bag. There was a bullet hole in her abdomen, blood seeping continuously from within. With their left and right hands intertwined, it was indeed only Xiaoshu who could assist her. "All right, I'll help you, but you mustn't scream in pain," Xiaoshu said, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. "So, you're an ability criminal, huh? Let me see how I can deal with you." He retrieved a small box from her bag, which, though compact, was fully equipped with gauze, tweezers, scissors, disinfectant, and more. He took out the disinfectant and poured it directly into her bullet wound. She'll hold it in. If the innkeeper hears you, we'll be thrown out the moment they open the door and find blood everywhere," Xiaoshu cautioned. Elena nodded obediently, tears glistening in her eyes. That last application had already been quite intense. Xiaoshu picked up the hydrogen peroxide. This was going to sting. Xiaoshu was not a man easily swayed by the sight of a beautiful woman. Faced with an enemy agent from a rival nation, how could he possibly show mercy? He poured hydrogen peroxide onto her wound, and frothy white bubbles erupted from the injury, serving to disinfect the area. "Enough, please, stop with the disinfection. Just extract the bullet." Upon hearing her desperate plea, Xiaoshu couldn't help but smirk. He retrieved a pair of tweezers from the medical kit and gingerly inserted them into her injured area. By utilizing his spiritual energy, he pinpointed the bullet's location within her body. Due to the rough journey and her frantic movements, the bullet had shifted position. Casting a glance her way, he remarked, "I'm not a professional doctor. I truly believe you ought to go to a hospital." Before he could finish his sentence, she produced a dagger from her thigh and pointed it threateningly at his throat. With a fierce glare, she declared, "If you don't extract the bullet, I will kill you right now." Given her golden rank, Xiaoshu realized he was no match for her at this moment. He shrugged nonchalantly and warned, "If something goes awry, don't blame me." As he grasped the bullet with the tweezers and attempted to pull it out, the bullet, which had been pressing against a bleeding vessel, shifted, causing blood to spurt from the wound. The slickness of the blood sent the tweezers sliding away. It hurts. Elena gasped in pain. She discarded the dagger and clutched the pillow tightly, squeezing it so hard that the seams began to tear, spilling out the cotton inside. Be serious. If you heal me, I will pay you a fortune, she cried, her desperation palpable. With money being a powerful motivator, Xiaoshu, being somewhat avaricious, agreed. It's a deal. He then entered a state of frenzy, rendering all external influences ineffective and allowing him to maintain absolute composure. His hands no longer trembled with anxiety. With determination, he gripped the bullet firmly with the tweezers and yanked it out. Ah! Elena screamed, quickly covering her mouth afterward. The pain brought forth tears that streamed down her face, and disregarding her appearance, she wiped her tears with her clothing. As Xiaoshu looked up, he quickly turned away. His face flushed. It was then that Elena realized, gripping his hand tightly, she accused him, "Did you see that?" Xiaoshu hastily shook his head, insisting, "I didn't see anything, and what's there to see at an airport anyway?" Her face reddened with anger as she pressed down on him, asserting, "You did see. I'll kill you." In a moment of fury, Elena unleashed her spiritual technique, vines ensnaring Xiaoshu. "I knew she would turn on me," he thought. Technique, demonic disintegration. He bellowed, channeling all of his spiritual energy to its peak, his presence elevating to that of silver rank. This was a critical moment of life and death. Despite his inability to withstand the strain of the demonic disintegration, he was resolute in using the technique, even if it meant exhausting all his energy. At this moment, a vortex of spiritual energy appeared in Xiaoshu's palm, continuously drawing energy from Elena's body. What was happening? Was it possible to absorb another's spiritual energy? Was there a bug in the system that reversed the negative effects? Had it inadvertently encountered a new glitch? This absorption of spiritual energy, wasn't it akin to the infamous star-absorbing technique? As the energy was siphoned away, Elena felt her body grow increasingly weak, unable to even perform the most basic control techniques. The vines dissipated in an instant. In desperation, Elena pleaded, "Please stop, I was wrong. I won't kill you." Xiaoshu stepped forward, a mischievous grin on his face, and replied, "Who knows if this villain will repay kindness with malice." He then unleashed the full power of the heavenly demon disintegration. As their energies fluctuated, Elena's body grew even weaker. On a high-rise building, a young girl held surveillance equipment, observing the two within the room. A hidden special camera had followed Xiaoshu to the small inn, where she had been monitoring his every move. This girl was a member of the Dragon team, the same one who had drawn blood from Xiaoshu earlier. She took out her walkie-talkie and said, "Captain Zhang, we have located Mandala. She's with Xiaoshu." The two are holding hands intimately on the bed. Captain Zhang's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. "How did she end up with that kid? What is their current situation?" The girl replied, "Xiaoshu has Mandala pinned on the bed. They seem to be quite engrossed in each other." Zhang responded, "Engrossed? What do you mean? Is it that kind of intense interaction?" The girl inquired, "Captain, what should we do next? Should we just go and capture them?" Zhang sighed, "Forget about Mandala for now. We need to handle other paranormal organizations first. I have a feeling Xiaoshu can manage this situation. Stand by for now." The girl asked, "Captain, do you still want him to join the Dragon team?" Zhang tacitly acknowledged her question but offered no answer. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu declared, "If I don't pin you down, you wouldn't even know what it means to face the devil of the leaves. I, Xiaoshu, can easily subdue you, dear sister." He laughed heartily, embodying the image of a grand villain. Elena, feeling wronged, retorted, "I'm 25, not a little sister." Internally she lamented, "Why can't my golden strength overcome this black iron? Why? What sort of monster is this? Why is he so strong?" Through this encounter, Xiaoshu realized the true function of heavenly demon disintegration. The enhancement of spiritual energy was merely a minor feature. The real ability lay in absorbing the enemy's energy. As long as he was close enough to make contact, he could directly seize their spiritual essence. Truly domineering. Elena quietly muttered, "Let me go. I won't fight anymore." "Impossible. I don't believe you," Xiaoshu replied with firm resolve. Elena struggled, shouting, "Let me go. The hidden weapons you're using are hurting me." From Elena's negative emotional value 1000, Xiaoshu. His face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily released her grip and simultaneously deactivated the demonic disintegration. Only then did she exhale in relief. for the sensation of having her spiritual energy devoured was truly unbearable. As the two of them regained their composure, and at Elena's entreaty, Xiaoshu finally tended to her wounds. Truly, she was a gold-tier warrior. Having just bled profusely, she had managed to staunch the flow in less than a few minutes. After bandaging her wounds, Elena lay back on the bed, taking a deep breath. Just as Xiaoshu took out his phone, it was immediately snatched away by her. She demanded loudly, "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to call the police?" Chapter 50. The seed of birth. Xiaoshu quickly clarified. "I was just going to call my family. If they find out I'm missing, they will certainly report it." Only then did Elena cautiously return the phone to him, whispering, "If I find out you called the police in secret, I will kill you without hesitation." Xiaoshu took the phone back and made a face at her before sending a message to Ro Mingyao. "Brother Shu, due to work commitments, I probably won't be home for the next few days." Elena fixed her gaze intently on Xiaoshu's screen, fearful that he would secretly alert someone. After Xiaoshu sent the message, she seized the phone once more. Elena lay on the bed while Xiaoshu sat on the floor, unwilling to join her on the bed, fearing that if he fell asleep, he might be assassinated by this little terror. Half an hour later, the sound of her breathing indicated she had fallen asleep. Seeing this, Xiaoshu turned off the light, plunging the room into darkness. Just as he was about to meditate cross-legged, a tremendous force pulled him towards the bed. "What are you doing? Didn't we agree not to get physical?" Xiaoshu was about to protest when he noticed her face flushed and her breathing becoming more pronounced, yet her eyes remained shut. Damn, is she dreaming? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiaoshu attempted to flee, but it was futile. Their bodies were firmly intertwined. With a powerful tug, Elena pulled him onto the bed, enveloping him in an embrace. What on earth is happening? Xiaoshu thought. At that moment, tendrils began to emerge from her back, with a sharp spike at the tip, lunging directly at Xiaoshu. Martial technique, demonic disintegration. The overwhelming suction force absorbed the spiritual energy within Elena, even as it drew fiercely. The spiked tendril continued its assault on Xiaoshu, seemingly unaffected by the technique. The tendril pierced into Xiaoshu's waist, blood seeping through his yellow jacket. Activating his Berserk state, he summoned his healing abilities, rapidly restoring his bodily functions to counteract the damage inflicted by Elena's attack. "Damn, my kidney. Wake up. What are you doing?" Xiaoshu struggled to push her away, but each time he managed to create distance, she would cling to him even tighter. Her legs were wrapped tightly around him. Xiaoshu was suddenly aware of a tendril-like vine injecting something into his waist. Yet, even with the full force of the celestial demon's dissolution, it could not bring him back to consciousness. Thus, they toiled through the night. The following day, Xiaoshu gazed with bleary eyes at the first rays of sunlight breaking over the horizon. He had not slept a wink, and his muscles ached painfully, swollen from the night's frenzied exertions. It was utterly tormenting. Elena slowly opened her eyes, having slept soundly. Since arriving in Huaxia, she had not experienced a moment of restful slumber. Suddenly recalling something, she shyly tucked herself deeper under the covers. Xiaoshu, in a state of frustration, remarked, "Stop pretending to be asleep now that you're awake." Elena whispered, "What did I do last night?" Xiaoshu sighed, "You pricked me with that thorn for an entire night, preventing me from sleeping at all. How is your spiritual technique so formidable? I drained your spiritual energy completely, and yet you could still use it." Upon hearing this, Elena reached out, attempting to utilize her spiritual technique, but to no avail. Suddenly, she sprang up and seized Xiaoshu by the throat, exclaiming loudly, "You need to spit it out. Spit it out." Xiaoshu was taken aback. "Spit what out? What do you want me to expel?" "That is my birth seed. A talent that can only be used once in a lifetime, reserved for the one I love on our wedding night." "Spit it out," Elena insisted. Xiaoshu, indignant, countered, "You stabbed me all night, and now you're the one getting aggressive. How absurd." The two remained locked in a tense standoff. Elena's old wounds flared up, and Xiaoshu, deprived of sleep, felt equally drained. Soon, they both sat on the bed, panting for breath. Elena, curled up in the corner, began to sob. "My first time." Sob, sob, sob. Xiaoshu felt a flush of embarrassment. "Please, don't put it that way." Hastily, Xiaoshu began to examine his own body. As his spiritual energy circulated, he indeed discovered an anomaly in his kidneys. A seed was embedded there. Through this birth seed, Xiaoshu sensed a faint connection with Elena. What was this feeling? As if he could perceive her joys and sorrows. Xiaoshu groaned. What is the purpose of this birth seed? Does it serve any function? Elena murmured softly. It can grant you immunity to various toxins and provide self-defense capabilities. Sob sob. My first time was with a black iron. With a sense of resignation, Xiaoshu replied, that has nothing to do with me. You used your spiritual technique on me. I didn't touch you at all. I swear, I did nothing to betray Romengyao. Just then, Xiaoshu's stomach growled. After not having eaten anything since the previous evening, hunger was quite natural. He retrieved a packet of spicy strips from his system, tore open the packaging with his teeth, and began to eat. The sound of his chewing was soft, but the aroma wafted through the air. Elena's body trembled slightly. She longed to partake in the food, yet her pride restrained her from snatching it from Xiaoshu. Soon, Xiaoshu consumed a whole packet, and Elena finally sighed in relief. To her astonishment, Xiaoshu conjured a fried chicken leg out of thin air and began to gnaw on it. This was utterly excessive. Nevertheless, she held her ground, refusing to believe that Xiaoshu could produce more food. After finishing the chicken leg, Xiaoshu discarded the bone into the trash and casually retrieved another packet of spicy strips. She tore open the packaging and devoured one. Elena's negative emotion value, 1,000, she could no longer endure it. Having not had a drop of water since the previous morning, how could she resist the tantalizing aroma? She snatched the spicy strips from Xiaoshu's hand and began to eat. Xiaoshu quickly advised against it. You shouldn't eat that. You won't be able to handle it. The more Xiaoshu tried to dissuade her, the more fervently she indulged. After finishing, she proudly flaunted the empty packaging. Xiaoshu helplessly retrieved another packet of spicy strips, hoping to enjoy them in secret. The meager amount she had consumed barely sufficed for a young man. Suddenly, driven by hunger, Elena seized the spicy strips from him again. With 2 packets devoured, her stomach felt considerably better. After eating, she even licked her fingers in satisfaction. Xiaoshu thought, a solid 6, I can't argue with that. Having already attempted to reason with her, he resigned himself to the situation. After their meal, Xiaoshu sat cross-legged, awaiting Elena's reaction. 10 minutes later, she began to fidget, rubbing her legs, and then, clutching her stomach, she looked at Xiaoshu. Their hands were firmly clasped together. If she admitted the need to use the restroom, it would be so embarrassing. She held it in with great difficulty. I need to go to the restroom, Elena exclaimed. Xiaoshu frowned and replied, then go. Elena had no time for idle chatter with him. Without a second thought, she hurried towards the restroom, pulling Xiaoshu along with her, causing him to stumble. How careless. And the gloves, too. He hadn't anticipated being dragged along to the restroom. Inside, she struggled with her left hand for ages, unable to remove her white stockings. Hurry, help me. Elena blushed and urged. Xiaoshu turned his head away, saying, I won't help. Do as you wish. Elena, in frustration, declared loudly, if you won't help, I'll just solve it here. After all, we're in this together. Such boldness. Is she truly this fierce? Chapter 51. So obedient Xiaoshu quickly complied, helping her. After closing his eyes and assisting her, Elena finally sat on the toilet, experiencing a moment of relief. A sound erupted, filling the air with an unpleasant odor, prompting Xiaoshu to activate the restroom's ventilation system. The two held hands, even in the restroom. The situation was exceedingly awkward. Elena's negative emotion value, 1,000. Elena's face was flushed, and she shyly inquired, how come you're fine after eating? Xiaoshu scratched his head and declared, I am exceptionally gifted. Elena remained silent for a moment, the only sound being the relentless flow from the toilet. Suddenly, she shouted, spirit technique. Pollen. A few small flowers sprang from her, dispersing pollen around her. The fragrance gradually masked the unpleasant odor of her visit to the restroom. For a girl, nothing is more embarrassing than having the scent of her bathroom visit detected, especially in the midst of a gaming session. Xiaoshu, impressed, gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, wow. You can even use a spirit technique while in the restroom. Truly impressive. Blushing, Elena yelled, turn around. After a brief commotion, tranquility returned. Xiaoshu silently offered a tissue, and only awkwardness remained. Despite her discomfort, Elena felt her abilities had surged, rising from Gold 3 to Gold V. This exhilarating sensation of empowerment was unprecedented for her. Those capable of transforming such treasures into nourishment were no ordinary individuals. Once she finished, the sound of flushing echoed. Behind her, the sound of tissues being pulled and wiped could be heard. After quite some time, she stood up and shyly called out, hey, can you help me? Pull it up? Xiaoshu turned around, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. She shouted with a flushed face, "What are you looking at?" Quickly, Xiaoshu shut his eyes and shook his head, insisting, "I didn't see anything." From Elena, negative emotion value, 1000. After the storm of chaos, Elena, now composed and dressed, and Xiaoshu, sporting a handprint on his face, returned to the room. Elena sat on the bed, gently caressing her abdomen, feeling the newfound strength within her. With a voice like a tinkling bell, she asked Xiaoshu, "Could you possibly give me some more of that spicy stuff?" Xiaoshu was not inclined to comply. Freeloading was not an option with him. "Not happening, unless you behave," he retorted. Elena pondered for a moment and inquired, "So, if I behave, you will give it to me?" Such a gift would only serve to empower her adversary. Xiaoshu exclaimed, "The condition is, you must not betray me." Elena sighed and shook her head, saying, "I have already given you the seed of birth. How could I possibly harm you?" She attempted to use her spirit technique against Xiaoshu, but in an instant, several thicker vines erupted from the floor, blocking her attack. "I cannot harbor any hostility towards you at this moment. That is simply the reality," Xiaoshu remarked, envisioning the boss's furious reaction to the damaged floor. Elena felt a flutter in her heart. The moment she aimed to attack Xiaoshu, a pang of sympathy unexpectedly arose within her. What could be the reason? The seed of birth, perhaps? Xiaoshu replied, "All right then, if you behave, I shall grant it to you." Such items that can alter one's gifts are exceedingly rare, even on an international scale. It is indeed the first time Elena has encountered such a powerful effect. Her perception of the boy before her has shifted. Although he is of black iron, possessing such high-quality items with ease indicates that he is no ordinary person. Subsequently, Elena quietly settled onto the bed. As long as Xiaoshu remained silent, she did not dare to breathe. This continued until the afternoon, when the white of the friendship glove gradually dimmed, turning to gray. Their hands separated at that moment. Evidently, the effect of the friendship glove lasts only 24 hours, binding one to the person closest to them. Such a deceptive black item. Is it truly so treacherous? Given the circumstances, Xiaoshu anticipated that she might retract her words and readied herself for confrontation. Yet, she simply hugged a pillow, her large eyes twinkling like stars, blinking innocently. Pouting her cherry-red lips, she fixed her gaze on Xiaoshu, appearing utterly innocent, with no sign of aggression whatsoever. Xiaoshu, filled with suspicion, wondered if she was truly so obedient. She playfully imitated a dog, extending her hands in a puppy pose. Woof, woof, woof. Then, mimicking a cat, she placed her hands atop her head and softly called out, "Meow." And how about a turtle's call? From Elena's negative emotional value, 1000. This is outrageous. Who can possibly know how a turtle sounds? Observing her demeanor, which indeed seemed compliant, Xiaoshu said, "Hand me the phone." To her surprise, she complied and handed over Xiaoshu's phone. "You're the one who gave me the phone. Quickly, alert someone. If I get entangled with such a criminal, I will never clear my name." Xiaoshu feigned nonchalance as she took the phone and immediately called Zhang Jin. "Hello, Team Leader Zhang. I need the Dragon Team's assistance. I've captured an escapability user from a hostile nation." Zhang Jin responded coolly, "We were already aware. She possesses crucial research materials. We cannot resort to force. Find a way to retrieve them." The call was abruptly ended. Research materials? How am I supposed to manage that? Elena gazed intently at Xiaoshu, who hastily explained, "Ahem, let me clarify." Vines began to encircle her, ready to strike at any moment. Though the heavenly demon disintegration could counter her, proximity was necessary. Elena was also aware of this. Thus, she utilized the vines to control Xiaoshu from a distance. The non-hostile attack did not provoke the seed of creation into resistance. Elena declared, "Forget it. I won't hurt you." Xiaoshu replied, "Really?" Elena affirmed, "Really." With that, Xiaoshu felt a wave of relief. Currently, without any wealth value, she could not unleash her invincibility. The notion of escaping from her without close contact was utterly fanciful. "I need to earn some wealth value quickly." An idea struck Xiaoshu, and she hastily remarked, "It's getting late. Let us go deliver takeout." Elena inquired, puzzled, "What takeout are we delivering?" Xiaoshu sighed. "My actual job, of course. The little cash you provided won't last for long. The floor was in disarray, and the boss would undoubtedly hold us accountable. If we failed to compensate, he would report us to the authorities, and you would be in dire straits." Elena extended her delicate, snow-white hand to grasp Xiaoshu, declaring, "I will accompany you." Her intuition assured her that, given the failure of the elite Huaxia special forces to locate her in an entire night. Following this man would be a prudent choice. As Xiaoshu drove, Elena settled into the back seat. Although the car was compact, it comfortably accommodated her petite frame. The wind tousled Elena's hair as they sped along, reminiscent of golden waves of wheat swaying in the breeze. Grasping the fabric of Xiaoshu's coat, she requested, "Could you please buy me a set of clothes? I'm feeling a bit cold." Her Lolita dress had been torn to shreds by Xiaoshu the previous day, leaving her back exposed to the chill. Xiaoshu removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. "Wear this for now? I'm rather short on funds at the moment. I don't have a dime to my name. However, if you accompany me on my food delivery rounds, we can earn some money." Elena, too, found herself devoid of cash, having hastily given the innkeeper a few hundred bills in a moment of desperation. That was all her savings. Feeling the residual warmth of Xiaoshu's coat, a smile graced Elena's lips. This arrangement seemed rather delightful. Thus, she trailed behind Xiaoshu as they embarked on their food delivery venture. She assisted in retrieving meals and even helped him deliver orders upstairs. Her enchanting, doll-like appearance garnered her 5-star reviews with nearly every delivery. Xiaoshu was equally pleased to have such a charming accomplice. After completing several deliveries, Xiaoshu's phone suddenly chimed with a message from Zhang Jin. "Come to school tomorrow. Bring mandala with you," it continued. Instinctively, Xiaoshu nodded. But then a sense of unease washed over him. What was Zhang planning? What about class? At that moment, Elena had just finished delivering a meal and trotted over to Xiaoshu, asking, "Was I obedient today?" Xiaoshu coughed awkwardly. "Ahem. Yes, very obedient. Come to school with me tomorrow." He then handed her a packet of spicy snacks. She took the snacks and tucked them into her pocket. "School?" Elena pondered, uncertain of Xiaoshu's intentions, yet she acquiesced. Whatever it is, as long as there are spicy snacks. After a few more deliveries, they accumulated some extra cash, and Xiaoshu took her to purchase a new outfit, including a school uniform. After enjoying dinner, they returned to the small inn. The following day, upon arriving at school, several students noticed Elena and began to murmur among themselves. "Is that child a foreigner? What an adorable little girl. She seems only 12 or 13 years old. What is a child doing in high school?" Elena's negative emotional value, 1,000, she detested being referred to as small. How could they say she was small? After casting a disdainful glance at the group of students, Xiaoshu, suppressing his embarrassment, guided her to the classroom where they quietly took their seats. Noticing Xiaoshu's silence, Elena opted to squat beside him. At that moment, Zhang Kuang entered the classroom, only to find Xiaoshu alone. "Hurry over and say, 'Brother, you have no idea.'" As he spoke, he caught sight of Elena and then glanced at the scowling Xiaoshu. With a simple-hearted inquiry, he asked, "Is this the new sister-in-law?" Chapter 52. I am Xiaoshu's dog. Xiaoshu delivered a sharp blow to Zhang Kuang's head. "What sister-in-law? This lady is." Xiaoshu was at a loss for how to address Elena. Surely, he couldn't just blurt out, "This is an agent from an enemy nation." Zhang Kuang, clutching his throbbing head, lamented, "If you want to keep a mistress, then keep her. Why hit me?" From Zhang Kuang's negative emotional value, 1,000, Xiaoshu's previously dark expression grew even darker. As time ticked by, students began to trickle into the classroom. No one noticed Elena squatting beside Xiaoshu. Her petite frame rendered her nearly invisible unless one was close. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a solemn figure strode into the classroom. Recently, it had been Zhang Jin delivering lectures, not on language, mathematics, or English, but on knowledge pertinent to spiritual warriors. Zhang Jin approached the podium and set down his lesson plan, scanning the students. Seeing Xiaoshu and Zhang Kuang present, he nodded in satisfaction. His gaze shifted, and he noticed the golden head beside Xiaoshu. Squinting for clarity, "Mandala? How could she be so obedient? What on earth has Xiaoshu done?" Noticing Zhang Jin's gaze, Elena looked up and glared at him, her eyes aflame with fury. Her body emanated a faint pink glow, as if poised to unleash her spiritual abilities at any moment. This man was part of the group that had previously shot at her with a sniper rifle. After a moment's hesitation, she refrained from taking action and edged closer to Xiaoshu. Zhang Jin mused to himself, "This kid is truly impressive." He then called out loudly, "After this week, you will face your final exams next week. You will venture into the spirit realm to hunt spiritual beasts and acquire your own spiritual techniques." The students erupted in excitement. As spiritual warriors, they had eagerly awaited this moment. Silence. Zhang Jin slammed his hand on the desk and all the students fell silent immediately. In the coming days, I expect you to quickly find your teammates. With that, Zhang Jin commenced the day's lesson. 40 minutes later, as the bell rang, class was dismissed. Zhang Jin walked to his office, where a burly man inquired, "Captain Zhang, why not take action? This is a prime opportunity." Zhang Jin replied, "Mandala is cunning. She possesses research materials, and as long as she doesn't wish to share, no one can obtain them. If we attempt to seize them by force, it could lead to the destruction of the research, resulting in a loss for Huaxia." Another identical-looking burly man chimed in, "But will Mandala truly give the materials to Xiaoshu?" Zhang Jin responded, "Yes, she will. I wonder if Xiaoshu truly managed to impress her last night. I sensed an aura akin to that of a mandala emanating from that young man. Allowing him to take action would yield a higher success rate than our dragon team." The boy in the corner, clutching a sniper rifle, chuckled and remarked, "This fellow is truly remarkable." Meanwhile, the classroom buzzed with students eagerly engaging in discussions. Some had already dashed off to other classes in search of teammates. Zhang Kuang held little regard for these so-called black iron scraps. He could scarcely believe that anyone could surpass his elder brother's prowess. Noticing that Xiaoshu was disinterested in forming a team, he inquired, "Elder brother, are you thirsty? I can fetch you a couple of drinks." Xiaoshu smacked his lips, feeling a bit parched, and replied, "You may go ahead and buy them." Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Kuang stood up to leave, only to be halted by Xiaoshu. "No need for you to go. Let her do it. Go fetch us 2 bottles of drinks." Xiaoshu snatched a few coins and handed them to the girl squatting beside him, Elena. She rose, accepting the change from his hand. Many classmates, noticing the girl beside Xiaoshu, erupted in astonishment. "When did this foreign girl hide here? I can't believe how adorable she is. She's my type. How is she with Xiaoshu? What is their relationship?" The students engaged in fervent speculation, intrigued by Elena's identity. A few girls approached her, asking, "What is your name? Which country are you from? What is your connection with Xiaoshu?" Their inquiries were innocent, driven purely by curiosity. Elena, at 25, regarded these 17 and 18-year-olds as mere children. With a playful tone, she replied, "I am Xiaoshu's dog. Woof woof." Negative emotional value from the entire class, 11,040. Instantly, the students' gazes pierced Xiaoshu like daggers. "What does that have to do with me? When did I appoint her as a dog?" Xiaoshu suddenly recalled yesterday. It seemed he had whimsically instructed her to bark a couple of times. She truly embraced the role. A sheepish smile crept onto Xiaoshu's face as he cleared his throat. "Ahem, she was just joking." Elena added, "Or perhaps I could be his little cat. Meow." Negative emotional value from the entire class, 71,020. Several boys, seething with rage, leaped onto their desks, shouting, "Qin Beast! Oh Qin Beast! Xiaoshu, you have let me down. Brother Shu, you promised to remain single forever. You have betrayed us. In the name of the FFF group, I shall impose a severe penalty on Xiaoshu." At that moment, a boy sitting in the corner spoke up, "Don't go. You can't defeat him." Silence fell over the room. Indeed, even if they all banded together, they would not be a match for Xiaoshu. The thought only fueled their anger. Negative emotional value from the entire class, 1000. The convenience store was quite a distance from the teaching building. Even a brisk jog would take 5 minutes. Xiaoshu pointed out the store's location, and Elena dashed off. 3 minutes later, Elena returned with 2 bottles of soy milk. Xiaoshu waved his hand dismissively, stating that the soybean milk was unacceptable and instructed to return it for 2 bottles of beverages instead. Eventually, Liu Weizhi could no longer tolerate the situation and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Xiaoshu, you are being unreasonable. This girl should take a break. Allow me to assist her with the purchase." Elena promptly concealed the soybean milk behind her back, vigorously shaking her head in refusal, asserting, "No, it must be me who goes." She gazed at Liu Weizhi, perceiving him as a rival for her beloved spicy strips. No one could wrest them from her grasp. Only compliance would grant her access to the coveted snacks. Subsequently, Elena dashed towards the convenience store. The store was separated by a glass enclosure, with students relying on the elderly proprietor to fetch their desired items. However, the sheer number of students made it nearly impossible to procure anything, compounded by the fact that the store owner was quite elderly. Thus, despite the throngs of students, very few managed to make a purchase. Elena, however, stood out. With her charming visage and delightful demeanor, she quickly won the favor of her male classmates, who parted ways to grant her a clear path, creating a personal space just for her. This incited the displeasure of the female students, who, unable to compete with the boys, redirected their resentment towards Elena. "Grandma, I wish to exchange these 2 bottles of soybean milk for beverages," Elena declared, waving her small hand as she placed the milk on the glass counter. The elderly lady, upon observing the delicate porcelain-like girl, hastily exchanged the soybean milk for 2 bottles of fresh milk. "Drink more milk to grow taller. You are already in high school. Being this small is unacceptable." Elena accepted the milk, despite her limited understanding of the characters in the Dragon Kingdom script, and trotted back to the classroom. 3 minutes later, she arrived and announced to Xiaoshu, "I've returned with the drinks. I exchanged them for something else." Xiaoshu glanced at the pure milk, shook his head, and replied, "Not this kind. Please go exchange it again. In your haste, you forgot to ask for cola." From the collective negative emotional value of the class, 91. 400, Chapter 53. A special task. Xiaoshu, you are crossing the line. There is no need to bully a girl. Upon hearing the fervent outcry of his classmates, Xiaoshu merely crossed his legs and replied, "If she does not wish to go, she is not obligated to." Elena quickly interjected, "I want to go. It is my choice." A silence enveloped the room. The male classmates shed tears, lamenting, "How fortunate is Xiaoshu to have such a wonderful girlfriend. So obedient. I wish I could have one too." Why does Xiaoshu get to bring his girlfriend to school? Throughout the day, Xiaoshu endured the piercing gazes of his peers. He was not bullying Elena. After all, a pack of spicy strips was worth 3 points of wealth, equivalent to 3,000 yuan. Was it not reasonable to have a golden-level warrior run errands or fetch an eraser for him? After a day filled with regular classes and training, school was finally dismissed. Zhang Jin had instructed Xiaoshu to return to school early from his break, eager to ascertain Elena's current situation. While a forcible capture could result in casualties, given Elena's compliance with Xiaoshu, it seemed prudent to allow her to stay close. After school, Xiaoshu accompanied Elena to deliver takeout. With her by his side, the task became remarkably effortless. Her adorably charming demeanor garnered affection from all, resulting in a plethora of 5-star reviews. A few hours later, the duo returned to the inn. Xiaoshu gleefully observed his lottery tickets, which numbered over 50. He retrieved a packet of spicy strips from the system and handed it to her, declaring, "This is your reward for today." Elena's lips curled into a crescent smile as she cheerfully accepted the spicy strips and tucked them into her bag. As Xiaoshu prepared to draw a lottery ticket, Elena interrupted him with a serious expression, stating, "I have a very special mission tomorrow. I hope you can accompany me. Once the mission is completed, I will be leaving Huaxia." Xiaoshu closed the panel and replied, "All right, I will go with you. However, I will not engage in any immoral activities." Elena nodded with a smile, wrapping her arms around Xiaoshu's arm. The sun soon dipped below the horizon, and the room gradually darkened. Upon turning on the light, a pink glow enveloped the space, creating an intimate atmosphere. This was no ordinary inn. The lighting was decidedly unusual. Xiaoshu hurriedly switched off the light, noting that it had not been this color before he left. The owner certainly had a knack for ambience. At that moment, soft rustling sounds of changing clothes reached Xiaoshu's ears from behind. Subsequently, Elena lay on the bed, cocooned snugly in the blankets. After a moment's contemplation, she bashfully spoke. "Come up, the floor is quite cold." Xiaoshu, taken aback, rose from the floor and sat on the bed. Was she really this daring? He chuckled and asked, "Aren't you shy today?" Elena buried her face in the blanket and softly replied, "I've already given you the seed of life. What is there left to be shy about? It's time to sleep. We have a mission to undertake tomorrow." At this, Xiaoshu yawned. He had not slept at all the previous night and was now utterly exhausted. After removing his coat without having the chance to shower, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep almost instantly. Blushing, Elena secretly embraced Xiaoshu, savoring the masculine scent that emanated from him. She could not fathom why it was so enchanting. Was it the allure of Xiaoshu himself? Or was it due to the fact that she had entrusted him with the most significant seed of life? The following day, Elena rose early and donned the new dress Xiaoshu had bought for her. Although Xiaoshu had chosen the most inexpensive plaid shirt, it radiated a unique charm when worn by her, resembling a tastefully styled little painter. Before long, Xiaoshu also awakened, and after freshening up, he donned his delivery uniform. He typically wore his school uniform underneath, appearing nonchalant in his delivery attire. Xiaoshu picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhang Jin. "Brother Shu, taking a day off today. Suddenly, the phone screen went black. Damn, I forgot to charge it. Just as he tucked his phone into his pocket, Elena chimed in. I'm ready. Let us go? She had been busy applying her makeup since the beginning. She was a naturally beautiful young lady, and with just a hint of makeup, she appeared even more enchanting. Elena took Xiaoshu's hand, entwining their fingers with vines, reminiscent of their initial meeting. Xiaoshu, perplexed, inquired, what task necessitates binding our hands together? You don't intend to drag me into trouble, do you? Elena's negative emotional value, 1,000. Thus, they sauntered down the narrow alley, passing numerous food stalls offering breakfast delicacies. The delightful aroma made Elena's stomach rumble, causing her to blush, as she pointed at a stall selling jianbingguozi. I want to eat that. Xiaoshu shook his head in resignation, realizing that replenishing energy was essential before their task. Approaching the stall, he asked, how much for a set? 8 for the regular version. 30 for the deluxe version, replied the vendor. Upon hearing the prices, Xiaoshu quickly glanced at the menu displayed at the stall. Additional bacon, 5 yuan, ham, 3 yuan, meat floss, 3 yuan. The extensive menu truly offered an array of possibilities for jianbingguozi. He turned to Elena and asked, which one do you prefer? Elena, unable to comprehend the words, instinctively believed that the more expensive option must be more delicious. She exclaimed, I want the deluxe version. Xiaoshu checked his pocket, finding over 200 yuan. With his phone out of battery, he realized that even if he had wealth in the system, it couldn't be accessed. Perhaps we should settle for the regular version. At that moment, the vendor chimed in, taking your daughter out for a stroll. Huh? Aren't you going to get the deluxe version? She needs the nutrition to grow taller. Xiaoshu quickly clarified, she is not my daughter. Let's go with the deluxe version. The vendor was remarkably swift, and within 2 minutes, a set of jianbingguozi was ready, handed to Elena. She joyfully devoured it, her mouth smeared with sauce, as the culinary delights of Huaxia were somewhat overwhelming for her. After finishing the jianbingguozi, she felt unsatisfied and sampled every breakfast offering along the street, causing Xiaoshu's remaining money to dwindle. After their breakfast, Elena led Xiaoshu to a commercial street. Xiaoshu, puzzled, asked, aren't we supposed to be on a mission? Why are we in such a crowded place? Pouting, Elena replied, how can one embark on a mission without a full stomach? Xiaoshu remarked, incredible, after devouring an entire street. You're still not full? At this rate, you'll never leave Huaxia. She then guided him to a milk tea shop, her rosy cheeks brightening as she exclaimed, I want to drink this. Xiaoshu ordered her a cup of milk tea while opting for a complimentary cup of ice water for himself. Knowing that the staff usually offered free water with a milk tea purchase, they sat hand in hand inside the shop. As Elena delightedly sipped her milk tea filled with various toppings, which seemed increasingly extravagant these days, almost resembling 8 treasure porridge. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu sipped his ice water with a calm demeanor. At that moment, Elena, her cheeks slightly flushed, said, give me your cup. I'll perform a magic trick for you. Xiaoshu exclaimed with astonishment, magic? He had never witnessed anyone performing magic right before his eyes. Intrigued, he handed over the cup. In chapter 54, he pondered, what kind of energy does my younger brother possess? He observed Elena placing her hand upon the cup. With a soft pop, a delicate pink flower sprouted from her palm. A viscous, pink liquid streamed forth from the flower, cascading into the icy water. She took a straw, mixed the liquid with the ice water, and gently pushed the cup toward Xiaoshu. Her cheeks flushed, saying, give it a try. Xiaoshu regarded the pink concoction with trepidation, a nagging thought creeping in. Surely this substance couldn't be poisonous. Elena quickly shook her head, assuring him, it's not toxic. Besides, you carry within you the seed of my essence. Any poison would be ineffective against you. A glance at her countenance convinced him of her sincerity. He lifted the cup to his lips and took a sip. A subtle sweetness enveloped his palate, accompanied by the fragrance of blossoms. The liquid slid down his throat, devoid of cloying sweetness, offering instead a delightful experience akin to strolling through a field of flowers. Soon, the entire cup was consumed. What is this? It's absolutely divine. Elena, blushing and fidgeting, replied, it's nectar. Nectar? The liquid secreted by the nectar glands of flowers. Xiaoshu found himself at a loss for words, his mind swirling with mixed emotions. How on earth was this produced? Time seemed of the essence, and he, flustered, urged, let us go, we have a task to complete. Elena nodded, taking his hand as they proceeded to their next destination. The cinema, showcasing yet another romantic film. The two watched the movie hand in hand, yet Xiaoshu felt an increasing sense of unease. With a hint of suspicion, he asked, "Are you truly here for a task today?" Elena, her cheeks aflame, explained, "Yes, this is all part of the preparations for the mission." With her assurance, he ceased to doubt her intentions. Throughout the day, they watched films, visited an amusement park, and enjoyed a ride on a roller coaster. Despite his age, Xiaoshu even joined her on a merry-go-round. They strolled through the amusement park for an entire afternoon, their hands entwined by tendrils of vine, never once parting. As evening fell, they found themselves seated on a park bench. Xiaoshu inquired, "If you don't undertake your task soon, time will slip away." With a smile, Elena replied, "The task has already been completed." The sunset cast a crimson hue upon their faces, and Xiaoshu couldn't discern whether it was her blush or the glow of the setting sun that tinged her cheeks. Elena reluctantly released their hands, saying, "I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me here." Xiaoshu nodded, watching her depart, her figure appearing small and solitary. 10 minutes passed as he sat quietly on the bench. 20 minutes later, impatience began to stir within him. After 30 minutes, he rose to search for her. As he stood, a slip of paper fell from an unknown source, landing softly on the ground. He picked it up. "These past few days spent in your company have been delightful, and I seem to grasp the meaning behind my mother's words. Thankfully, the seed of life has been bestowed upon you, Xiaoshu. You possess the experimental artifact of Huaxiao that I pilfered. I am departing now. Do exercise caution, for there are other forces watching Huaxia. Prioritize your safety." Elena Stephanie, as Xiaoshu reached into his pocket, he felt a unique fragment of a spirit core. The life energy emanating from the core was entirely distinct. Merely touching it, Xiaoshu discerned the spiritual techniques contained within. Suppressing his inner excitement, he closed his eyes to absorb the power residing within the core. It unfolded into a vast starry sky. As the stars revolved, they suddenly shattered. A tremendous gravitational force drew the stars together, culminating in a violent explosion. Xiaoshu hastily opened his eyes and placed the spirit core back into his pocket. Gazing at the spot where she had departed, he murmured, "So, just like that, she leaves." A sense of loneliness washed over him. Oh well, time to return home. Xiaoshu stood up and summoned his electric scooter, setting off towards his new abode. The location of home was no longer what it once was. Upon arriving, he noticed several security guards stationed at the entrance, each possessing peaked silver-level strength. Should any incident arise, reinforcements from the adjacent security company would swiftly emerge to restore order. No one dared approach this villa. The exchange of 5 shares for the safety of family members proved to be a wise transaction. Seeing Xiaoshu approach, the guards promptly opened the door, recognizing the master of the house. As he walked past the flower beds and opened the door, Rome Mingyao rushed into his embrace. Tears streaked her face. Likely from days of worry, Xiaoshu felt a pang of guilt, unsure of what to say. "Xiaoshu, please do not leave your sister again," Rome Mingyao whispered, her white tail tightly entwining around him to prevent another departure. Her hair had transformed into a shimmering silver due to her beastly nature, swaying gently in the breeze from outside. "I did not leave on purpose. Unforeseen circumstances delayed me." Xiaoshu gently stroked her back. At that moment, Xiaoling approached. Clad in a maid's outfit, her light blue hair cascading down her back. She slightly bowed and said, "Welcome home, young master." Xiaoshu was taken aback. "Are you still in character?" After a brief silence of 10 minutes, he spoke again. "Sister, isn't it time to let me in?" Rou Mingyao remained immobile, softly insisting, "I must replenish my brother's energy first." "What kind of energy is brother energy?" They lingered at the door for a full half-hour before Rou Mingyao reluctantly released Xiaoshu. Once inside, Xiaoshu headed to the bathroom, shedding his clothes in preparation for a shower. Suddenly, he heard voices outside the door. Rou Mingyao shouted, "Lingling, what are you planning to do?" Then came Xiaoling's voice. "I am giving young master a bath." Rou Mingyao quickly interjected, No, get out." Xiaoshu peered out from the bathroom. The bathroom door is made of frosted glass, allowing a glimpse of 2 individuals caught in a stalemate outside. Xiaoshu chuckled helplessly, pondering the whimsical thoughts of Xiaoling, whose thought processes were distinctly unconventional. After showering, the first task upon returning to his room was to charge his phone before making his way back to the living room. Upon his return, he found Xiaoling bustling about, preparing meals. For the past couple of days, she had been taking care of Rou Mingyao, who initially felt a bit embarrassed. However, as they grew more familiar, Their bond blossomed into a deep friendship. During dinner, Rou Mingyao inquired about Yi Xiaoshu's activities over the past few days. He responded truthfully, omitting any mention of the friendship gloves. With a hint of jealousy, Rou Mingyao pouted and asked, "So, has that girl named Elena already left Huaxia?" Yi Xiaoshu nodded, replying, "She just departed today." After their meal and conversation, Yi Xiaoshu returned to his room, sitting on the new large bed, still feeling somewhat unaccustomed. He opened the system panel, which indicated over 60 opportunities for a lottery draw. The past days spent delivering takeout with Elena had garnered numerous 5-star reviews. With determination, he pressed the lottery button. Let us start with 2 sets of 10 draws. A burst of purple light flashed. As expected, the results were the same as before. Congratulations. You have received a regular bottle of mineral water. Congratulations. You have received crispy chicken leg. Congratulations. You have received spicy strips for cleansing the marrow. The odds of obtaining new items seemed exceedingly low. Frustrated, Yi Xiaoshu slapped the panel and opted for a single draw. A golden light flickered. To his astonishment, a miracle occurred. Congratulations. You have received a large gold ingot. Chapter 55. Division of Teams. A hefty gold ingot materialized in his hand, radiating a brilliant glow, setting it apart from ordinary gold ingots. Yi Xiaoshu clicked on the system description. Large gold ingot, quality, golden attached skill, dull brick, inflicts absolute defense against the head, rendering damage ineffective. Damage will be converted into a stun value, preserving the sensation of pain. At minimum, it will forcibly stun for 1 second, converting damage into stun value. Gazing at the large gold ingot, his hand itched with curiosity. What if he conducted an experiment on himself? Once this notion took root, it spiraled uncontrollably. Just a slight test? Checking the time. He noted it was now 8 in the evening. Gently, he lifted the brick, preparing to tap it against his head. However, he miscalculated, and the gold ingot crashed heavily onto his head. Yi Xiaoshu felt darkness envelop him, and he fainted. 12 hours later, the following morning, Yi Xiaoshu suddenly opened his eyes. Just a moment ago, he had been in bed, and he quickly glanced at the clock. Thankfully, it was still 8 o'clock. Just in time. At that moment, Nie Qiuling entered the room, calmly stating, "Young master, it's time for breakfast." Goodness, 12 hours? Did he really faint from 8 in the evening until 8 in the morning? Hastily, Yi Xiaoshu stored the brick back into the system and followed Nie Qiuling to breakfast. After their meal, he rode his bicycle towards the school. At the school gate, several members of the dragon team gathered, having learned of Mandala's departure. They awaited Yi Xiaoshu with a sense of understanding, not holding him accountable for failing to stop Mandala. If Mandala truly wished to escape, few could thwart him. A young man from the dragon team inquired, "Do you believe Yi Xiaoshu can truly retrieve the stolen Emperor-level spirit core?" A girl shook her head, replying, "I doubt it. Mandala is cunning and sly. Even if Yi Xiaoshu resorted to force, killing Mandala would not suffice." Zhang Jin stood silently, lost in thought, until he spotted Yi Xiaoshu approaching on an electric bike, clad in his school uniform. As Yi Xiaoshu neared, he quickened his pace upon seeing Zhang Jin and the others waiting for him. He arrived at the gate and asked, "What are you all doing standing here? Have you taken up security duties?" The air was thick with negative emotions directed at him. Zhang Jin intercepted Yi Xiaoshu, asking, before Mandala left, "Did he leave anything for you?" Yi Xiaoshu feigned ignorance, dismissively saying, "I don't know. Didn't he leave anything for me? What even is Mandala?" Zhang Jin grasped Yi Xiaoshu's shoulders and whispered, "If you don't hand it over, I will inform your parents about your truancy yesterday." Embarrassed, Yi Xiaoshu chuckled awkwardly, "Huh? Zhang team leader, I was just joking. Lighten the mood, don't be so tense." With a sigh, he reluctantly retrieved the half-spirit core from his pocket. Zhang Jin, well aware of Yi Xiaoshu's tendencies, could almost hear the wheels turning in his mind, knowing he intended to secretly hide the core for profit. A young woman from the dragon team stepped forward, taking the spirit core to examine it. After confirming it was the missing core, she secured it carefully. Yi Xiaoshu muttered under his breath, "Alas, I could sense spirit techniques within it." Zhang Jin's eyes widened in shock as he seized Yi Xiaoshu's collar, demanding, "Did you truly sense spirit techniques from it?" Startled by Zhang Jin's intense reaction, Yi Xiaoshu nodded cautiously. Zhang Jin released his grip, straightening Yi Xiaoshu's clothing, and asked, "What techniques did you perceive?" Yi Xiaoshu pondered for a moment before responding, "The spirit core is incomplete. I could only glimpse a fragment, like a shattered starry sky." Zhang Jin, filled with excitement, trembled slightly before containing his enthusiasm, instructing, "You should head to class now. We can discuss this further later." After Xiaoshu departed, the remaining dragon team members erupted with exclamations. Someone can indeed absorb Emperor-level spirit cores. We have truly stumbled upon something remarkable. Retrieving the Emperor-level spirit core is a significant achievement. Zhang Jin nodded, acknowledging, this lad has indeed accomplished something grand. Let us keep this under wraps for now to prevent him from becoming complacent. We must not disclose his ability to absorb the Emperor spirit core just yet. Such talent deserves to remain within the dragon team. The dragon team members responded affirmatively. Xiaoshu entered the classroom and took a seat. By this time, most of the classmates had already formed their teams. Each team required personnel in the following roles: medical, control, reconnaissance, output, and tank, typically comprising a 5-member squad. The number of participants could be adjusted according to the circumstances of different battles. This quintet was the result of years of conflict between spiritual warriors and the monsters of the spirit realm. The blackboard was also filled with names, each team consisting of 5 individuals. As soon as Xiaoshu sat down, he heard several classmates shouting, "Xiaoyu, Liu Weizhi, Su Qingyi. Their output is off the charts. We still need one more medical support. I want in." As the top students in the class, these two were quite popular, and many students from other classes wished to join their team. Xiaoshu tapped Zhang Kuang, who had nearly dozed off out of boredom. "Have you thought about who to team up with?" Xiaoshu inquired. Zhang Kuang, startled awake, relaxed upon seeing Xiaoshu and replied, "It doesn't matter. As long as I'm with you, I can't go wrong. I can either output or act as a tank." Xiaoshu nodded. His crocodile leather attire was indeed quite sturdy. Glancing at the role differentiation chart, Xiaoshu pondered his own classification and casually wrote output, affixing it to the corner of his desk. At that moment, a graceful figure dashed into the classroom. Some classmates noticed her and asked, "What brings the school beauty to our class?" Her arrival elicited cheers from all the male students. It was Yin Qianqian. "Ah, my goddess, join our team. We'll carry you to victory." Xiaoyu approached Yin Qianqian, striking what he believed was a suave pose, and said, "Miss, please join our team. I will ensure." Before he could finish, Yin Qianqian disregarded him and walked straight to Xiaoshu. Xiaoyu stood frozen, feeling awkward. Yin Qianqian stood beside Xiaoshu's desk and pleaded, "Xiaoshu, please let me join your team." Xiaoshu glanced at her and replied coolly, "I must decline." From Yin Qianqian, negative emotion value 1000. Yin Qianqian, observing Xiaoshu's attitude, felt a pang of regret. Once, this boy had adored her, bringing her breakfast and gifts, none of which she appreciated. Now, even if she threw herself at him, he seemed indifferent. However, love must be pursued. Summoning her courage, Yin Qianqian said, "I am an agile spiritual warrior and can serve as the team's scout. Please let me join you." Chapter 56. Neighbors hoard food, I hoard weapons. My neighbor is my granary. I'm good with just Zhang Kuang and me. We don't need any runners. Upon hearing Xiaoshu's words, Yin Qianqian's face flushed with embarrassment. She realized Xiaoshu was deliberately making things difficult for her. In the past, she had also behaved similarly, humiliating Xiaoshu in public. Witnessing the school beauty so humbly plead, the classmates immediately voiced their discontent, shouting, "School beauty, if he doesn't want you, we do." Indeed. What is so remarkable about Xiaoshu? Come join our team. Xiaoshu merely possesses strength. There is nothing extraordinary about him. Yin Qianqian paid them no heed. Her gaze was solely fixed on Xiaoshu. Observing her on the verge of tears, Xiaoshu sighed and said, "For your sister's sake, I shall allow you to join our team." After speaking, he inscribed his name on the roster. Thank you, she replied. Amidst the collective sighs of the boys in the class, Yin Qianqian exited the classroom. The team was ultimately confirmed. Zhang Kuang as the tank, Xiaoshu as the damage dealer, and Yin Qianqian as the scout. With the team established, a name was required. After much contemplation, Xiaoshu had a sudden inspiration and wrote down the team name to submit to the class monitor. Upon receiving the note, the monitor's vision blurred, and she muttered to herself, "What a ridiculous team name." In the morning, the teams of all students were compiled and presented to the podium. After the lunch break, all students assembled on the playground. The proceedings commenced in a manner reminiscent of a sports meet, with introductions being made one by one. The teams marched in an orderly fashion from the playground to the track. The girl on stage shouted to the crowd below, "Now approaching us is the victory team. Captain Liu Weizhi, and their motto is overcoming all obstacles, forging ahead boldly. The next team followed closely behind. Now approaching us is the Dream Team, Captain Wang Yuding, and their motto is, with wings of dreams, soar to the paradise of wisdom. The announcer continued to report, and most names were quite similar. The principal was pleased, noting that this year's student team names were quite commendable, until she encountered one particular name. The young girl paused momentarily, her speech faltering as she said, now. Approaching us is, yes, the DUI team. A hush fell over the crowd. What was happening? A DUI? What are you saying? Announcer? At this moment, several school leaders appeared displeased. The principal shot a stern glance at the girl on stage. The girl, visibly anxious, composed herself and reiterated, now approaching us is the DUI team, Captain Xiaoshu, and their motto is to embrace chaos, to revel in being undefined. Effort does not guarantee results, but lack of effort will undoubtedly lead to comfort. Silence enveloped the crowd once more. Even the students who were beating drums and gongs ceased their actions. That profound phrase resonated deeply within their hearts. What a remarkable declaration, to embrace chaos, to revel in being undefined. From Wang Jianjun, negative emotion value 1000. From Wang Jianjun, negative emotion value 1000 from. The principal rose from the VIP section, unleashing a tirade at Xiaoshu. All other slogans are about striving forward. Why must yours be so unconventional? Xiaoshu strolled at the front of the line, hands in pockets, ambling along while occasionally yawning, completely disregarding the principal's admonishments. Meanwhile, a girl from the long group in the office observed the playground through binoculars. The sounds from outside were crystal clear. She gazed at Xiaoshu and remarked, what a lackadaisical approach. It seemed that Xiaoshu had no interest whatsoever in the inaugural exploration of the spiritual realm. Zhang Jin, with his head in his hands, lamented, how am I to fathom what that Xiaoshu is thinking? The school authorities appeared visibly displeased. After being taken aback by Xiaoshu's antics, they were at a loss as to how to proceed. Yin Qianqian, at the rear of the group, kept her head down, her flushed cheeks betraying her embarrassment. She had not anticipated Xiaoshu would choose such a name for their team. Regardless of what others might say, Zhang Kuang strutted confidently behind Xiaoshu. Once everyone was organized, the students dispersed after Zhang Jin outlined the necessities for entering the spiritual domain. At that moment, several boys passed by Xiaoshu, with Zhao Yuza being the first to speak, grumbling, your team has only Zhang Kuang as a fighter. I foresee you finishing at the bottom this year. The last place is grounds for expulsion. Yin Qianqian, I suggest you join our team instead of associating with this worthless individual. Zhang Kuang, displeased, transformed his hand into a claw, ready to retaliate, coldly stating, brother, this guy sure can yap. I'll tear his mouth off. Just as he was about to strike, Xiaoshu intervened. Xiaoshu scrutinized Zhao Yuza and chuckled, what brand of plastic bag are you, so adept at boasting? Negative emotional value from Zhao Yuza, 1000 Zhao Yuza, momentarily at a loss for words, seethed as his face flushed with rage. This spectacle elicited hearty laughter from Yin Qianqian. Xiaoshu, with a dismissive glance, said, you needn't meddle in our affairs. Why is our team model lackadaisical? Because even in my negligence, I can still outperform you. After stating this, Xiaoshu surveyed his classmates and added, forgive my bluntness, but everyone present is worthless. Negative emotional value from Zhao Yuza, 1000. Negative emotional value from Liu Weizhi, 1000, from others. Many students who heard Xiaoshu's words were overwhelmed with a surge of negative emotions. Enraged, Zhao Yuza shouted, you're merely flaunting your tongue. Just wait. The entire school will turn against you. Xiaoshu disregarded Zhao Yuza entirely, waving him away as if shooing away a fly. All right, Xiaoshu, just you wait. Zhao Yuza, infuriated yet unable to retort, departed in a huff. Yin Qianqian tugged at Xiaoshu's sleeve and inquired, are we truly not going to be targeted? Xiaoshu turned back confidently and replied, oh, we will be targeted, undoubtedly. And it will be quite severe, since you are the scout of the team. He paused, patting her shoulder, and continued, you'd better brace yourself. At that moment, Yin Qianqian felt a twinge of regret, wondering why she had joined Xiaoshu's team. Is it too late to switch teams now? After school, Xiaoshu chose not to deliver takeout that day, but instead accompanied Zhang Kuang to gather supplies needed for the spiritual realm. Each team procured the necessary supplies from various supermarkets. The majority opted for an assortment of instant foods, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and for those with means, self-heating hot pots. Typically, they brought along only a change of clothing, often just a single set. Yet, by the end, they still amassed a considerable collection of goods, predominantly food. At that moment, Xiaoshu and Zhang Kuang stood in the supermarket. In no time, Zhang Kuang had gathered an impressive array of items, all centered around instant fare, snacks and noodles, among others. With an endearing honesty, he declared, "Brother, I can carry all of this. It will suffice for the three of us." Xiaoshu, observing the items he selected, inquired with some confusion, "What do you intend to do with these?" Zhang Kuang scratched his head and replied, "To eat, of course." Xiaoshu shot him an incredulous glance, retorting, "What purpose does merely purchasing food serve? Haven't you heard? When neighbors stockpile grain, I stockpile arms? The neighbors are my granary." Chapter 57. How can the affairs of scholars be deemed theft? Zhang Kuang was taken aback, pondering this novel approach. Tentatively, he asked, "Are we really going to steal from what they bring?" Xiaoshu shook his head, asserting, "The matters of scholars cannot be called theft. That would be termed pilfering." Zhang Kuang, now perplexed, grumbled internally, "Isn't that essentially the same thing?" Subsequently, the duo made their way to a mystical artifact shop, which offered an array of weaponry, primarily swords and knives. Upon casually handling a few, they discovered that these weapons would automatically absorb the user's spiritual energy, enhancing their sharpness. At this juncture, Zhang Kuang posed a question, "Brother, should we purchase daggers or longswords? Daggers are suited for the wild, while longswords are better for." Xiaoshu interrupted him with a chuckle, saying, "I'll take them all." Zhang Kuang responded, "All of them? Is that truly necessary? Moreover, we cannot possibly carry them all." Xiaoshu summoned the system panel and clicked the equipment button, revealing an impressive array of pricing options. His gaze settled on a thermal box. Universe-class thermal box, 500 wealth points with a colossal capacity. It could encompass a star. While it could not store living beings, it possessed the ability to preserve time. The effect was quite astonishing. To Xiaoshu, 500,000 was neither exorbitant nor inexpensive. Feeling somewhat awkward, he coughed and remarked, "Ahem. I find myself a bit strapped for cash lately. I require 500,000 to fill the void in my heart." Following that great battle, Xiaoshu indeed lacked funds, and borrowing from his subordinates felt rather uncomfortable. Zhang Kuang, pulling out his phone, promptly transferred the money with a cheerful grin, saying, "Brother Yi, just ask for money directly." Trustworthy lending has become a hallmark of the Zhang family, and I believe it's also your doing, Brother Yi. Xiaoshu had completely forgotten about this arrangement. At the time, it was merely a ploy to instigate rivalry among them, deliberately granting the Zhang family the authority for trustworthy loans. How swiftly they had taken the reins. Upon receiving the 500,000, it automatically converted into wealth points. Xiaoshu promptly purchased the thermal box. With a sudden thud, a box materialized in Xiaoshu's hands, leaving Zhang Kuang utterly astonished. Where on earth did that come from? As Xiaoshu first touched the insulated box, he could sense the space within, approximately 10 cubic meters. How deceptive! Wasn't it supposed to accommodate a star? The size requires wealth points for upgrades. At 100 wealth points per cubic meter, it was indeed dark, so dark. True to the bug-ridden system, it boasted 100,000 right from the start. Xiaoshu shook his head. 10 cubic meters would suffice for now. It was said to possess the ability to preserve items over time. Zhang Kuang observed Xiaoshu's shifting expressions and remarked, "Brother, why did you bring your takeout insulated box? This tiny container is hardly more effective than a burlap sack." Xiaoshu retorted, "It's small in size, but grand in potential. This is a magical artifact, capable of containing the universe. It is an ancient treasure left behind by the great deity of takeout from the ancient wars." Zhang Kuang was skeptical of Xiaoshu's extravagant claims. While it was true that some extraordinary artifacts from centuries past existed, known as magical tools, this one, a mere insulated box, even emblazoned with the words takeout, hardly seemed worthy. If this were indeed a magical tool, wouldn't every delivery person possess one? With the insulated box in hand, Xiaoshu instinctively understood how to use it upon receiving it. He opened the lid, and an immense suction force emanated from within, akin to a vacuum cleaner, cleansing the items from the cabinet completely. It resembled the magical gourd from film and television, capable of drawing in the world's treasures. This spectacle left Zhang Kuang in awe. Such a feat was unprecedented. Not only was Zhang Kuang astonished, but so was the clerk nearby. He had intended to recommend the functions of these magical tools to the two, but found himself overwhelmed instead. After they completed their purchase, they strutted out of the shop, leaving it in disarray as if it had been looted. This was the only magical tool shop within 100 miles, now thoroughly emptied by Xiaoshu. As they departed, the sound of emotional points flooded in. Negative emotional points from Zhao Yuza, 1,000. Negative emotional points from Jiafu, 1,000 from. All were from the students of the spirit martial class. They too wished to acquire magical tools, but had been completely outbid. Upon learning it was a dashing young man and a tall companion who had monopolized the shop, it was evident to all that Xiaoshu was the culprit, inciting a desire among the students to target him. Thus, they formed an alliance, the anti-Xiaoshu alliance. Xiaoshu, however, remained unconcerned about the emotional points the students bestowed upon him. He was simply pleased with the influx of skill points. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the market. No students from the spirit martial class ventured here to shop, as fresh produce could not be stored for long, and life in the spirit domain made cooking cumbersome. Xiaoshu selected various pots, bowls, and utensils, purchasing them and tossing them into the insulated box, along with a myriad of spices. He bought meat, vegetables, ice cream, and chilled watermelons, especially acquiring items that were difficult to store in abundance. Zhang Kuang scratched his head and said, "Brother, even if you possess a magical artifact for storage, won't these items spoil?" Xiaoshu replied, "No, this is an ancient artifact, equipped with a self-preservation function." Zhang Kuang was rendered speechless. He decided to accept whatever Xiaoshu said. Once they had made all necessary preparations, the two departed. Zhang Kuang resolved to return and diligently practice his martial skills, striving not to hinder Xiaoshu. Upon arriving home, Xiaoshu discovered the house was empty. He made his way to the gym on the second floor, marking his second visit to this facility. His previous visit had been a mere casual glance, but he was surprised to find a dedicated arena within the gym. The arena was equipped with specialized barriers that prevented the use of spiritual techniques, a testament to the ancient martial family's penchant for high technology. Xiaoshu began with a warm-up before approaching the wooden dummy to practice Tai Chi. After a while, Rou Mingyao and Nie Qiuling returned with their purchases. Rou Mingyao smiled and remarked, "You have no idea, Xiaoshu is an exceptional cook, far surpassing even world-class chefs." Nie Qiuling, maintaining her impassive demeanor, softly replied, "I have yet to taste the young master's cuisine. Perhaps I shall have the opportunity in the future." At that moment, the two women heard sounds emanating from the second floor, seemingly the sounds of someone practicing martial arts. Rou Mingyao glanced at the shoes Xiaoshu had left by the entrance and exclaimed, "Xiaoshu is back. Let us go see." Xiaoshu was not in a frenzied state. He was attacking the punching bag using only his physical strength. As his usage of the frenzied state increased, so too did his physical capabilities. He was no longer the frail individual he once was. After removing his shirt, his well-defined muscles were quite striking. With each punch, the bag bore a dent from his strikes. The two girls ascended to the second floor and opened the gym door, only to find Xiaoshu practicing his punches, shirtless. The sight of his chiseled physique captivated their attention. Rou Mingyao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly said, "Xiaoshu, put on some clothes. A little coverage is fine. It's not just you and me here." She added, lingling, "Don't take pictures with your phone." Nie Qiuling, devoid of any shyness, showed no signs of embarrassment as she snapped pictures continuously. Chapter 58. The nine-tailed fox. Rou Mingyao expressionlessly tucked her phone against her chest, as if nothing had transpired. Listening to Rou Mingyao's words, Xiaoshu awkwardly moved aside and swiftly donned a tank top. Rou Mingyao, observing the sweat-soaked Xiaoshu, asked, "Xiaoshu, your final exams are approaching, right? Are you prepared for the first exploration of the spiritual realm?" To her inquiry, Xiaoshu responded, "Yes, I have gathered all the necessary supplies." Rou Mingyao looked puzzled, for one typically needed to bring an abundance of food and tools for such ventures. Having walked up from downstairs, she had noticed nothing amiss. Unbeknownst to her, all supplies were securely stored in Xiaoshu's thermal box. With a gentle tone, Rou Mingyao cautioned, "Xiaoshu, venturing into the spiritual realm is no trivial matter. You must be thoroughly prepared." Heeding her words, Xiaoshu stepped onto the arena. Today, let her witness the essence of thorough preparation. Xiaoshu beckoned with a finger and said, "Sister, care to come up and practice?" Rou Mingyao, slightly provoked, felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, I am still a golden. In her childhood, Yi Xiaoshu had often received spankings from Rong Mingyao. Given her prodigious talent, Yi Xiaoshu had never managed to gain the upper hand. With a graceful leap, Rong Mingyao landed lightly on the arena. Yi Xiaoshu chuckled, "In our youth, I was always the one being punished, but times have changed. Nie Qiuling, you shall be the referee. The loser will face a spanking." She nodded, quietly retrieving her phone to record the event. Rong Mingyao flashed a charming smile and extended her hand. "Well, we shall see. Let the battle commence." As the fight began, neither moved, both waiting for the other to reveal a flaw. After a minute of intense eye contact, as sweat trickled down Yi Xiaoshu's firm skin, Rong Mingyao was momentarily distracted by his potent masculine allure. A flaw had presented itself. Now was the moment. Martial skill, frenzy. The speed was such that Rong Mingyao barely registered his movement. Yi Xiaoshu unleashed a punch, just as he prepared to hold back. A fluffy white tail intercepted the blow, dissipating much of its force. White fox ears sprang forth from her hair, and her flowing locks gradually transformed to white. She had activated her beast form. Beast-type enhancers are notoriously difficult to contend with, possessing innate advantages in both offense and defense. Yi Xiaoshu grasped her tail, and, channeling his energy, lifted it upward. This punch was devoid of restraint, a full-force attack. Just as he anticipated that she would finally use her hands to defend, another tail blocked his strike. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Yi Xiaoshu hastily retreated. Several tail strikes missed their mark, nearly leading him into a mental trap. How could someone with the talent to reach golden level by 20 be merely an ordinary white fox? In the corner of the arena, Yi Xiaoshu beheld Rong Mingyao, resembling an ethereal fairy, with 9 white tails flowing behind her. The 9-tailed fox, one of the most renowned ancient mythical beasts, first chronicled in the classic of mountains and seas. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xiaoshu abandoned any pretense of carelessness. Currently, he possessed almost no ranged attack capabilities. Recklessly closing the distance would only draw him into an unfavorable battle. Each of her magnificent tails could serve as a weapon. Truly, it was a case of fists being no match for tails. Feigning nonchalance, Yi Xiaoshu remarked, "Sister, there's no need to hold back. Please, use your skills directly." Rong Mingyao replied with a sweet smile, "Isn't that just giving in to my little brother? I wouldn't want you to accuse me of bullying you with my abilities." Noticing her unwavering demeanor, Yi Xiaoshu suddenly recalled a move from Tai Chi that could be employed in this duel. With a firm step, he instantaneously positioned himself before Rong Mingyao. She instinctively swung her tail at him. Tai Chi Wild Horse Parts Main. One hand secured the point of force on her tail, while the other glided from above to below, causing her supple tail to quiver in his grasp. In, from the affection value of Rong Mingyao at 100, Yi Xiaoshu secretly rejoiced at last. He had touched it. How incredibly soft it was. How could such a magnificent tail be so delightful to the touch? Rong Mingyao immediately blushed and withdrew, fixing her gaze on Yi Xiaoshu, exclaiming, "Where did you learn such underhanded tricks?" Yi Xiaoshu, puzzled, replied, "Underhanded tricks? What do you mean?" "This is an absolutely legitimate martial arts inheritance. From the negative emotion value of Rong Mingyao at 1,000. Indeed legitimate, but who is to wield it?" The two continued their exchange of techniques. Yet Yi Xiaoshu always managed to gain the upper hand in their skirmishes. After hastily stroking her tail, he would dart away, ensuring Rong Mingyao had no chance to retaliate. Rong Mingyao's face grew increasingly flushed. Ultimately, she could no longer endure it. Spirit technique, foxfire. Several clusters of blue flames appeared out of thin air. Yi Xiaoshu's eyes widened. Goodness, another alliance? The foxfire surged towards him. Even if he attempted to evade, these flames pursued him like guided missiles. Tai Chi Cloud Hands. Yi Xiaoshu shouted, channeling his spirit energy into his fingers, ensnaring the foxfire. Then, with a powerful throw, he hurled it towards another cluster. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the gym. Just as Yi Xiaoshu's focus was entirely on the clusters of foxfire, an exceedingly enchanting voice called out, "Xiaoshu, look at me." Momentarily distracted, Yi Xiaoshu turned to face Rong Mingyao. His body froze instantly. In his entire field of vision, only Rong Mingyao remained, enveloped in a pink aura. She resembled a fairy stepping out from a painting, her breathtaking visage smiling sweetly at him. Yi Xiaoshu was momentarily entranced but quickly regained his composure. This was a charm, truly a 9-tailed fox. Thankfully, with his frenzied state, he would not fall prey so easily. Just then, a cluster of foxfire was about to strike Yi Xiaoshu. Blushing, He swiftly seized the fox fire and crushed it with a single palm. This charm was no trifling matter. Not only was the spirit technique effective, but it also seemed to be intertwined with martial arts. That was the jade maiden harmonious skill he had acquired from the Nie family. She was indeed practicing this dubious martial art. Sister, are you secretly training in that technique? Upon hearing Xiaoshu's question, Rou Mingyao turned her head away, blushing, and stammered, "And no, I am not. That is a remnant. How could I possibly practice it? Ha ha ha, right?" As the words left her lips, even she did not believe them. She turned back to scrutinize Xiaoshu, who, aside from a faint blush, showed no signs of unusual reaction. Why did her charm, even transcending realms, fail to work on him? Moreover, she had enhanced the charm with martial arts. Just as she was lost in thought, Xiaoshu had already lunged forward, placing one hand on her lower abdomen, shouting, "Martial technique, heavenly demon disintegration." A vortex of spirit energy appeared in his hand, directly drawing energy from Rou Mingyao's dantian. Sensing the draining of her spiritual energy, the terrified Rou Mingyao exclaimed, "What is happening? Xiaoshu, what have you done?" She attempted to employ her spiritual skill, foxfire. But under the immense pull, she found herself utterly powerless. The foxfire she conjured in the air shattered abruptly. Subsequently, Xiaoshu placed another hand on her sensitive spot and began to tickle her. "Ha ha ha, stop it, Xiaoshu, please. Ha ha ha, I surrender. I surrender." From Rou Mingyao's negative emotional value, 1000, with the activation of the heavenly demon dissolution, as long as Xiaoshu was in close proximity, Rou Mingyao had no means to counter him. Nie Xiaoling, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, stated, "Then it is settled that young master has won. He has earned the right to spank." Chapter 59. The Silver Emperor class spirit beast. Rou Mingyao blushed as she gazed at Xiaoshu and softly murmured, "Xiaoshu, you are being unfair, tickling my waist." Xiaoshu, unfazed, chuckled and replied, "Does that mean I've won?" With that, he settled into a chair in the corner of the arena. Rou Mingyao stammered, I suppose you win. If you want to, then go ahead." Embarrassed, she leaned against Xiaoshu, her 9 large tails trailing on the ground. Xiaoshu, intrigued, pondered where the tails of beastly metamorphs sprouted from. Upon closer inspection, he noticed they emerged from the base of the spine. Rou Mingyao, shyly, protested, "Xiaoshu, don't look so indiscreet." In truth, he had never spanked his sister before. All right, just let me touch your tail." Xiaoshu observed her pitiful expression and felt his heart soften. After all, she was his sister, family. He didn't want to embarrass her. Upon hearing this, Rou Mingyao joyfully sprang up, exclaiming, "Really? All right, you can touch it, but be gentle." She retracted her 9 tails, leaving one large tail resting on Xiaoshu's lap. Gazing at the fluffy tail, he thought to himself, "This moment has been long awaited." He quickly embraced it, inhaling the delightful fragrance emanating from it. How incredibly comfortable this is. If I could sleep with this tail as a pillow, I would surely drift into a deep slumber. Xiaoshu kneaded the tail, reveling in its soft texture. Rou Mingyao closed her eyes, striving to suppress any sounds from escaping her lips. The sensation was different when she touched her own tail or allowed Nie Xiaoling to touch it. But why was it so sensitive under Xiaoshu's caress? 20 minutes later, Rou Mingyao retracted her tail. "All right, that's enough. You've had your fill." She turned to Xiaoshu, who, with arms embracing nothingness, wore a look of grievance. "How long did I even get to enjoy it? Just a short while. Such a stingy sister." Hearing his words, Rou Mingyao gently patted his head and said, "If you can secure first place in the final exams, you can have whatever you wish from your sister." Xiaoshu's heart leaped with joy as he asked, "Really?" Rou Mingyao nodded. Xiaoshu cheered, rising to his feet and dashing downstairs to prepare a meal. Watching his departing figure, Rou Mingyao felt a sense of relief. Her brother's strength had grown remarkably. Although she had not exerted her full power, a black iron could contend with gold, which was quite impressive. During the weekend, while other students were honing their skills or preparing for the spirit domain, Xiaoshu delivered takeout for 2 days. He hoped to acquire some new items before venturing into the spirit domain to better face potential dangers. Over these 2 days, he also visited the mall, purchasing an array of peculiar outdoor survival gear, including oxygen tanks and gas masks. By Monday, all the students from the spirit martial class were ready, standing in formation on the playground. Several buses rolled into the school, and students gradually made their way from the playground to the buses. Zhang Jin, holding a checklist, called out names one by one. Soon, it was Xiaoshu's turn. Next group. Ah yes, the fourth bus. From Zhang Jin's negative emotion value. 1000. What a ridiculous name. This was precisely the effect Xiaoshu desired. As long as someone saw that name, negative emotion points would accumulate. Casually, he boarded the bus with Zhang Kuang and Yin Qianqian. The bus primarily featured two-seater arrangements, and Xiaoshu sat beside Yin Qianqian while Zhang Kuang chose to sit elsewhere. Even a wooden post could discern Yin Qianqian's affection for the elder brother, so he naturally refrained from being a third wheel. 10 minutes later, all the buses were filled with students, and Zhang Jin along with some accompanying teachers boarded as well. The bus, devoid of a driver, was autonomously operated by artificial intelligence. As the vehicle set off towards the spirit domain, Yin Qianqian blinked her large eyes, gazing at Xiaoshu, and asked, Xiaoshu, have you eaten breakfast? Xiaoshu shook his head, explaining that he had woken up late and had yet to eat. However, he wasn't hungry. He could access food from the thermos box at any time. Seeing this, Yin Qianqian retrieved a transparent plastic bag from her personal pack, containing buns, soybean milk, and fried dough sticks. This is breakfast I brought for you. Have a little. With that, she picked up a small bun, preparing to feed Xiaoshu. The male classmates on the bus nearly exploded with envy. How could one be so brazenly affectionate? Everyone was preparing for the spirit domain and had skipped breakfast. Yet here was Xiaoshu, being fed by the school beauty. From Zhao Yu's negative emotion value, 1000. From Miao Hongda's negative emotion value, 1000. From witnessing the rapid accumulation of skill points, Xiaoshu grinned, eagerly consuming the bun offered by Yin Qianqian. Another round of skill points refreshed. By now, he had amassed quite a sum. He glanced up at his classmates, each one glaring at him with fiery resentment. Yin Qianqian inquired, what's wrong? Is it not to your taste? Xiaoshu quickly shook his head. This was a rare opportunity to accumulate emotional value. Delicious, delicious. The food you feed me is truly exquisite. The aroma of freshly steamed buns fills the air, leaving one to ponder. How could it not be enticing? Yin Qianqian believed that her genuine affection had touched Xiaoshu, prompting her to offer him another bun. For the duration of an hour, Xiaoshu demonstrated the art of savoring each bite, even exclaiming in delight as he ate, inciting envy among his male classmates. It wasn't until the vehicle ascended the mountain road that Zhang Kuang inquired, what level of spirit beasts inhabit the realm we are visiting? Xiaoshu was taken aback. Surely, this had been discussed numerous times in class. Goodness, you truly haven't absorbed a single word. Yin Qianqian was the first to respond. This time, we will encounter primarily wild beasts in the spirit realm, all ranked at the black iron level, with a few reaching bronze. The instructor mentioned that hidden within this realm is even a silver emperor level spirit beast. Zhang Kuang nearly lost his balance upon hearing this, exclaiming, a silver emperor level? Are we not sending these students to their doom? An emperor level spirit beast could take on 100 ordinary spirit beasts of the same rank. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most fearsome quality of an emperor level beast was its ability to command all other spirits within the realm to attack. Yin Qianqian smiled slightly and reassured, it's not as frightening as it sounds. The instructor has clarified that this silver emperor level spirit beast no longer possesses any life signs. The realm is safe. Listening to their exchange, Xiaoshu interjected, aside from the Guanghai realm, what about other regions? Yin Qianqian replied, there's a variety. I've heard rumors of realms inhabited by zombies and vampires, from which one can extract spirit cores after defeating them. The entire world cultivates spirit warriors to combat the fantastical creatures found within these realms. Not only was Yin Qianqian the school belle, but she was also an academic prodigy, adeptly answering every question posed to her. She was well-versed in all matters concerning spirit warriors and consistently ranked at the top of her class, even in the ordinary curriculum. As the three conversed, the students in the vehicle began to stir restlessly. Look over there. Is that a vehicle on fire? Why is it heading straight towards us? Upon hearing this, Xiaoshu stood up, only to witness a truck ablaze barreling towards their bus. This was a mountain road. Should they collide, the students would plummet off the cliff, certain to meet their demise. Xiaoshu's eyes widened in shock. There was no driver in the truck. Chapter 60. The physical body halting the truck. The students, being spirit warriors, were quick to react. Those with ranged abilities began to emanate their spirit light. The supervising teacher shouted, "Stop! We cannot use spirit techniques like this." However, the urgency of the situation left little time before the teacher could finish. The students had already cast their spells. Spirit technique, vines entwine. Spirit technique, fireball. Spirit technique, iron shield. The attacks were unleashed simultaneously. Vines erupted from the ground, reaching out in an attempt to ensnare the approaching truck. However, the next fireball struck the vine, instantly reducing it to ash. The shield flew out of the bus window and collided with the charred vine, veering off in another direction. Meanwhile, the charcoal shattered, mirroring the discord among several students' spiritual techniques. Their lack of coordination rendered their efforts futile. Merely possessing numerous techniques does not equate to strength. The execution of such skills necessitates extensive practice and synergy, which was evidently absent among these students. The truck showed no signs of slowing down due to their blunders. The supervising teacher, filled with anxiety, was an agile-type ability user whose power was acceleration. He could only flee with 1 or 2 students. Just as despair began to envelop him, Xiaoshu stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, halt. Let me handle this." The teacher urgently restrained Xiaoshu, warning, "The vehicle is moving at high speed. Jumping out like that will certainly lead to your demise." Xiaoshu interjected, "If you can't do it, stop pretending. This is a moment of peril for the entire class, and you still seek to show off?" Xiaoshu glared fiercely at Xiaoshu and retorted, "I might entertain you at times, but now is not the time for idle chatter." Xiaoshu's negative emotional value, 1,000. If someone truly encountered hardship, Xiaoshu would indeed step in, rather than stand by with derision. With that, he kicked open the door and leaped out of the vehicle. His speed was so remarkable that even the agile teacher failed to stop him. As he jumped from the bus, everyone anticipated he would tumble on the ground due to inertia. However, he forcefully stepped down, dissipating much of the momentum. He then performed a graceful somersault, landing firmly on the ground. Tai Chi. White crane spreads its wings. In the face of urgency, he instinctively executed this technique, dispersing the inertia coursing through his body. Xiaoshu's not capable. Just look at his slight frame, Xiaoshu scoffed. But before he could finish, a large hand swung toward his face. Slap. The crisp sound echoed. Xiaoshu exclaimed, "Can you, a mere fan, refrain from your sarcastic remarks? At least my brother knows to jump out and save our classmates. What about you?" Xiaoshu fell silent, daunted by the presence of a silver-tier expert, feeling the weight of their overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, Xiaoshu took a deep breath as the bus barreled toward him, rapidly reviewing the techniques at his disposal. He then allocated all his skill points to Frenzy. Frenzy, Pure, LV1. Each upgrade requires 10,000 skill points. Ding 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 ding. Frenzy, Transcendent. Skill has reached maximum level. No energy consumption. Strength increases 20-fold, continuously healing bodily injuries, and adds calmness. Congratulations. You have upgraded a martial skill to maximum level. You have received a special gift pack. Please check it. The transition from pure to transcendent brings immeasurable enhancements, doubling his strength directly. Upon reaching the state of Tanyuan, martial skills cease to be energy-consuming active abilities, transforming instead into passive skills that could be invoked at will. Even in conditions of energy depletion, a crimson glow materialized into vibrant red lightning. This was not genuine electricity, but rather an immense pressure generated by the ultimate compression of power and energy. At that moment, the truck was merely 2 meters away from Xiaoshu. He firmly planted his feet into the concrete, channeling all his strength into his upper body. To shake the mechanics with mere flesh, he had to unleash his most potent technique. Why isn't he throwing a punch yet? The truck is about to collide. Just as Zhang Kuang uttered these words, the truck crashed into Xiaoshu. However, in the next instant, Xiaoshu roared, Tai Chi Force Strike. Energy enveloped him as he forcefully charged toward the truck. Simultaneously, the seed of birth sensed danger, and several vines sprang from the ground, obstructing the truck's tires. Xiaoshu's explosive power directly lifted the truck into the air. The vehicle skidded across the ground, the screech of steel against pavement piercing the air. Boom. The truck erupted in a tremendous explosion, having been engulfed in flames and smoke prior to its detonation, concealing antiquated explosives within. Watching the truck explode, Xiaoshu felt a surge of dread. Had it detonated in front of him, he would have instantly transformed into a charred figure. Several classmates yelled from inside the vehicle, "A truck can't even budge him? What a monster!" They marveled at the vines. What were they? And why were they blooming? Zhang Jin, hearing the commotion outside, swiftly activated the emergency brakes, bringing all the buses to a halt. After protecting Xiaoshu, the vines retreated into the earth. Xiaoshu smiled at the vines, noticing the flowers blooming atop them, specifically mandrakes, a manifestation of the seed of birth's power. Without the seed of birth, he would have undoubtedly sustained injuries. Teachers and instructors disembarked from their vehicles, rushing toward Xiaoshu. The first to arrive was Zhang Jin, who immediately grasped Xiaoshu and exclaimed, "Xiaoshu, are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort?" Xiaoshu replied, "Cough. I'm quite comfortable as long as you don't shake me." Only then did Zhang Jin awkwardly release his grip. "Captain Zhang, this bus poses a threat. Not only is it driverless, but it also conceals homemade explosives," Xiaoshu stated with utmost seriousness, refraining from jesting in such a grave situation. Zhang Jin pondered for a moment before responding. "Are you suggesting that terrorists have targeted the school bus?" Xiaoshu nodded. At that moment, the teachers surrounded him, inspecting his body. Remarkably, he bore no injuries, nor did his clothes show any signs of wear. "How does a mere black iron level possess such strength?" they asked in astonishment. "Indeed, a hero rises from youth. Quickly return to the bus and rest," they urged. "Shall we assist you in requesting an examination cancellation?" Several teachers inquired with concern. They had not witnessed the truck from the other vehicles, and as educators, they felt a tinge of inadequacy for being slower to recognize the danger than their students. Xiaoshu waved his hand dismissively, quickly stating, "No need, no need. The examination must proceed as scheduled. The school can simply grant me a scholarship of 100 or 80,000. This young man seemed as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Upon noticing their reluctance to provide the scholarship, Xiaoshu swaggered back to the bus. As he arrived, the demeanor of everyone shifted dramatically. "Brother Shu is back. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Brother Shu, allow me to carry you up. We wouldn't want you to tire yourself." "Indeed, Brother Shu, I brought some old ginseng from home for your nourishment." Previously, they had scoffed at Xiaoshu. Yet now their attitude was remarkably courteous. Xiaoshu felt a pang of dissatisfaction. With such excessive politeness, what becomes of my emotional value? The positive emotional value system offers so little, while the negative emotional value is quite the opposite. Xiaoshu's expression brightened as he turned to Zhao Yuza. "Old Zhao, you are truly a good brother." "Hey, old Zhao, what happened to your face? It looks swollen." Observing Zhao Yuza's puffy visage, Xiaoshu was filled with curiosity. Zhao Yuza was at a loss for words. "Why is it swollen? You should ask your little brother. Do you understand the psychological trauma a child endures after a significant defeat?" Xiaoshu smirked inwardly. "Old Zhao is great. He knows how to boost my emotional value. Quite admirable." Xiaoshu returned to his previous seat. Yan Qianqian took out a handkerchief from her pocket and began to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Xiaoshu, you were so impressive just now." Xiaoshu retorted, "Indeed, how could I not be impressive when I nearly risked my life? It must be quite comfortable to watch from up there." The system did not prompt a refresh of emotional value this time, leaving Xiaoshu puzzled. Why isn't she angry despite my comment? Normally, even a casual retort would yield some emotional value. He glanced at her. On her innocent and lovely face, her clear, bright eyes were fixed intently upon him. It seemed as though there were hearts reflected in her pupils. There shouldn't be any hearts in her eyes. Now, even if Xiaoshu were to pass gas, she would find it delightful. After all, who wouldn't he be enamored by a man who is both handsome and powerful? After the incident, Zhang Jin called the dragon team to investigate the matter's origins, while he continued with the students towards the spirit domain. As the bus journeyed onward, all the students were drowsy, some already asleep and snoring. Yan Qianqian also closed her eyes to rest. Yet, Xiaoshu remained spirited. He opened the system panel and discovered a large gift package in his inventory. "Would you like to open the gift package?" "Yes. Congratulations, you have obtained Jikong Dan." The gift package revealed an item. Xiaoshu gazed at the Jikong Dan. Jigong Dan is a free item of blue quality that, once consumed, will heal all wounds and ailments. When used, one must rub any part of the body to summon it. Xiaoshu fell into silence as he gazed at the Jigong Dan. Just a moment ago, he had thought it was a new snack. In his childhood, he had tasted a hawthorn pill called Jigong Dan. The notion of rubbing his body for this was rather absurd. Wasn't that akin to a stretch and stare pill? It dissolves in the mouth, not in the hands, a treasure summoned through Ji Gong's technique. Should I give it a try? Out of curiosity, Xiaoshu mimicked the actions from the drama and rubbed it in his hands. To his astonishment, he felt a small pill form under his fingertips. Xiaoshu bathed almost daily, each time with great diligence, ensuring he was free of dirt. Yet, with a mere rub, he produced a black pill the size of a fingernail. Remarkably, this orb continued to grow as Xiaoshu rubbed it. 10 seconds later, a sphere the size of a bottle cap appeared in his hand. It bore no distinction from the dirt he had just rubbed off. Embracing his curiosity, Xiaoshu took a whiff. It indeed carried the fresh scent of hawthorn, but he found it hard to accept. He casually tossed it into the system. Perhaps he would experiment with it later on a more unfortunate soul. He simply could not bring himself to consume it. The bus journeyed for 4 hours before finally coming to a halt. All the students orderly retrieved their luggage from the bus, passing through security one by one. Zhang Kuang and Yi Xiaoshu awaited Yan Qianqian, who was collecting her belongings. The two of them stood empty-handed, creating a stark contrast with their classmates burdened with bags. After retrieving his luggage, Liu Weizhi glanced at Yi Xiaoshu and disdainfully remarked, "What does it matter if you are strong? You lack even the most basic preparations for the journey. Just wait and see how you starve in the spirit realm. You'll be begging me for help, and I might begrudgingly sell you a bit." Liu Weiji's girlfriend, Xiaqing, laughed beside him. Although the lad was indeed handsome, his intellect left much to be desired. "You two are quite a match. It seems the matchmaker has done an admirable job. Even the deities know the importance of sorting their waste. Quite the feat." From Liu Weizhi, negative emotion value 1000. From Xiaqing, negative emotion value 1000. Yi Xiaoshu's words nearly choked Liu Weizhi, who angrily pulled his girlfriend away. Zhang Kuang, perplexed, inquired, "Brother, why do you always speak so sharply?" Yi Xiaoshu patted his shoulder, replying, "For love and peace." From Zhang Kuang, negative emotion value 200. Of course. It was for skill points. What could be more useful than skill points? 10 minutes later, Yan Qianqian emerged from the crowd, her slender figure shouldering a backpack twice her size. "I'm ready. Aren't you two bringing any luggage?" she asked, puzzled. Yi Xiaoshu replied, "We've already prepared. You needn't worry. By the way, do you want me to help carry your pack? It's not too heavy, is it?" Yan Qianqian assumed Yi Xiaoshu was merely being polite and quickly responded, "No, it's fine. I can manage. Let me handle it myself." Once everyone had passed through security, they officially entered the spirit realm. The entrance to the spirit domain resembled a rift in space, with countless fissures tearing through the void, giving the impression that the very air was being shredded. Waves of spiritual energy emanated from within. At the threshold, Zhang Jin distributed identity tokens to the students, instructing them to wear their badges at all times. Should you experience any discomfort or encounter danger, press the button on your badge and a drone will contact you. Furthermore, any infraction will result in the nullification of your exam scores. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoshu accepted the badge handed to him by the teachers and fastened it around his neck. The three then stepped inside. In an instant, they were no longer on the mountain. A rush of fresh air greeted them. They had entered a forest. Countless drones circled in the sky, monitoring all the examinees. A voice resonated from above. "The examination lasts for 1 week. Points will be awarded for hunting spirit beasts. Black iron level, 1 point. Bronze level, 10 points. Silver level, 50 points. Points can be traded and transferred. Inflicting harm on fellow students is strictly forbidden. The team with the lowest score will be removed from the Spirit Martial class and returned to the regular class. All examinees, the test begins now." I repeat. Each drone was equipped with speakers and surveillance cameras, and the rules were communicated clearly to every student. The school's challenge was to assess the students' exploration skills and adaptability to the environment. The first day was the most fervent time for point acquisition, typically a moment for everyone to disperse and hunt spirit beasts. Yet, a throng of students stubbornly followed Yi Xiaoshu's team. At that moment, a tiger-shaped spirit beast appeared before them. Zhang Kuang was the first to act. He charged forward and shouted, "Progressive hammer." The tiger was immediately knocked to the ground, unable to withstand such a vast disparity in strength between a silver and a black iron. This caliber of spirit beast would not last long against Zhang Kuang. However, in the next instant, several individuals emerged from the bushes. Some obstructed Zhang Kuang, while others swiftly extracted the tiger's spirit core. They had calculated the rules perfectly, knowing that students were prohibited from harming one another. After this, anyone nearby could begin to seize the kill if they wished to engage the spirit beast. Observing this, Yi Xiaoshu quietly remarked to his companions, "We are being targeted. From now on, remember the terrain of this area. Also, take note of any camps you see. We must start moving to distance ourselves from this starting point." After speaking, he handed out 2 drawing pads. The two nodded and began to run alongside him. Yi Xiaoshu refrained from activating his berserk state, as his usual running speed already surpassed that of his classmates. To ensure his companions could keep up, he deliberately slowed his pace. An hour later, Xiaoshu spotted a lake nestled within the woods. He quickly called to his companions, "I see a lake. Hurry over." Zhang Kuang, panting, managed to keep pace with Xiaoshu, but Yin Qianqian, burdened with her luggage, struggled significantly. Gasping for breath, she pleaded, Huh. Xiaoshu, could you slow down? I can't keep up." Xiaoshu approached her and handed her a tissue, remarking, "It's surprising that you belong to the agility class, yet your speed is so sluggish." Chapter 62. Can the affairs of scholars be called theft? Never mind. Just hand over your luggage to me. This time, Yin Qianqian did not refuse and passed her heavy and cumbersome bag to Xiaoshu. With a simple wave of his hand, the enormous luggage vanished without a trace. He could directly summon a thermal box from the system, which absorbed items irrespective of their size, physically compressing them into the container. Yin Qianqian exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it possible to do that? Xiaoshu, are you from the space class?" Xiaoshu smiled and replied, "I have awakened the ability of the delivery class." Delivery ability? Who would believe that? At this moment, Zhang Kuang inquired about the map he had drawn on the ground. "Brother, what should we do next?" Xiaoshu glanced at the map and answered, "Do you remember what I said in the shop?" Zhang Kuang scratched his head, suddenly recalling, "The neighbors stockpile food, while I stockpile weapons. The neighbors are my granaries." "Exactly." Xiaoshu chuckled. Yin Qianqian gazed at the two before her, feeling as though they resembled two bandits. After that, Xiaoshu took the map they had drawn and, combined with his own, redrew it, clearly marking each team's last known locations and areas where spirit beasts were likely to appear. Xiaoshu beckoned the three of them closer. He casually picked up a twig and began to draw on the ground while explaining, "Let me outline a scenario for you. If we were a standard 5-member team with only 7 days to spare, what would we do on the first day?" Xiaoshu glanced at Yin Qianqian, who, with her captivating eyes, softly replied, "We would probably go hunt spirit beasts, as we are currently full of energy and spiritual power." Xiaoshu nodded and inquired, "In that case, do you think each individual would carry a pack containing 7 days' worth of rations and change of clothes into battle?" Yin Qianqian shook her head, recalling her own exhausting experience of running with a heavy bag. Xiaoshu continued, "Thus, most of the packs would be left at the campsite, overseen by the medical team. We merely need to take advantage of the situation and seize their belongings." Yin Qianqian questioned, "Won't that be against the rules?" Xiaoshu replied with a smile, "The rule is not to harm fellow students, meaning as long as we don't injure anyone, we can do as we please." Zhang Kuang laughed along, finding the plan far more entertaining than hunting spirit beasts. Yin Qianqian sighed, gazing at these two antagonists, murmuring, "Fortunately, I joined Xiaoshu's team, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." At that moment, by a brook, Liu Weizhi dipped his hand into the cool water. Looking at the crystal-clear stream, he declared, "Let us set up camp right here. We will first go hunt spirit beasts." Subsequently, pointing at the medical team members, he instructed, "You shall remain here to set up camp." Everyone nodded in agreement with this notion. Zhao Yuzi then remarked, "We still need to deal with Xiaoshu later. Remember to conserve some energy when hunting the spirit beasts." Following this, the 4 individuals formed a team and departed, leaving only one medical member to establish the camp. Xiaoshu and his companions crouched in the grass, watching Liu Weizhi depart. Xiaoshu inquired of Yin Qianqian, "Have they gone far?" Yin Qianqian nodded, replying, "The aura has dissipated." With a cold smirk, Xiaoshu declared, "Let us ambush him." Suddenly erupting into action, he transformed into a crimson streak of light, instantly appearing behind the medical team member. Materializing a large brick out of thin air, he struck downwards with all his might. Yin Qianqian could hardly bear to look. A brick of such magnitude, combined with Xiaoshu's tremendous strength, would surely result in a catastrophic outcome. However, the reality deviated entirely from her expectations. The student merely stiffened momentarily before collapsing to the ground. Xiaoshu turned back, giving a thumbs up. "All done, that was easy." Yin Qianqian, perplexed, hastened to Xiaoshu's side and prodded the student lying on the ground with a stick, discovering that he was merely in a deep slumber. Zhang Kuang, observing the pile of belongings, remarked, "With my big brother in action, nothing is impossible. So, big brother, which of these should we take?" Xiaoshu responded with a smile. "Only a child makes choices. I want them all." Zhang Kuang felt a bit embarrassed. The two began to stack the tent and various provisions together. With a wave of his hand, Xiaoshu absorbed everything into a thermal box, operating it through the system. To an outsider, it appeared as if the items were being drawn into the palm of his hand. At that moment, Zhang Kuang was busy clearing away traces of their actions when Xiaoshu quickly intervened, saying, "We need to leave footprints. Let us follow the tracks to another camp." Zhang Kuang, confused, queried, "Big brother, wouldn't he that expose our whereabouts?" Xiaoshu replied, "That is precisely the effect we desire. We shall perform good deeds anonymously. We must hurry. If discovered, it would tarnish my illustrious image." After stating this, Xiaoshu sprinted ahead. Yin Qianqian, listening to Xiaoshu's words, could hardly suppress her urge to scoff. "What illustrious image do you possess?" she thought. "And what constitutes a good deed here?" Xiaoshu diligently noted down the names of all the teams. After having just stolen from Liu Weizhi's group, he crossed out their name. "You two, hurry up. We still need to perform good deeds. As members of our esteemed team, how can you be so lackadaisical?" Xiaoshu urged. Unbeknownst to him, while he was engaged in his so-called good deeds, drones in the sky were broadcasting live coverage. Today marked the end-of-term examination across the entire province of Guanghai, with various schools conducting live demonstrations to showcase their strengths and attract prospective students. However, the principal noticed that among the 62 teams being broadcasted, Xiaoshu's team had amassed an astonishing viewership of 200,000. Rong Mingyao sat at home, engrossed in the live broadcast, fully aware that today marked Xiaoshu's final examination. Upon witnessing Xiaoshu's performance, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, truly. He is the most mischievous among all the students." Nie Qiuling chimed in. "Indeed, the young master is the most dashing." The online community erupted with comments. "Come watch the live stream from Lingwu High School. This is too entertaining. You all should tune in to Team 4. What is the name of that team?" "Ah, right. Xiaoshu's team became the subject of fervent discussion online. Typically, at this hour, people would be disinclined to watch students train in the spirit realm. However, upon hearing of the amusing events, they flocked to the broadcast, swiftly opening the live stream and switching to Xiaoshu's channel. By now, several teams had already fallen victim to their antics. They remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, under the weight of Xiaoshu's golden bricks. It was no exaggeration to say that even a mere scratch could be considered a serious injury. Yin Qianqian observed the increasing number of drones gathering and cautioned Xiaoshu. "Isn't it time to stop? If we continue, I fear we might provoke the wrath of the crowd." Xiaoshu feigned innocence, turning back to say, "Steal? What stealing? Is anyone even watching? Don't spout nonsense here." Negative emotion value from Yin Qianqian. 1000. Chapter 63. Are you still robbing the rich to feed the poor? The live stream now boasted nearly 500,000 viewers, all eyes fixed intently on Xiaoshu. The incessant influx of emotional values echoed in his ears, generated by the online spectators. Without prior notification from the school, Xiaoshu suddenly realized that his actions were being broadcast live. After raiding this camp, he intended to head towards the next one. Panting, Yin Qianqian asked, "Xiaoshu, how many more camps do you plan to steal from?" She was utterly exhausted. Even without heavy luggage, she found it difficult to match the speed of the two who had enhanced their bodies with chicken leg fortification. Observing her fatigue, Xiaoshu tossed her a bottle of mineral water, saying, "Keep going. With such little stamina, how can one achieve greatness?" Yin Qianqian, puzzled, accepted the bottle. Previously, Xiaoshu had offered her a similar one, which she had saved at home. Feeling quite thirsty, she opened the cap and took a sip. Is this the product from my sister's company?" She marveled. Recently, her sister, Yin Jinghan, had launched a company selling this spirit-replenishing mineral water. How could Xiaoshu so casually produce it? At that moment, a comment flashed across the live stream. "Spirit Spring Mineral Water. The perfect companion for cultivation. Only 1 yuan." Viewers grumbled at the omnipresent advertisements. Ads are everywhere. Ads can go die. But honestly, this Spirit Spring is indeed quite tasty. Yes, it's a bit sweet. Once she activated her spirit abilities, Yin Qianqian was finally able to keep pace with Xiaoshu. The group proceeded to another camp. This camp is unlike any other. Only one person is dispatched to hunt the spirit beasts while the remaining 4 remain on standby at the camp. Zhang Kuang crouched in the grass and quietly asked, "Big brother, what should we do in this situation?" Xiaoshu tapped his head and said, "Fool, analyze the situation with those few people." Zhang Kuang glanced at the individuals in the camp. They were all girls and possessed a certain charm, yet he could not discern much. Yin Qianqian suggested, since they are all girls, the output position is likely held by someone of considerable strength. They are relying on their prowess to showcase their dominance alongside for decorative vases. Yi Xiaoshu nodded in agreement. In other words, it's your turn, Zhang Kuang. Use your silver-level strength to subdue them. Then, one by one, give them a good lesson. Previously, it was Yi Xiaoshu who undertook the role of ambusher. Now, he was bestowing this honor upon Zhang Kuang. Yi Xiaoshu handed over a golden brick. And after Zhang Kuang took it, he glanced at the target location and said, "What if something goes wrong?" Yi Xiaoshu patted Zhang Kuang on the shoulder and confidently replied, "Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll take the blame. Go on, Pikachu." From Zhang Kuang's negative emotional value, 1,000, Zhang Kuang was speechless and immediately transformed. Launching an attack, a girl spotted the crocodile emerging from the grass and screamed, "Ah!" A silver-level spirit beast. Zhang Kuang bellowed, "Spirit technique, absolute domination." His form swelled, transforming into a 3-meter-tall monster. "You are not allowed to run. Stand still." His roar sent tremors through their legs. The girls trembled as they stammered, "A talking crocodile. How terrifying." Woo-woo. They complied, lining up obediently. Zhang Kuang approached, and the girls, frightened, fell silent. Spirit technique, tyrant smash. The golden brick whirled into a gust of wind, circling around Zhang Kuang. With 4 crisp sounds, all the girls collapsed to the ground. Yin Qianqian inquired from the grass, "What will happen to those you've knocked unconscious if they encounter a hungry spirit beast?" Yi Xiaoshu pointed upwards. Yin Qianqian looked up and saw countless drones equipped with surveillance cameras. If any student were to face danger, assistance would be rendered. Reassured, Yin Qianqian stepped out of the grass. The 3 began to gather their spoils and then set off towards another camp. Meanwhile, in the woods, Liu Weizhi was panting heavily. His spiritual energy depleted. His teammates were also exhausted, lying flat on the ground. The grueling special training was no exaggeration. The spirit domain was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Just a black iron-level ferocious tiger could send all 4 of them reeling. Had it not been for their good fortune, as the clumsy tiger crashed into a tree, giving them a chance, they would have already been eliminated. Xiaoshu spoke up. "Liu, young Master Liu, let us return to the camp. We're too tired." Liu Weizhi nodded and used his dagger to open the head of the ferocious tiger, revealing a red crystal hidden inside. This is the energy core of the spirit domain monster, the spirit core. After dismembering the fierce tiger beast, each person took a portion of the materials. The 4 of them supported one another, limping back to the camp. Upon their arrival, they were struck dumb by the devastation. Aside from the medical team members lying on the ground, everything else had been completely stripped away. Tents, luggage, and most absurdly, even the firewood they had chopped on site had been stolen. The grass bore the imprints of the tents that once stood there. Liu Weizhi rushed forward, vigorously shaking the medical personnel while slapping them and shouting, "Wake up! For heaven's sake, wake up! What happened to the camp?" Yet, despite his efforts, the individual remained unresponsive. Xiaoshu pondered for a moment before stating, "The tents and luggage are quite heavy. They couldn't have gotten far. Let us pursue." With that, the team members set off in pursuit. When they arrived at the next campsite, they were taken aback to find it had also been ransacked, leaving only a medical girl lying stiff on the ground, surrounded by signs of a makeshift camp. At that moment, the members of the local team returned from their hunt, only to find Liu Weizhi's team standing in their camp, everything missing. "Liu Weizhi, you're truly despicable, stealing our belongings and assaulting us, brothers. Let us teach them a lesson." Tensions flared as the 2 groups faced off, igniting a spark of conflict. This scene sparked heated discussions in the livestream. "Isn't Xiaoshu incredibly cunning? Who would have thought of this move? I believe it's just a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. That young man is so handsome. I'm smitten. I want to bear this young man as children. Those in front, mind your image. This lad is indeed sharp-witted." On Yi Xiaoshu's end. From Liu Weizhi, negative emotion value 1,000 from. Emotional values began to trickle into his ears. The rapid increase in skill points made him feel somewhat embarrassed, especially since a significant portion originated from Liu Weizhi. Brother Liu remains true to his fiery temperament. Hilarious. Yi Xiaoshu laughed heartily, while Yin Qianqian looked at him in bewilderment as he spoke to himself. Zhang Kuang interjected, "Big brother often behaves this way. My father once told me that the line between genius and madness is perilously thin. Many possess a touch of eccentricity. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshu promptly punched Zhang Kuang and furrowed his brow, saying, "Focus on your work. If you keep defaming Big Brother, I'll make you run 3 laps around the woods in your underwear." From Zhang Kuang, negative emotion value 1000. Zhang Kuang immediately fell silent. As time passed and the sun began to set, nearly every team had fallen victim to Xiaoshu's cunning. Many team members communicated via their phones, reporting that an agile spirit beast was stealing students' belongings, leaving no trace of the tents behind. In the evening, hidden within a patch of grass, Xiaoshu sat upon a stone, methodically marking off the teams he had already pilfered from on a piece of paper. Focusing on the final team, the moment had arrived. Strike! Xiaoshu suddenly sprang from the underbrush, transforming into a streak of light as he darted towards several individuals nearby. The entire team was taken aback, shouting to the heavens, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare for battle!" Just as they were about to unleash their spiritual techniques, upon closer inspection, they realized it was none other than Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu surveyed their camp, noting the tattered fabric shelters and a pot simmering with a few wilted leaves. Upon closer examination, he discerned that the pot was nothing more than a paint bucket. This was truly impoverished. Xiaoshu sighed and casually retrieved a large package from his system, tossing it to them. "Take this. Your situation is far too dire." From Ceylon, negative emotion value, 1000. From Yu Wenkong, negative emotion value, 1000. From Yin Xianqian, standing at a distance, appeared speechless. "Goodness. Are you really robbing the rich to help the poor?" Chapter 64. Merely a bunch of little mice, Ceylon shouted loudly. "I refuse your charity. If you are indeed the thief who has been robbing teams, then come and steal from us too. We are not afraid." Yu Wenkong stood up in response, declaring, "Yes, we are not afraid." Ceylon added, "I would rather starve to death than accept even a morsel from you." Xiaoshu listened to his words with a bemused expression, glancing around once more. They were indeed destitute. These individuals likely came from less fortunate backgrounds, having gained entry into the spirit martial class through sheer academic effort. Otherwise, they wouldn't resort to foraging for wild vegetables in the spirit domain. Xiaoshu helplessly remarked, "You are not afraid. What is there to fear when you have nothing? Even a rat would sigh upon arriving here." From Yu Wenkong, negative emotion value increased by 1000. Xiaoshu set down the package and turned to leave. Ceylon, with a face full of righteousness, declared he would never partake in unsolicited charity. 2 girls from the group eagerly opened the package, discovering gourmet desserts, cooked chicken legs, and even self-heating hot pot. Crystal clear saliva dripped from the corner of Ceylon's mouth. Just a taste. A taste shouldn't be too much to ask. No one could escape the allure of the true fragrance principle. On Xiaoshu's side, Zhang Kuang exclaimed in admiration, "Brother, you are indeed robbing the rich to help the poor. A true hero of the Jianghu." Xiaoshu clasped his fists in response. "You overstate my actions." Yin Xianqian had already lost count of how many times she had been speechless that day. These two were practically bandits, having robbed 61 out of 62 teams. Yet they still dared to speak of aiding the needy. As nightfall approached, the 3 returned to their previous campsite. Zhang Kuang gathered firewood and struck a flame with his lighter. Xiaoshu observed him bustling about, puzzled by his actions, and quickly inquired, "Big guy, what are you doing?" Zhang Kuang turned around, his expression earnest as he replied, "I didn't eat lunch, so I thought I'd roast some meat for dinner." He was no stranger to the spirit domain, having navigated it with ease before. Xiaoshu nodded. "Very well then, carry on." After speaking, he retrieved a gas canister from the cooler, along with a gas stove, a frying pan, and various seasonings. Zhang Kuang was rendered speechless. "Come on, brother. If you had all these items, why didn't you bring them out sooner?" Xiaoshu innocently replied, "I thought you preferred barbecued meat." From Zhang Kuang's negative emotional value, 1000, Yin Qianqian covered her mouth, chuckling. Being with Xiaoshu was truly delightful, although there were many moments of silence, and it was easy to be caught off guard by his words. Every second spent together was far from dull. Upon noticing her fervent gaze, Xiaoshu tossed an ice cream he had taken from the cooler in her direction. Yin Qianqian caught it and began to eat it with a smile. After a long day, being able to indulge in a scoop of ice cream in such a setting was a source of immense happiness. She no longer cared about where the ice cream had come from. Xiaoshu took out the ingredients from the cooler and cheerfully announced, "Today, I shall be the chef, and you shall indulge." Zhang Kuang and Yin Qianqian were eagerly anticipating the meal. They had previously watched a short video of a delivery guy cooking, where Xiaoshu had even made it to the trending list. They were curious whether his culinary skills were truly as remarkable as they seemed. 20 minutes later, the dishes were ready, and a delightful aroma wafted through the woods. Fortunately, Zhang Kuang had cleaned the spirit beasts before setting up camp. Otherwise, a few of them would surely have been attracted by the enticing scent. Come, savor my culinary talents. Xiaoshu summoned a table from the system, and the dishes were elegantly arranged. Yin Qianqian curiously picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs and popped it into her mouth. As she chewed gently, her eyes widened in astonishment. Rich yet not overly greasy, tender and falling off the bone, smooth and crisp. It was absolutely delicious. Hearing Yin Qianqian's praises, Zhang Kuang swiftly took a bite as well. The meat was tender, and the flavor was exquisite. He wasn't particularly skilled at expressing his thoughts, but it was undoubtedly far superior to what the chef hired by the Zhang family had prepared. You're amazing, brother. Observing their enjoyment, Xiaoshu also picked up his chopsticks and joined in. While they were eating, the sound of emotional values being constantly refreshed buzzed in his ears. Xiaoshu glanced discreetly at the woods, continuing to eat calmly. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, someone cursed under their breath. Damn it, I'm starving while you, Xiaoshu feast. They secretly scolded him and then grabbed their phone to send a message to the group. Discovering the team members, when shall we launch a sneak attack? After a while, a reply came in. Tomorrow morning. Throughout the night, Zhang Kuang and Yin Qianqian took turns keeping watch while Xiaoshu slept soundly. It wasn't that Xiaoshu was unwilling to take the night watch. Rather, they didn't want to tire the chef out, as they still needed him to cook. The next day, Xiaoshu abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. At that moment, Zhang Kuang was on watch and turned to him, asking, Brother, you're awake. Xiaoshu surveyed the tranquil woods and softly remarked, Something feels off. It's too quiet. Not even the sound of birds. Zhang Kuang, too, became aware of the unusual silence. It was supposed to be a clear morning, yet there was not a single sound emanating from the forest. Zhang Kuang looked around at the trees and asked, Brother, what should we do? Xiaoshu replied, Just a group of mice. The two of us could easily handle them. However, that would lack excitement. With a sly smile, he continued, We possess agility abilities, after all. Let us wake her up first. He gently patted Yin Qianqian. Yet she remained ensconced in her slumber, muttering sleepily, Xiaoshu, there. That's not right. A trickle of saliva escaped her lips as she dreamt. Goodness, I hope she isn't having a spring dream. Hurry up and wake up. Xiaoshu gave her a gentle shove. Yin Qianqian slightly opened her eyes, the figures of her dreams blending with reality, leaving her momentarily unsure of what was real. She instinctively reached out to embrace Xiaoshu. Hey, wake up a little. We've been ambushed. It was only then that Yin Qianqian realized this was not a dream. Her cheeks flushed, she quietly inquired, What should we do next? Xiaoshu calmly replied, Having done so many good deeds, it's inevitable that some nefarious individuals will take notice. Yin Qianqian found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her thoughts coalescing into a single expletive. Only Xiaoshu could articulate theft with such righteous indignation. Just in time, I have a plan. Xiaoshu whispered a few words into Yin Qianqian's ear, causing her to blush. Upon hearing the scheme, she was taken aback and quickly asked, Will it really work? Xiaoshu asserted firmly, It will undoubtedly be effective. Yin Qianqian nodded, attuning herself to the direction of the wind. As a practitioner of the agility ability, she was inherently skilled in reconnaissance. Observing enemy movements was a fundamental lesson for every agility adept, and she was a top scholar among her peers. Then, her lips parted slightly as she declared, There's one hidden in the western treetops, 2 in the eastern woods, and 4 in the southwestern direction, crouching behind the rocks. In total, there are 7, and from their aura, they are almost all agility types. Xiaoshu nodded and exchanged a plethora of friendship gloves from the system, tossing them onto the table. The trap had already been set. It was merely a matter of waiting for these individuals to spring it. Those who dared to ambush Xiaoshu must be prepared for the consequences. After speaking, Xiaoshu scanned the surrounding woods and hurled a gold brick toward the treetops. A figure tumbled down as the gold brick struck its target, and Xiaoshu promptly retrieved it back into the system, as it could be recalled from a distance. He activated his speed-enhanced state and swiftly relieved the individual of their phone and communication devices. The trap was laid. All that remained was for the mice to leap into it. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall eradicate them completely. Chapter 65. Little fists pounding your chest at this moment. The live stream room gradually filled with viewers. This early in the morning, one would expect few to be watching. However, someone had taken Xiaoshu's exam footage and transformed it into a short video, which had quickly gained traction online, soaring to the trending search charts. Upon opening the headline news, Lingwu High School unveils new talent. Xiaoshu may become Guanghai's dark horse. Brother Shu, the most dazzling black iron level. The Ministry of Education rapidly revises examination rules. Each headline pertains to Xiaoshu, prompting a surge of viewers in the live broadcast room early in the morning. As the stream commenced, an influx of individuals flooded in, pushing the viewership to a staggering 100,000. I've arrived, here to see Xiaoshu. Who is this Xiaoshu? No respect, it's Brother Shu. Brother Shu is simply remarkable. I learn a new technique every day. Is Lingwu High School filled with such talents? Xiaoshu swiftly led his companions away from the area, ensuring all items were collected, leaving behind only a table covered with white gloves. Zhang Kuang inquired, Big brother, I failed to understand what you were doing. What do those gloves signify? Xiaoshu chuckled, you will comprehend soon enough. Just watch the live broadcast. As he ran, Xiaoshu accessed the messaging records on the phone of the person he had incapacitated. There, he stumbled upon a message from the anti-Xiaoshu alliance. What a name. He thought with amusement, and proceeded to send a message. Discovered the magical artifact left by Xiaoshu. The artifact is on the table. The gloves are valuable, everyone. Seize them. Upon perusing the members of the anti-Xiaoshu alliance, Xiaoshu was taken aback. Aside from his own team, every other faction had joined this alliance. Am I truly this popular? Yin Qianqian, glancing at Xiaoshu's phone screen, stifled a laugh behind her hand. This is hardly popularity. After the trio vacated the area, several individuals tasked with surveilling Xiaoshu realized he had vanished. They hastily opened their phones to check the group messages, just in time to see the announcement. Gloves? What gloves? The ambushers stood and glanced at Xiaoshu's camp. At this moment, the tents had been dismantled, leaving only a table adorned with silk gloves. This is suspicious. It could very well be a trap. Xiaoshu is cunning. He would not leave valuable items for others. Harboring doubts, he cautiously approached the table. As more individuals arrived, many began to examine the gloves with curiosity. This particular infiltrator, inherently suspicious, felt a twinge of anxiety upon witnessing others handling the gloves. What if these are valuable? If I miss out on one, it would be a significant loss. He rushed toward the table, while each member hurried to Xiaoshu's camp. Upon sighting the white silk gloves, they were filled with confusion. Yet, seeing others pick up the gloves, they too succumbed to the temptation. The quality of these gloves is superb. Indeed, they seem useful for carrying items. I can chop wood without fear of injury. As discussions ensued, some attempted to wear the gloves. Liu Weizhi also arrived at the scene and, upon seeing the table overflowing with white gloves, flashed a wide grin. To seize an opportunity with Xiaoshu is indeed a first. Liu Weizhi hurriedly stuffed a handful of gloves into his pocket, and when there was no more room, he donned them upon his hands. Just as he reveled in his triumph, his hand inexplicably reached out toward Xiaqing. In an instant, their hands were firmly adhered to one another. Xiaqing turned to her boyfriend, puzzled by his unusual exuberance that day. Liu Weizhi shouted in urgency, Xiaqing, what's the matter? Let go of my hand. Xiaqing, with a bewildered expression, replied, but you are the one holding my hand. Just as the two were engulfed in confusion, Zhao Yuza also slipped on a glove, causing his hand to become stuck to Xiaqing's right hand. Liu Weizhi erupted in fury. Are you trying to cuckold me? Have you become so brazen as to flaunt it in front of me? Zhao Yuza, in dismay, attempted to wrench his hand away from Xiaqing, but found himself unable to break free. The gloves were problematic. He quickly endeavored to peel off the glove, yet it felt as if it had fused with his skin, refusing to budge. Just as Zhao Yuza was at his wit's end, he felt his right hand being grasped by another. Turning around, he was taken aback to find the stunning Hua from Class 3. With her braided hair and formidable presence, she glared at Zhao Yuza and declared, do you have feelings for me? If you do, just say it outright. No need for all this circumlocution. You're quite the rascal. Watch as I unleash my little fists upon your chest. With a punch, she struck him, leaving Zhao Yuza standing rigidly, unsure of whether he was alive or dead. The gathering was originally drawn together by Xiaoshu, but upon discovering the items he had left behind, greed took hold, and each person donned a glove. Within a minute, Everyone was holding hands, encircling a table, beneath which lay a music player that Xiaoshu had prepped. Suddenly, music emanated from below the table, for we are a family. A loving family. Only by fate can we gather. Only with heart can we cherish. Why let dark clouds obscure our vision? The atmosphere turned grim as individuals felt an overwhelming sense of collective embarrassment. Holding hands while listening to We Are Family, they found themselves broadcasting live to an audience nationwide. Silence fell over the group as they all harbored a singular thought: to eliminate Xiaoshu. In the live stream, comments flowed in. Haha, is this a special program? I suspect Xiaoshu is behind this. Tree Brother is incredible. What material are these gloves made of? Desperately seeking answers. What kind of supernatural being is Tree Brother? Blindly guessing. This young man must have awakened a handsome type ability. Tree Brother is amazing. Xiaoshu watched the live broadcast on his phone, laughter bubbling among the three of them. Haha, Big Brother is truly remarkable. Whoever dons this glove is bound to be deceived, Zhang Kuang exclaimed with a raucous laugh. Xiaoshu, who had initially joined in the laughter, promptly fell silent, for he was the first victim of the friendship glove. The humor had dissipated for him entirely. Yin Qianqian, her cheeks flushed, softly inquired, "Could I possibly have one of those gloves?" Xiaoshu quickly shook his head. Absolutely not. Yin Qianqian's intentions were as clear as day. Her desire was to bind herself to the glove. Chapter 66. A Battle of Wits. Zhang Kuang queried. So, what shall we do next, my friend? What else is there to do but make money? Xiaoshu replied. Let us not forget, this venue is exclusively ours. With that, he urged the two to select their spiritual tools. Zhang Kuang opted for the familiar battle blade, while Yin Qianqian chose 2 daggers. Throughout the day, Xiaoshu led Zhang Kuang and Yin Qianqian in hunting spiritual beasts. Each encounter began with Xiaoshu striking with a brick, while Yin Qianqian expertly extracted the spiritual cores. Zhang Kuang remained vigilant, ensuring Yin Qianqian's safety. Some spiritual beasts lived in packs. Disturbing one could escalate into a fierce battle. Yet, the peculiar golden brick wielded by Xiaoshu proved to be extraordinarily effective. Those ferocious wolves and tigers, often labeled as having bodies of bronze and waists of tofu, fell before the might of the golden brick without fail. Before long, their team had ascended to the top of the rankings. At that moment, the trio found themselves engaged in combat with a spotted leopard. To describe it as a battle would be an understatement. It was a one-sided massacre. As a black iron-level fighter, Xiaoshu faced the bronze-tier spotted leopard as a father would his son. With the power of nearly 3 tons unleashed through his Berserk state, who could withstand such force? While other teams required intricate coordination to barely defeat a spiritual beast of equal rank, Xiaoshu's approach was quite different. It was sheer slaughter. Realizing it could not contend with Xiaoshu, the spotted leopard turned to pounce on Zhang Kuang. Martial technique, progressive barrier strike. Zhang Kuang shouted. His battle blade intercepted the beast's claws, followed by a powerful punch that sent the leopard reeling. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoshu brought the golden brick crashing down upon the leopard's head. With that strike, the battle reached its conclusion. It truly can run, Xiaoshu remarked, clapping his hands and retracting the golden brick into the system. Yin Qianqian, using her dagger, skillfully opened the leopard's skull and retrieved the spiritual core. Initially, she had felt nauseated by such tasks, but after a day of slaughter, she had become numb to it all. Now, a mere glance at a spiritual beast sufficed for her to discern the location of its core. Gazing at the spiritual core in her hand, Yin Qianqian noted that it contained the leopard's innate spiritual technique, Void Step, which allowed for leverage and directional changes in midair. This innate ability made the spotted leopard one of the more formidable spiritual beasts. I wish to absorb this spiritual technique, Yin Qianqian declared. Zhang Kuang glanced at the core in her hand and remarked, it's a fine skill, though its level is somewhat lacking. The bronze tier Void Step allows for 2 jumps in midair, but at the silver level, one could achieve 4. Those spiritual techniques will evolve alongside the growth of their practitioners. A higher foundation invariably leads to a loftier ceiling. It is akin to constructing a house upon a sturdy foundation. Zhang Kuang hails from wealth, with his first absorbed spiritual technique reaching the golden tier. However, Yin Qianqian finds herself in a different predicament. Her family has recently faced bankruptcy, and her sister's career is merely in its nascent stages. She is reluctant to burden Yin Jinghan. Observing her distress, Xiaoshu reassures her, there's no need to fret. Tomorrow, I shall procure a silver tier technique for you. Yin Qianqian, bewildered, inquires, "Is that something one can actually request?" Yi Xiaoshu replies with a smile, "Of course. But it comes at a cost. You will need to assist me with some tasks." After a day of hunting, their score soared to 156, leaving all other teams far behind. As night fell, Yi Xiaoshu led the way, with the two trailing behind. Zhang Kuang, observing Yi Xiaoshu's direction toward the mountain, curiously asked, "Are we camping on the mountain, brother?" Yi Xiaoshu nodded, saying, "Not only are we camping, but we are also awaiting a significant client." Yin Qianqian, still puzzled, wondered what he meant by significant client. Upon reaching the mountain's summit, which they had scouted in advance and found quite level, Yi Xiaoshu laid out several tables and prepared all the necessary cooking equipment, leaning back in his chair with a relaxed posture. He emptied the contents of the thermos onto the ground. He turned to Yin Qianqian and instructed, "You are responsible for sorting the clothes, food, and daily necessities from inside." Yin Qianqian felt a bit aggrieved, her delicate constitution unaccustomed to such laborious tasks. With some discontent, she retorted, "What benefit do I gain from doing these chores?" Yi Xiaoshu replied nonchalantly, "Didn't you express a desire for a silver-tier spiritual core? You will understand soon enough." Once everything was prepared, they settled down on the mountaintop for the night. The students, hand in hand, spent the night together, their arms growing numb from the prolonged position. The most unfortunate was Xiaoshu, who had to endure both Liu Weizhi's ire and the relentless assaults of Ru Hua, contributing to Yi Xiaoshu's emotional value throughout the night. At that moment, the white light of the gloves dimmed, transforming into a shade of gray, causing everyone's hands to release. That day likely facilitated countless couples and reconciled many adversaries, as numerous men and women exchanged glances while holding hands. The friendship gloves were indeed devoid of false advertisements, especially for Ru Hua, who had already made a lifelong commitment to Xiaoshu. Upon noticing the release of their hand-holding, Xiaoshu panicked and attempted to flee. But Ru Hua's formidable strength clutched his attire tightly. "You think you can entice me and then escape? Come back here," Ru Hua exclaimed, dragging Xiaoshu purposefully towards the thicket. In despair, Xiaoshu reached out and cried out, "Brother Liu Weizhi, save me, please, save me." From Xiaoshu, negative emotional value 1000. Liu Weizhi could only feign ignorance. Sighing, he remarked, "Alas, old Xiao, we must leave it to fate." At that moment, Yi Xiaoshu sent a message in the group. "Anti-Yi Xiaoshu Alliance, Brother Shu. You all must be exhausted after a long day. Brother Shu, haven't eaten much. Have you? Brother Shu, come to the mountaintop. Brother Shu, delicious food and drinks await you. Brother Shu." Image. The photo depicted Yi Xiaoshu enjoying skewers. Upon seeing Yi Xiaoshu's audacious demeanor, everyone's anger flared. They needed to confront Yi Xiaoshu for an explanation. Indeed, how dare he steal our belongings? I've been raising my arms all day. I want to take down Yi Xiaoshu. Yes, my legs are numb from standing. We must deal with him. Several individuals smashed the table to pieces and stormed toward the mountain in a fervent frenzy. Yi Xiaoshu, noticing the influx of people, quickly welcomed them. "Ha ha ha, friends from afar." Liu Weizhi glared at Yi Xiaoshu and declared, "Who said we are friends? Where are my belongings?" Yi Xiaoshu blinked innocently, feigning confusion. "Belongings? What belongings?" As more people arrived at the mountaintop, they shouted in unison, "You are the one who stole our belongings. Yes, it was you. We all suffered because of you, while you and your team remain unscathed." The crowd clamored loudly, yet Yi Xiaoshu remained silent, listening intently, nodding occasionally. After a while, the crowd gradually quieted down. Yi Xiaoshu smiled and said, "Have you finished? If so, it's my turn." He pointed at everyone and proclaimed loudly, "All of you, who has evidence? Who can prove that I stole anything?" Yin Qianqian, observing Yi Xiaoshu's calm demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Xiaoshu continued, "You all consider me despicable and have bullied me. You formed an anti-Yi Xiaoshu alliance against me. Have I ever insulted you? Have I laid a hand on you?" The crowd fell silent. At that moment, four girls pointed at Zhang Kuang and said, "That person hit us before." Yi Xiaoshu glanced at them, recognizing them as the four who had guarded the campsite earlier. "May I ask, ladies," he inquired, "you claim Zhang Kuang struck you. Where are the injuries?" Everyone turned to look at the four girls. "Yes, where are the injuries? Aren't you just talking nonsense? I have always believed I possess a righteous heart. Even if I, Yi Xiaoshu, may speak harshly at times, when children fell into the water, did I not save them? When a bus was about to crash, did I not intervene? I merely wished to earn a little extra in this realm. What have I done wrong? Indeed, what has Xiaoshu done? If you failed to safeguard your belongings, why blame Xiaoshu? Though I may speak somewhat harshly, Brother Shu truly steps up when needed. Under Xiaoshu's eloquence, the scales of justice inexplicably tilted in his favor. Zhang Kuang, taken aback, stared at Xiaoshu's impassioned speech. What was that called again? Chapter 67. The bug of golden needle mushrooms. At that moment in the live broadcast room, countless viewers were moved by Xiaoshu's words. Isn't this lad the one who rescued the drowning girl? I heard from Brother Shu that he even halted a truck. Though this young man may be cunning, his character is not entirely lacking. Ah, how handsome he is. I must give him. So, what are you all hesitating for? Let us commence our shopping. The plot thickens, indeed. All the preliminary words are merely a prelude to the final act of selling goods. Brother Yi, you truly understand the art of commerce. Zhang Kuang, standing nearby, was left speechless in admiration. Liu Weizhi, however, remained disgruntled and exclaimed loudly, even if what you say is true, I recognize many items here. These things rightfully belong to us. The smile on Xiaoshu's face vanished. He approached a grand tree and, with a sudden burst of force, struck. The tree split in two, crashing to the ground with a tremor that shook the earth. Xiaoshu coldly inquired, do you have any objections? From Liu Weizhi's negative emotional value, 1,000, the force of this blow was enough to incapacitate even a spirit beast. Who would dare voice dissent? Those who did would find their heads turned to mush. Meanwhile, the crowd of shoppers shouted, this pack of instant noodles costs 100 yuan? Woe is me, my little pants were only 10 yuan, and they are selling for 200. 130 yuan for chips? This is outrageous. You are robbing us. The students were furious, and a burly man was the first to act, lunging at Xiaoshu with a spear. The assailant was of the black iron rank, and could hardly inflict significant harm. Yet, Xiaoshu stood his ground, and the spear's tip pierced his skin, leaving a shallow wound from which blood began to seep. The burly man laughed heartily, declaring, Xiaoshu, don't get too arrogant. Under my overlord's spear. Before he could finish, a drone zeroed in on him, announcing, Candidate Tao Lu, harming a fellow student, disqualified from the examination. From Tao Lu's negative emotional value, 1,000. Within moments, 2 agile teachers appeared and carried him away. This is unfair. It was just a casual thrust. How did he end up injured? As Tao Lu was taken away, everyone clearly understood that within the spirit domain, students could not harm one another. They also realized that if Tao Lu was taken for his action, then Xiaoshu must also refrain from striking. A male student picked up a box of noodles and prepared to flee. Xiaoshu dashed forward, bringing down a golden brick with tremendous force. The crisp sound startled the birds in the surrounding woods into flight. Several students shouted at the drone, Teacher, Xiaoshu is hitting someone. Yes, quickly punish this assailant. Xiaoshu, he is doomed, haha. Yet, the drone remained unresponsive. A normal golden brick would likely take half a life with a single blow. But Xiaoshu's was different. With a smile, he addressed them, I am not like you. I strike with restraint, but should I catch anyone stealing again? The brick will serve. A dark conspiracy. It is undeniably a dark conspiracy. Why is it that Xiaoshu can strike others without consequence? They were indignant, yet powerless to retaliate. Yin Qianqian chuckled, noting that Xiaoshu's blows lacked any semblance of restraint. He wielded his strikes like a brick to the head. Remarkably, that brick was enchanted, causing no harm whatsoever. Following this incident, no one dared to thieve again. All complied and paid their dues. However, some individuals found themselves troubled by the prices of the goods. I refuse to purchase anything. This is extortion. I'd rather subsist on barbecued meat for a week. I won't die from not changing clothes. Several classmates cursed vehemently, preparing to depart. Yin Qianqian interjected, Dear classmates, do not rush to leave. I have prepared a complimentary lunch for everyone. If you haven't eaten yet, I would appreciate your presence here. This is arranged by Xiaoshu. Yin Qianqian, being beautiful and the school's belle, played the role of the benevolent while Xiaoshu assumed the intimidating persona. The male students, with tears brimming in their eyes, exclaimed, The school belle truly understands how to care for others. The contrast with Xiaoshu is stark. They pondered whether these items were genuinely free. Yin Qianqian nodded, affirming, They are free, but each person may only take one portion. The allure of the word free captivated everyone's hearts. Those who had intended to leave gathered around the table. Each individual received a small cup of instant noodles and a piece of bread. The students joyfully relished their unexpected meal. Little did they know, this was merely the first course of a devious feast. After a day of hunger, this meager offering was far from sufficient. After a few bites of their meager portions, their gazes drifted toward the other tables laden with desserts, snacks, and a variety of fried delicacies. Xiaoshu stoked the flames further, igniting a pot of oil to prepare sumptuous dishes. The enticing aromas rendered the students unable to tear their eyes away. I could endure darkness if I had never witnessed light. Having tasted the delights of modern industrial cuisine, how could one withstand the foulness of beastly flesh? Yet, even if they wished to purchase, their funds were scant. The Ceylon team was particularly notorious, claiming to be the beggar gang. Together, they could scarcely scrape together a single coin. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, one approached Xiaoshu, saying, "Brother Shu, I've been a bit strapped for cash lately. Could I possibly owe you this time and repay you later?" Xiaoshu raised an eyebrow slightly and declared loudly, "No credit will be extended. If you lack money, you may exchange points or spirit cores instead. 1 point equals 100 yuan. A black iron spirit core is worth 300, while a bronze spirit core is valued at 500. Points are tradable." And Xiaoshu had his eye on that aspect. Ceylon hesitated, for spirit cores were certainly beyond their means. Even a single black iron core could fetch tens of thousands in the market. Aside from the students' final exams, ordinary individuals wishing to enter the spirit realm must pay a substantial deposit. Only points could be offered to Xiaoshu. Ceylon addressed his teammates, saying, "Let us buy a pack of instant noodles. We can split it into 2 portions, consuming half and saving the other half. Rounding it off, we can eat indefinitely." The team members nodded in agreement, tightening their belts. One of the members inquired, "What if there isn't enough to eat?" With reluctance, Ceylon produced a handful of golden needle mushrooms from his pocket and remarked, "I had no intention of revealing such treasures. This item is known as see you tomorrow. Our team can alternate consuming it, allowing everyone to endure this challenging period." Xiaoshu nearly retched upon hearing their conversation. Is there really such a method? Can one exploit their own bugs? Other teams felt a pang of reluctance, having exchanged their resources for spiritual cores and points. These items originally belonged to them, yet they now had to repurchase them at inflated prices from Xiaoshu. Observing his points and spiritual cores skyrocket, Xiaoshu beamed with delight. Chapter 68. The team's motto. Xiaoshu skillfully manned several stoves, showcasing his culinary prowess. As the dishes were served, their enticing aroma whetted the appetite. At that moment, a student approached Xiaoshu and asked, "Brother Shu, how much for this dish?" Xiaoshu greeted him with a smile, replying, "Not expensive at all, just 3 bronze-level spiritual cores per dish. If you find these flavors unpalatable, I can customize a dish for you, which would require silver-level spiritual cores." Disheartened by the outrageous price, the student walked away. Several others inquired about the cost. Yet few were willing to pay such a high price for freshly cooked meals. Just as Xiaoshu pondered whether to lower his prices, a towering figure drew near. Looking up, he was momentarily stunned. The figure was muscular, with a rugged face and a neatly trimmed beard, contrasting sharply with their braided hair, leaving Xiaoshu momentarily unsure of their gender. "Make a prosperous dish for me and my husband," Hu Hua exclaimed loudly. He was taken aback. This was Hu Hua from the neighboring class. Xiaoshu, puzzled, glanced around. Who could possibly match her robust stature as her husband? At that moment, he noticed her dragging Zhao Yuza along. Zhao Yuza was being unceremoniously dragged up the mountain, oblivious to his fate. Xiaoshu burst into laughter. "Ha! Old Zhao is truly fortunate. From Zhao Yuza's negative emotional value, 1,000. Then I shall prepare a dish symbolizing a harmonious union. However, payment must be made in advance." Hu Hua extended her hand, revealing several radiant silver-level spiritual cores. Her strength was formidable, having reached the bronze level at such a young age. The abundance of silver-level spiritual cores attested to her prowess. Yin Xianxian's gaze fixated on one of them, the silver-level leopard-spotted spiritual core. Xiaoshu, eyeing the spiritual cores, deliberately cast a glance at Yin Xianxian. He then picked up a charging rhinoceros spiritual core, examining it closely. From Yin Xianxian's negative emotional value, 1,000. Hurry and grab the Void Walker. Xiaoshu, what are you doing? Yin Xianxian was in a state of panic. Having finally spotted the silver-level Void Walker, she did not wish for it to slip away. Xiaoshu set down the spiritual core and picked up a fiery bird spiritual core, scrutinizing it intently. Xiaoshu, quickly, take the empty step. Yet, Yi Xiaoshu appeared oblivious, continuing to tease her. Desperation welled up in her eyes, tears threatening to spill forth. Only then did Yi Xiaoshu grasp the spirit core of the yellow-spotted leopard, addressing Ru Hua. This is the one we need. You and your husband should take your seats first. We'll serve the dishes shortly. Ru Hua nodded, dragging Zhao Yuza towards the dining area. Zhao Yuza, being pulled along the ground, cast a fierce glare at Yi Xiaoshu, his throat rendered mute, likely cursing him and his ancestors in silent frustration. Yin Qianqian hurriedly approached Yi Xiaoshu, feigning indignation. I knew you'd bully me. After all I've done for you. With a smile, Yi Xiaoshu handed her the spirit core and picked up a spatula to begin cooking. Once the dishes were ready, he served them alongside a multitude of culinary delights to Ru Hua. Approaching the exhausted Zhao Yuza, Yi Xiaoshu produced a dark pill from his system, proclaiming, Old Zhao, I have something extraordinary here. A cure for all ailments, guaranteed effective, and only 10,000 coins. At that moment, Zhao Yuza felt an intense urge to eliminate Yi Xiaoshu. His voice a hoarse shout. This is all because of your wretched glove. Look at me. In this state. Yi Xiaoshu, holding the Jigong pill, softly inquired, let's not dwell on that too much. Will you buy it or not? Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yuza replied, I'll buy it. He retrieved his phone to make the transfer, his hands trembling violently. Yi Xiaoshu then retrieved the previously prepared Jigong pill and handed it over. Hesitating, Zhao Yuza examined the dark pill before eventually swallowing it. To his astonishment, the pill dissolved instantly upon contact, transforming into a sweet, tangy liquid that flowed down his throat like a gentle stream, with a hint of creamy undertones. Not only was the flavor delightful, but as Zhao Yuza glanced at his body, he realized all his injuries had vanished. Even his voice returned to normal. Excitedly, Zhao Yuza inquired, what kind of pill is this? It's truly remarkable. Can you sell me another? Yi Xiaoshu nodded with a smile. Of course, why not? He then reached into his bosom, kneading until he produced another dark Jigong pill. Witnessing this, Zhao Yuza felt a wave of nausea wash over him, as he suddenly realized that what he had just consumed was nothing but the mud Yi Xiaoshu had kneaded. Yi Xiaoshu shook his head, exasperated. Why can't you recognize good merchandise? He then swaggered back to resume his sales, which flourished vigorously. The number of viewers in the livestream continued to swell, all drawn by the peculiar incidents arising from Linwu High School's recent exams. Some came to criticize Yi Xiaoshu, while others supported him, with even a fan club forming that repeatedly flooded the comments with declarations of adoration for Yi Xiaoshu. Throughout the day, Yin Qianqian and Zhang Kuang had transformed into diligent workers at the convenience store, while Yi Xiaoshu reclined upon a hammock he had fashioned himself, basking in leisure. The robust Zhang Kuang approached Yi Xiaoshu, inquiring, Brother, shall we not embark on a hunt for spirit beasts? Yi Xiaoshu, languidly swaying in the hammock, replied with a slow inquiry, What is the name of our battle team? After some contemplation, Zhang Kuang exclaimed, right, the team. Yi Xiaoshu further questioned, What is our team's motto? Zhang Kuang was momentarily struck dumb, having forgotten. Yi Xiaoshu glanced at Yin Qianqian, who had been eavesdropping nearby. She quickly gathered her wits and, albeit timidly, responded, to indulge in leisure, to revel in an undefined sloth. Effort does not guarantee results, yet inaction promises comfort. Zhang Kuang suddenly grasped the essence of her words. Indeed, he exclaimed, realizing that their small team was indeed the most comfortable one. Truly, you are the elder brother. You have anticipated even this. Zhang Kuang's admiration for Yi Xiaoshu deepened. Meanwhile, at the teachers' assembly, Zhang Jin and several instructors rubbed their temples in disbelief. After years of examinations, such an occurrence had never transpired. Yi Xiaoshu had somehow transformed an examination into a merchandise venture, making him the first of his kind. A young teacher, cradling her head, remarked, This was meant to test the student's abilities. How has it devolved into this? A female teacher, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at the screen displaying Yi Xiaoshu, noted, however, his skills are indeed formidable. He cooks well, possesses a sharp intellect, and is quite handsome. I wonder if he would entertain a romance with a teacher. Zhang Jin, wincing at the screen, had countless times contemplated curbing Yi Xiaoshu's antics. Yet his rationality had always prevailed. Although Yi Xiaoshu's actions made things difficult for other students, they inadvertently equipped them with valuable new skills. Tree felling, fire starting, essential survival skills for every spirit martial artist. Simultaneously, Xiaoshu's entrepreneurial endeavors had ignited a competitive spirit among the students, with each team amassing points at least twice as fast as on the first day, albeit all profits lining Xiaoshu's pockets. Chapter 69. The anomaly in the spirit domain. Today marked the fourth day of examinations. Early in the morning, Zhang Jin's phone rang. He answered to find Jia Shan, the young sniper from the Dragon team, on the line. Team leader Zhang, we have uncovered details regarding the truck incident. We have identified the truck model, the manufacturing company, and the buyer. While the truck driver remains unaccounted for, we did capture an unusual scene on the surveillance footage. Jia Shan sent a video clip. Zhang Jin opened it, scrutinizing the content. The footage revealed the truck barreling toward the student's bus. The driver briefly flashed into view before appearing atop the bus, seamlessly covering himself with fabric that matched the bus's color. The entire maneuver was executed with such fluidity that it would have gone unnoticed had the surveillance footage not been examined frame by frame. Zhang Jin, alarmed, shouted, "The students are in danger. Terminate the examination immediately. The threat is too great." The entire operation had been meticulously orchestrated in advance. The bus was under the control of an autonomous AI, which had calculated its route with precision to ensure that the truck, devoid of a driver, could accurately collide with it. Regardless of whether the impact occurred or not, the bus would inevitably come to a halt, providing the gang with an opportunity to act. After delivering the necessary commands, Zhang Jin grasped the microphone, ready to address the students. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. All electronic devices failed, and the drones overhead plummeted from the sky as if bereft of power. The once serene sky of the spiritual realm transformed into a haunting shade of purple, with countless spatial rifts opening in every corner. From these fissures emerged a legion of skeletons, their eyes glowing with a menacing crimson light, armed with bone blades. Advancing ominously towards the students, Zhang Jin bolted out of the tent, his expression grim as he beheld the purple sky and the skeletal soldiers emerging from the rifts. Although these skeletal warriors were predominantly of the black iron grade, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Xiaoshu lay in a hammock, the seed of his birth pulsing within him, rousing him from slumber. He opened his eyes abruptly to find the sky awash in violet hues. Yin Qianqian was on night watch. Perhaps fatigue had dulled her senses to the unfolding anomaly. Xiaoshu hastily called to her, and the other person, "Something is amiss. These spatial rifts, they resemble a dual spiritual realm." As the two awakened and stared in astonishment at the sky, they recalled a rare phenomenon mentioned in their textbooks. When two spiritual realms intersect at the same location, they overlap, resulting in a perilous situation. Yin Qianqian shook her head, observing the sky. This is not entirely a dual spiritual realm. These minute rifts are incomplete. They do not appear to be naturally occurring. Rather, they seem artificially created. Xiaoshu swiftly directed his gaze towards the path leading from the mountainside to the entrance of the spiritual realm, urging them, "Enough talk. We must flee." With a wave of his hand, he gathered all their supplies and sprinted down the mountain with the others. By this time, several students had gathered near the spiritual realm, but the entrance was blocked by an unknown force. The teachers, upon noticing the students' assembly, quickly counted heads, confirming that everyone was present before preparing to break through the mysterious barrier obstructing the spiritual realm. Zhang Jin glanced at the seal of the spiritual realm and shook his head in dismay. "This is futile. I have encountered this seal elsewhere. It is a method employed by Western nations and can only be opened from the outside. We can only seek assistance via mobile phone." The teachers were engulfed in despair. With all electronic devices rendered inoperative, calling for help was out of the question, and even emitting a simple electromagnetic wave proved to be a challenge. In the live broadcast room, all screens suddenly went black. The audience, previously engrossed in the stream, now expressed their confusion through a flurry of comments. "What is happening? Why isn't it streaming? I thought the exam was supposed to last 7 days. Today is only the 4th day. I want to see Xiaoshu. Turn the stream back on. Could something have gone wrong?" Ro Mingyao gazed anxiously at the black screen, swiftly donning her jacket. Anyone could face danger, but Xiaoshu absolutely could not. "I possess but a single younger brother. Xiaoshu must not come to harm." Nie Xiaoling observed the anxious Ro Mingyao and swiftly offered her shoes, inquiring, "Might I ask, Miss, what troubles you?" With reddened eyes and a quivering voice, Ro Mingyao replied, "Xiaoshu is in trouble." Without further ado, she donned her shoes and dashed out of the house. From the crevice emerged an incessant stream of skeletons. these creatures moving with sluggishness, yet their overwhelming numbers rendered them formidable. A dark throng of skeletons surged from all directions. A female classmate screamed, I do not wish to perish here. I want to go home. I want to go home. The students pounded desperately on the entrance to the spiritual domain, crying out in despair, I am still young. I do not want to die here. Let us out. Please, someone save us. The cacophony was deafening, with screams and roars intertwining. Xiaoshu stood upon a stone, quietly observing the students, while Zhang Kuang remained silently beside him. The ranks of skeletal soldiers multiplied, converging towards the students. These were merely black iron-level students, utterly powerless against such an overwhelming force. Zhang Jin shouted to everyone, protect the students. All teachers, prioritize their safety. Classmates, remain calm. The teachers will safeguard you. The teachers possess strength primarily at the silver level. One teacher stepped forward, extending a hand, conjuring an invisible barrier that separated all the skeletal army. With a pale expression, he declared, my barrier can hold for 3 minutes. Teachers, concentrate your fire. The skeletons, their eyes glowing red, struck the barrier with their bone blades. Even the might of a single ant, when amassed, could fell an elephant. Though each skeleton's strength was diminutive, the teacher began to struggle against the onslaught. At that moment, a teacher specializing in fire magic bellowed, spirit technique, meteoric fire rain. Enormous fireballs rained down from the heavens, exploding upon impact and creating vast craters within the densely packed skeletal army. Several formidable teachers simultaneously unleashed their spiritual techniques. These skeletons were merely black iron level. To attack them with silver level strength was akin to slaughter. It was thought that the tide of battle had been contained when a cloud of dust arose in the distance. Countless spirit beasts, their eyes gleaming with crimson light, charged towards the students. The students wept in terror. Capturing a single black iron-level spirit beast required hours for a team. A horde of spirit beasts rushing towards them could easily tear them to shreds. Gasps and cries echoed throughout the air. Xiaoshu focused his gaze, finding the spirit beasts peculiar. Most bore severe injuries, with some even reduced to mere bones, yet still capable of running. Among them, a silver-level spirit beast collided with the barrier, and in an instant, it was shattered. Silver-level spirit beasts were exceedingly rare in this spiritual domain, at most. There were fewer than 10, yet nearly 100 before him were at the pinnacle of silver level. Moreover, these spirit beasts exhibited no signs of life. They were all corpses. Chapter 70, No One Can Harm My Brother. Additional update, the spirit beasts shattered the barriers and charged toward the students. A snow wolf fixed its gaze on one of the students and leaped forward with tremendous force. This was a silver-tier spirit beast, and if that student were to be bitten, it would be certain death. Help me. The student cried out in despair. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson light appeared in front of him. Tai Chi, elbow strike. Xiaoshu materialized in an instant, wielding 20-fold strength combined with Tai Chi martial arts. The silver-tier snow wolf was sent flying. The frightened students scrambled into the crowd, each unwilling to be the first to perish. At this moment, Zhang Jin shouted, Xiaoshu, hold them off for me. Give me 10 minutes. Xiaoshu obliged and called upon Zhang Kuang, who surged to the forefront of the group. Zhang Kuang bellowed, spirit technique, absolute domination. Were it not for his attire and the battle blade in hand, one might have mistaken him for a spirit beast. The immense form of the crocodile drew attention on the battlefield. With a sweeping motion of his battle blade, countless skeletons were cleaved in two. Yet, even when severed, the upper halves of these skeletons continued to move, crawling toward Zhang Kuang with their bony arms. Zhang Kuang stood on the left, while Xiaoshu took position on the right. Drawing a long weapon from the insulated box, Xiaoshu grasped the spirit tool. The system automatically transformed Tai Chi Fist into Tai Chi 13 spears. With a vigorous thrust, Xiaoshu drove the spear deep into a skeleton's skull. A crystalline spirit core soared from the shattered head, and the light in the skeleton's eyes faded. Realization dawned on Xiaoshu, who shouted to Zhang Kuang, Big guy, destroy the spirit cores. His words sparked an epiphany in Zhang Kuang. The battle blade swept once more, this time aimed at the skulls. Countless skulls shattered, and spirit cores rained down. However, the true danger did not stem from these skeletal minions, but rather from the overwhelming horde of spirit beasts. A silver-tier steel bird locked its sights on Zhang Kuang. Despite his formidable strength, confronting a true silver-tier spirit beast proved exceedingly challenging. As the crocodile and the steel bird were locked in a stalemate, Zhang Jin anxiously rolled up his sleeves from behind. A specialized binding strap was tightly affixed to his right foot, a military-grade spirit power limiter. For ordinary citizens, unless exceptionally gifted and without resources, reaching high levels of cultivation was nearly impossible. Most commoners would only ever attain black iron rank. In contrast, soldiers, bolstered by national resources, could progress to gold rank after reaching a certain stage. However, upon leaving the military, they were required to wear spirit power limiters. Zhang Jin desperately attempted to pry off the limiter, but due to a malfunction in the electrical device, it remained firmly attached to his ankle. If only he could regain his original strength, these spirit beasts would pose no threat. At that moment, the students gasped, "Look over there." They pointed toward Xiaoshu's direction. There, a humanoid figure wielded a long spear with grand gestures, taking down a silver-tier spirit beast with each thrust. With every sweep, a multitude of skeletons were obliterated. Yet, no matter how fiercely Xiaoshu fought, these spirit beasts seemed inexhaustible, continuously surging from the distance. It was nearly impossible for just a handful of individuals to contend with such a tide of beasts, especially with the relentless harassment of the vast skeletal army. As Xiaoshu and Zhang Kuang fought valiantly, the skeletal soldiers in the distance relinquished their blades, conjuring bows and arrows seemingly out of thin air. Like a prearranged signal, the soldiers drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows, a torrential downpour directed towards Xiaoshu. Zhang Kuang shouted, "Brother, be careful." Before Xiaoshu could react, a colossal figure shielded him from the onslaught of arrows. The arrows clanged against the crocodile skin with a piercing metallic sound. Even with Zhang Kuang's formidable absorption of force, he could not withstand such a dense barrage. At that moment, a distinctive red arrow pierced through Zhang Kuang's skin, embedding itself deeply. 1, 2, countless arrows. The excruciating pain brought Zhang Kuang to one knee, a spray of blood erupting from his crocodile-like maw. He grimaced, saying, "I told you. With me around, no one can harm my brother." Xiaoshu, in a panic, shouted, "Damn it, you big fool. I don't need your help." In his urgency, Xiaoshu forcefully pushed Zhang Kuang aside and positioned his spear before him. He bellowed, "Taiji 13 spears." The spear technique spins like a wheel. The whirling spear deflected the arrows as Xiaoshu assisted Zhang Kuang while retreating towards the crowd. He retrieved a healing pill from his system and stuffed it into Zhang Kuang's mouth. Instantly, Zhang Kuang's wounds began to mend. Xiaoshu yelled, "Someone, pull the arrows out from behind my brother." One of the teachers exclaimed, "No, the arrows have barbs. Pulling them out forcibly will cause severe bleeding." Xiaoshu urged, "Hurry up and pull them out. I've already fed him healing medicine." At that moment, Zhang Kuang, struggling to rise, grasped an arrow and yanked it from his body. In a low voice, he declared, "I cannot be a burden to my brother. Everyone, focus on defending against the spirit beasts." The students panicked. If even the silver-ranked Zhang Kuang could not endure, what hope did they have as black iron ranked? "No, I can't do this. Those are spirit beasts. Mostly of bronze and silver rank. Wah, I miss my mom. I want to go home. Let us go. Let us go." Initially believing that only the skeletal anomalies posed a threat, the teachers anticipated a decisive victory. However, the emergence of spirit beasts terrified those students who were already timid, causing some to lose control of their bladders. The cries and wails of the students persisted for several minutes before finally subsiding. Xiaoshu cleared his throat and called out loudly, "Everyone, calm down." His robust and magnetic voice immediately silenced the crowd. Seeing that the students had quieted, he proclaimed, "We are Huaxia people, warriors of Huaxia. Our nation nurtures us not for idleness. The only ones who can save you now is yourselves." Several male classmates retorted, "With so many skeletons around, even one stone thrown by a single person could bury us. Indeed, how could we possibly prevail? Are you truly responsible for such words? You are nothing but pretentious fools." Xiaoshu shouted with great fervor, "Have you considered your responsibility towards your classmates while uttering such despairing remarks? Are you all prepared to wait here for death?" His voice resonated powerfully, causing several male classmates to lower their heads in shame. The girl who had previously been crying looked at Xiaoshu's handsome face, as if grasping a lifeline, and asked, "What shall we do then?" Xiaoshu extended his hand, and countless spirit cores fell to the ground like rain. These spirit cores were the fruits of his labor over the past 3 days. The sight of these seemingly abundant spirit cores left all the students in stunned silence. Xiaoshu proclaimed, "All of you, Gather the spirit cores in this location. You have 10 minutes. I demand that you all break through to the bronze level. Yin Qianqian, keep an eye on these individuals. If anyone attempts to hoard spirit cores, bring them to me. Yin Qianqian nodded, trembling. She had never witnessed Yi Xiaoshu in such a state before. Was this truly the same Yi Xiaoshu who valued wealth above all else? The mischievous Yi Xiaoshu had revealed yet another facet of his character. Having obtained a silver-level void spirit core the previous day, Yin Qianqian had successfully broken through to the bronze level and was well suited to oversee these students. At that moment, Zhang Jin released the limiter on his spiritual power. His aura surged as he strode confidently to Yi Xiaoshu's side, nodding in approval, calm and collected, well organized. You've done well, young man. He then positioned himself in front of Yi Xiaoshu, ready to unleash his spiritual technique. In an instant, his power escalated from silver to gold level. Chapter 71. A stunning blow. Additional update. Spiritual technique. Metal storm. 2 cyclones erupted on the battlefield. Within the whirlwinds, countless metal fragments spun menacingly. Each spirit beast caught in the storm was torn to shreds. Whenever a spirit beast dared to approach the students, it was met with a devastating punch. Each strike was capable of obliterating a spirit beast into mere fragments, resembling a living war machine. As a soldier, after extensive training, his physical attributes far surpassed that of an ordinary gold-level individual. His formidable strength decisively shifted the tide of battle. Just as all the students naively believed that the battle was under control, a colossal foot descended from the sky, crushing countless skeletons. The overwhelming aura halted all attacks in the vicinity. A gargantuan figure obscured the sun, its body cloaked in rock. It was an immense turtle. Upon the turtle's head stood a man with a hooked nose and blue eyes, disdainfully gazing down at the students. Is this the extent of Huaxia's students? Unable to even handle the most rudimentary artificial spiritual calamity? Humph, what a pitiful bunch. Faced with this towering behemoth, the students' legs trembled uncontrollably. Even the teachers had never encountered anything like this before. Zhang Jin was the first to recognize it and informed those around him. This is a white silver, a royal-level spirit beast. This was the teacher's first encounter with a royal-level creature. Although each spirit domain has its own royal-level lord, the lord of the Guanghai spirit domain had long been vanquished. Yet, why has it suddenly reappeared now? Yi Xiaoshu gazed at the colossal tortoise, its shell resembling a great mountain. Upon closer inspection, he noticed traces of his previous sails left upon it. It turned out that it was not a mountain, but the tortoise's shell. The students were also witnessing such a magnificent creature for the first time. A royal-level spirit beast, something that existed only in textbooks, now stood before them, evoking a sense of dread. Yi Xiaoshu looked at the royal-level spirit beast and felt a stir in his heart. The last time he felt such an emotion was when he touched a royal-level spirit core. At that moment, several teachers noticed a figure standing atop the tortoise's head. All attention turned to that person, launching an assault. An unfamiliar foreigner had suddenly appeared in the spirit domain, surely not a benign presence. Just as the attacks were about to strike him, the tortoise suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a wave of gravitational force. All the assaults were drawn in, crashing against its shell. The man from the Eagle Nation standing on the tortoise's head shouted loudly, "I presume you do not yet know my name. You may call me Alvis." Zhang Jin pondered this name in his mind, and then murmured, "Alvis, the shadow mercenary, known as the necromancer." These skeletal legions, along with these spirit beasts, and the control over a royal-level spirit beast, are all the work of Alvis. His intent is to annihilate Guanghai and Huaxia. Once Guanghai falls, the coastal defenses will weaken, allowing other nations to exploit the opportunity. Zhang Jin shouted, "You are declaring war. Are you not afraid of our fierce retribution from Huaxia?" Alvis chuckled disdainfully. "This spirit beast hails from your Huaxia's spirit domain. Are you suggesting we should blame the Eagle Nation? However, we of the Eagle Nation can invest to help you Huaxia fortify your borders." Ha! Alvis's shamelessness made Zhang Jin grit his teeth. The people of the Eagle Nation are just like that, taking advantage, slaughtering the natives, while claiming to be the harbingers of justice. Zhang Jin bellowed, "Enough nonsense. Take my attack. Spirit technique, body enhancement. Spirit technique, metal shield." Utilizing both techniques simultaneously, a spiked diamond shield manifested in Zhang Jin's hand. He then hurled it with all his might towards Alvis. Yet, just like the previous attacks from the teachers, the shield veered off course, aiming for the tortoise instead. Alvis laughed heartily, truly foolish. Do you believe such a simplistic attack could harm a defensive royal-level spirit beast? With that, he conjured a bone blade in his hand and sent it flying towards Zhang Jin. Although the speed of the bone blade was swift, its range was remarkably extensive, allowing Zhang Jin to evade it with a mere sidestep. Subsequently, he surged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with Yalvis. Zhang Jin radiated a metallic sheen, and with a single punch, he propelled the colossal turtle back over 3 meters. This clash persisted for 30 minutes, with Zhang Jin drawing upon years of combat instinct, confronting an emperor-level spirit beast single-handedly. At that moment, a young man turned to Xiaoshu and inquired, "Your name is Xiaoshu, correct? What shall we do next?" It was unclear when he had become the nucleus of the entire team. Xiaoshu surveyed his classmates behind him and began issuing commands with rapid precision. Wood and earth element users, restrain the melee skeleton's movements. Water and ice element defenders, erect shields to protect our classmates. Fire, lightning, wind, and all ranged attackers, unleash your full might. This arrangement skillfully avoided elemental conflicts. At this juncture, Liu Weizhi posed a question. What about the agility and strength classes? Xiaoshu extended his hand, and countless bottles of mineral water cascaded from above. He bellowed, "Act as porters. This water can replenish spiritual energy. Drink it vigorously if you are running low." Upon hearing Xiaoshu's words, Xiaqing's fighting spirit ignited, but she was halted by Liu Weizhi. "You can't seriously intend to be a porter for Xiaoshu, can you?" Xiaqing shot him a glare and replied, "This is a moment of life and death for us all. Can you set aside your prejudice against Xiaoshu?" Liu Weizhi was taken aback. After all, this was his girlfriend. Why was she defending Xiaoshu? Meanwhile, the roles were clearly defined, and everything fell into an orderly rhythm. Students specializing in earth and wood elements emanated vibrant spiritual techniques, ensnaring the skeleton soldiers' feet in mud, significantly slowing their advance. Vines emerged from the mire, firmly immobilizing the skeletons, who were forced to drop their weapons. With newfound resolve, they conjured bows and arrows. Once again, they drew their bows and released their arrows. No longer were they merely a handful of individuals resisting. It was now a united front of all the spirit warriors from Lingwu High School, collaborating in earnest. Layers of water element shields unfurled as arrows struck the barriers, their force diminished by the cascading water walls. It was a formidable task for the arrows to breach the water walls. Only a few managed to break through, only to be met by an array of ice walls. Now, it was time for the students to counterattack. Some hurled fireballs, others unleashed bolts of lightning from their palms, and some, relying on sheer strength, flung stones into the fray. Just as their spiritual energy threatened to wane, agile students swiftly delivered bottles of mineral water into their hands. With a sip, their spiritual energy surged anew, allowing them to continue their relentless assault. The teachers no longer needed to intervene. Zhang Jin observed Xiaoshu's calm demeanor and exceptional command skills amidst the chaos, nodding to himself. This young man must be recruited into the dragon team. The students cheered. Xiaoshu is incredible. Brother Shu is invincible. With Brother Shu by my side, what fear do we have of any malevolent spirits? At this moment, few noticed a crimson figure that had stealthily ascended onto the turtle's head. Alvis suddenly sensed something amiss and swiftly turned around. His gaze met that of Xiaoshu. With a grin, Xiaoshu brandished a golden brick, exclaiming, "Is this turtle truly as resilient as you claim? I must put it to the test." The golden slab was hurled towards Alvis. Yet, some inexplicable force redirected the brick towards the turtle. When the sound reverberated through the air, all eyes were fixated on Xiaoshu. Alvis was momentarily stunned, questioning the foolishness of someone wielding a golden brick as if it could challenge an emperor-level beast. But in the next instant, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. The turtle, dazed and starry-eyed, toppled to the ground, causing Alvis to tumble off its head. This spectacle left everyone in awe. Such a massive turtle, an emperor-level spirit beast, had been knocked unconscious by a mere brick? What kind of prodigy was Xiaoshu? Xiaoshu, with a dismissive tone, remarked, "It's nothing extraordinary. Not as formidable as you suggested." The turtle shook its head and quickly regained consciousness. Bewildered by how it had been struck down, Xiaoshu brandished another brick. Alvis felt his footing falter, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Even with his golden-level prowess, his status as a necromancer rendered his body frail. Xiaoshu observed him with a smirk. "Your physique seems lacking. Do you often indulge yourself?" Alvis glared intently at Xiaoshu, who was also seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Regardless of how he swung the golden brick, he could only forcefully strike at the turtle. Alvis contemplated his chances, devising some insidious plot. He bellowed, "Spirit technique, blade of bones." A skeletal knife shot forth from his hand, aimed directly at Xiaoshu. A golden-level technique could not be withstood. Xiaoshu dodged with lightning speed, far beyond Alvis's reach. However, Xiaoshu did not anticipate that the knife's trajectory was aimed at their classmates. This bone blade was imbued with a curse, although it traveled slowly. A successful hit would spell death for the victim within 24 hours. Zhang Jin stepped forward, activating his metallic form, radiating a brilliant sheen. He positioned himself in front of the students, aware that the speed of the attack was beyond what any black iron-level student could withstand. Xiaoshu turned sharply, shouting at Zhang Jin, "Get out of the way. Why are you just standing there?" Alvis had anticipated that the soldiers of Huaxiao would never abandon their people, launching an assault on the students. All of this transpired within the span of merely 2 seconds. Zhang Jin resolutely pressed down on the incoming bone blade, which was far sharper than steel. It forcefully tore through Zhang Jin's metallic arm, plunging directly into his dantian. The curse surged through the point of entry, spreading throughout his limbs and body. Noticing Xiaoshu's momentary stupor, Alvis hurriedly commanded the turtle to employ a spiritual technique, mimicry. The colossal form of the turtle, along with Alvis himself, gradually faded from sight. "You all take your time to play, ha ha ha." As Alvis vanished, the previously immobilized spirit beasts and skeletons resumed their movement, advancing towards all the students. Xiaoshu, not remaining dazed, quickly dashed toward Zhang Jin upon sensing the absence of Alvis's aura. Zhang Jin looked weakly at Xiaoshu, patting his shoulder, before collapsing onto the ground. A spout of black blood erupted from his mouth, corrosively staining the ground like a potent acid. Xiaoshu, come here." Xiaoshu swiftly scooped up Zhang Jin and ran towards the students. Along the way, Zhang Jin managed to speak through coughs. "I feel I'm running out of time. I've never achieved any merit in this life." Observing his frail condition, Xiaoshu promptly produced a Jicone pill and placed it in his mouth. The pill instantly transformed into liquid, flowing down his throat. After swallowing, Zhang Jin remarked, "It's useless. Such things cannot cure curses. This is the Black Dragon Order. Take it. You are worthy to inherit the Dragon Squad." Zhang Jin handed over a pure gold token, imbued with potent spiritual energy. Initially inclined to refuse, upon realizing its golden nature, Xiaoshu hastily accepted it, tucking it into his thermal box, exclaiming, "Heh, selling such a large piece of gold should fetch a pretty penny." With a forceful cough, Zhang Jin nearly succumbed to frustration. Bellowing with all his strength, "This cannot be sold. Even in my dying moments, you seek to vex me, Xiaoshu." At that moment, Zhang Jin suddenly sensed a peculiar force within him absorbing the curse, while his wounds began to heal rapidly. It was the medicine Xiaoshu had given him. Regret washed over Zhang Jin. He lamented, "I was feeling so sentimental just now, and it turns out I'm not dying." Upon reaching the students, Xiaoshu entrusted Zhang Jin to the teachers for care. Just as Zhang Jin was about to speak, Xiaoshu swiftly produced a bottle of water and forced it into his mouth, effectively silencing him. Xiaoshu addressed the teachers. "Captain Zhang is gravely injured and has been cursed. If he babbles nonsense later, just consider it idle talk. If he resists, place him under a spirit binding ring." The teachers nodded, while Zhang Jin struggled desperately. The essence of his protest was clear: "Return my Black Dragon Order." The teachers sighed, resignedly affixing the spirit binding ring onto Zhang Jin and securing him to a chair. Zhang Jin struggled desperately, his face turning crimson. Xiaoshu took out the Black Dragon token in front of Zhang Jin, biting it firmly, and remarked, "Indeed, it must be pure gold. Let this suffice to offset the 2,000 you owe me." Negative emotional values from Zhang Jin surged around him. At that moment, a student shouted at Xiaoshu, "Brother Shu, we can barely hold on. We can withstand the skeletons, but the sheer number of spirit beasts is overwhelming." Several spirit beasts had already breached their defenses, only to be dealt with by the teachers one by one. Just then, the entrance to the spirit realm erupted with an explosion. With a thunderous boom, the entrance opened, sending waves of joy among all the students. The dragon team had arrived, the closest to Guanghai spirit realm, and they were the first to send reinforcements. However, They could not yet enter the realm. 5 individuals were straining to hold the entrance, for any lapse in their focus would cause it to close once more. The teachers, sensing hope, organized the students for evacuation. At that moment, spirit beasts launched an assault. The brief moment of hesitation among the students had rendered their already fragile defenses even weaker. This cannot stand. If they were to retreat, someone must remain to fend off the spirit beasts. To leave recklessly would only provide the beasts with an opportunity. Yin Qianqian shouted. No one was willing to be the last to depart. It would be no different than a death sentence. The students rushed toward the entrance, each eager to avoid being left behind. The teachers were also debating among themselves about who would form the sacrificial team. Amidst the chaos, a crimson figure stood before everyone, Xiaoshu. Without a single unnecessary word, he stood resolute, one person, one gun, unwavering in his stance. The students gazed at his sturdy silhouette, feeling a wave of shame wash over them. In the face of calamity, Xiaoshu had repeatedly stepped forward, while they could only flee. Xiaoshu stood like a hero, towering above all. He slightly turned his head and shouted, "You all go. I will hold them off." His voice resonated like thunder. The teachers intended to intervene but hesitated, retracting their hands. At that moment, Zhang Jin's dantian was damaged, and the strongest in the room was none other than Xiaoshu. Chapter 73. Those who offend China shall be executed. Xiaoshu gazed at the approaching spirit beasts and opened his interface. He allocated all the skill points he had accumulated over the past few days, amounting to over 100,000, entirely to the Heavenly Demon Disintegration. Ding 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 ding. Heavenly Demon Disintegration, Proficient, LV1, skill points required for upgrade, 50,000. Upon use, it elevates one's realm substantially, doubling the intensity of spiritual energy for a short duration. It can also restore damaged meridians and continuously enhance cultivation. This skill allows for the sustained absorption of the spiritual energy of those touched. The speed of spiritual energy consumption for this skill is halved. Skill upgrade completed. Xiaoshu bellowed, Heavenly Demon Disintegration. In that moment, he radiated an aura of ferocity. After mastering the technique of Heavenly Demon Disintegration, the consumption of spiritual energy diminished significantly. The higher the level of martial arts, the less energy it required. At that moment, the students in the crowd gasped in astonishment at Xiaoshu's aura, exclaiming, "Brother Shu has gone mad." This is a self-destructive technique. This method destroys meridians to achieve a temporary enhancement in strength. Countless girls wept upon hearing this news, shouting at Xiaoshu, "Brother Shu, you cannot squander your future like this. You are our idol. Xiaoshu, please stop." Several men looked at Xiaoshu, tears streaming down their faces, murmuring, "Brother Shu, you will always be my brother Shu. Even if we cannot be classmates, we can still be brothers." The debt of gratitude is unforgettable for a lifetime. Xiaoshu paid no heed to their incessant chatter. He simply felt the surging intensity of spiritual energy within him. At that moment, a reckless tiger-shaped spirit beast lunged at Xiaoshu. A glint of cold light preceded it, followed by a spear that shot forth like a dragon. There were no extravagant maneuvers, only sheer power. With one thrust, the tiger's head was obliterated. Witnessing Xiaoshu's ferocity, the spirit beasts seemed to develop a collective consciousness to attack. More than a dozen spirit beasts charged at Xiaoshu simultaneously. He bellowed, Taiji spear technique. Azure dragon emerges from water, continuous spears. The spear, akin to a soaring dragon, aimed for the lives of the spirit beasts. Just then, a flying spirit beast overlooked Xiaoshu and prepared to ambush the students. A flying dagger appeared out of thin air from Xiaoshu's hand and shot towards the avian spirit beast. With a crack, the spirit beast fell lifeless from the sky. Xiaoshu stood resolutely, an impenetrable barrier against even a fly. Outside the spiritual domain, countless reporters and parents gathered at the entrance. Those who saw their children safe breathed a sigh of relief. Ruo Mingyao fixated on the entrance, awaiting Xiaoshu's figure, her eyes swollen and red from shedding countless tears. She repeatedly whispered, "Xiaoshu, Xiaoshu, you cannot be in danger, you cannot be in danger." She kept vigil until all the students had evacuated, and even the teachers emerged from the spiritual domain. Yet, behind them, there was no one left. Ruo Mingyao could not accept it. She refused to believe her exceptionally talented brother could perish within the spiritual domain. As time passed ever so slowly, not a single soul emerged from the domain. Unable to contain herself any longer, Ruo Mingyao crossed the caution line and shouted, "Xiaoshu." At that moment, a police officer blocked her path, commanding, "Please remain calm." Student S parent. Ruo Mingyao turned, her expression devoid of her usual gentleness, her voice a primal roar. "Calm? How can you expect me to remain calm? My brother is dead in there." The immense pressure emanating from her made it hard for those around her to breathe. An aura reminiscent of an ancient beast radiated from her, her dark hair suddenly appearing as if adorned with silver frost. 9 white tails surged forth from behind, parting the crowd as Ro Mingyao leapt into the air, racing towards the entrance of the spiritual domain. At that moment, members of the dragon team detected the anomaly and picked up their walkie-talkies, reporting, "An ability crime has been detected. The target is preliminarily assessed to be of golden rank," requesting to release the spiritual power restraints. Instantly, their powers surged to golden rank as they sought to suppress Ro Mingyao while simultaneously keeping the entrance to the spiritual domain open. Just then, the entrance, which had been preparing to close, halted its closure. The caster concluded their spell, leaving 2 individuals to contend with Ro Mingyao while the others entered the spiritual domain. "Let me in. My brother is still inside," Ro Mingyao shouted, disregarding her image entirely. Nothing was more important than Xiaoshu. Upon entering the spiritual domain, the members of the dragon team saw Xiaoshu standing guard ahead. Be it skeletons or spiritual beasts, all were obliterated with a single strike. Simultaneously, Xiaoshu utilized the vortex of spiritual energy in his hands to absorb the essence of the fallen spiritual beasts. Without this, he could not sustain himself for long. The frequent consumption and replenishment of spiritual energy expanded the meridians within his body. Alvis, witnessing the intervention of so many golden rank dragon team members, clearly felt a sense of alarm as he manifested near Xiaoshu. At this moment, the turtle had transformed into a palm-sized creature, quietly resting upon Alvis's shoulder. This was the turtle's ability, mimicry. Unlike ordinary mimicry, which merely blends into the environment, this was a monarch-level spiritual beast with a fundamentally different innate spiritual skill. The mimicry skill allowed it to change size and form at will. Upon spotting him, Xiaoshu prepared to strike, but Alvis, ever cunning, activated his mimicry just as Xiaoshu made his move, promptly relocating to another position. Alvis's voice swirled in Xiaoshu's ear. "I admit you are formidable. State your name." While assessing his opponent's location, Xiaoshu replied with a smile, "I shall not change my name or surname. You may call me father, or even dad." From Alvis. Negative emotion value, 1000. Alvis, momentarily incensed, was about to reveal himself and unleash his spiritual technique when Xiaoshu seized the opportunity and fired a shot. He pressed firmly against Alvis's shoulder, then disdainfully remarked, "I've seen through you. While using mimicry, you cannot employ your spiritual techniques. Otherwise, you wouldn't have simply watched your students leave without intervening." Maintaining pressure with the long gun, Xiaoshu summoned a dagger with his left hand and pressed it against Alvis's neck, declaring, "You have other weaknesses. When you wield your bone blade spiritual technique, all undead creatures cease their movement. This means you cannot use 2 spiritual techniques simultaneously. You must be out of spiritual energy by now." Alvis panicked. He hadn't anticipated that Xiaoshu, who had been battling fiercely, would have the presence of mind to contemplate such matters. Unbeknownst to him, the calmness brought on by frenzy had allowed Xiaoshu to retain the mental acuity to strategize. Xiaoshu would not allow the chaos of battle to cloud his vision. Alvis trembled as he withdrew an emperor-level spirit core from his pocket, saying, "Let me go, and I shall give you this. Join our Eagle Nation, and you shall have wealth, women, and status. Whatever you desire shall be yours." Xiaoshu replied coldly, "Even if I kill you, the spirit core will still belong to me. What I seek, you cannot provide. Today you shall learn. Those who offend Huaxia must perish." Alvis gazed at Xiaoshu in terror as the dagger pressed deeper. His fear transformed into madness before death, and he laughed maniacally, saying, "Since you are determined not to release me, then perish. Let Huaxia lose a genius. Spirit technique, self-detonation." Ha! A blinding light erupted from Alvis, and the tremendous spiritual energy ripple shook the entire spirit domain. His intent was to take Xiaoshu down with him in his final moments. At that moment, several members of the dragon team entered the spirit domain to assess the situation. Sensing their presence, Xiaoshu turned and shouted, "Run. This man is about to self-detonate." Xiaoshu activated his demonic disintegration to the utmost limit, desperately absorbing the spiritual energy within Alvis, significantly slowing the execution of his technique. He summoned a golden brick with all his might, but though Alvis had fainted, the release of his spirit technique did not cease. The brilliance emanating from Alvis grew ever more dazzling. Hearing Xiaoshu's warning, the dragon team members raced toward him. Self-detonation techniques were typically only employed by foreign mercenaries, usable only once in a lifetime, yet their power was immense, capable of crossing realms to kill. The dragon team members shouted, "You are a student. Quickly flee. We in the dragon team will handle the self-detonation." With that, they rushed forward and restrained Xiaoshu. "Xiaoshu, take this boy and flee. I will limit the speed of his detonation." Upon hearing his words, Xiaoshu's beautiful eyes trembled as she grasped Xiaoshu, eager to escape. There was no time for hesitation. All decisions had to be made swiftly. System, accept the order. The Invincible Delivery System will safeguard you. Estimated time, 13 minutes. Xiaoshu was bewildered, unsure of what Xiaoshu was saying. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from Xiaoshu. Flinging her hand away, Xiaoshu drew the Black Dragon order and shouted at the two, "I command you both. Leave." The two stood rigidly and saluted Xiaoshu. "Yes, Commander." Outside the spirit domain, amidst the gaze of the crowd, only the members of the dragon team emerged. Xiaoshu instructed them, "Seal the entrance. A golden-level warrior inside is about to self-detonate." Hearing this, everyone sprang into action. One after another, anti-explosion materials blocked the entrance, as any impact on the civilians present would result in devastating consequences. Rou Mingyao was nearly driven to madness. Watching the entrance being sealed off little by little, she screamed, "Xiaoshu, my brother is still inside. Let me in." Her slender fingers transformed into claws, and at that moment, 4 or 5 golden warriors found themselves unable to withstand her might. Zhang Jin was bound to a chair, gazing at the entrance of the spirit domain with a faint sigh. The fall of such a prodigious talent was indeed a cause for lament. "My brother, I have slain you all. I have slain you." Just as Rou Mingyao emitted an overwhelming aura, a resounding explosion erupted from the entrance of the spirit domain. Boom! All explosive materials were shattered into fragments. Members of the dragon team desperately employed their spiritual techniques in resistance. They too felt a sense of regret. Such heroic youths, perishing in the spirit domain. The scene was being broadcast live, and the fervor surrounding this incident had already surpassed 10 million views. Where is Brother Shu? Why can't I see him? According to rumors, Brother Shu is still within the spirit domain. Are the officers still sealing off the spirit domain? Do they not wish for Brother Shu to emerge? I heard over the phone that Brother Shu was holding the rear for all the students. One man standing against 1,000 troops. He is likely already dead within the spirit domain. At that moment, the drones within the spirit domain suddenly restored the live feed. All eyes were fixed on Xiaoshu. What is happening? Did a nuclear bomb explode? I see Brother Shu. Inside the spirit domain, a violent explosion sent all trees flying. The earth shook, and everything was obliterated in the chaos. Xiaoshu fixated on the wealth value, the numbers fluctuating wildly. The wealth accumulated over the past few days evaporated like flowing water. A mushroom cloud formed in the sky from the dust and debris. 3 minutes later, as the dust settled, some specialized military drones, positioned far from the explosion's epicenter and constructed of sturdy materials, captured a fleeting moment of the live broadcast during the explosion. Everyone fixated on Xiaoshu through the live feed. The man, radiating a crimson glow, stood resolutely within the spirit domain. The long spear in his hand had melted into molten iron from the intense heat. His clothing was reduced to mere strips of fabric. Surrounding him, the spirit beasts and skeletons had all turned to ash. Apart from Xiaoshu, no living being remained. Just one image was enough to stir the viewers in the live chat. What the hell is going on? Did a nuclear bomb explode in the spirit domain? That is a mushroom cloud, brothers. A mushroom cloud, a beast bathing in nuclear fire. Is Brother Shu dead in that state? Xiaoshu was not faring well either. In the wake of the final shockwave, his wealth value reached zero. He endured the last moment's residual force with sheer physical strength. Although it was merely residual energy, it inflicted tremendous impact on his internal organs. The frenzy surged within him, desperately healing his injuries. Xiaoshu rubbed his stomach, conjured a pill, and, suppressing his nausea, forced it into his mouth. Though it appeared unappetizing, it was indeed quite fragrant. A milky aroma wafted through. Xiaoshu retrieved a new dagger from his insulated box. swiftly slicing open the turtle's head and extracting a spirit core from within. After Alvis's self-detonation, his body had turned to char. In his hands, Xiaoshu still held the Imperial-level spirit core, and a surge of joy filled his heart. He promptly settled into a meditative position to absorb its essence. The Imperial-level spirit core was a rare treasure, and now he possessed two. Xiaoshu chose to absorb the turtle's spirit core first. The fist-sized core felt heavy in his palm, and as soon as he grasped it, he sensed the vibrant life force pulsating within. Surely, this would grant him exceptional spiritual techniques. Focusing intently, Xiaoshu enveloped the spirit core with his spiritual energy. The once formidable life force within the core withered upon contact with his energy, as if he were forcibly drawing out its power. During the absorption process, the bottleneck within him shattered. Black iron level 10, bronze level 1, bronze level 2, bronze level 10. The energy contained within the silver imperial level spirit beast was astonishing. Coupled with Xiaoshu's innate talent, he surged through 10 levels. He had been accumulating energy for quite some time, and the recent training he had undergone was now unleashed. He had forcefully transcended a significant threshold. At that moment, a phantom formed within him, manifesting a spiritual technique. Xiaoshu was nearly moved to tears. He finally possessed a spiritual technique. The method of utilizing it instantly flooded his mind. Extending his hand, the radiance of the technique emerged from his arm. Spiritual technique, mimicry. Xiaoshu seamlessly blended with the color of the ground beneath him. With a mere thought, he could assume any form or appearance. With a flicker of intention, he transformed into a stone. However, he could not arbitrarily control his size. He could only match his original volume. To shrink or enlarge would require a proportional expenditure of spiritual energy. Just as Xiaoshu prepared to employ a combat technique in his stone form, he immediately reverted to his original state. It seemed that attacking in a mimicked state was impossible. Xiaoshu picked up another spirit core and began to absorb it. This core came from Alvis, offered as a bribe to win Xiaoshu's favor. It was also of silver grade. Following absorption, the bottleneck loosened once more. This breakthrough did not ascend steadily. Instead, it felt somewhat unstable. The spiritual energy within him surged chaotically, crashing through his meridians. This was the consequence of a hasty breakthrough, a revelation Xiaoshu had never encountered before. Such things had never been taught in class. Of course, it had not been mentioned. Who could possibly accumulate such a vast amount of spiritual energy and then break through two major stages at once? Only Xiaoshu could achieve that. It seemed that only the Imperial-level spirit core could grant him spiritual techniques. Feeling the emergence of a second phantom within him, he realized that with his current unstable spiritual energy, attempting to use a second technique might lead to catastrophic consequences. After forcefully suppressing the tumultuous energy within, Xiaoshu struggled to rise, limping towards the entrance of the spiritual domain. Outside the spiritual domain, time passed, and Xiaoshu's figure remained absent. Everyone waited anxiously for the outcome. They hoped for Xiaoshu's survival, yet disbelief lingered. Who could possibly have survived that explosion? The gathering was enveloped in an atmosphere of despair. Tears welled in Yin Qianqian's eyes as she sobbed. Xiaoshu, he has sacrificed himself. Large tears cascaded down her cheeks. Zhang Kuang, in a fit of rage, shouted at those around him, "Impossible! My brother cannot be dead. Whoever has perished. Xiaoshu should still be alive." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of speculation and sorrow. At that moment, a man stepped forward from the throng and declared, "Silence. Let us observe 3 minutes of mourning for our hero." Heads bowed in reverence, and many students wept openly. Particularly affected were the female students, lamenting the loss of such a handsome boy who had given his all. The atmosphere was heavy with silence as everyone mourned. Ro Mingyao felt utterly drained, unable to comprehend that her brother could be gone. "No, it cannot be. My brother cannot die. Why couldn't you let me in? Why?" she cried, collapsing to the ground, her eyes becoming vacant and hollow. Just days ago, her brother had been boasting to her about his ambitions to top his exams. Now, he lay lifeless in the spirit realm. As the crowd mourned, a light-hearted yet magnetic voice emerged from the entrance of the spirit realm. "Ladies and gentlemen, I, Hu Hansen, have returned." Xiaoshu appeared, donned in casual attire, slippers and shorts, grinning with ease, embodying his usual carefree demeanor. Ro Mingyao lifted her head, recognizing that familiar figure, and rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Xiaoshu, you're back. Just being back is enough. Chapter 75. A delightful gain. Additional update. The crowd erupted in cheers upon witnessing Xiaoshu's miraculous return, chanting, "Young hero! Young hero!" Rou Mingyao clung tightly to him, feeling the strength of his heartbeat, finally at ease. A throng of reporters surged forward to interview Xiaoshu. How did you survive that explosion? What compelled you to stay behind to protect your classmates? With a smile, Xiaoshu replied, "For the money." The reporters, taken aback, inquired, "Money?" Everyone else fled. "So all those spirit cores are mine now," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, embodying a triumphant spirit. The students suddenly recalled the events with clarity. Indeed, all the monsters we defeated, those spirit cores ended up in Xiaoshu's possession. Rou Mingyao, wiping away her tears, finally smiled again. Xiaoshu was still the same Xiaoshu. Zhang Kuang shouted to those around him, "What did I tell you? My brother is invincible." As the interviews concluded, the students buzzed with questions. What kind of physique does Xiaoshu possess? How is he completely unscathed? We can't call him Tree Bro anymore. He must be called Tree God. Thankfully, aside from Zhang Jin, there were not many injuries among them. After the students had simply tended to their wounds, they all returned home. The following day, all the students gathered at school. Today marked the day for the announcement of the final exam results. Despite the unforeseen circumstances surrounding the examination, results were still available. Xiaoshu's score proudly hung at the top. The teams. Team A, 1324 points. Victory Team, 54 points. Dream Team, 31 points. Did everyone admire Xiaoshu? Indeed, they were in awe, utterly respectful of his selfless dedication and willingness to protect his classmates. Were they angry? Extremely so. They wished they could drag Xiaoshu out and give him a good thrashing. All the students wore grim expressions, daring not to glance at the scores above. The humiliation of the previous incident in the spiritual realm had almost been forgotten. But upon seeing the scores, it all came rushing back. Everyone felt robbed. Yet they held hands, pretending to be a loving family. During this time, they had all been serving as Xiaoshu's workers. Just as the students grappled with their conflicting emotions, the announcement rang out. We invite a student representative to the stage. A student representative? Who could possibly represent the entirety of Lingwu High School? Suddenly, they remembered someone. The students looked up, and Xiaoshu was already standing at the podium. Everyone glared at him with gritted teeth. If it weren't for Xiaoshu, their scores would not have been so readily surrendered. Xiaoshu picked up the speech and began to read. Good morning, fellow students. On this beautiful morning. What a dreadful script. Boring, I shan't read it. With a resounding thud, Xiaoshu slammed the speech on the podium. Negative emotional value from Wang Jianjun, 1000. The principal immediately shot Xiaoshu a warning glance. How could one simply choose not to speak? At this moment, other school leaders also felt a tinge of displeasure. Xiaoshu cleared his throat and surveyed the assembly of students. Each pair of eyes reflected a degree of discontent. Suddenly, he spoke. Do you all remember what I said before leaving? You are all worthless. Negative emotional value from all students. 645311. This statement ignited a firestorm. Damn it. Don't hold me back. I'm going to beat him to a pulp. This kid is too arrogant. I don't care. I'm going to take him down. Brother Shu, you are far too cocky. The students from the Lingwu class clenched their fists tightly, remaining silent. Xiaoshu had done them a favor, and for the moment, they refrained from retaliating. However, the students from the ordinary class could hardly contain their rage upon hearing those words. Who could possibly endure such provocation? Xiaoshu continued. The school has invested time and resources to nurture you all, only for it to be squandered. Honestly, wouldn't it be better to spend the money on some ribs? Negative emotional value from all students. 965311. Had it not been for the teachers restraining them from below, the students would have charged up the stage long ago. Having successfully racked up 2 rounds of emotional points, Xiaoshu was quite pleased with himself. He addressed all the students earnestly. I am Xiaoshu, an ordinary individual, talent rated F. Yet here I stand before you, delivering a speech. I believe that you, students from the ordinary class, can achieve the same. Upon hearing this, the principal slowly took his seat. This lad is indeed remarkable. He knows how to employ provocative tactics. Countless students were swayed, most of whom possessed mediocre talents. Yet, compared to Xiaoshu, they were already far ahead. The speech continued, with Xiaoshu skillfully tugging at the students' emotions, reaping great rewards. After 20 minutes, he proclaimed, I believe you can achieve it. My speech has concluded. The first to applaud was Zhang Kuang, followed by Yin Qianqian. The students of the Lingwu class clapped in unison, and soon, the entire student body joined in. The applause resonated like thunder, igniting the flames of passion within each heart. Their feelings towards Yi Xiaoshu transformed from respect to resentment, and now to reverence. This lad possesses a remarkable gift of eloquence. Zhang Jin observed Yi Xiaoshu on stage, nodding silently before departing with the members of the dragon team. Xiaoshu turned to Zhang Jin and inquired, "Captain, are we not bringing him along?" Zhang Jin shook his head, responding, "Let him have a break. He has been working hard for several days. Allow him some leisure during the summer vacation." With that, Zhang Jin led the dragon team away. The students' applause continued for a full minute. Some male classmates shouted, "Brother Shu, it turns out you care so much for us. Indeed, we have all misjudged Yi Xiaoshu." Every word he uttered was meant to spur us on. From the collective emotional value of the entire student body. 24,133, Yin Qianqian held her head, bemused. This group of students possesses an extraordinary imagination. However, Yi Xiaoshu is not entirely normal either. After concluding his speech, Yi Xiaoshu received a reward from the school, a golden-level spirit core. Clutching the spirit core, he dashed out of the school gates, fearing the principal might have a change of heart. At the school entrance, Rou Mengyao and Nie Qiuling had been waiting for Yi Xiaoshu. Upon seeing him, they approached. Yi Xiaoshu grinned and said, "Sister, I came in first." Rou Mengyao joyfully ruffled Yi Xiaoshu's hair, exclaiming, "As expected of my brother. Come, let us return home." Upon arriving home, Yi Xiaoshu, beaming, said to Rou Mengyao, "Do you remember what you said, that I would receive a reward if I came in first?" Rou Mengyao's face flushed instantly, and she turned her head away, shyly asking, "Xiaoshu, what reward do you desire?" Yi Xiaoshu, playing coy, waited for Rou Mengyao to speak first. She bashfully lowered her head, fiddling with her skirt, unsure of what to say in response to Yi Xiaoshu's intense gaze. At that moment, Nie Qiuling interrupted their moment, announcing, "Young master, miss, it is time to eat. This is not the time to emerge." Yi Xiaoshu was nearly beside himself with frustration, but upon seeing Nie Qiuling's innocent eyes, he could only let out a resigned sigh. Meanwhile, at the Nie residence, the family gathered for lunch. The first to speak was Nie Qiuling's father, Nie Lingyun. He could hardly eat, for his daughter had been whisked away. Who could focus on food in such a situation? He slammed his chopsticks down and exclaimed, "You all conspired against me. How dare you make Qiuling that boy's servant? She is my daughter, not a tool for your alliances." Nie Hanhai's overwhelming pressure surged forth as he solemnly declared, "One must adhere to decorum during meals. The dining table is not a place for unruliness." Nie Lingyun, defiantly enduring the oppressive atmosphere, shouted back, "I don't care. If I don't receive an explanation, I will go retrieve my daughter today." As the tension at the table escalated, Nie Hanhai spoke again. "Lingyun, while others may be oblivious, you understand better than anyone. Our granddaughter Qiuling is inherently incomplete in her emotions. She will meet her demise at the age of 20 when her meridians sever." Gripping his fists tightly, Nie Lingyun crushed his chopsticks in anguish. He was all too aware of the truth. While other children cried heartily upon birth, Nie Qiuling had displayed no expression since childhood, showing little interest in anything beyond her cultivation. Nie Hanhai continued, "There was once a sage-level expert who visited our Nie family. This formidable individual, having mastered the art of divination, foretold Qiuling's fate. He asserted that if any man could stir feelings within her, even if he had to pursue her fervently, she would be bound to him. Qiuling's decision to follow Yi Xiaoshu was her own. I trust that sage and also believe in young brother Yi." Though reluctant, Nie Lingyun found himself at a loss for words. He could not fathom how a mere black iron-level youth could provide a solution. Chapter 76, The Second Spirit Technique, Additional Update. The Guanghai family sat before the television, watching the broadcast. Just then, the screen displayed Yi Xiaoshu emerging from the spirit realm. A reporter, microphone in hand, announced, "Today, Guanghai's spirit realm experienced a horrific attack, resolved by a youthful hero. We now turn to interview him." The reporter then asked Yi Xiaoshu, "May I ask if you would be willing to share your name?" At that moment, a girl nearby chimed in. "His name is Yi Xiaoshu. He is the strongest boy in the entire school." The reporter pressed on, "What motivated you to risk your life to protect your classmates?" Yi Xiaoshu replied candidly, "What motivation? Certainly, it was for the money." As the television continued to play, a woman, while eating, suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Isn't that Yi Xiaoshu?" A middle-aged man beside her, equally intrigued, remarked, "Who is Xiaoshu again?" "Ah, I remember. He's the child of my cousin, all grown up now. I wonder how he managed to grow up without any parents." The woman disdainfully responded, "He was just an abandoned child." The man nodded, recalling, "Well, that child was obedient. Raised by Xiaoshu." Suddenly, he suggested, "In a few days, it's the old master's 80th birthday. Let us invite Xiaoshu. After all, he has been dubbed a youthful hero. It will add some prestige to the occasion." The woman, finding it troublesome, sighed, "Fine, I'll call his family." At Xiaoshu's home, as the three of them were dining, Xiaoshu's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he wondered why Su Zhu, his aunt, was calling. With curiosity, he answered, "Hello? Is this aunt?" Su Zhu replied, "Ah, Xiaoshu, you have become quite famous lately." Upon hearing these words, Xiaoshu furrowed his brow. After 8 centuries of silence, a phone call was bound to bring trouble, either a request for financial assistance or some pressing matter. Xiaoshu remarked, "What fame is there to speak of? It is merely within my capabilities." Su Zhu responded, "Do not be so modest. In a few days, it will be our great-grandfather's 80th birthday. The young hero must attend." Xiaoshu replied, "I shall consider it." With that, he ended the call. Su Zhu did not only reach out to Xiaoshu, but also sent a message to Rou Mengyao concerning the same occasion. Xiaoshu chose to feign ignorance, picking up his chopsticks to savor the prawns. Rou Mengyao glanced at the message and inquired, "It has been quite some time since Xiaoshu has been in touch with his family, hasn't it?" Xiaoshu disdainfully retorted, "They are not family, they are unworthy. Ever since we learned of our family's debts, who, aside from our great-grandfather, would be inclined to assist us? Now that they see I am doing well, they come calling." Observing the message on her phone, Rou Mengyao earnestly advised Xiaoshu, "You should go. After all, it is our great-grandfather's significant birthday." She was a kind-hearted young woman. Had it not been for their great-grandfather's intervention in settling some of their debts, they might have perished in the streets. Xiaoshu reluctantly conceded, "For the sake of the old man, I suppose I shall attend." That evening, Xiaoshu lay in bed, engrossed in his phone. Whether it was news headlines or various forums, his name dominated the charts. This newfound notoriety had granted him a considerable number of skill points. Contemplating this popularity, Xiaoshu pondered, could he not begin a live stream to earn both skill points and wealth? But what would he showcase? Biting a lighter? Executing 30 backflips? Diluting iced tea with water? Shaking his head, he realized that every endeavor has its challenges. He resolved to register an account on a live streaming platform. Yet his antiquated phone's camera resolution was woefully inadequate. The immediate priority was to acquire a new phone. Setting his phone aside, Xiaoshu retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his system. The first spirit technique's Imperial-grade spirit core originated from that giant turtle, while the second spirit technique stemmed from the spirit core extracted by Yais. At the time, he was too fatigued to utilize it. But now he was eager to test his second technique. Extending his hand, a blue and white radiance materialized. Spirit technique, dimensional shift. In an instant, Xiaoshu felt as though his body had lost its weight. Although he could still stand on the ground, the sensation was otherworldly, akin to stepping into another realm. His eyes could still perceive the structure of the real world, and as he reached out, he discovered his hand was colorless and transparent. Even his clothing had transitioned into another dimension. Just as he intended to touch a cup, his hand passed right through it. Startled, Xiaoshu recoiled several steps, inadvertently phasing through the wall and into Nie Qiuling's room, where she was in the midst of changing clothes. Sensing a gaze upon her, Nie Qiuling turned her head towards Xiaoshu's direction, perplexed. How curious, she mused, indeed aware of the gaze she felt. Approaching the wall, she gently brushed her hand against it. Xiaoshu watched as Nie Qiuling approached, their bodies almost merging into one. At that moment, he sensed his internal spiritual energy dwindling. He quickly stepped back to his room, where he instantly released his spiritual technique and gulped down mineral water. As he replenished his energy, he erupted into joyous laughter. Ha ha ha, what a divine skill. Invisibility, defense, surprise attack. The effects of the skill live up to its name, dimensional shuttling, transporting directly to another realm. Even against a diamond-level enemy, as long as I am free from the spirit binding ring, using a dimensional shift renders me invincible. Gazing at the two spiritual techniques, Xiaoshu suddenly conceived a mischievous thought, only to quickly dismiss it, fearing the repercussions of being discovered. At that moment, his phone buzzed with an incoming message. Upon checking, He saw it was from Yin Jinghan. Ms. Han, please come to the company the day after tomorrow. Ms. Han, the first quarter's bonus will be distributed to you in advance. Yi Xiaoshu's heart leaped at the prospect of money. Brother Shu, got it, he replied, leaping joyfully onto his bed. A 70% bonus. It would amount to at least several $100,000, he mused, chuckling to himself. Lying back, he closed his eyes, wishing for a beautiful dream, one where he counted stacks of cash until his fingers cramped. Suddenly, the door to his room swung open, revealing Ro Mingyao in her pajamas. What was she doing here? Yi Xiaoshu remained silent, watching her intently. Ro Mingyao shed her outer garment and lay beside him, gently caressing his face as she whispered, Sister only wishes for your happiness. I delight in watching you flourish, yet I dread seeing you battered and bruised. Every time you grow stronger, it feels as though you drift further away from me. The desire to possess your heart intensifies. Perhaps I am a wicked woman. With a blush, she burrowed under the covers. A swirl of complex emotions surged within her. She found herself at a loss on how to confront Yi Xiaoshu, the man who occupied her entire world. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoshu, feigning sleep, felt utterly exhausted. His palms were clammy with sweat. What did she truly intend? Was she about to shatter the purity of his 18 years of training as a diamond child?